groceries are so expensive, and taking a look at the cost of gas is absolutely insane. So a lot of people who are working in a 9 to 5 job are struggling. They're not doing as well as they used to a few years ago, while the people at the top, a lot of the politicians, celebrities, all the rich at the top are making a ton of money. So a lot of Americans, a lot of working class Americans are tapping out. They're crashing out on how expensive things are, working long hours, and just not able to get ahead in life simply because everything in price is going up, wages are not following, so people have a lot less money to work with, and it's just very depressing. It's a very tough time for a lot of people, and it's completely understandable why. Let me know in the comments below what you think, and take a look at the rest of this clips.
Young people are getting priced out of literally everything, and it's honestly kind of ridiculous. Like, why is it that I want to buy a car that's 30 years old and I can't because they cost, I don't know, into the 25 to 30,000 range? It's utterly ridiculous. And I was talking about it with my buddy. We're both two young guys that make good money, like closer to 6 figures than not, and we both would be in financial ruin if we decided we wanted to go buy a brand new car or something like that from a dealer. It's just not possible, right? And I budget very heavily. I know exactly what I spent every single time I spent money this month. I know where it went, and it went into a spreadsheet. And it's just like, it's so terrible. Like when are we going to be able to afford things and just like actually enjoy the quality of life without worrying about, oh, I spent $10 here. Like, come on.
I don't know if we're like all depressed or like jokingly depressed because everything is expensive and like we're literally just working to survive and can't enjoy our lives because everything costs so much. Because why is my electric bill over $400 and I'm never home? So I'm paying for that while I'm always at work and never doing anything that I want to be because I have to make sure that there's enough money for my bills. So like, if you can't have fun and enjoy life, then like, what's the purpose? Like, don't get me wrong, like there's times where I can hang out with my friends. It's really slim because I'm also in school and I have a 4-year-old daughter. But like, things should not be as expensive as they are. We should be able to work, enjoy our lives, like live. We shouldn't have to wait until we're older and retired and have money saved up to enjoy life. So I'm trying to do better this year and like live life. Even if that means spending more money than I want to, for me, I'm gonna do it.
I just got an email that Netflix is raising its prices to $27. I don't know how old you are, but to me, I am used to paying $7.99 for Netflix, and then when they raised it to $11.99, I threw a fit. I don't know, I like blacked out in the middle, I think, because it must have just kept inching, and I just didn't notice or pay attention. Or maybe it's that it's because it's everywhere. So now it's $27 for Netflix. Spotify just went up. HBO Max, whatever they call themselves now, HBO Plus Max Plus, HBO, whatever, raised their prices. Hulu raised their prices. Disney Plus raised their prices. You now have to pay for premium seats when you fly, even though the premium seats are just the regular economy, what it used to be. Obviously, we all know about the bags. You used to be able to have a bag. Now you can't have a bag. You have to pay for that. Gas prices, don't even get me started. My insurance went up almost double. My gas bill for the house tripled, more than tripled. I complained about that last month. Here, I made a video about that. Literally, I'm in Georgia. I don't know if that's the same everywhere else, but yeah, gas is more than tripled. The county taxes, property taxes, those doubled. Also, so then my mortgage, because it's in my escrow account, that went up astronomically. What else? Pretty much everything else that I can think of has gone up as well. So I don't know how grocery prices. Hello, how did I forget that one? Yeah, grocery prices have gone up as well. So it's just like money out the door. I've never made as much money as I do now, and I feel like it doesn't really make a substantial difference in my lifestyle because everything is so fucking bloody expensive. So I can't be the only one who is feeling very frustrated by that. And so I would like you to put in the comments all the things that you're mad about that have gone up in price, because this is just getting to a point where I feel like the pitchforks are going to come out at some point, because we can't can't do this. Like, what do you mean? This is absolutely like, what is even happening?
I am just so damn tired of being broke. For real. Like, fed all the way up. Because we get paid and we're broke. Like, we're literally living paycheck to paycheck. We're broke before the next check comes in. And I was leasing a car, that's $500 a month that we saved. But let's be honest, the more money you make, the more money you spend, the more money you save, the more money you spend. It's just this vicious cycle that we can't get out of. And my husband, who has worked for the same company for 9 years, he finally got a promotion and a pay raise, and then they cut his hours. He works another job on the side, like just to bring in enough money for us to survive. We have a mortgage, like we have our regular bills, we just don't have a car payment. And granted, yeah, like we're homeowners, right? So we have equity, but equity doesn't help buy groceries. And then my niece said the funniest thing to me the other day. I was talking to her mom and I'm like, I've got $50 for groceries this week. $50 to feed all 4 of us. And my niece was like, you don't get food stamps? I'm like, hell no, we don't get food stamps, girl. Don't you know, the more you make, the less help you get. It's so frustrating, and that's why I try to monetize online and on TikTok Shop and Facebook, because I'm bound and determined to get us out of this rut. Like, I just want stability. I mean, yeah, I'm a stay-at-home mom, right? So I would love to get a job where I felt that I was paid my worth, but because of I was an addict and I'm in recovery, I have a record. And I have been offered key holder jobs, and I'm like, I can't take it because I already know when you do my background check. And sure enough, they're like, yeah, we're sorry, you just can't be a key holder. So like, I would just be making minimum wage, and that's not, to me, that's not worth it to have to stay daycare and not be with my kids. So I was cleaning, and at least when I clean, I get paid by the job, not by the hour, because I'm really fast. I've been doing it my entire life. My mom was a clean freak. My first cleaning job was at 16, and I have cleaned for years. So I was supposed to be working for this interior designer. I haven't heard back from her yet, but fingers crossed. So yeah, it's just really frustrating. And I refuse to go into debt because we've been there. So we don't have a lot of credit cards. Do we have any credit cards? I don't think that we do. And if we do, we probably owed on them and they're in collection kind of thing, because we were in a really bad rut. And that's when we stopped leasing the car. We're like, look, the mortgage is the most important part. So let's pay the mortgage, make sure our bills are paid, and everything else comes after. Right now we're down to 1 vehicle, but I don't want to finance one because I just know how financially we were screwed. Like we had more going out at the end of the month than we did coming in. And I don't want to be ever stuck in that situation again because it's stressful. It is so stressful. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul kind of thing. But like, man, we can't get a break. Like, we can't get a break.
Americans are just being priced out of everything. It's absolutely insane how expensive things are. Rent is increasing at an alarming rate every single year. Insurance increases, especially health insurance for 2026, and people are just having enough of it. Getting by with one job is not enough in 2026. That's the reality. People are just priced out. They're watching the rich continue to get richer while everyone else, middle class does not exist, and everyone's being pushed into the lower class, and we're all struggling to survive in this economy, which supposedly is good by the but in reality, it's not that good. The job market is not great. The wages are not paying us enough to keep up with this high rate of inflation. We all have to stay strong. It's definitely a struggle, and I do think things are going to get better. Let me know in the comments below what you think. It's going to get better or worse.
Numbers or prices, so please stop treating us like it's our fault. That would be great. It may be a shocker to some people, but we eat food too. And what's actually really sad is that we often can't afford the food that we are stocking. Make that make sense. So it'd be really great if everyone would just maybe calm down in the grocery stores a little bit, We understand that the prices are high. We get it. We understand. You're also not the first person to tell us today. You're probably number 78 before 9 a.m. So we got it. We understand. Direct it to who it needs to be directed to, not us. Remember during COVID, when we were essential workers? We technically still are essential. You guys just stopped caring. But it'd be really cool if you would just stop being mean, especially about the prices.
You know what I hate about being in debt? That I can't just go spend money on shit because I don't like to spend money and I don't like to shop and whatever. But I have the money, but it's, you know, all going towards that, whatever. These are my dingy ass Vans. Okay, mind you, these shoes, they used to be cheap. When I started buying these in high school, middle school, whatever, they were cheaper. Now these bitches are so expensive. I don't even know how much these are at this point. But these are gross. These have seen better days. I started wearing these when I was working at Target, and that was from literally Starbucks. And they're starting to tear now. But I just can't go buy a new pair because I'm like, I don't have the money. Because if I buy a new pair, then that takes out of my grocery shopping or something else that's like more important. So I'm like, I would love to buy new Vans because, girl, these are dingy. Like, hello, you make enough money to go buy some Vans. But because I'm in debt and I decided to buy other things, a little struggle here and there.
Hey, I know I ain't the first person to mention this, and I damn sure ain't gonna be the last. But why is life becoming so goddamn expensive? You buy 10, 11 things at the grocery store, you sitting in the cashier line, making a life or death decision, counting on your fingers and shit, making sure you got enough for this bill, this meal, this, that, this. Like, yo, what the fuck? This shit never used to be like this. And then when you call yourself trying to save money, trying to get the deal, the quality of the shit is ass. I'm talking about food, cars, all this shit. You save some money on food, you wouldn't even give the food to a mangy mutt on the street. And that's real talk. You save money on a car, something that's under 1,000, under 2,000, the shit barely making it up the street. And if it does make it up the street, it ain't making its way back down. It's crazy to say that motherfuckers are getting priced the fuck out of this economy. And the only way to fucking compete is you gotta make more money, get a better job, in a job market that sucks ass, start a business, but you ain't finna make no money off rip when you start a business. So it's a game, and I guess it's just something that you gotta figure out in this game if you wanna be able to compete on a normal fucking basis.
I was having a conversation with someone and they were talking about how they were so upset that they didn't get to go to Coachella because they've been a few years in a row, which was like crazy to me. I was like, wow. And like, I'm not a festival girly, so I just couldn't really relate. We all have like different wants and needs, but I was like, you know, I can't relate. I have to choose between like a full tank of gas and like groceries. The last thing that I was thinking about was Coachella. Not to mention the money, but like the inconvenience. No. I don't want to go chasing around a bunch of celebrities and hanging out with a bunch of influencers, spending extra money on all of the things that you have to do there, showering in like some disgusting stall with like 5 minutes only to use water, and like it being excruciatingly hot in the desert all day long, and then at night it's like so cold and there's just dust blasting in your face the entire time. Something about that just isn't appealing to me. So yeah, I'm not like vibing with the Coachella, and I'm not sure why it keeps coming up on my TikTok either. It's like the algorithm is just like not on my wavelength at all. Like I'm just like out here talking about Jesus. I don't know why I found myself on this side of TikTok with Coachella, but like it needs to stop.
Can we have an honest conversation about what the hell is going on in this economy? I'm 29 years old and I feel like I make a decent amount of money. I have a stable income. but why does it feel like I'm literally drowning, okay? And I was telling my friend this the other day, and she says some shit that honestly just made me want to sock her in the face. Her name's Karina, by the way. She has kids, okay? Now, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like America hates single people who do not have kids, right? We just get taxed out of the ass. So she's telling me that I just need to save more. Now, how in the hell do you expect me to save more? Gas is $5. I just paid $5.60 a gallon to fill up my car the other day. I went to the grocery store. Grapes are like $9. Oh, please tell me, where am I supposed to save, Karina? Am I supposed to stop buying toilet paper and just wipe my ass with my shirt? No. And so then she starts telling me some shit that honestly just pisses me off. She's like, oh, well, you can just do like, get a side hustle or something, because mind you, she sells these little like cups. She makes them with like the Crick Cut, whatever the fuck. I'm not crafty, and I shouldn't have to even do that, right? And so as she's telling me this, I'm like, I'm not fucking doing that. Then she tells me some shit that honestly made me think, I don't know, like, she's gonna scam me, right? Because she starts telling me, dude, you don't have to like do a side hustle or sell something like I do. You can just make money off your phone. Bitch, I'm not trying to be a content creator. Okay, and then she's like, no, dude, anyone can do this. It's so fucking easy. I'm like, okay, if it's so damn easy, then what is it? She pulls out her phone and she shows me this app I've never seen. I'm thinking she's gonna show me TikTok, she's gonna show me Facebook Marketplace, but it's this green app and it's called like Pay Me. It's in the App Store. My mind immediately starts going to she's selling feet pics, okay? So when she pulls out this phone and she shows me the app, she's getting payouts of like $700, $900, $300, and I'm like, what are you selling or what are you doing, okay? So she's like, dude, it's nothing like that. I don't do that anymore. She tells me that this app, like when these big lawsuits happen, because big companies are getting sued every day. So when these lawsuits settle, normal, just regular people who use just whatever service it is, AT&T, Google, all of these companies will get paid out. Now, I've never been one to try like side hustles like this, but my bank account is hurting right now. I just moved into this new apartment. It's empty. All my shit is on the floor. So, and I need furniture. So I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me just see what this is about. And so I download this app, right? It's been like 4 weeks and nothing was happening. So I thought this is bullshit, just like every other thing that I've seen online. And just right now, I swipe down on my phone and I see the most insane shit ever. I got a payout of $900. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm excited about this and I'm gonna use the fuck out of that money to buy stuff for my apartment. But like, am I crazy? Should we have to be looking for stuff like this just to get by?
The way that I just went and spent $56 on 4 items in Dollar Tree, somebody lying. Somebody lying. Dollar Tree ain't never been no dollar. And it still ain't nothing in there $1. And everything in that store, more than $1 to be exact. I honestly feel bad for the worker that was standing across from me as I was ringing my stuff up in the self-checkout machine. Because as each item was ringing up, $1.25. $1.25. $7. Put it back, because we're in a world of false advertisement. Are we getting these types of prices at Dollar Tree? Like, you know the world changes. Since when is Dollar Tree selling items that are like, I'm talking about cute little mini plastic decor items for fall, ringing up as $7.29, $10.29, $5 and what? At Dollar Tree, where your name is advertised and well known for you being a dollar-oriented store for people who are low income, for people who have great income but don't like to spend all of their coins on household items, household decor. Times are really changing. When is the last time that y'all been into a Dollar Tree, a Family Dollar? Oh, don't get me started on Five Below.
Just because you own a home does not mean that you cannot get priced out of the home that you supposedly own. As we all know, in the U.S., most of us don't really own anything. I bought my house in 2022 in August, and my monthly payment was going to be $1,500 a month because that's what I had said I could afford. Okay? Since 2022 August, we're now in 2026, almost 4 years later. I just got notice that my mortgage will be $2,800 a month. Since 2022, my income has remained pretty much the same. Maybe it's gone up by, let's just say, 10 grand or so. Not that much. But I'm saying this for people that are considering buying a home, that it is possible that you can still get priced out. Mine is because my insurance went up. My insurance per year is $5,500. Why? Good question. It's gone up every year, of course, as it normally does. However, I had 2 incidences caused by weather and storm damage that had nothing to do with anything I did. And ever since then, my premiums have gone up. I live in a big city, so it's already naturally a little bit more expensive than when you live like in the burbs. But between that and the rise of property taxes, I'm getting priced out of the home that I bought thinking that I could afford it. Genuinely, I don't know what to do. I did just have a conversation with my mortgage company about this, and they're like, you obviously need to shop for new insurance, but every quote that I'm getting is about the same as that. I can't afford to pay almost $3 grand a month for not a house that even it's not even worth $3,000 a month, guys. It's a beautiful house, but it's not worth $3,000 a month. It's very frustrating to try to commit to a place, commit to a mortgage, knowing what you can afford. I definitely had a max. I knew it was never going to stay at $1,500. This is not my first time owning a home. This is not my first time. This is my second time owning a house. And I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like it. And I'm genuinely afraid that I might be in a position where I can't afford this house anymore and I have to let it go.
Money, especially with the cost of living going up, how they're even surviving, how they can afford to live in the cities. And if your wait staff can't afford to live in the cities and they have to be farther and farther out, there's going to be a point where they stop making that commute. So who's going to work all these jobs? The old retirees who moved here with $1 bajillion? Absolutely not. So I don't think this is a system that is going to work for much longer, which I think is insane. And from a consumer standpoint, I get it. Inflation, tip inflation, all of it. It is just conspiring against the whole thing of going out to restaurants or bars. And these third spaces that we have, which are places that we can hang out, communicate and talk with other humans, listen to live music, all that great stuff, they're going to go away. And it's just going to be wake up, go to work, come home, go to sleep, do the same thing every day with nothing in between. And it's just going to be a horrible monotony. So I think this is a bad thing. Grocery prices going up and tariffs going up and nothing seeming to come back down, I think it's only going to get worse. What do you think? Where you live in the world, are restaurants still busy? Is there change in the air? Can you afford to eat out anymore? Let me know. I would love to hear what you think, because one thing's for sure, the way things are going right now cannot go on forever, because this is not sustainable.
Something came up on my TikTok. The news is reporting that it's just so expensive here in Florida, and it's getting more expensive. And then they're interviewing people like half my age, like, oh, I need 2 jobs. Yeah, if you're not established in a career and you're not making more than $60,000 a year, you need 2 jobs. Even in the state of New Jersey. I had somebody come to see my house today. They actually flew in from New Jersey, and they're checking out the area, and they checked out my house. And she's from Bridgewater, New Jersey, and said that it is too expensive to live in New Jersey. So guess what? We get more for our money here. It's expensive everywhere. Gas, food, taxes. I'm still getting more for my money here in the state of Florida. My electric bill is half of what it would be in New Jersey. And let's just set this straight. I have a pool running all day. I have my AC running all day. My husband and I work from home. We don't use a lot of lights, but we live in a new home and it's energy efficient and it's block, it's not frame. So that makes a difference. And back home, our homes were built in like the 1920s, maybe 1980s, and structurally, they just don't hold air, heat, and electricity. Like, stuff is just needs to be updated. I mean, before we left New Jersey, we had to update our electrical, and our boiler sounded like it was a steam engine, like leaving the state every time it went on. So I would say, like, my electric bill is under $200 a month for running all of that. Now, we have a 3-bedroom, 3-bath, but we have a pool. But I would say that we're all in the same boat because everything is expensive, but I wouldn't say that it's so uncomfortable to live here anymore. I think we're all uncomfortable at some point, unless we're making, you know, millions. I mean, middle class, yeah. But if I were to move back to New Jersey, I would have to pay state income tax. My utilities would go up, my taxes would be high, and I'd be in probably not an energy efficient new home. So yeah, but people, stop spreading rumors. It's expensive everywhere. It's expensive everywhere. Really.
Americans are in bad shape financially. Let me share with you some numbers, and then you let me know if you fit into any of these categories. So average savings rates are down to 3.9%. That is far below the historical average of 8.9% of one's paycheck. You let me know if over the last couple of years you've been able to save less and less because of inflation and higher living expenses. The second thing, pandemic savings are now largely gone. So at one point they were above $1 trillion in excess savings, which came from quantitative easing. That's down to about $190 billion. So you let me know if you've had to pull more and more from your savings accounts to be able to keep up with monthly bills. I think this is something that a lot of Americans are feeling now more than ever. Another thing that's concerning, nearly half, 49% of all adults have less savings or no savings compared with a year ago. So again, I want you to compare your savings today to 365 days ago. Has that number gone up or down? I think for most Americans, it's gone down because they've had to supplement their income to be able to afford their monthly bills. Now, on top of all that, which makes things more concerning, is that wage growth is up only 4.4% for the year, which has barely kept up with inflation, and last year it was heavily outpaced by inflation. Now, I want to know if you've even experienced wage growth to begin with, because that's the problem with averages. A small section of the country may have experienced large wage growth, where the rest of the nation might have not, and it still comes out as positive. So I'm curious if you've even experienced wage growth in the first place. On top of all that, this one's really, really concerning. Over 30% have more credit card debt than cash reserves. That means that over 1/3 of Americans have a higher credit card debt, which is high interest, compared to their cash reserves. That's dangerous because if you have more cash reserves, you can pay off your credit card debt at any time. But if you have more credit card debt than cash reserves, you have a high interest debt that you physically cannot pay off. That is a bad place to be. On top of that, 57% of Americans say that they could not afford a $1,000 emergency payment. Now, I understand that most Americans for the last decade have been living paycheck to paycheck, but such a high percentage who cannot afford a $1,000 emergency payment means that more and more Americans are living paycheck to paycheck currently, and that is only going to get worse if inflation continues to go up and wages do not keep up with inflation. So I guess the real big question is, we had all this savings from the pandemic and from quantitative easing, and a lot of people say that that's been propping up the economy because savings means spending, and spending means economic growth. The moment that savings dwindles, spending stops, and the economy can move into recession. So I want to know your thoughts. I want to know if this is something that you've experienced personally and if you fit into any of these categories, because I think a lot of the country fits into one, if not all of these categories, and I think that living is getting more and more expensive for Americans, and that can put stress on the economy because spending will eventually stop, which could send the economy into recession. We'll have to wait and see. Nobody has a magic 8-ball, but all we can do is make presumptions based on data, not assumptions based on our feelings, and that's what I like to do here. So if you like personal finance and if you like world economics broken down in easy terms, then you're in the right place. I hope you stick around for the next video. Take care.
And some of the best ways to survive this cost of living crisis that people are doing right now
is they're stocking up on things like food that doesn't expire soon. They're downsizing, so they're selling any unwanted things, they're canceling their subscription services, and most importantly, people are just trying to work multiple jobs, multiple side hustles to get enough cash for an emergency savings. Now, maybe right now people aren't able to save for retirement, and that's okay because things are just not good right now. But eventually people are going to want to start saving for retirement, which is pretty much part of the American dream. Retire after just having a single 9-to-5 job, owning a home, owning a car, and living a comfortable lifestyle.
Wait a minute. Let me make sure I got this right. The U.S. birth rate is at an all-time low, and they're confused? Did they just forget that they completely rolled back SNAP benefits? Did they forget that? Did they forget that they also made it much harder to obtain SNAP benefits? Did they forget that they overturned Roe versus Wade? Did they just completely forget that they stripped women of their autonomy of their own body? Did they forget that part? Did they forget about the women that are being forced to give birth even while they are deceased? Their bodies are being used as incubators. Did they forget about that? Did they forget about the fact that some doctors are letting women die because if they intervene, that would be considered an abortion and they would be at risk of losing their license? Did they forget about that? Did they forget about that? Did they completely forget the fact that minimum wage has not risen since 2009? They're literally in a pay crisis. Did they forget about that? People literally cannot afford to put food on the table. Yet you expect people to pop out babies? Did they not see the cost of formula? $51, $75, $233? Some of these are for if your child have basic needs. Some babies need the more expensive shit. Did they forget about any of this? Why are they confused? Because we're not.
A lot of people hear inflation and just think things are expensive. Well, that's part of it. But inflation really means prices are rising over time. So your money buys less than what it used to. That's why the same $100 don't feel like the same $100. Inflation is just not one thing getting expensive. It's the overall cost of living moving up. Food, gas, rent, transportation, utilities. When all of that keeps climbing, that's inflation. And no, that's where people get tricked. When they say inflation cool, that usually just means prices are still going up, just not as fast. Now, one may ask, how do they even calculate inflation? They use something called the Consumer Price Index, CPI. That's basically the government tracking the basket of everyday stuff people spend money on. Housing, food, gas, medical care, transportation, and they compare today's prices to what those same things cost before. That's how they come up with the inflation rate. Right now, nationally, inflation is about 3.3%. In the New York area, though, oh boy, it's about 4%. So yeah, New York is feeling it too. Now here's the wild part. New York has something called an inflation refund check. I know that sounds made up, but it's real. The state says it's a one-time payment, and if you qualify, they mail the check automatically. You don't have to fill out an application for it. You don't sign up for it. If you qualify, it's supposed to come based on your tax return. Now, I know you go ask, who qualified? You had to file a 2023 New York State resident tax return. That's Form IT-201. You also had to be a full-year New York resident, and you cannot been claimed as someone else's dependent. Next, it comes down to your income. For example, if you filed single and made $75,000 or less, the check is $200. So let's get this straight. Prices go up, your money loses value, but your paycheck stays the same. You're actually getting poorer. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because everything around you costs more. That's how people get priced out of New York. Inflation ain't just numbers on the chart. It's your life getting more expensive.
Now, I'm going to piggyback off a video that I made yesterday. When I say that jobs limit your earning potential, it's because you have to live off of what they decide to pay you, right? Hear me out. So let's just say in a 2-week span, let's just say you get $1,500. Let's just say, okay, we already know automatically half of that is going to go towards your rent. So subtract half of the $1,500 off the rip, right? Now you still got food. You still got your other bills, your basic bills that you got to take care of. So now you got to live off of that. And most people don't work on things outside of their job. So what are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to earn more money? Like, that's what we gotta focus on. I gotta cultivate skills that's gonna help me earn more money so that I'm not just only living off of what this job decides to pay me. This is why they say rich and wealthy people have multiple sources of income. One source of income is too close to none. Because if you lose that one source of income, what do? You know? So it's just things to constantly think about.
Woo, we done made it to another Monday, y'all, and the economy is still basura. It is still trash. It is still struggling. And most are one unexpected bill away from a real problem. And I'm not saying that to scare anybody. I'm saying it because it's true. And pretending it isn't doesn't help anyone. I know y'all see this gas. I know y'all see these groceries. Rent already was popping. Everything is continuing to go up. And most are sitting with one income stream, hoping that it just holds. I was that person. I lost my income not once, but twice. The first time was when COVID happened. The second time was due to health. I know the exact feeling of that fear and panic to have a family relying on you when your income has disappeared. But here's what I also know. We're living in a time where you can build real income from your phone. Without a degree, without experience, without showing your face if you don't want to. The opportunities are real. The paths exist. And they're built for people starting exactly where you are. You don't need more time. You don't need more money. You need a starting point. Comment start and I'll send you somewhere where you can view 3 paths next to each other and compare what will really fit you and your life and circumstance. This is your nudge. You got options. We got this.
A family of 4 in New Jersey needs $6,104 a month just to cover the basics. That's before savings, retirement, vacation, home repairs, or anything that makes you feel like you're in more than survival mode. This is an article by E.J. Johnson on WPG Talk Radio. And let's see how he breaks this down, because I've seen him talk about this on 1015. So it starts out by saying that New Jersey costs 12% more than the national average to live in, and for a single person, you need about $2,772 per month. And he gives the 10 costs that make New Jersey one of the most expensive states in America. And the first one, of course, is property taxes. The highest in the nation, New Jersey's effective property tax rate is 1.77%, which is more than double the national average of 0.89%. And he points out that Trenton's been promising reform for decades without delivering it. Next is housing costs. We are 32% above the national average. The median home price in New Jersey is $584,000, and the median is $447,000. The average rent for a 1-bedroom statewide comes to $2,084 a month. Next is car insurance. We're also among the highest in the nation. The average annual auto insurance premium in New Jersey is $3,414. The national average is $1,258. Tolls. I just talked about this one the other day. The Garden State Parkway, the New Jersey Turnpike, the Delaware River Bridges, the commuter crossings. New Jersey drivers pay tolls constantly and the rates keep going up. A regular commuter on the Turnpike or Parkway can pay $15 to $20 a day just to get to work and back. Coming in at number 5 is this state income tax, progressive and persistent, he describes it as. It's one of the top income tax rates at 10.75% for high earners, but this tax hits the middle class too, because combined with the federal taxes, New Jersey workers routinely take home significantly less in their paycheck. 6 is childcare. I'm lucky because my children are a little bit older, but I remember going through it. It's one of the top 5 most expensive in the country. Parents in New Jersey pay between $1,500 and $2,000 a month for infant care. Then we've got our utility bills, where we are higher than the national average for electric, gas, and water. Number 8 is our groceries. Grocery bills in New Jersey run about 8% above the national average. The average weekly grocery spend statewide is $274. Number 9 is healthcare costs. It's above average and climbing. And then for number 10, you just got the compounding effect. When you put everything in all at once, it just breaks people. What do you think of his breakdown?
Universal basic income is dumb.
If we had universal basic income, your life would be incredible, but literally not even because your bills would be paid or you would have housing or any of the basic, just survival shit, your life would be better. My life would be better if we had universal basic income because of the incredible things that people want to do that they cannot do because survival and capitalism are preventing them from doing it. And like some people would just rest. Like some people literally like, I would take a nap. I would cry. I would go on my first vacation ever.
So she wants everyone to get free money, enough to pay all their bills and their rent, so that everyone can be free to do whatever they want to do. And she would take a nap and go on a vacation. Here's the problem, kids. Society doesn't function like that. They literally think that we're going to be in some sort of frolicking socialist utopia. And somehow everything gets taken care of by like robots or something.
When I made the decision to move back to America from Italy after living there for almost 10 years, getting married, having a child, when I decided to come back here with my family, what I always said was that in America, there is more opportunity compared to Italy to make more money, but that you need to make that money. You also must make money in order to have a good life. Whereas in Italy, it's harder to make a lot of money, but you also don't have to make a lot of money in order to live a decent life. So the low salaries and stagnant economy in Italy are a real problem. That's why a lot of, especially young people, end up leaving Italy to try to build their career. And I don't want to minimize that in any way. I have experienced trying to live off of, $1,000 a month professional salary in Italy. And I've also experienced what it's like to own a small business in Italy. My husband owned a bar, and the bureaucracy and the taxes are really no joke. But the conclusion that I'm coming to after almost 10 years of living in America is that what I said about there being more opportunity to have higher wages, make more money in America, while still true compared to Italy, is becoming less and less true. For more and more people in more and more places in America, it's becoming more and more of a moonshot to make the amount of money that you need to buy a house, pay for healthcare, just like the basics of a comfortable life. So it's no longer, if you don't work hard, then you won't get ahead. It's if you don't get super lucky and have massive success, then you won't even be able to access the basics, and you're not going to be able to help your kids in their life either. Now, I truly hope that this changes in America, that things start to get better, and I know that that's possible. There are plenty of people in America who understand this and who are fighting to make things better for the average person. So I don't want this to come off as, kind of doomerism or just totally shitting on America. I love a lot of things about this country, and I really hope that that aspect of it gets better. But the most important realization that I've come to after spending an extended period of time in both Italy and in America is that it's not as simple as saying, yes, it costs a lot to live in big cities in America, but you can make more money, so it's fine. Because the reality is, even if you do make it, even if you do make the amount of money in order to buy a house, pay for your health care, not feel like you are one accident or medical diagnosis away from disaster, is that in order to get there, you have to kind of develop an obsession with money and work. So I think that a lot of the loneliness and isolation that so many people describe feeling these days in America, and that I myself often feel, I think has a lot to do with our economic reality and the kind of obsession that we understandably develop with making money, getting ahead, and working, because if we don't, then we're gonna be screwed. There's just so little left in our lives that is not commodified, that is not monetized, and our relationships end up reflecting that. They end up feeling commodified and monetized as well. And I want to be honest and clear that rising inequality, rising cost of living, economic stress, these things are problems in other countries, right? That's not unique to America. Especially in Europe, these things are also big problems there. But I do feel like living in America right now feels like being at the epicenter of that problem. It feels like the rate of acceleration of our decline in living standards, of the increasing cost of living, has been and is currently accelerating very fast. And it does feel like living in Italy, in Europe, in other countries, at least from my experience, there is still more of life that is not focused solely on making money. It is less commodified, and you still have the ability to make community and have like share with your neighbors and feel a part of a community in a way that like not everybody is just fully taken over by an obsession with money and wealth. So it's, for me, it's not just as simple as like dollars and cents. Where can I make more money? Where can I have a bigger house? Where can I have more stuff? For me, it is about, even if I were to make it, even if I were to have all of the money that I need and have access to all the things, do I want to continue living this way? And a lot of days, the answer for me here in America is no.
$70,000 to $120,000 of negative equity on Hummer EVs.
$90,000 upside down in this vehicle.
To get out of all of them, you're about $91,000 in negative equity.
So today we're going to be taking a look at some terrible car depreciation. There seems to be an endless amount of stories online of people getting destroyed by negative equity. So we're going to be taking a look at some of these clips to hopefully persuade you to not make these same mistakes. And we also have some comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But we're going to start off with a classic when it comes to depreciation and just throwing your money into a fire.
Here's one of the fastest depreciating cars you can go out and buy today. The Maserati Ghibli. Here's a brand new one for sale right now for $114,000. Here's a 1-year-old one with only 250 miles for $63,000. Here's a 3-year-old one for only $38,000. Here's a 5-year-old one for $27,000. And here's a 2014 for only $17,000. What's even crazier is this 2014 looks almost identical to the brand new 2020. Unfortunately, Maserati, in my opinion, have just ruined their brand. They've really diluted the brand by overproducing and mass-producing really cheap, poorly made cars. And it's unfortunate because when I was a kid, the Maserati name had a lot of respect behind it. Almost as much respect as Ferrari back then.
I don't really know about the same level of Ferrari, but he is a bit older than me. When I think of Maserati now, I think of another Stellantis vehicle, and they really just sell vehicles because of their name. The quality is not there, the depreciation is probably one of the worst, and they barely have innovation. The Ghibli looks the exact same even though it was 10 years old. They have the same issues with their SUVs as well, and I kind of lump them in with Alfa Romeo as well. Even though they are two different car manufacturers, they have very similar problems, and they lose value incredibly quickly.
This is the new winner. Most negative equity I think I've ever seen.
What is it?
Not even sure I can wrap my head around what I'm looking at right here.
Oh no. So it's 56 grand upside down in this one.
$90,000 upside down in this vehicle.
Oh, okay. He said he knew he was 80. He knew he was 80 grand upside down.
He's more than that. Look, this guy's bought 40 cars in 4 years. He's no stranger to this.
Yeah, so.
Okay, this car, the miles are just so out of whack. If I search for VX5Ms with over 20,000 miles, there's only 9 in the country. Over 25,000 miles, there's only 4. It would basically be the highest mile car in the country. Monthly depreciation is $1,500 on it, so it's really bad. And market day supply is really high, 112 day market day supply.
Okay, so there's a lot to go over in this clip. I believe they said he was underwater $56,000 for what looked like to be a Raptor or maybe a Raptor R, but then $90,000 on an X5M. I don't know if it was a competition, it probably was, but being almost 6 figures underwater in that vehicle means that they paid wildly over MSRP. And I know this is a different situation than others in this video because their client bought 40 cars in the past 4 years. So they basically just throw money into a fire for fun. But all of the other clips that we've seen with normal everyday people buying a BMW or a Mercedes just to show off, make it look like they have a whole bunch of money. Maybe they were actually making significantly more during COVID, so they wanted to splurge and pay for the new X5M competition. Ooh, nice and fancy. Over MSRP because the demand a few years ago was way higher, and now almost $100,000 is gone like that. I don't know how many miles was on the vehicle. They made it sound like it was the highest mileage in the country, but there was only 4 vehicles that were over 25,000 miles. So it didn't seem like this X5 had like 150,000 miles or something crazy like that. But we could take a look at the comments. Dealerships are always so shocked by negative equity, but they're at the forefront of all bad car deals. Now I want you to save that comment for a little bit later in this video with the same content creator. That's horrifying and so embarrassing. Now it does seem to sound like this person is genuinely wealthy, but I would say a good amount of the cases that we see are stories of others who aren't wealthy, and they get a Maserati or an Alfa Romeo or a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, not knowing the maintenance that goes along with it, of course the very high car payments and insurance adding on top of that, and they try to get out of the vehicle a year or two in. You could have catastrophic stories like this. Another comment, the car dealership marked up the prices. Now they make fun of customers for being upside down. Again, keep that in mind for a little bit later in the video, but we have a comment from one of you guys. I bartended for years and have worked with several hundred people under 25 at that time, mostly women, and have easily talked out 100 of them from buying a new car and helped them find a good used one. All of them thanked me, and most of them have told me it was the best decision they have made. And that's what I hope these videos also do for anybody that watches, because of course I wanted a cool car when I was young. I almost ended up getting a 2010 BMW 550 when I was like 19 or 20 while I was working part-time at a retail shop. Had no business affording it, so I'm very thankful for the bank who denied me that loan, because I could have easily made the exact same mistake that we're watching here. Not nearly as bad as the $90,000 or crazy depreciation, but still a dumb mistake nonetheless. So hopefully that's exactly what these videos are doing for you guys.
What vehicles have experienced the most amount of negative equity? The Grand Wagoneer. These have depreciated so much, and like I said, the average negative equity situation is between $30,000 to $50,000. The Telluride or the Hyundai Palisade, however you say it, those have experienced about $20,000 to $35,000 of negative equity on the deals that I've seen. This is a hefty one. The Hummer EV that want to trade this vehicle in or sell it, on average, they're about $70,000 to $120,000 underneath. $70,000 to $120,000 of negative equity on Hummer EVs. When these came out, these sold for so much over sticker. The SF90, I know people that are $200,000 to $300,000 underneath when they bought this brand new. And no, I didn't stutter. Aston Martin DBX and the DBX 707 are experiencing about $50,000 to $80,000. SL63 AMG, he experienced $98,000 of negative equity in about a year and some change. $98,000. Range Rovers always have a negative equity story behind them. On average, I've been seeing between $20,000 to $50,000. G-Wagon was a hype during COVID, even all the way up into 2023. And some deals that come across my table are experiencing $50,000 to $60,000 in negative equity. We all want new stuff, but buy smart, buy used, don't buy new, and this will save you from having such a huge negative equity situation.
Okay, so first off, keep that negative equity with the G-Wagons in 2025 in mind, but we've seen clips with both the Ferrari SF90. Somebody was around $300,000 in the hole because of it, and then very early into this channel, I remember seeing a Hummer EV that sold for $339,000. Now I think they're sitting at around $80,000 to $100,000 maybe, so he's not pulling this randomly out of the air. We've actually seen instances of this type of hit. It is insane to me. Some of the comments, a Grand Wagoneer without question is one of the most egregious design cars in decades. How did it make it into production? And I've heard so many horror stories. We've seen them as well. They were also marketed as a luxury SUV, so we were seeing $80,000 to $100,000 a pop, and they were shutting down left and right, having to be towed all over the place. Tons of horror stories. When are people going to learn to stop buying these cars brand new? These dealership markups are crazy, and the moment you walk out the door, it's down $10,000. It could be even more depending on the brand.
Somebody financed an EQ?
Yes.
What kind of EQ?
EQS 450/22.
Oh man, how much did he put down on that?
I don't know, but they also roughly 60. Just put brand new tires on it, all 4 last month. That's one plus there, but he's looking to get into a new EQS lease.
So where did this guy come from?
TikTok lead. I think he's in Oklahoma.
Wow. The value on this is actually scary. Holy cow, this is a lot of car for the money, like a used EQ.
Yeah.
Did he buy it used?
He bought it as a loaner. Is it $36,175?
Yeah.
It's tough.
I mean,
$112,000 car.
he knows, but that's why you don't buy these. You either lease them or you buy them super used, right? There's just not enough data yet for the used EV market.
I feel like people are like scared to buy used EVs.
Yeah, because they're still very new concept.
It could be worse though.
By far, we've seen significantly worse.
So I've been saying this for a while. If you want to buy an EV, especially the luxury ones, Mercedes, BMW, that kind of just got on the train when Tesla started making a lot of money, it's basically a guarantee that you're going to lose a massive amount of money. This guy's down over $60,000 on this EQS and nobody wants them. He wanted to get into another one, a lease deal, which I mean for some vehicles might be the right way to go if you truly want it. I would never ever want to outright buy a Range Rover. If I truly wanted it, I would lease it. A couple years later, give it back because it's virtually guaranteed to start breaking down. Of course, you're going to lose money because you're basically just renting it. But vehicles like the EQS, you're going to lose even more money at the end of the day if you buy it. But one of the things that I thought was interesting is that this creator is a Mercedes-Benz salesman. And now he's saying that nobody should ever buy these. They should only be leases, which I highly doubt that's the sales pitch he was giving to the customers coming in a few years ago when these were brand new and the hot new cool thing. You could be the first one with a Mercedes EV on the block, and just a couple of years later, you're underwater $70,000. We have another comment from one of you guys. If you're upside down $68,000, which is actually very close to what the last clip was, your next car isn't a Mercedes, it's a 15-year-old Toyota Corolla. But people don't want to be seen in a Corolla. They want a brand new luxury car, make them look super fancy and wealthy, and if you truly can't afford that vehicle, the exact opposite's going to happen. You're going to just be poor. But here we could take a look at kind of a part 2 from the last clip.
I regret making this video, but trying to reach everybody I know that has ever bought a G-Wagon from us, because we have a very unique scenario where a G63 came in for a client. They had a change of plans. They're no longer taking the vehicle, so it is available. The same rules do still apply. We need a current client at the store that has bought a G-Wagon from us and will be trading that back into us. I'm hoping to reach as big an audience as I possibly can. This is a pretty simple build. Black on black, no fancy interior. It has the 21-inch wheels, and looks like this also has all seasons on it, doesn't it?
It does have all season tires.
Okay, so before we get into the comments and what I have to say about it, this is basically a base model G63, like he said, no fancy interior, nothing crazy, and the only people who are allowed to buy it are past clients who already bought another G-Wagon and will trade it back in for this bare bones one, basically guaranteeing you negative equity from the first one. Dealers have the dumbest rules, just let someone buy the car if they want. That one doesn't even have any options. I guess this dealership is trying to be like Porsche and Ferrari and having to buy cars before just to be able to have the opportunity to purchase the new one. And then again, we could go back to the comment before when these car dealerships are surprised so many people have crazy negative equity when they were the one who sold them the overpriced car in the first place. Now, I'm not putting 100% blame on the dealership. Of course, the people who signed at the dotted line are also to blame, and hopefully you won't make the same mistake watching these horror stories. We have another comment from one of you guys. I'm a high school senior taking financial literacy, and I feel like Zach is also helping me in my future endeavors. I would have loved to watch these kinds of videos when I was 18 years old. Would have definitely put me farther ahead financially, and hopefully these types of TikTok videos bring in a bit of a younger audience, even though I see a good amount of the analytics are around 25 years and older, but still always nice to see comments like that. Now we have one just up on screen real quick, kind of a funny one. Very easy way to depreciate your car to basically worthless is trying to bedazzle the entire thing, which they're doing it themselves. I don't even know how long this would take. Adding on to it maybe not being legal, I feel like if you flashed a light on this, it would blind someone. So yeah, if you do ever decide to do this to your car, just know that you're not going to be getting any money for it in the future, but I don't think anybody bedazzling their vehicle really cares at the end of the day. Kind of just a funny thing that I saw online I wanted to share with you guys, but we could go over to another $30,000 loss.
I've decided to sell the 63S for $75,000. Took my $31,000 loss on it. It is what it is, man. This thing is so clean, though. I think I'm gonna end up regretting it, selling it, but like, I'm so tired of spending money on it that I just want something new. But Bye-bye.
That kind of mentality at the end is definitely dangerous, because one of the comments under this video, dude got the $10,000 brake bill and was like, nope. Again, the maintenance on these luxury vehicles is nothing to joke about, especially in the modern day with these vehicles. But he was tired paying for this car all the time, so he's just going to get something new. I don't really understand the logic in that one. But we could go over to the next clip with somebody who definitely fell for one of the course sellers, the gurus, during COVID when it exploded in popularity, making money on your phone, sitting at your house, renting stuff out, Airbnbs, all of that.
Hey, so I'm calling about your 9 vehicles that you're trying to get rid of. You have a 2023 Ford Bronco, 2023 Kia Forte, 2023 Kia Soul, 2023 Kia Forte, 2022 Ford Mustang, 2018 Mercedes 300, 2022 Black Honda Accord, 2022 Honda Accord Sport.
Woo, that's a lot of cars. So tell me what you got going on.
Yeah, well, I had purchased these cars a year ago, 2023, and I put it on Turo. I'm here in California. After 3 months, I was like, this is not for me. So I shipped my vehicles to some is here in California and some is in Jacksonville.
Say you have about, what, $8,000 a month on all these cars, right, that you spend with insurance and everything?
That is exactly the budget that I set.
Did you make good money when you rented these out or not really?
To be honest with you, I broke even enough to pay the car payment, but you know, I'm splitting my commission with the person that's running the business. So
I told you, with all the vehicles that you have rented out right now, to get out of all of them, you're about $91,000 in negative equity. What do you have comfortably to put down? Do you have any money at all, or? You mean
get rid of all of them at one time?
Yes, ma'am.
I got $20K. If I can get rid of all of them vehicles, $20,000, I'll take a loan.
So definitely being persuaded by somebody that it would be super easy to rent out all of these Turo vehicles. All you got to do is buy all of them and list them up and then print money, I guess. She's now going to lose $70,000 after also adding in another 20. Just absolutely insane to me. We could look at a couple of the comments. I watch these videos to make myself feel better about my financial decisions. Turo renting was so 2021. Exactly what I said before we watched the clip. Do people consult business advisors before starting one? No. Kind of sounds like she was just an angel investor and she got sold a very easy way of printing money for whoever her business partner was, and clearly it didn't work out at the end. Why 9 cars start with 2? Again, just jumping into the deep end. Why wouldn't you start off with 1 or 2 of them? You got 9 different cars and they were Kias and Fords and whatever, and you thought it was really this easy to make that kind of money? I really don't get it. Another comment from one of you guys. A lot of people don't keep in mind that you have to pay insurance, car taxes, etc. It's not just the monthly car payments, people. And adding on top of it, if you do ever want to sell down the road, it could only be a couple years old, but that could still result in tens of thousands of dollars worth of losses.
These are the top 10 fastest depreciating vehicles that you should stay away from. Coming in number 10 is the Audi A7. In the first 5 years, you are going to lose 57% of its value. Number 9, the Jaguar XF, 58% of its value. Number 8 is the Maserati Levante. It has also lost 58% of its value. Number 7, the Affinity QX80, 58% as well. Number 6, the BMW X5, once again, 58% gone here. And number 5, the Cadillac Escalade ESV is 59% of its value is gone. Number 4, the BMW 5 Series Hybrid specifically is 59% of its value. Number 3, the Maserati Ghibli is 61% of its value gone. Number 2, the BMW 7 Series, 62% of its value gone. And number 1 lost 65% of its value in the first 5 years is the Maserati Quattroporte.
Every single one of those vehicles is marketed as a luxury vehicle. And there's even more people in the comment section. No, where's the Jaguar I-Pace, which I believe is their compact SUV? Lesson learned, stay away from Maserati, because they had 3 different vehicles on their top 10 list. The Cadillac Escalade is another huge one we've seen, with the brand new V model, I believe is around $150,000. And we've seen listings of the exact same model that's a year or 2 old with more than a third of its value gone. So after that, people would think, oh, you know, instead of buying any of the luxury stuff, I'm just going to get an economy car. But you still have to be pretty careful with that.
Please stop buying Kias and Hyundais. Stop. This is a 2014 Kia Optima. It's here for multiple problems, different things going on. It's going to be over $3,000 to fix it. It has no AC, some clunking in the front end, something's leaking coolant somewhere, and they want to know what's all going to take to get those things fixed. So here's our 2.4 liter GDI 4-cylinder engine. Pretend you guys just bought this. It looks clean. It looks nice. The dealer worked the deal with you. You got a really good deal on this Kia. Car Wizard doesn't know what he's talking about. This is a great car. Here's the surprise. As the customer has relayed to us, this car is on its third engine in 200,000 miles.
I've heard a lot of people have issues with the Kias and the Hyundais as well. So if you don't know any better, people are listing these up left and right wanting to get rid of them. And you're not going to go buy a Jaguar because you're going to lose a whole ton of money on that. I'm just going to get this really good deal on this Kia. And then an engine blows again and you're out thousands of dollars also. So we'll take the next step in that situation. So you start looking up the more reliable brands, primarily Honda and Toyota. And then you start seeing clips like this.
Toyota's recalling nearly 500,000 Toyota Tundras because of yet another mechanical issue. Earlier this year, Toyota announced that 102,000 Tundra and Lexus LX SUVs from 2022 to 2023 were being recalled because of shrapnel in the engine. Well, now there's another mechanical issue impacting nearly 500,000 Toyota Tundras, including more recently produced ones, and it's actually breaking the reverse lights on the vehicle. This comes at the same exact time that General Motors actually recalled almost 600,000 vehicles that had V8 engines in them because the engine would actually fail. And as you can see here, it's not even close. Ford Motor Company already has 51 recalls in the United States just this year. Like, literally, like, no one's even close to that. So it makes me wonder a little bit, are we seeing poorer quality vehicles being produced in a post-COVID era? And I think, unfortunately, the short answer is yes.
Of course we're seeing that. I've made full dedicated videos just talking about that. But now one of the more reliable brands, Toyota, is having a whole bunch of issues. I've also seen issues with their Grand Highlanders, the new Tacomas. People are worried about the new 4Runners because it's a brand new engine. They took out the old engine that was very reliable. So you kind of have to be the guinea pig if you want to buy a brand new 4Runner. That's, by the way, still marked up right now. We're seeing listings for $70,000, $72,000 for a Toyota 4Runner. Absolutely insane. Just completely overpriced. But many people will fall into the trap with these modern vehicles because of the interior. We could see a clip up on screen. This is what we call bougie. I get scared to touch anything. And it's just another one of the infotainment screens that look like a ton of iPads glued to the front dash. I don't know about you, I'm starting to get really tired of that look now, let alone the maintenance that goes into that, all the weird bugs, because there are so many more electronics in these vehicles now that will add on to future depreciation because the price to fix those electronics are getting even more expensive. But then we go to the comments and the actual General Motors TikTok account had to comment, "Your mom knows what's up. Yes, dream car. I don't even know which one it was." And then right after that, we'll see clips like this of what the interior is actually like.
Don't get me wrong, I love BMW just as much as any other guy, but this is crazy. This is a brand new $50,000 X3. Why is this moving like that? That's not even the door handle. This is the door handle. Like, the ambient lighting is cool, but like, bro, I'm not paying $50,000 for hard plastic, and this is just a base model. Like, I understand it's the base 30i or whatever, but what, the old X3 had better materials. Am I tripping, or?
So that's what you're getting nowadays, a whole bunch of tablet screens as the infotainment, and then everything else is hard plastic. Maybe the upper trim models have a little bit of leather stitching around the plastic, but it's still all over the vehicles. And now you have to pay $50,000 for the base version. The new X3 looks so cheap. $50,000 is a new $30,000. Such cheap plastic and all rattles, tacky feeling. Luxury is gone. But we could take a look at one of the advertisements for these luxury manufacturers and see exactly how they're trying to market.
Your car has a lot to do with your personal style. I'm heading to an event where I'm dressing to impress, and I've partnered with Acura to show how the all-new ADX is the only car you'll ever need to leave a lasting impression wherever you go. My goal today was to have a more clean and sophisticated look. Every time I put on an outfit, I think about how I look once I step out of my car. And the ADX looks absolutely stunning from the outside, but its interior is really what sets it apart. Everything from the 10.2-inch precision cockpit to the premium sound system. This isn't a car that you merely drive, but really feel a part of the road with a turbocharged 1.5-liter VTEC engine. I promise you, this is a car that you have to experience for yourself.
Almost every bad thing that we talk about with marketing was in this clip. You'll make lasting impressions if you get out of this Acura SUV. You'll feel so much better. I mean, trying to market that it has red leather interior, this is not a sports car, this is a compact SUV. And when you start looking at the interior, it's exactly the same thing as what we saw before. Another touchscreen that has all the infotainment, some random leather stitching, and then the rest of it is just hard plastic. Along with trying to call this a VTEC engine, there was a lot of people the comments making fun of it. Turbo 1.5 liter VTEC engine. Again, trying to show that off when you just put this in an SUV. Honda CR-V with a suit on, 1.5 turbo and all 130 horsepower. Better be $18,000, definitely not. Overpriced Honda HR-V. Commercial about unapologetic materialism. Anyone who needs a car to feel stylish or trendy has a fractured ego. My car is what I could afford and I have no payment. Has nothing to do with my personal style. 1.5 liter was all I needed to hear. Glazing a Honda interior is crazy. There were tons of comments making fun of this. But we go over to another reason why these cars are depreciating so heavily.
Just want to do a little consumer education. Let's say you buy a 2025 Equinox. Driving down the road, you got a 6-7 year loan on it, making payments, and your headlamp goes out. And you think it'd just be a simple bulb fix, right? Chevy Equinox. This is the headlamp assembly. It's sealed. There's no bulbs in it. It's all LED. You gotta replace the entire unit. Looking at well over $1,000. So just know this stuff when you're buying new cars. Know what you're getting into. Things on new cars are expensive.
So of course, as we said several times in this video, the maintenance is going to be expensive on both economy and luxury cars, especially if you're buying modern. But what do you think is going to happen in 5, 10, 15 years when you try to sell this vehicle or trade it into the dealership? And everybody that's looking to buy knows that a front light going out costs $1,000 to replace the entire thing. They're basically going to have no value on the secondhand market because the older these cars get, the more problems they'll start to have. And it's so difficult and expensive to repair them. The top comment, 2025 Equinox and the headlamp just went out already. Dang. Old cars were better, cheaper, and easier to work on. Moral of the story, don't buy a new vehicle. That's why these cars get stolen just for parts. Makes a pretty good point there. And then with all of the problems that we've gone over today, that's why we started seeing videos like this.
Repossessions at the auction is insane. This is wild. This is a 2021 7 Series BMW, right? It's only got 26,000 miles. But look at the bank that repossessed it. American Credit Acceptance. That's like the low of the low 500 credit score. You don't pay nobody, but you make some income bank. You couldn't afford the car. Why'd you buy it? So I just pulled the Carfax. They bought this in February on the 24th day. Bruh, you ain't even had a car 2 months. That means you missed your first payment. Like, that's wild, crazy. Stop trying to impress the internet. Nobody gives a what you drive. Buy what you can afford. Make it to work every day. Pick your kids up from soccer practice. But stop trying to flex for the gram. Now you look silly. Everybody's like, where your BMW? Where your BMW? And you know what you're saying? Oh man, the bank tried to take advantage of me. You know, they wanted me to pay 24% interest. What do you think's gonna happen on your next car?
All of that just to flex for others, and it was a 7 Series, one of the worst depreciating types of vehicles you could buy, and now they are riddled throughout repo lots.
I'm only a dumb, but this is some of the craziest depreciation I've ever seen. This is a brand new top of the line, well, I guess second to the top of the line because this isn't the 63 SE Performance all-wheel drive, but regardless, it's a GT63 that looks like a race car. Here's the kicker, man. This one right here has a $194,000 MSRP. Now let's come back a tiny bit and look at this right here. This one is 2024, 901 miles, listed for $160,000. There's nothing wrong with it, dude. It's brand new. It has 900 miles. This guy just wanted to own the car prior to the break-in period. So hypothetically, this thing lost $34,000 in value in a year, sitting in a garage, 900 miles, probably sitting at the dealership.
And I mean, hopefully we're starting to see a change in the market right now. Over the past few months, people are getting really tired of the high car payments, being in negative equity, the insurance, everything that goes along with being a car owner. But at the end of the day, some people just want to flex and make it look like they have a whole bunch of money, and in turn, they'll end up losing a ton of that money.
2025 is a rough time for a lot of people. One of the big problems is negative equity. Specifically, I'm talking about auto loans. Auto loans are simple interest, meaning after you make your minimum payment for the month, you can call up your lender and say, hey, I want to make a principal-only payment. So yes, you're paying extra over your base minimum payment, but that extra that you throw at that principal is going to be at 0% interest, and it'll help you pay off your loan very aggressively. And if your car is falling apart and you just need a way to get out of it, what I'd recommend is a lease, because rolling it into a new loan for 72 months, 60 months, that's a long time, and that's going to start you underwater immediately. A lease is 2 or 3 years, and then you'd be able to be out of it in that 2 or 3 years. Sure, your payment might be higher, but you're going to be free from that negative equity jail that you could just keep repeating itself over and over.
So normally I don't advocate leasing a vehicle because you're just renting it, but from the stories that we're seeing people in $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 in negative equity, your best bet is to probably try to lease a base model Corolla or a Civic, something like that, because those typically hold their value the best and will hopefully get yourself out of being underwater on your vehicle loans. Another one that he said too, of course you're going to need more money, but calling your bank and putting extra money to the principal balance instead of just paying off the interest will help you a bit more to pay off that car faster. But we're going to end off this video with some advice how to make an old car feel brand new, because some people's issue is that they just want something new at the end of the day. They get bored because they've been driving the same vehicle for 5 or 10 years, and the newest model of the Ram 1500 just came out, I'll buy that. And then they end up losing a whole ton of money.
Hey Seth, how do you make an old car feel brand new? New tires, suspension, a deep cleaning, and new headlights.
There was some more comments adding on to this. Suspension for sure. Replacing all your suspension bushings go tremendously far. Struts and transmission flush as well. I didn't realize that I've been recording for this long, so we're going to end it here. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh, it's not good.
He had a 2020 Dodge Charger Scat Pack. He was paying $1,200 a month. It has 103,000 miles right now.
Buying a brand new car was the biggest financial mistake we have ever made.
Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at some good old-fashioned car depreciation and negative equity, or another term for that is just debt. It's almost like it's a competition to buy a vehicle with the worst interest rate and term length to accelerate how underwater you could possibly be in the thing. We are going to take a look at a lot of examples today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But we're going to start off with one that I bet I could magically see into the future. Whoever buys this will lose a ton of money on it down the road.
Would you pay over $72,000 for a Nissan? This is the 2025 Nissan Armada SL rear-wheel drive. It has a starting price of $62,970, an extra $750 for the captain's chairs in the second row, another $3,370 for the Pro Pilot Assist package, which is like the ambient lighting, head-up display, and intelligent all-around view. You've got $400 for the splash guards, another $560 for the crossbars, another $550 for the carpet floor mats, and then a $2,010 destination fee, which brings the total to $70,610. Then this dealership adds another $2,195 for the Nissan Pro Pack, which is basically window tint, wheel locks, and nitrogen in the tires, which brings the total price to $72,805 for the 2025 Nissan Armada.
For a Nissan, a two-wheel drive Nissan at that. I mean, let alone all the extra packages and fees that they added onto it, the starting price is almost $63,000 for this thing. $550 for the floor mats as well, just absolutely ridiculous. And we go right to the comments. $70,000 for an SUV that's not all-wheel drive, and it's a Nissan. Wow. I'd like to know what the price is of the Infiniti version. I believe it's the QX80. If you could bring this up to over $70,000 for a Nissan, both of them will depreciate like crazy. A comment that I just don't agree with. I think people need to adjust their expectations for what $70,000 buys nowadays. The top trim of a Honda Accord is $40,000 now. Do you think that really compares to a $70,000 Nissan? I'd buy it for $40,000. Well, just wait a year or two and it will depreciate to that price. As someone in insurance, please don't buy a Nissan. And we did have an example in a previous video of a car salesman paying for one of these Armadas. I believe it was over $1,500 a month for this. Not worth it in my opinion.
What is it? What?
Oh, it's not good.
What is it?
Hold up, just guess.
Is it 40 grand negative? It's higher than 40 grand?
Yeah.
Get out of here. How? He put negative equity on this one too. He had to have, because the car, I'm sure he was 113.
Well, I'm sure he did. To 2023. Oh, man. Oh, some of these are brutal. Yeah, he's about 46 flipped. That's interestingly not even the worst that we've seen. But unfortunately, he's probably had a multiple string trading in and out of cars, rolling negative over and over and over again. And at this point, his only way out, realistically, is an EQ.
He's not going to do that. He wants an AMG.
What about an AMG EQ? You should at least present the option. You just got to keep it real with him. Be like, listen, dude, you've got two options at this point. You can either do everything you can to pay this thing down as quickly as you can,
Or put the difference down.
or that.
And get whatever you want.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Just looking at the amount of negative that he has here, it's pretty clear that there's at least 2, if not 3 cars in a row traded in with negative equity that have gotten him to this point.
And why do you think that is, with the last SUV being an Escalade? All to keep up with appearances, rolling 5 figures worth of negative equity over and over again, and now he's almost $50,000 upside down. It seems like they're trying to put him in an EQ lease, which I understand what they're trying to do. Please do not purchase any of the EQs, especially at MSRP. We're going to see in a second. But honestly, it doesn't look like he should have even had the Escalade in the first place. If he can't cough up the $46,000 that got him into this situation, these are supposed to be luxury vehicles, and it doesn't look like his money could back it up. We have a comment from one of you guys. Every time I watch these, I appreciate my 2 paid off 2014 and 2011 vehicles more and more. Suddenly, getting a new car loses its appeal. We could go right over to one of the EQSs that they were talking about in the last clip.
POV, you bought into the Mercedes-Benz EQS 450 plus 580 for over $100,000 last year. Now they're about $45,000, $46,000. I don't care what you guys say, it's got 35,000 miles. I don't want to hear it. These brand new are going between $105,000 to $125,000, even more than that for the AMG 4MATIC.
And Mercedes also knows that these cars are just not very popular right now. That's why there's a lot of lease deals just to get it off the lot. But if you're one of the poor saps who bought it as soon as it came out, or for some reason today in 2025, we saw the MSRP at around 105, could go even higher. Within just a year or two, you're looking at half of that value just evaporating. Now, for some reason, if you truly wanted a used version of it, is a much better deal. I just think overall the cars don't look that nice. But we have a comment from this video. Just picked one up for $42,000, certified till 2028, unlimited mile warranty with 10 years or $155,000 battery warranty, $116,000 sticker price. I couldn't resist. So there are a lot of price cuts and incentives just to get these off the dealership lot. And especially when we're talking about the luxury brands, the Mercedes, the BMWs, it goes hand in hand with a comment from one of you guys, people destroying their actual lives to look good in their virtual lives. Because as soon as you purchase the EQS or the BMW iX, you know that people are posting it on Facebook and Instagram to show off to everybody else. I've even seen a crazy trend of TikToks like this. My check engine light came on, so I made the most logical decision. Just going and buying a brand new car. Another one. Girl Math is buying a $70,000 car because I didn't want to spend $1,200 for new tires and alignment. I'm pretty sure this is the new Ford Expedition, you know, the same as the Suburbans, the Tahoes, the Escalades, all of those almost school bus vehicles. I needed new tires. I just got a new car instead. Put this on his For You page, not mine. Girl Math, I really love these videos because they make me feel sane with the decision I'm about to make in a month or two. I needed new tires and I got a new car. It's gonna be worth $45,000 next year, $25,000 the year after that, if it's still running, especially if you're talking about modern cars. So you spend $1,200 a month on payments and insurance instead, probably a little bit more, I would say around $1,500. Girl Math, I've done it to avoid an oil change. There's tons of comments like this, and if you think everybody's joking, this isn't serious, it's not actually happening, we could take a look right here.
Buying a brand new car was the biggest financial mistake we have ever made. If you don't know, we had a paid off Ford Expedition. It was a great car, literally drove just fine. All we needed to do was get the tire fixed, and I think we needed a new battery. Very easy, cheap, simple things to do. It wasn't older, it was a 2022, fit all of our kids, great. And then we saw a 2025 Suburban. And we decided, let's do it. It's smart. Like, it has no miles. We'll keep it forever. No. That was the dumbest thing we have ever done. To have a paid off car with no car payment going to a non-paid off car was so dumb.
Why would you ever do that? There's basically no reason. You can't even make the argument that you went from a Ford to a Lincoln. Ooh, now it's luxury. Same thing with Cadillac. Still, honestly, brand new, 2022. How much of a difference could 3 years really make? Had basically no issues other than normal maintenance, and you're back into the 4-figure monthly payments for basically no reason. Social media has told people they need the largest and newest cars. Another example up on screen, how I feel looking at my car payment that I somehow thought was reasonable. $830 a month for a Kia. Does not include insurance as well, so you're probably talking around $1,000 a month. 72 months and $830 to have a Kia K5. These salesmen must have been having fun. The commission check must have been amazing. And by the time that 72 months is up with this Kia, it'll basically be worth nothing. $800 for a Kia is wild. 72 months, $59,000, almost $60,000 for a car that's only worth $29,000. What happened? It really does show that I can make one of these videos every single day, showing absolute horror stories like this, but some people will still make this decision and absolutely destroy their finances. A perfect example of somebody stuck in their way is this next clip.
This is going to be a tough approval. We're going to work on a C63 right now, right? You owe 13 on the car? 14.8. This car basically is worth $3,000 wholesale.
Yeah, I know, I got screwed.
But you want a C63, right? Yeah. I'm going to ask you a really outlandish question. If I gave you 14.8 in a brand new Mitsubishi, would you take it? Build your credit a little bit?
No, I'd rather take my Mercedes.
Would you rather take your Mercedes home? Okay. Can you put down anything else?
I can go to 3, but that means I'm really pushing my budget.
Okay, got it. See if there's any possibility, if there's anything there. Work that out, okay? All right, cool. What was the problem with the bank right now? Is income or the car? Both? Okay.
It's negative equity, the book out on the vehicle as well as credit. I told him in 6 months he'll probably flush out of his car.
Just pay it off.
Yeah, I knew I was screwed on it. 6.
Just pay off your car. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you so
yeah.
much. I appreciate it. Keep
Thanks
doing
for
what you're
coming.
doing.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Flipped.
So this kid is so hard-headed that he's almost $15,000 underwater on his Elantra or Sonata, whatever they put up as a picture, that even the salesman was going to give him that negative equity in a Mitsubishi. But no, he absolutely had to have my Mercedes, which it wasn't your Mercedes. You clearly can't afford it. He had to stretch his budget to put $3,000 down, and then the bank refused the loan because the guy made no money, along with the previous negative equity, that even these guys couldn't make a deal with him. It really is just astounding. Some of the decisions people make. Definition of living above your means. He really held out for that C63. Can't blame him though. That's a serious car. Well, sure, it could be a serious car, but you actually need to be able to afford it. I bet the first time something goes wrong and that maintenance bill comes in at $1,000 or a couple $1,000s because it's an AMG, he'll be completely broke and it'll just sit in the shop. If $3,000 is pushing the budget, you don't need that car. That's exactly what I said. Another comment from you guys not caring what people think will save you a lot of money. But unfortunately, that's just not the way a lot of people are.
So what's the most amount of money you've lost on a car?
Oh, goodness gracious. We lost almost $400,000 on our SF90. We paid $815 for the car, and I traded in, and I got $400,000 for it. So we lost $450,000 on that car. Yeah.
And that was the peak of the market for that car, right?
It actually got a little bit higher than that. There were some of those cars trading over $900,000, and they just plummeted.
Why do you think that car took such a big hit?
There's a lot of people that don't understand how to use that hybrid system. There's a little setting in the menu that you have to hit charge on the generator to charge the hybrid battery. So I personally know of 3 guys that thought their battery went dead and were going to sell it because they didn't want to be bothered with it. And when I talked to them about it, they had no idea that you had to sell that car to recharge.
So that could be one of the reasons why this took a hit, but if you know anything about the SF90, it came out during COVID when people were making unbelievable amounts of money, right? The stock market's up, everything's perfect. Let's go buy that big brand new house and a supercar and pay over MSRP for an already ridiculously expensive car, and then things started to turn. The job market wasn't as good, maybe they got laid off. These cars aren't the new hot thing, so they're not as desirable, and it goes from $800,000 down to $400K. I can't imagine losing the price of a house in just a few years on a single vehicle. Unreal to me.
He had a 2020 Dodge Charger Scat Pack. He was paying $1,200 a month. It has 103,000 miles right now. He just bought it last year. He rolled over from a Dodge Charger RT, put $10,000 down, and they were able to get him in this car at a 17 or 18% interest rate. Now, on a whim, he bought a Chevy SS at a 22% interest rate with 111,000 miles. He told the bank with the Scat Pack to come and pick up the car. He wants to keep the Scat Pack and get rid of the Chevy SS. Still blown away, man, that you still just bought this 2 days ago.
Yeah, did they tell you what my payoff was?
Amount right now is $24,897. That means you're gonna take an $8,000 loss because you just bought this car on Tuesday. Well, $50,000 on that, you have 103,000 miles. You bought it for 29 and it's worth 25. You only had a $4,000 loss, even though you put $8,000 down.
Whoever the salesmen are for the people in these clips must be having a field day. It was 18 and 22% interest rates, both on vehicles with over 100,000 miles. When I don't really have to say, clearly he didn't have the means to afford either one of them. Right away wanted one of them to get repoed so he didn't have to pay for it anymore. You really can't make this kind of stuff up anymore. The scenarios are actually crazier than anything that I could imagine and make up for a TikTok video. And no matter how many times they try to sugarcoat it with different wording, we have a comment from one of you guys, I have negative equity on my credit cards. Oh wait, that's just called debt. Oh, you're underwater, you're flipped, you have negative equity, all the same wording. Instead of just calling it what it is, you have debt. But people don't like to hear that, and that's how they get further and further into the hole.
I had this girl hit me up from TikTok. She wants to sell us a 2021 Cadillac Escalade ESV. Let's give her a call. All right, so you want to sell me a 2021 Escalade? Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, so you told me it has 130,000 miles. You put a lot of miles on this, huh?
Yeah, we were using it for Uber.
Okay. And why do you want to sell it?
So, I guess, like, long story short, I was dating this guy, and I helped him get the car because I knew he was going to do Uber and we're going to, like, pay it off.
You financed it for how much?
84 months.
84 months? Damn, that's a while. You must have good credit, though.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I got you. So, all right, so look, I just appraised the car. With that mileage, you're looking at about 40,000, on trade-in. So can you bring it by?
No. So we broke up, and I've been trying to call him about this, but he's not, like, picking up. He's not texting me back or anything.
Okay, so there's a whole nother story with the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend that goes along with this, but 130,000 miles on an Escalade for Uber. Like, are you kidding me? We could go straight to the comments. 2021 Cadillac Escalade at $1,600 a month for 84 months is $134,400. Plus whatever she put down, now it's worth only 40 grand. She could have gotten a brand new Suburban for less than 75K and still qualified for Uber X, Uber Black, XL, and after the same amount of mileage, it'd probably be worth $35,000 to $25,000. You have $90,000 in depreciation versus $50,000. Was an additional $40,000 worth the flex? Well, for some people, at least while it's happening and you can drive around that Escalade, it is. Until it catches up to you, you break up with your boyfriend, or maybe the Uber thing isn't working out as well anymore, and you realize that you're just completely screwed now. But we'll go back to that 84-month term length.
More car buyers are choosing 84-month or plus loans to get them through all of this. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so when you have super high prices and super high interest rates, let's say you last bought a car 7-8 years ago when interest rates were basically nothing, you're getting thousands of dollars off when you're just negotiating with a salesperson. Now you come into the dealership and they're like, sorry, maybe the best we can do is $500 off. That's the max incentive that we can allow. Even if you're a qualified buyer, you're getting close to 7%, maybe over 7% in interest rate. So you walk into the finance office with a number that you had in mind from 7-8 years ago, thinking, oh, maybe $500-600 a month.
Yeah.
And then they tell you, sorry, it's going to be $1,150 a month for the car that you need for your family right now, or the car that you need to get to work. And really, the only leverage that both the consumer and the finance office has at this point is, can you kick out the loan a year and a half?
Right.
Can you go for a 7-year loan? Can you offer a 7.5, 8-year loan?
So I can understand that the prices of vehicles all across the board have increased dramatically, especially compared to 7 or 8 years ago. But on the other hand, now everybody needs to have some sort of luxury vehicle, maybe not even from a luxury manufacturer. They'll get a Chevy or a Ford, but they want the Expedition or Suburban. That creeps into the luxury market pricing. And that $1,500 or $1,600 a month payment hurts, so we'll just stretch it out for another another year or two, so it'll only be $1,100 a month. Overall, you're paying more for the same car that's depreciating every single day, but you absolutely need it because you have a family, 1 or 2 kids. You need a giant SUV just to go to your job and back home. I've seen so many customers ask for 84 months lately and almost never have a substantial down payment. They're double dipping and making a killing when people finance that long. I agree, the sticker price, the MSRP, is already very expensive, and the longer the term length, the more money the dealership's making at the end of the day.
These are the top 10 fastest depreciating vehicles of 2025. Now keep in mind that these are over a 5-year depreciation period. Number 10 is the Cadillac Escalade ESV with a depreciation of about 62.9%. Number 9 is the Tesla Model X with a depreciation of about 63.4% over 5 years. Number 8 is the Maserati Levante with about 63.7% in depreciation. Number 7 is the Nissan Leaf with 64.1% depreciation. Number 6 is the BMW 5 Series Hybrid with 64.7% depreciation. Number 5 is the Maserati Ghibli, which also has 64.7% depreciation. Number 4 is the Infiniti QX80 with 65% depreciation. Number 3 is the Tesla Model S with 65.2% depreciation over a 5-year period. Number 2 is the BMW 7 Series with 67.1% depreciation. And number 1, the fastest depreciating vehicle of 2025, is the Jaguar I-Pace with 72.2% depreciation over 5 years.
72% on a Jaguar, and I mean, I'm not even really surprised. You almost never see them on the road anymore, very unreliable, and with their whole rebranding that they're trying to do that definitely didn't work over the past few months, I'm surprised that the whole company isn't going underwater, but she went over the Infiniti QX80. What I was saying with the first clip in the $72,000 Nissan Armada, the Infiniti version is just a rebadging and they probably have nice leather seats, but with that 65% depreciation, the same thing's probably going to happen with that new Nissan. Now imagine combining the terrible depreciation we just saw with this type of interest rate.
You think you have a high interest rate on your car, I can guarantee somebody has it worse. Look at this approval right here. You guys can see rate 33.40. 33.40. This was an approval to a 520 score. But for all you guys out there who might have a 15% rate, an 18% rate, that's still way better than this. But to be honest with you, this is why having good credit is so important. The difference in payment between a 10% rate and a 35 or 34% rate is significant. I'm talking hundreds of dollars a month. Nevertheless, this is the reality of coming to the dealership with a low credit score. Your terms are going to absolutely suck and the bank is going to cut you back on whatever car you're looking for, so you're probably not going to leave with what you want.
That's a credit card APR, a bad credit card at that. I was complaining about my 7%. They tried to give me 10% on a 700 credit score. I'm good. And I mean, there are some examples like we saw earlier with the dealership that just couldn't get a deal done. You either have no money down, terrible credit score, no bank will lend to you. But overall, they're going to try everything in their power to get you into something so they could get their commission check. I mean, there's videos like this constantly, almost like it's a badge of honor, showing how much these salesmen spend on the vehicles that they drive.
My name is Jay. I've been here about 8 years, and I think I've spent probably maybe $120,000 here. Jeez. Really? Is that real?
All right, my name is Michael Jameson, MJ the Soldier. I think I spent $150,000 on vehicles here at Town & Country Ford.
Hey, so my name is Thomas. I've been working here for about a month. I'd say I spent probably near 30 grand in this 1 month. Golly.
My name is Savannah. I've been here for 12 years, and I think I've spent $280,000. Oh, yay!
My name is Chesley. I've worked here for 5 years. I think I've spent roughly around $150,000.
We'll go right over to the comments. This is why the middle class stays the middle class. To clarify, this is the full value of the vehicles, not what they actually paid after trade-ins and etc. So what does that mean? Are they not including when they financed the vehicle? So does that mean overall they could have possibly paid even more? I mean, even if that's not the case, everything that was written down on everybody's paper was just absolutely absurd pricing. The kid was there a month and already spent $32,000, and they're all completely fine. $180, $250,000, oh, whatever. It's honestly just a competition for them.
What's the highest monthly car payment you've ever seen?
15 or 16.
The highest car payment I've ever sold a customer to was $3,950.
Oh, wow. The highest monthly payment I've seen ever was $1,800. Here, I think it was $1,300 or $1,500. I can't remember.
2,300.
1,400 between there.
That's damn.
Well, no.
1,500.
Even. So the average was almost $2,000 a month. And I mean, if you're going into these dealerships blind, don't know anything about cars, we've even seen people not know the make and model, what year the car even was, when they had to go into the mechanic for maintenance, you could absolutely get robbed blind. I mean, we could go to the next example with just an absolutely insane decision.
I didn't make the best financial decisions.
What was the worst financial decision you ever made?
Oh my God. I spent $92,000 on my BMW lease that I just ended up giving back to the dealer.
What do you mean?
Well, you can buy the lease out, or you can buy the car out, I mean, at the end, and resell it. I didn't do that. I just gave it back. So I would have made money on the car. Like if I was like, okay, because there was like 48 grand left on the car. So if I just gave him 48 grand, I could have sold it back to them probably and made a profit.
So let's say the car was worth 150.
Yeah.
You paid 100 of it.
Mm-hmm.
You could have just bought the rest of it out for 50 and sold it for like 80.
Exactly.
But instead you gave it back.
Yeah. But on top of that, I just realized like I spent $92,000 on a car.
On which one?
Over 3 years. 3 years, Joe.
What car?
My BMW.
The X?
X6.
Wow.
It's insane.
I mean, you don't make a profit, but you get some of it back. Yeah, you definitely wouldn't have made money on a BMW, but just handing over the keys and not selling it back to them, I can't even understand the thought process. BMWs also depreciate like crazy, so whatever he thought he was going to make by selling it back is probably very inflated compared to what he would have actually gotten, but he would have still gotten some money back. And when we've been going through all of these numbers in this video, that does not include insurance rates. What do you pay for insurance? I just had a crash out because mine's going from $165 to $225 next month, and now I'm getting quoted $305 plus at other places. I work from home and don't even drive that much. Mine went from $128 to $265 in the past couple months, no accidents. $419 because Michigan is a no-fault state. Mine went from $220 to $300 because of the claims in my area. When I compared other companies, they were even more expensive. Mine went from $250 in Wyoming to $308 just because I moved to Colorado. And these could get even more expensive if you have something like a BMW X6, something luxury and very expensive. So all of the situations that we heard today were probably even worse.
It's called Trevor, who has a 500 credit score, has $2,000 down. I offered him a cash car. He wants a BMW Mercedes. Let's see if we can get a deal.
Hello?
Hey, Trevor.
Hey, Chef. What's up?
I was just calling because you sent me a message saying that you're trying to get into a BMW Mercedes.
Yes.
That's gonna be gonna be impossible with a 500 credit score and $2,000 down, man. Why don't you just get into a cheap cash car, man? I offered you the Scion TC. I got a Toyota Camry. Those options.
I don't know. I really want to get into a BMW or Mercedes. You got any advice for me?
Advice I could tell you is you got to get your credit up, clean car, and I can sell that to you for $2,700.
Okay, well, I drive a 2016 Dodge Challenger, and it has 183,000 miles.
Okay.
And I still owe $21,000, and I think my interest rate is like 17 to 18%.
So in what world do you think $2,000 down is going to get you into a BMW or Mercedes when you have almost a 200,000 mile Challenger that you still owe over $20,000 on? It's amazing that there are almost unlimited amount of clips of these types of insane examples online. I mean, new ones are uploaded basically every day. Why do you think he wants to get into a Mercedes or BMW? No, I don't want to pay cash for a Scion or a Toyota. I want everybody to think that I'm rich because I'm driving around in a luxury vehicle, even though I'm so far underwater and have basically no money to put down. And the further we get along, especially in the days of modern vehicles, these types of examples are only going to get worse because the new vehicles coming out with the lack of reliability and how expensive it is to maintain. This next clip is just talking about electric vehicles, but I feel like this could go for virtually anything that's brand new on the road.
My experience is that an EV is increasingly becoming a computer on wheels or like an iPhone on wheels. And if you think about selling your old iPhone, you better do it before the new one comes out. The EV innovation that's taking place right now is such that every year they get cheaper and way better. And therefore, your best option, if you find one in your hands, is to liquidate it as fast as you can, rather than other business models, which might be more margin maximizing strategies, where you might let inventory sit longer until you find a very specific buyer. The dealers that are crushing it in used EVs are just moving them a lot faster than normal cars, on average 24 days.
So I do agree with the electric vehicles and the advancement in technology every single year. If the range starts hitting 400 or 500 miles, who's going to buy the same one a few years ago that only has 200 or 300 miles? We've already taken a look at how the depreciation has hit the EV market as a whole, but I would say similar situations will happen with modern day gas vehicles as well. Once they start getting older, the price to maintain the vehicles will just get worse and worse because of all the technology and electronics they have. So the $50,000, $60,000, or $70,000 that you paid will have an even worse depreciation fall off than what we've normally seen over the past 10 years or so. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Can somebody please explain this to me, because I am at a loss for words.
Wow, these have tanked. Did he roll a bunch of negative into it?
Just trying to figure out, how do you owe $25,000 on a Mercedes that has 170,000 miles?
Okay, so today we're going to be looking at some good old-fashioned car depreciation and negative equity, because almost 40% of drivers with financed vehicles have negative equity, up from 31% in Q3 of 2024 in one quarter. Electric vehicles are the hardest hit, with 54% of EV owners are underwater, up from 46% again 1 quarter ago. I bet all of these stats are going to increase as well when we get the first quarter of 2025, but 60% of drivers overestimate their car's value, 18% overestimated by 5,000, and 7% overestimated by 10,000. And that is exactly what we're going to see today. We have a ton of clips to go over, along with some of your comments from previous videos. So if you want to be featured in a future video, leave it in the comments down below. But let's start off with the classic, asking car salesmen how much negative equity they've seen.
What is the most negative equity you've seen on a car?
25 grand.
What car was it?
Infiniti QX80.
It was $15,000.
Yep. What car?
It was on a Jeep.
It was about $62,000. He didn't end up going through with the deal. What car was it? It was an almost brand new Ram truck, a big diesel one. I don't remember exactly what it was. He owed about $103 on it.
$17,000 on a Ram 1500.
Zero. I just started.
About 34 grand.
Still got it done.
What car was it?
Mach-E Mustang.
It was just under $14,000, and she still got approved.
25,000. What car?
It was on a Chevy Silverado.
23,000.
17,000. I think it was a Dodge Ram.
15 grand. It was a 2024 Nissan Pathfinder.
So we basically have American cars and Nissan, which is also Infiniti. Something that I think is very telling about the market right now in the comment section, hearing how upside down people are on trucks is crazy. Those used to be great for holding value, just shows how ridiculous the pricing is on those things. Because I understand why people like pickup trucks. They are so big now that you can lug around your entire family while also pulling something and having more stuff in the truck bed. I mean, you can't really get more utilitarian than that, but when each one of these vehicles now are 70, 80, 100,000 plus, even on the used market, the prices are just way too high. Lesson here is stop buying brand new cars, and a lot of other comments saying how ridiculous the pricing is. But one of the comments from you guys, pretty cut and dry. There is no such thing as negative equity, it's actually debt. And that's 100% true. It's just another way to say it because it doesn't sound as harsh as just straight up debt. Negative equity, if you think of equity, maybe you think of housing. People making a ton of money when they sell their house, they have a lot of equity. Even with the word negative in front of it, I mean, it's the same way that politicians talk and tons of people in power. Probably one that you've heard of time and time again is the market is softening, which just means the market is getting worse, whatever they're talking about. But it's a nicer way to say you have negative equity, not just debt. You want to see a lot of negative equity, we could go into the next clip.
Can somebody please explain this to me, because I am at a loss for words. What I'm about to show you literally does not make sense. This is a 2024 Maserati Gran Turismo Modena. It only has 7,200 miles. It's going for $96,000. As you can see, Car Gurus is saying that's a great deal. If you look over here, you'll see that the dealer initially had this car listed for $105,000, and they lowered it $9,000 to $96,000. This car sold brand new just 1 year ago for $205,000 MSRP. As you can see, it has a 5 out of 5 condition report score. Never a scratch, fully serviced, and was always garaged. Every option imaginable with front PPF and ceramic window tint. And this car right here is fully loaded, and it has appreciated over 50% in value in literally 1 year's time. I have never seen depreciation worse than this car right here.
$100,000 gone when you barely used it. It was garaged and only driven 7,000 miles, but that's basically what you're going to get if you buy a Maserati now. But we have another comment from one of you guys. So funny, all of this advice, which is spot on, was told to me over and over again in 1987. Nothing has changed except the monthly payments, which are eye-popping. All the cars are overpriced, so you can't really outrun it unless you buy a disposable one like a Corolla, compact sedans, Civics like that, where then it doesn't really matter as much. So I know me making these videos won't just instantly stop everybody from doing the same thing and losing so much money on all of these vehicles, but hopefully it would persuade some people from not taking this absolute bath just because a majority of the time they want a brand new vehicle. They're bored of their old one or they just paid it off, so let's just get right back into another car payment. And if you do buy a new vehicle, most likely you'd be underwater in it immediately. Some brands more than others, but overall it's just not a good deal at all.
So I got the car when I got out of high school. You know, I wasn't really too smart about the car finances and stuff like that. So I just seen the car, I had, you know, just pretty much blind lease on. But yeah, it was a 26% interest rate and I got it from CarMax. Originally the note was like 500 something plus the CarMax gear stuff like that. So it went up to 600. And after tax, 628 or 668. Credit score 580. And then right now, as of now, I don't have anything really down. There's a dealership that I'm working with that they're trying to do a short sale where I can just go ahead and get it settled through. Currently, I'm like an Amazon driver.
Time being, just use the car. Just be careful. They're going to pick it up. But, I mean, if that's your only mode of transportation, I would just use that.
Just trying to figure out, how do you owe $25,000 on a Mercedes that has 170,000 miles?
So this kid, again, right out of high school, wanted to look cool in a nice fancy Mercedes and still owes $25,000 with a 26% interest rate. Oh, and we're pushing 200,000 miles on the vehicle. You can't really make this up, and I guess I'm lucky that I didn't decide to go buy a BMW that I had no business purchasing when I was 18 or 20 because I wanted to look cool, because even back then I did not have any of the financial knowledge that I do today. Again, another reason why I make these videos, a little bit more of the drama, the TikTok clips, instead of me in a full suit with a whiteboard in the background just telling you about stocks and finance, and it's basically just a college lecture and seems pretty boring. Hopefully more people would start getting interested in their own finances and avoid these mistakes as early as possible. But a comment from you guys goes really well with the next clip. For years my wife made a few little complaints about how she was embarrassed to pull up places in our old Camry. Everyone there had nice new SUVs keeping up with the Joneses while we had this old thing, but it did the job for a good 13 years. Now we're a family with a fully paid off home while all of our friends still have mortgages. You just end up getting ahead with the rising interest rates. That means they're all struggling. But now everybody has to show up to the grocery store in a GLE or a Suburban or a nice new Escalade when they have absolutely no business in owning this car, either financing it completely or a lease. We could actually see how much you're supposed to be making if you want to drive around in one of these vehicles.
Cadillac Escalade had a record year of sales in 2024. Take a look for yourself. Most people lease these, and the average lease payment is about $1,700. So how much did you make before buying one? If we assume that your total car cost should only make up 10% of your monthly income, we'll add $600 total for gas and insurance, and that means you should be making $276,000 a year before leasing one of these.
I would venture to guess both gas and insurance is way more than $600, but we'll just let that go, because you really think every Escalade you see on the road somebody's making over $250,000 a year? Highly doubt it, especially with the new popular one, the Escalade V, that has an MSRP of like $160,000. Not only is it ridiculously expensive, if you just look at the previous year, 2024, it's another $50,000-$60,000+ worth of depreciation on top of the crazy car payments, all to just keep up with the Joneses. We can look at some of the comments. It's crazy that most likely 75% of the people leasing them actually shouldn't. I would probably guess even more than that, given their financial situation. You should also be talking about the engines on the 2023. Newer models sales are going out, and the wait for a new engine right now is 2 to 5 months. Likely a production assembly issue, didn't even know that was a problem. So you might have some engine issues while you're paying almost $2,000 a month to rent it. You give it back, or if you want to own it outright eventually, you're just gonna lose so much money. Another comment from you guys: spending money you don't have to buy things you don't need in order to impress people you don't like. These people will never learn. It's definitely the unfortunate truth when you start looking at the Jeep Grand Wagoneers and Wagoneers that has become the new popular full-size SUV for the soccer moms now. It's supposed to be luxury, even though it's still a Jeep, and people are upside down a ton of money in them now.
It's worth maybe 45.
Is it really? Oh my god.
It's not even possible 24 Wagoneer.
Wow, these are tanked. Did he roll a bunch of negative into it?
He said, here's the goal. I'm trying to get out of the negative equity wheel of death in some type of high mileage option lease.
And he's telling us he's a high mile driver. His only option is an EQ, and that probably isn't going to work for him.
Well, if he takes a car, he's not going to it's an EQ for 50. So that would be the car. I had one that's $68,000 upside down.
So $68,000 upside down, and this one's what? This is about 55, 56? It sucks, it really does. And there's more to come. This is the tip of the iceberg.
This is what's happening.
The market was so elevated.
And he's going into a Mercedes dealership to get out of this vehicle. Not the best decision to make, on top of him being a high mileage driver, whatever he does for work. Leasing an EQS just won't cut it at all. It's an EV and you have to charge it, won't be able to do a ton of miles. That car in and of itself is an absolute nightmare for depreciation, but if he was leasing, he would just give the car back eventually. But because it still is a salesman, we could look at the comment section. If you can't write a check to get out of $60,000 in negative equity, you shouldn't be looking at a $100,000 car in the first place, which was the Jeep Wagoneer, as crazy as that sounds. And then the creator says, why not? Of course he's going to say that. He sells Mercedes. He's going to get commissions from all of these people, whether they are genuinely super rich and want a brand new S-Class, or trying to roll negative equity but still look good in a nice Mercedes. He's going to get a check either way. Paying $100,000 plus for a Jeep is criminal. I mean, their marketing must have been really good for the new Wagoneer and Grand Wagoneer. They are unbelievably expensive, but people really have them up there like a luxury car. And now it's coming back down to earth and people are getting washed. Stellantis as a whole right now is in such crisis that we have crazy stories coming out like this.
Y'all, the car market is officially out of control. We have a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealership offering a buy one, get one free when you purchase a brand new 2023 Jeep Grand Wagoneer at MSRP. They will give you for free a new 2025 Jeep Compass Sport. Here's the catch. The 2023 Grand Wagoneer has an MSRP of $115,000. And then the Jeep Compass is a new 2025, so 2 model years ahead of the new 2023 Grand Wagoneer. That Jeep Compass is probably worth like 35 grand. That Grand Wagoneer deserves a discount of at least $35,000 if you were going to purchase it. And just to give you some context here, the 2023s, 2024s, and 2025 Jeep Grand Wagoneers are not selling. I used CarEdge.com and you can see this dealer's had this one for 336 days. So yeah, are you pulling the trigger on the buy one, get one free offer from Jeep? I don't think you should.
So overall, it's not an actual good deal, but having these insane promotions in general is definitely not a good sign for the brand. A brand new vehicle that is now 2 years old, never driven, and is still not selling.
I just had a customer who leased a car 3 months ago and she's already trying to get out of it. The car that she's currently driving is a Hyundai Elantra. She wants to get out of it because she just feels like it's too small. Once we got to talking, she told me that she had a lot of negative equity before and she rolled all of that into her current lease. So I pretty much just told her, first things first, I have to have a manager appraise your car, and then I have to pull your payoff from Hyundai just to see how much you owe on this car. My manager goes out and appraises the car. I mean, it's a 2025 Elantra, so of course nothing's going to be wrong with it. Car only has 9,000 miles. I'm not gonna lie though, 9,000 miles in 3 months, that's up there. As soon as he comes back inside, he pulls the payoff. I'm not gonna lie guys, this is when I lost hope. Payoff comes back from Hyundai at $32,000, but her car only appraised for 18 grand. She was upside down $14,000 in her current lease and it's only been 3 months. I just told her straight up, listen, I know you might not like your car that much and I know you might want to trade out, but as of right now, your best bet is to just keep driving your car and don't even think about trading out.
9,000 miles in 3 months on a lease, that's crazy. And I guess you're surprised you're underwater that badly? But a Hyundai, you can look at the comments, 2025 Elantra appraised at $18K. That says everything anyone ever needs to know about the brand. Another one we've seen all too common around the car scene, especially with the prices, gap insurance. Basically just promoting fraud. I have a 2018 Elantra I've had for 22 months and I'm trading it in next month. It's valued at $18K and I want a small SUV and I'm upside down almost $10,000. A comment from one of you guys is something that I think about all the time. Making these videos myself, I've been thinking about buying a new car, but just watching your channel has convinced me just to hold on to my old Civic. New paint and new carpet is a lot cheaper. I have the exact same thing, a paid off Civic that is 10 years old now with 120,000 miles. Sometimes it'd be a lot nicer to have a 4Runner or some sort of SUV to be able to haul stuff because I just have a compact car, but nothing's wrong with it. It's completely fine and has a lot of life to go, just maintenance and upkeep, and then finding these clips and recording these videos also convinces me that I'm completely fine with where I am.
Let's check out how horrible the depreciation has been on the car model. Now, I don't know who's buying these. I've literally never seen one on the streets, but here you have one for sale, brand new, for $145,000. Here you have one from 2021 with only 9,000 miles for $54,000. So if you bought this car brand new, you would have lost yourself around $100,000, which is insane. Now I do think these look pretty cool. Design-wise, I would take this over Model S for sure. I've literally never seen one on the street before, so I don't even know if these are good cars, bad cars. Honestly, I have no idea. And I'm really curious if any of you guys have owned one or know anyone who's ever owned one, if they're reliable. I would think they're not going to be very reliable cars, but I could be wrong. Either way, it's a car I would definitely stay away from.
Now, I've only ever seen this car on the road one time in my entire life. I did not know that the MSRP was $150,000. And honestly, I don't even know if Fisker is a company. They were a company, then they went under, and then they're back with an EV SUV, and I've heard that there's a whole bunch of problems there. I mean, they're not reliable cars. On top of it being an EV, that's why the depreciation is awful. But I would 100% stay away from those vehicles. We have another comment from one of you guys. I just started car sales, and I cannot explain how hilarious it is when people come in wanting to put nothing down, rolling negative equity, and having low credit and getting a brand new vehicle. That definitely rolls in with the next clip.
The customer that just left the dealership, stupid mad. Not mad at the dealership, not mad at the salespeople. Actually, she loves it here. She's bought all her cars here, but she's mad at the lender. Why is she mad at the lender? Because she's financed 7 different vehicles through the same lender with 0 money down every time she trades in. But it's come to a point where she has so much negative equity because she's traded in 7 times in the past 10 years where the bank won't allow her finance with 0 down. So I went and spoke to her, tried to explain to her, it's pretty much like an avalanche effect. You can keep trading in with 0 down, 0 down, 0 down. But that snowball becomes so big where it's going to knock you over and you're not going to be able to finance anymore.
Now, of course, she likes you guys and is mad at the lenders. The salespeople have never said no to her. Again, it's a commission 7 times in 10 years. Just constantly looking like she's way wealthier than she was. New vehicles almost every year. No money down, and each one of the depreciation hits just gets rolled into the next one. Eventually, until you're just locked out. And if you don't know how bad of a financial situation you're getting yourself into, nobody's going to tell you. The salespeople aren't going to tell you. They just want their checks.
This is what people seem to be missing about these trucks. Look at the used prices from last year's model. So 2023, I guess, yeah, still last year's, but 2023, 7,500 miles for $39,000. That means that this truck's depreciated about $26,000 to $28,000 in the 7,000 miles.
So we've talked about this before, the absolutely plummeting of value of these electric behemoth vehicles that are just absurd. This vehicle was bought in 2022 on Cars and Bids. This basically identical vehicle was just bought for $82,000. Look at that. From $260,000 in 2022 to $82,000 in 2024. It's only got 50 miles on it. This is a brand new vehicle.
And if you've been around my channel since the beginning, one of the first car videos that I ever did, we saw the exact same EV Hummer with an MSRP of $340,000. I think it was like $339. Makes the already $250,000 somebody paid for it on Cars and Bids look like nothing. And then it goes all the way down to 82, which I would still say is pretty expensive for that vehicle now. It's just amazing how crazy people got during COVID. I know a whole bunch of people made a ton of money through the equity in their homes, or maybe they had good investments in the stock market, or got raises or better jobs, work from home, whatever. But I'd venture to guess that a lot of that money just evaporates because they wanted the newest, nicest vehicle to show off to all of their friends and family. Some of the comments from both of these clips, I can't wait for them to get to $17,000 in 2 years, talking about the F-150 Lightning. I know that that particular pickup truck has done so bad, and for some reason Chevy decided to do it with the Silverado a couple of years later. I don't know why they think it's going to be any different, but apparently there are some leases out there from certain Ford dealerships for $250 a month with 0 down. That was a lot of the other comments for that clip. Don't know how true it is. If you really want one, I'd look it up yourself. But I mean, we just have clip after clip of these dealerships just showing how much money these people lose to negative equity, to the car depreciation, and they have no idea.
They bought that car from us in May of 2023, and so since she's bought that car, they've put on 40,000 miles. So right now she's at 553, and she owes 17 grand on that car. They just bought a car through a month ago. You see that? So trying to trade out of this Palisade after they had just bought it a little over a year ago and put 40,000 miles on it. I mean, they put 40,000 miles on a car in a year and a half. And just buying it, I mean, it's hard to trade out of when you use the vehicle that much. You know what I'm saying? You want me to talk to them? Because they speak English.
Yeah.
I'll talk to them.
So this guy's job is to go out there and tell the family how much they're getting shafted. At the same time, 40,000 miles is a ton. And it's another Hyundai, the Hyundai Palisade. Just something that people don't really like on the used market. Very iffy with the reliability, but we can look at some of the comments. 40,000 in a year. It's going to be upside down in almost anything, yeah. And then there's another comment, because this is a dealership, you had them upside down. But even though we've talked about all of these slimy tactics that salesmen will use to try to get you into some sort of vehicle, probably out of your price range so they could get a bigger commission check, in the end, you're the one who signed on the dotted line. You need to know the interest rates and the payments and how much you're going to end up paying in total on all of these vehicles, and the insurance as well that's going up all the time. I mean, not having the financial knowledge yourself will absolutely destroy you when it comes to buying vehicles.
Let's take a look at how bad the depreciation has been on the Jaguar F-Type R. Here's a brand new F-Type R for sale right now for $142,000. Now I think this is a beautiful car, but not $142,000 nice. And here we have a used F-Type R for sale right now for $40,000. So if you bought this car brand new, you would have lost over $100,000. Now since this is depreciated so much, does it mean you should buy one now? I genuinely think for $40,000, this is by far the most beautiful car you can buy, and they sound absolutely amazing. But it's a Jaguar, so you're gonna have a lot of maintenance issues that are gonna come up with this car. Even though the car is $40,000, it's not actually gonna cost $40,000 during your ownership. That being said, if you're not gonna keep it for too long and you do a good pre-purchase inspection on the car before you buy it, I think for 40 grand, I mean, it's just so beautiful.
It really does depend on if you like the vehicle or not. I think one of the good things is that they haven't really changed the car. I bet the interior and all the infotainment and the screens are completely different, but the exterior of the car from 2022 all the way back to 2016 looks virtually the same. And you're going to pay $100,000 more to get it brand new today. And that's for somebody with an ungodly amount of money. But he also said this isn't going to cost $40,000. It's a Jaguar. The maintenance is going to be crazy, very expensive. Probably won't be on the road all the time. So even getting an older one with all that depreciation is still going to cost
$11,000, correct?
Yeah, that was the MSRP, but I got a little discount, so I paid about $200K for it.
All right, 200,000. You bought this last year?
Yeah, I bought it brand new.
Okay, and you're in Dallas, Texas. What are you looking to get for it?
I haven't really done any research on it at all, so that was why I was asking you, like, what is what and stuff.
Do you own it outright, or is it from being financed?
I financed it.
Okay. How much do you owe right now on it?
I'm not sure. I have to check on that. Probably maybe 140, 150. I'm not sure.
How clean is the car? No scratches?
Oh, it's perfect.
Do you have any PPF? Do you have anything that you've added to the car?
No.
Send me pictures yet, but if you can send me some, that'd be great. I mean, SL55 is going between 90 to 98,000. So SL63, with a little less miles, they're going between 110,000 all the way up to 125,000. There's one for 117.
So in 1 year again, almost $100,000 gone, and the guy had no knowledge on the vehicle whatsoever, any of the prices, how much he even owed on the car. He just guessed that. I just really don't understand people's thought processes sometimes, and it goes along with one of your comments. When I was a kid, I thought all adults had it figured out, but when I got older, I found out that most people are children in adults' bodies. Because an SL63 is kind of a supercar. I mean, not really, but you know what I'm saying. It's an AMG coupe. You're definitely paying a whole ton of money. It was $200,000. And especially in the modern day, if you're paying that kind of money, these cars don't even last. We could take a look at a McLaren that is the new hot supercar that all these influencers are getting, and paying $200,000 or $300,000 doesn't mean that these cars are built to last either.
This is McLaren's interior quality after 47,000 miles. This is the original interior installed by McLaren. It has never been reupholstered, and this seat is just on there with like some rubber, whatever that is, and they just kind of shove that in there hoping it'll stay, which it never does. It does the same exact thing on that seat. My center console, like why the hell? Why is it moving like that? Oh God. Oh, I just broke it. Oh, I literally just broke it. That has never, okay. What in the world? Okay, that just happened. Oh God. Why is that moving like that? That's barely taking any force. The steering wheel is just, trim is like about to fall off. The key also just kind of fell apart, so I kind of put some band-aids on it, and it seems to be working just fine now. So that is the key to your $350,000 car, after you just simply use it.
And I know a whole bunch of people are going to get butthurt that these cars aren't designed for that. I mean, 47,000 miles is a ton for a McLaren, and I don't disagree. But the amount of money that you're paying for it to just fall apart, I don't know. I feel like it outweighs the coolness factor and, of course, the speed and the power. Because this goes hand in hand with every single car on the market, whether it's the cheapest or the most expensive thing you could get. With all of these outrageous prices and people losing money nonstop, it's not like any of the new vehicles you're rolling the negative equity in are built well at all, especially in comparison to just a couple decades ago. So if we want to go 10 years into the future in the used car market, I bet everything from 2024, 2025 is going to have such little value because of how much maintenance and how expensive it is just to keep any of these vehicles running. I don't even want to know what the new vehicles in 2035 are like. I feel like it would be a miracle if you could hit 100,000 miles at that point, but for all the people that do want the looks and the keeping up with the Joneses and looking like you're super rich, we have the last clip that are 3 heavily depreciated cars that look far more expensive than they are.
Here are 3 more heavily depreciated cars that look like they cost more money than they actually do. So if you want to finesse your way into looking like you won the lottery, here are 3 cars for you to consider. Number 1, that's going to be the early model Audi R8. Now the great thing about this car is that the older version doesn't look too much different than a newer one because Audi didn't really change too much. Of course the new one looks a little bit better, but you would have to know. And the average person wouldn't see this car and think this is the older one. Now, as far as reliability, the powertrain itself, I'll say is pretty good. The main thing I'll be concerned about is just an older Audi and electronics, but you can pick yourself up one of these around 50K, as you can see here. Number 2, that's going to be the Audi e-tron GT. Now, y'all just hear me out for a minute, because this car had an MSRP of about 100,000. You can find one of these now for about 50K with about 15,000 miles on it, and it'll be a 2022. So this car lost about 50% of its value in just a few years, which is totally insane, but you can pick one of these up around 50K, and it'll still have its warranty on it, as long as you don't mind having a fully electric car. Number 3, it's going to be the 2020 Mercedes S-Class. Now, we all know the S-Class is known for depreciating like a rocket, and of course, the 2020 is no different, having some of the latest tech as well as a fairly modern design. If you want to look like you run some sort of big corporation, as long as you can keep this car on the road, the 2020 S-Class is going to do it for you.
So, I mean, it all depends on what kind of cars you like, and if you have this money. As I've said a million times in any of my car videos, if you have so much money you don't even know what to do with, then I don't care that you go get a brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan or some ungodly expensive vehicle and just lose hundreds of thousands thousands of dollars because you could afford it. But a vast majority of the people that we see in the clips or on the road in the world in general are not the ultra rich, and they're just hemorrhaging money. So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
He owes almost $400,000, pays $5,000 a month, and is upside down big time and wants to get out of it.
So whoever owned this car, it cost him $170,000 to own this car for 2 years.
Alright, so this video is going to be pretty fun because we've talked about it a couple times in passing in my previous car videos with people rolling in negative equity in their deals or just paying over MSRP, especially because we're at the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, and people haven't really been doing that well for a couple years. We're starting to see the consequences and a ton of people losing money on vehicles. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're just going to be watching a lot of people lose a lot of money. A little bit more of an entertaining video compared to my others, but I thought you guys would enjoy this because, I mean, how many people have you seen spend all of their money on a new vehicle just to show off, to have that kind of lifestyle, even though they possibly had negative equity on the previous car? But the highs from 2020, 2021 are really starting to grind down to a halt, and cost of living starting to get really rough, and we could see some of the consequences. So I got a whole bunch of clips, different examples, along with some of your comments from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave it in the comments down below. But we're going to start off with a pickup truck that the owner owes more than double what it's worth.
All right, so calling back a customer on a 2022 GMC Sierra that he wants to trade in. So let's give him a call.
Hey, Jesus, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I heard that you are trying to trade in your GMC Sierra.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm looking to trade it in, see what I get for it.
You're just looking to sell it, or you want to trade it in for something different?
I'm looking to see what I could get it appraised for, and then, from there.
1,000 miles?
Yeah.
Okay. And how much do you own the vehicle?
Yeah, actually looks like I just did the 10-day, and I got about $65,609.27.
You owe $65,000 on the truck?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what I got left to pay off on it.
Yeah, brother, I'm way off, man. If I were to give you an offer, man, I'd be like high 33s, like low 34s, man.
Bought it for, I think it's around 40, but I also rolled over negative equity from my last truck, too. I think that's what killed me.
It looks like it has one small accident on the Carfax.
I accidentally hit my mom's car when she was back on my driveway.
And how's your credit?
My credit's pretty good. I mean, right now I'm about 680.
So honestly, man, like if you're trying to sell it, I mean, you have a good, $30,000 to pay on top to get off the lien. I mean, I don't have anything that I think you'd be interested in rolling over that much negative equity. And even if I could, I don't even think I could roll over $30,000 of negative equity.
The negative equity kind of stuff is insane to me. I mean, the truck was initially $40,000, went down to 30 because the accident. He had over 40,000 miles on it, but he was already in the hole with the previous vehicle. And instead of getting something that would depreciate as little as it possibly can for any sort of vehicle, which ends up being some sort of Corolla, Civic, Honda, Toyota, something very reliable and cheap in comparison to maybe buying a pickup truck, to hopefully keep the payments somewhat low, but buying a brand new GMC Sierra turns into owing $65,000 on a $30,000 vehicle. Wow. And I mean, you could see some of the comments, just keep trying to roll negative equity. I don't know how that doesn't stress people out. Put that man in a 3-year lease on a Corolla, and that's what normally happens if you want to be smart. If he did make a bad choice with a previous vehicle and are underwater, that's probably the best way to get out of that situation. And I mean, this goes all across the board. It doesn't matter if you're a normal person and still spending, $40,000 on a pickup truck, or somebody super wealthy who paid over MSRP to get a nice new sports car during COVID because everybody was making money. And then a couple years later, when it's not nearly as cool anymore, you don't have fun with the vehicle anymore, depreciation is way worse.
Yo, yesterday I was offered this car from another dealership, and the amount of depreciation this car took is insane. So this is a 2022 Maserati MC20. Maserati came out with these cars. They were selling for $50,000 over sticker when they first came out, which to me is insane. So yeah, if you see up here, they want $140,000 in this car. So MMR, which is average wholesale value at auction, is $160,000. but the recent examples have been bringing way less than 160, which is why I guess they want 140. They probably pay the customer around 130, 135 or so on trade-in value, and they're just trying to make a quick wholesale deal because, again, this is a lot of money that's being tied up, and I don't know where the market is, and I'm sure these are not fast movers in the market. So I did a quick Google search on event, and sure enough, this car sold in 2022 for $296,000. And you can't forget the 5% bring a trailer buy fee, which puts this car at around $310,000 that the buyer paid for this vehicle exactly 2 years ago. So whoever owned this car, it cost him $170,000 to own this car for 2 years. And if they put 4,000 miles on this car, if you do the math, it cost them $43 every single mile they drove to own this vehicle. This is a 55% depreciation on this car, which to me is insane, right? Because these cars were bringing over sticker. It was major hype around it, but again, it had a 3.0 V6 engine in it, which I think killed the value of these cars.
$300,000, especially for a Maserati, which we'll see a little bit later. But it is one of the big cars that a whole bunch of people will flex because they believe that it's even better. You know, it's a step above, you know, the Audi, Beamer, Mercedes type of luxury cars, which honestly, they're really not. Maseratis are built pretty horribly, and there's a reason why you could get Maseratis unbelievably cheap on the used market. But some of the comments here, fantastic buy for $65,000 in 5 years. Honestly, it probably won't be too far off. Amazing buy at 60 to 80K, V6 killed it. So people are just going to wait until these absolutely tank. How is Maserati still in business at this point? They sell like 100 cars a year. But yeah, even with the MC20 looking nice, honestly, overall, I think it is a pretty nice looking car. It's solid for about $60,000, not the $310,000 that the first owner bought it for. Absolutely insane.
Guys, check out how horrible the depreciation has been on the BMW iX. So here we have a brand new BMW iX for $109,000. Now from the bottom of my heart, I really think this is one of the ugliest cars of all time. I mean, just look at that. That's disgusting. Ugh, I don't know why anyone would ever buy this thing. And here we have one that's only 2 years old for less than $50,000. So if you bought this car brand new, you would have lost over 50% in depreciation in only 2 years, which is obviously insane.
I do want to say that all of these luxury cars are going to be hit with depreciation. It's not like I'm specifically just hating on Maserati compared to the other makers, because if you're buying especially electric BMWs, the iX I think is hideous, and the XM I believe is another one, which is even worse. I'd rather take an iX than the XM. That one's brutal. But both of them are falling in price like rocks. I mean, $50,000. The price is cut in half because it's used. But these came out around the perfect time during COVID. They were all new electric vehicles when people were making a bit more money. EVs were the new cool thing to have on the block, and not even just a Tesla. Now I could get a BMW EV, a nice big SUV. I mean, it just checks all the boxes. Trying to keep up with the Joneses and making it look like you have more money than you do. And then you realize, hey, maybe the vehicle's not that great. It's not super reliable, or because you probably paid over MSRP, then you try to sell it on the used market and you lose $50,000. We have a comment from one of you guys. When I was in high school, you could pick up an old muscle car for $2,000 to $3,000, and with a little work, it was your dream car. And that is just not the case anymore. It's honestly completely out of the question, and unfortunately because of that, we'll still have kids coming out of high school, 18, 19 years old. Maybe they have a semi-decent job, still wanting that dream of a muscle car, maybe a luxury car, sports car, something like that, but they're not paying $2,000 to $3,000. They're paying $20,000 to $30,000. I mean, $40,000, $50,000. Just way, way more than what you'd see a couple decades ago. And because of that, it turns into unbelievable depreciation and negative equity that could really put a wrench in your financial plans for quite a while.
I'm about to call a customer, and you guys are gonna see how it is being a dealer, taking trade-ins in Atlanta, Georgia. Hey, is this Tariq?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? This is Gus with Legacy Motor Georgia. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, boss?
Not much, man. I hear you have a 2019 Hellcat you're looking to trade in for our 2018 Demon.
Yes, sir.
Cool, man. Can you tell me a little bit about the car, how many miles you have, how much you owe, what's your monthly payment?
2019 Hellcat. It's got 121,000 on it. I owe 75,000 on it.
What's your monthly payment on that car?
$1,200.
Okay. And what's your insurance cost per month?
$300.
$300, and that's $1,500 a month total.
Yes, sir. I was using it for Uber Eats.
Uber Eats?
Yeah.
Okay, man, that's a lot of car to be Ubering in, my man. Hey, what do you do for work, and how much do you make?
I do Uber Eats, and I want to say I do on a good month about 45K.
45K?
4 to 5K.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 45K. I was like, bro, I need to get in that business. Okay, man. I'm looking at the wholesale pricing in here, and with the mileage that car has, you're looking at about 28,000 to 33,000 on trade-in. Yeah, man. I don't think that's gonna work. I mean, you're upside down. $30,000-$40,000 in this car. I don't know. I mean, do you want to get in something like cheaper, maybe like a Honda, a Toyota, or something so you can continue, doing Uber Eats?
Nah, man, I'm not going from no Hellcat to no Honda.
Interest rate on the Hellcat?
Right now, my interest rate is at, I want to say 22%.
Okay.
I mean, what am I supposed to say about that? Like, you owe $75,000 with 22% interest rate with a 120,000 mile Dodge Challenger? Are you kidding me, man? I'm amazed that it even lasted 120,000 miles for a Stellantis vehicle on its own. How are you paying $1,200 a month for this car when, again, for Uber Eats only, and you're making $4,000 to $5,000 a month? I mean, a quarter of that is going to the car that is only worth about $30,000, even though, again, you owe more than double. And the dealer even tried to do the same thing with rolling negative equity into a vehicle that depreciates less, so hopefully the payments won't be that bad, at least in comparison to trying to roll into a demon. And what does he say? No, I'm not going to do that, man. I'm not going to suck up my pride. I'm just basically going to be paying 4 figures for a vehicle forever, because it's honestly just how some people think. They want others to believe that they're doing well in life, and I mean, this comment goes with it perfectly. Had a clout-chasing coworker tell me that you're poor if you don't have a car payment, even if you fully pay it off. I was stunned and realized this is how most social media clout people think, and this is what makes the economy go round. Kind of hits the nail right on the head with the last clip and how that guy thinks.
Let's take a look at how bad the depreciation is on luxury electric cars. As requested, let's start with the Mercedes-Benz EQS. So here's a brand new Mercedes-Benz EQS 580, and it's for sale for $158,000. This car is absolutely hideous. I don't know what Mercedes were thinking. They could have actually done a good job with their first, really all-electric car, but they absolutely ruined it. So brand new, 2023, this car is $158,000. Let's take a look at how much it is used. And here's a used 2022 Mercedes-Benz EQS 580, and it's for sale for $76,000. So if you had bought this car brand new in less than a year, you would have lost over $80,000. Now let's take a look at my personal favorites all-electric car, the Porsche Taycan Turbo S. This 2023 is for sale for $219,000. Here's a used 2020 Taycan Turbo S, 7,000 miles, $96,000. Insane.
Honestly, whenever I see electric luxury vehicles on the road, that's all I think of now. I know all of us have probably seen the EV market in general drop, even with Tesla, like the most popular EVs. But when you get crazy stuff like this with the EQSs, any of the EQEs, I think there's an EQB maybe. They have a couple different all-electric models, but the same thing with the Porsches. I honestly hope that they were bought used for that $96,000 or the $70,000 for the EQS, because if you were the sucker who bought it first brand new, especially during COVID, probably over MSRP. There goes about 5 or 6 figures if you're trying to sell it and get into another vehicle. Here we have another comment from one of you guys. Any car payment above $400 is insane to me, and we could just go back to the previous clip. The EQS brand new was $2,000 a month. Even the used one that was half price was half of it, $1,000 a month for that car. The used Taycan was almost $1,400 a month. That was more than half depreciated, so the brand new one at about $220,000 is almost $3,000 a month. And with how ridiculous all of these numbers are, and you think to yourself, who's buying it? Well, somebody did. Whenever there's a used car that we could see how much it depreciated, there was some sucker who bought it first and took that ungodly hit to their net worth.
I would have had $12,000 in negative equity.
Coming from a person who actually had $12,000 in negative equity,
It's a good thing you didn't do it. You see, in my life, I made some pretty poor financial decisions in my younger years. And I mean poor financial decisions in my younger years. So much so, I had to declare bankruptcy at 35 years old. This was my 2021 Ram 1500 with the blackout appearance package, LED package. I love this truck in the flame red. This truck was amazing, but it was not my truck, it was a lease. But to make a long story short, this truck was short-lived because I shortly traded it in after I got it because the used car market during COVID skyrocketed. I was able to get out of my lease and I was able to get into a Durango. Now with this truck, I had $12,000 in negative equity due to a previous vehicle I had before this. When it was all said and done, I was paying over $700 a month for this SUV that wasn't worth no more than $3,000. Negative equity is and if you're like me and you switch vehicles often, which I've learned not to do, you will get caught up in negative equity, especially if you drive a Dodge. Once you drive that Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Chrysler product off the dealership floor, guess what? You lost about $5,000 just driving on the road. That is gone money. That money is gone. Kids, if you're watching this video, let it be a lesson to you. Pick a vehicle you like, work hard for it, and be proud of it. Do not switch vehicles every 3 years. You will regret it, you will get into debt, and you will have extreme negative equity. Don't be like Steve.
And I mean, what he's saying is pretty solid advice, and that's how bad $12,000 of negative equity hurts somebody. I mean, he went bankrupt, probably making other bad financial decisions, but in comparison to the other vehicles we're seeing in this video, it could get way, way worse for some people if they're buying the EQSs, the luxury cars, any of the higher end stuff, because maybe you had a year or two where you were making decent money and you thought that you'd be completely fine spending $1,000 a month on a vehicle, and then any sort of downturn in the economy, maybe you get fired, you can't make the payments anymore, you try to sell the vehicle, and you turn into someone like this, getting into a ton of negative equity. So we have another comment from one of you guys. What people don't worry about is the final cost after the loan is paid. Someone I know paid $14,000 for a Toyota Sienna with 12% interest for 5 years, and they're going to be paying over $25,000 at the end. All they care about is that they could afford the monthly payment, and that's a situation that's better than most. I mean, a Toyota minivan, you're going to have that for quite a long time. The depreciation won't be nearly as bad as other comparables in the luxury market or any of the high-end vehicles. So imagine what happens when you pay $70,000+ for a pickup truck or the giant SUVs, you know, the Escalades. We'll get to that in a second. Those type of vehicles that have way higher of a payment, especially with the high interest rates right now, and the depreciation over time would be way worse.
Here are the fastest depreciating cars heading into 2024. If you're going to buy one of these, buyer beware. So starting off on our list at number 7 is the Audi A7. So the A7 depreciated over a 5-year span, 57% of its value based on MSRP, which equates to $48.9 thousand. Number 6 on the list was the Jaguar XF. The Jaguar's XF model depreciated over 58%, which equated for $93,000 off of its MSRP over 5 years. At number 5, that's the Infiniti QX80 SUV. The QX80 depreciated 58% over a 5-year span, which equates to over $47,000 off of its MSRP. At number 4 is the Cadillac Escalade ESV. The ESV model would depreciate over 59%, which equates to over $63,000. I mean, I knew it. I knew this was coming up. So number 3 is the Maserati Ghibli. The Maserati Ghibli depreciates, get this, 61%. That's a drop of nearly $58,000. Jeez. And then number 2 is the BMW 7 Series. The 7 Series depreciated over 62%, which equates for $72,000 off the original MSRP. Hey, and no surprise, at number 1, that's the Maserati Quattroporte. Now we know why they're giving out such huge incentives in the month of December to get these things off the lot, but the Quattroporte depreciates 65%, which equates to $90,000 off of its original MSRP.
So those were all vehicles that had the numbers for the past 5 years of depreciation, and Real quick, we could look at one of them with the current model years, 2025, that will do the exact same thing if we look 5 years down the road, but there are still going to be some people who will buy it brand new.
Is it worth it to buy the new Cadillac Escalade V? I get so many messages about people asking me, Yusuf, can you get me a Cadillac Escalade V at MSRP? And all over the market, they are at least $30,000 to $50,000 marked up from the MSRP. Here we have a 2025 Cadillac Escalade V with 72 miles going for $230,000. MSRP for a 2025 Cadillac Escalade V is right about $162,000. So that means that they're being marked up over $60,000 in some cases. Now, if we take a look at a 2024 Cadillac Escalade V, they're going between $128,000 and $145,000. And these were also marked up $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 over MSRP. Here's another one, a 2023 Cadillac Escalade V with 26,000 miles going for $125,000. So if you're looking to buy a 2025 Cadillac Escalade V at MSRP, you better wait a year or two because these are going to depreciate very fast and very hard. I'm guessing after a year or two, this will be right around $130,000 to $140,000, so almost $100,000 depreciation. The same thing with the new G-Wagons. Please understand that nobody can get you a G-Wagon or a 2025 Cadillac Escalade V at MSRP. They're all going to be marked up. They're all going to be $50,000, $60,000 over sticker, and there's no way around it. Doesn't matter if you're a celebrity, if you're a rich person, doesn't matter. If you can stomach a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 depreciation on an SUV within a year, then buy it. If you can't, wait it out. You don't have to get the first thing all the time and get at a good price in a year or two.
But as you could see, even with the car market starting to have some issues over the past few months, we still have some vehicles going way over sticker, just like it was 2020, 2021.
Calling a customer on his 2022 Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he owes almost $400,000, pays $5,000 a month, and is upside down big time and wants to get out of it. Let's see what can be done. I'm good, so I'm calling about the Rolls-Royce Cullinan you got. It's a 2022. I think the message I got said 2021, but the VIN number says 2022. I love the orange interior. So tell me what you got, man. What you got going on?
Yeah, man, I got called like 2 years ago. I got paid like $384, you know, and and trying to get rid of, and I wanted to see what you could do for me. You know what I'm saying? I saw you on YouTube.
How much money did you put down?
I put like 15, 20 down on it.
All right.
You know, I'm trying to get out of that. You know, pay $5,000 a month. You know, for the car. You know, Wood Forest. You know, bank, whatever.
Wood Forest or Woodside is the bank?
Woodside.
I know, good. I'm about to say, man, Wood Forest. That's the bank at Walmart. So now you good. So 40,000 miles. But yo, $5,000 a month for a car. That's crazy, Mr. Daniel.
Yeah, it's killing me.
Says you're in Miami, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. I mean, I love the color. The orange on the inside looks beautiful. No accidents. I mean, right now my offer, 40,000 miles is a lot for the Rolls Royce. I'll probably be at like $275. So you said you owed $380,000.
So just checking all the boxes, only putting down $15,000 to $20,000 for a $400,000 Rolls Royce probably means you can't afford it. $5,000 a month, and just another story of their life starting to go south, not doing as well compared to a couple years ago, and realizing that you lost $100,000 on this vehicle. You could see some of the comments here. If you have to finance a Rolls Royce, you can't afford a Rolls Royce, especially when you get at that price point. That's something way past any of the BMW, Mercedes type level of luxury. The people who have those kind of vehicles should honestly just only buy them straight up in cash, even though they're still throwing their money into a fire, especially with Rolls Royces. Terribly unreliable cars. But if you really are that rich and you like it that much, then whatever. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money, but only being able to afford $20,000, living that Miami lifestyle, driving around in a Cullinan just like everybody else does apparently there, probably wasn't the best decision.
You have a 2023 Raptor R you want to sell us. Look at a few pictures, man. It's a beautiful truck. You said that you bought this truck last year, right?
Yeah, man, but I'm really trying to get out of it.
I got you. What'd you buy it for, if you don't mind me asking?
$160,000, right when they came out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know they were hot. They're selling for crazy over sticker. What do you owe on it currently?
Around 140.
140. Okay. So look, listen, man. I was looking at some comps whenever you sent me the VIN, and they're going for around 97-ish to 105-ish wholesale, because you do have a lot of miles on it. You have 39,000 miles on it, right?
Yeah.
pay down about $40,000 if I were to buy this truck. Or, like I said, if you trade it in, maybe we can roll some of that negative equity into it, but you definitely need a down payment in order to get in something new.
Man, I'm really just trying to get out of this payment.
What's your monthly payment?
$2,800. It's been real slow right now, and I'm really just trying to get out of this payment.
What do you do, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in the home building industry.
Got it.
Really, what I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to get like 20 grand. I know you're saying like 90. I've seen them selling a little bit over 100 grand. So if you just give me 20 grand, I'll just come drop it off. You can just do whatever you need to do with it.
I got you. I mean, you mean just drop it off for like $20,000?
Yeah, like you cut me 20 grand, and I'll just come drop off the truck.
No, man, I don't think that's gonna work. Cause I mean, like I said, they will retail for like 110, 115, but again, this is a wholesale deal, so you'd have to come up with like $40,000 cover the negative equity. If I give you 100 grand for the truck.
Man, I just don't want this truck at all. I really don't want the payment.
Nah, man, I mean, it doesn't work like that. I mean, you can take it to your bank, but you know, whenever they sell it at auction or wholesale, you're gonna have to come up with a net difference.
Yeah, man, well, that's not gonna work. That's why I was looking for 20 grand. So if I can think about it, man, if I come drop it off, just give me 20 grand and you can just do what you want with it. 20 grand, you do whatever you want with the truck. I just can't keep making this payment.
I got you, man, but it doesn't work like that. I mean, I need a title. Do you have a title for it?
Nah, man, I don't have the title for it yet.
I got you. Nah, man, I mean, like I said, the only way to do this, man, is if you come up with a negative equity and we roll in something else. Or I just buy the truck outright, but I'd need a check from you.
So there's a couple of things about this story. First, $160,000 for a Ford F-150 Raptor R. I think the MSRP is around 100 to like 110, maybe 120. Of course, the dealer slapped $40,000, $50,000 above sticker. Somebody bought it, was in the home building industry, and you know, maybe he was living the high life. He got a contract where they can make those cookie cutter builds and make a whole new town, all the brand new construction, and make a ton of money. And then when that ends up drying up, he can't afford making the almost $3,000 a month payment for the vehicle. Now, I feel like something else shady was happening, that he just needed $20,000 immediately, so he was trying to drop off the truck even though it was worth way more. So it definitely feels like there was more to the story, but we have a comment from one of you guys. Financing houses like this was a big cause of the 2008 financial crisis, so I'm glad we all learned from that. And I think it's funny, back when people were getting crazy mortgages for their houses, basically we're in the same price range now, but people are financing vehicles instead of houses for it. All to keep up with the Joneses, make yourself look like you're doing better than you actually are, and we'll finish off this video with some of the vehicles that do exactly that.
Here are 3 heavily depreciated cars that look like they cost way more money than they actually do. So if you want to finesse your way into looking like you won the lottery, here are 3 cars to consider. Number 1, it's going to be the BMW 850i. The 7 and 8 series are known for depreciating. The 850i is no different. This car had an original MSRP of like 100K plus, and now you can find yourself one of these just below 50K. For a car that looks as good as it does, has an amazing interior, and sounds pretty good, this is definitely something you should consider if you want to let you spend more money than you did. Just make sure you get a warranty. Number 2, this is going to be the Mercedes-AMG GT53. You can find yourself one of these somewhere around 55K, and the great thing about this car is all the trim levels look exactly the same, especially if you don't know what to look for. And the great thing about that is the average person won't. So this car has a beautiful design as well as an amazing interior, and most people are going to think you spent like 100K plus. Number 3, that's going to be the Aston Martin Vantage. I couldn't make a list like this without including this car. Being the most expensive on the list, the cheapest I could find one for was around like 80K, and I think it had like 20,000 miles. I'm going to put it like here regardless. But this is a supercar that you're getting for cheap. And they say Aston Martin reliability has come a long way, so if you want to take your chances to roll the dice, I definitely recommend you get one of these, and everybody gonna think you won the lottery. But mainly the people that don't understand that it's a heavily depreciated car, but to be honest, if you're getting an $80,000 car, you still gotta be doing good to some extent.
Honestly, I don't really agree with that one too much in the end. We've seen a countless amount of people who are, I guess you could say, middle class right now. I mean, middle and lower class is really blending in today's world, but they still end up getting the nice big Suburban or Yukon or Escalade, something along the lines of that, and they start getting in that $80,000 range. So I mean, I could keep going with these clips. I actually have a good amount more, but I don't want this video to be too long. So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. That's all I got for you guys today. YouTube thinks you like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
And I am kind of interested in day trading.
In 2020, I actually signed up for over 15 bogus small business loans.
So today we're back at it, looking at bad financial TikTok advice. a classic. Of course, we have a whole bunch of stuff to go through because it is so easy to find so many clips online that are just absurd. So we got some videos along with your comments from the last video. So if you want to be featured in a future video, leave your comments down below. But we're going to start off with one of you patiently waiting for you to cover the Chase Bank money glitch. So instead of just making a dedicated video, because I'm pretty late to the party, I would assume that everybody who's watching my video has seen several people go over it. So we're just gonna lump it into the first example of many in this video. But if you didn't know, people were making fake checks, cashing it at Chase Bank, and then withdrawing that money thinking it was free money, an infinite money glitch. They couldn't just do that. They also had to make videos online that went viral to get attention on top of the fraud that they were committing. So it was just a cut and dry case of everybody breaking the law. Now, I know some of you would think that this doesn't really fall under the financial advice portion. However, there were also several videos showing these people before they ended up getting caught, telling their girlfriends to open up Chase Bank accounts, calling their family members. Honestly, anybody who would listen to just open up a Chase Bank account, look at all the money that I have, it's free money, and you could do the exact same thing and there would be no consequences. So there were people out there that just didn't have the financial knowledge and just believed somebody that they knew because they had a whole bunch of cash in their hands, and then that turned into them committing crimes as well. So probably not the best financial advice to take from a family member or a friend, because now I don't even know what's going to happen. There are tons of different numbers being thrown around. I've seen apparently millions of people have done this to Chase Bank, so I can't imagine how brutal this is going to be in some sort of court trying to get the money back. It is just a complete mess. But we have another comment from one of you guys. The infinite money glitch should be called How to Spot an Idiot in 35 Seconds. And it makes it even easier to spot when you make a TikTok about it, showing your face and the amount of money you stole. But we'll move on from that and we'll go into some other just bad financial advice. We have somebody who is another meme stock holder.
Good morning, everybody. I took up a little bit of a new hobby and I am kind of interested in day trading. So last week I bought some stock in AMC. I bought it at about $15 a share. I've been waiting for the dip, and this morning we're down to $11.51, so I snatched up some more. Over the weekend, theaters opened in California and they have been selling out all show times. People on YouTube are saying that this could be the next GameStop, and they're predicting that shares could go for $2,000 a share. Some people say $1,000. Either way, I am ready to hold and take it to the moon.
I think this is the perfect example for somebody who just watches surface level financial YouTubers or just entertainment YouTubers, because that's exactly what she said. Somebody on YouTube said that this is the next GameStop. This is going to go to $1,000 or $2,000, even though I think GameStop was around $450 at the height, I believe. So we're going to almost 5x that one on AMC. I'll take a look at AMC right now. Well, at the time of this recording, it is now $4.98, which actually went up 5%, an extra 25 cents. So yesterday it was $4.75. So I get it. It's super volatile. It's not like it's a steady incline or decline. It's a short squeeze that skyrockets the price, but didn't look like she had too much knowledge about the stock or anything about short squeezes at all. Just saw a YouTube video about it and decided to buy at $15, and right now it's under 5. That's a nice 66% loss. We have another comment from one of you guys. Getting financial advice from TikTok is like getting diet tips from a fast food menu. Entertaining, but not always the healthiest choice. And I 100% agree with that, including myself. Clearly, I'm not some financial advisor, and any sort of somewhat advice I tell you is the boring stuff that you'd hear from every other financial YouTuber. That's the safest route. ETFs, high yield savings accounts, CDs, Roth IRAs, nothing crazy, none of the speculative stuff and the crazy altcoin and meme stocks. It's just a recipe to lose a whole ton of money being convinced by somebody on YouTube or any social media platform to get a whole bunch of views, because it's a lot cooler to say that, you know, you're going to be able to 100x your money instead of a very slow growth rate of like 4% if you have a high yield savings account right now, or the 8% average return on the stock market. But even that kind of advice, please do your own research. Don't think anybody's word on YouTube about finance advice is 100% law. No matter how trustworthy they are, and I'm not saying that everybody's lying. It's just please do your own research. Don't pay attention to just random YouTube videos or TikToks and then do exactly what they say because they seem believable. And on that note, we have another day trader, a classic.
It's your daily friendly reminder that if you take $100, put it into a broker account, build that account 2% daily for 260 days because we do not trade on weekends or holidays, you can have a little over $17,000. Now wait, don't stop there. You're going to leave that amount in there, specifically $17,564.87, and you're going to keep building that 2% daily for another 260 days. And guess what? You will have a little over $3 million in 2 years. But that's just a friendly reminder.
Just a friendly reminder that, again, the solid return that most people strive to get is about an 8% return per year on the stock market. But this person says that you, just a daily reminder, by the way, just get 2% return every single day for over 500 days, and then you could have millions of dollars. Wouldn't you think that if that worked, any of these crazy level hedge funds that control billions and billions of dollars for all the wealthiest people on the planet wouldn't be taking advantage of that? But no, this random person in this video is smarter than all of them. I bet she gets 2% returns every single day. There's never a red day in sight. These are also the type of people that would sell you a course because they could be convincing enough to take money from you, and then that's how they actually get rich. Here, we're going back to the military boot camp for car sales.
You got a kid? Okay, and how many cars do you average a month? Not how many do you want to sell, how many do you average? Okay, watch this. What's your name? David. David, what if someone kidnapped your son David and they told him they were going to kill him unless you sold 40 cars a month? How many would you sell? Yeah. Why somebody got to kidnap your kid to sell 40? Why do things have to get bad before you guys will really get pissed off and max out?
Now, I get what this is. This is the pseudo Wolf of Wall Street mentality finance bro, where it becomes like the military and it's a go, 100% be motivational. I get you can make a lot of money, especially the more cars you sell, more commission, of course. Does it really have to be that extreme? That's why so many people have been making fun of this guy, because he has carved a niche out for a lot of people, but just overall, it is pretty ridiculous. And it's not like he's doing any of these talks for free, and he's probably making a whole ton of money to make these types of extreme examples in these talks. But we got another comment from one of you guys. If they say masterclass or generational wealth, it's a scam. Again, another one of the common tactics by the course or masterclass type of influencers you see all over social media. Now, we have another one that is a little bit longer, but is a crazy story. I guess this is legal, but again, seems extremely dangerous.
This is the sketchiest thing I'm doing to make extra money. I've started selling trade lines on my credit cards. I'm using this site. This isn't sponsored. I just want to point out that they're like legit. And so essentially what this is, if a person has bad credit, but they know that they need to get a mortgage or a car loan or something, they pay money to this website. This website matches them up with me based on what they're looking for, and I add them as an authorized user to my credit card for a set amount of time. They don't physically get any sort of card, they don't get my name, they don't have my information. I have all of their information, but the thing is, because they're an authorized user, they get my credit history, and that raises their credit score. They get a better interest rate on whatever loan they're trying to get. And I would not be doing this if I didn't know multiple people in person who had also done this and like said it was legit, because it seems so sketchy. I gave this website my banking information so that they can direct deposit me money, and the amount you get paid depends on your credit limit, the length the card has been open, various things. And so the ones I have ranges from $40 to $80, which might not sound like much, but if I get $40 and it took me 5 minutes to add an authorized user on my credit card, that's worth it for me.
All right, so I guess this is legal. I don't. $40 to $80 on that does not seem worth it at all for putting your own banking information on a website. But let's go back. This woman has good credit, right? Has never missed a payment and solid amount of credit line, all of that. But then wouldn't it be a red flag for her banking company or her credit card company to see that she is constantly adding and removing authorized users that are completely random names? They're not like family members or anything like that. And then if those same credit card companies could take a look at those authorized users, you know, through their names and realize that all of these people have terrible credits, most likely from defaults, not paying car payments, you know, bankruptcy maybe even, like all of the things to get bad credit. And this woman is constantly adding and removing people like that. Wouldn't that start giving her some problems? It does not seem worth it to me for $40 or $80 at a time, even with her, you know, 5-minute excuse. It's really easy to just add and remove. It just seems like a very, very dangerous game. Now we're going back to the course guy, the motivational guy, and it's just, you gotta love these. These are really good entertainment.
I spent the last $7,500 I had in my bank account to hire one of my first mentors. And that literally left me with no cash, so I got a tattoo of a boat burning on fire right after I made that investment. This was to signify that I was burning the ships and there was no way back. After I bought the course, I spent the next 14 days doing 12 to 14 hours per day of studying the course and taking action so that I could grow my business. 2 weeks after I spent every dollar I had in my bank to hire the mentor, I made my first $5,000 sale. Then I went out and I got a phoenix tattoo emerging from the ashes of the flame to signify the fact that once I burned the ships, I was able to emerge as a new beast. Take this video as a sign that it's time to start going all in.
I know the phrase cringe has become cringe because so many people say it, but like, good God, man. First, it's not really a mentor if you have to pay them for their course. That's just a salesman that got you. Second, if he spent every single penny on that course from his mentor, how was he able to immediately buy a tattoo? That's so cringe, the whole thing with the boat and the phoenix. Jesus, man. But of course, it's a magical success story. He instantly got a $5,000 sale. And then because that's my story, you should buy my course now. And now I could start making a whole bunch of money from you guys. It's just different variations of the same exact outcome every time. And we have a comment from one of you guys. I remember when Ty Lopez was peddling his e-commerce course for $1,000 to people who barely knew how to use the internet. Now, I know that wasn't the very start of all courses, but that seems to be like the first one that everybody on social media was like, what? This is so weird, because it was the meme of like, I'm in my garage, and he had like a Lamborghini and all of that. That was kind of the beginning of a lot of people taking notice to like, look at all these people who sell courses and they actually make money off of a $1,000 course per person instead of being good enough at what they're trying to teach you. Because if you were legitimately that good, there's no reason to charge somebody $1,000 each. You could actually just do whatever niche you're supposed to be the master, the guru in full time and make a unbelievable amount of money. Now here we have a video that is satire, but definitely happened during COVID, no doubt.
In 2020, I actually signed up for over 15 bogus small business loans. And since I'm already going to jail, it's time to tell my side of the story. Now, this scam started out like any other good scam. An error from the government, an opportunity for me. There was a form that you could fill out online, and it would ask you 3 questions. It would ask you, do you own a small business? You would check yes. Then it would ask you if you want $10,000. You check yes. And then it would say, do you promise you own a small business? Then you check yes again, and boom, $10,000 bucks. Now this process was like taking candy from a baby. So once I got the $10,000, I did the right thing, and I told everyone I knew about. Now at first, people were skeptical. They said, Drake, what do you mean you just answered 3 questions and then $10,000 appears in your account? But I assured them it was legit. So next thing you know, I was signing everybody up. I was taking their information, signing up for this loan, and then I was giving them $50 out of the $10,000. And until things went wrong, like really, really, really wrong, everybody was happy. And to be honest, no problems really occurred until they realized that, hey, maybe this Drake guy isn't a trapdoor salesman. Now in my defense and everyone else's defense who had taken this opportunity, what else were we supposed to do? Big Brother came down, locked us down, and told us we couldn't make any money. We were just doing what we had to do. I'm just glad I got to come on here and tell my side of the story. It's been real, and I will see you in 3 to 6 years.
Now, what I think is very interesting is the similarities to this and what we've seen in the past couple weeks with the Chase Bank Infinite Money Glitch. People thought it was just as easy as saying yes a couple times and getting a free $10,000 or $30,000, and they didn't even stop there. Then they told their friends and family members and got them all into this issue as well. I mean, it's just cycles, it seems like. Maybe we saw some TikToks about committing fraud with the PPP loans back in 2020. Maybe we didn't, but now it's just beginning to accelerate because we saw the Chase Bank stuff as it was happening online. They didn't even try to hide it. They had to get those likes on TikTok. Here we got another one, a different type of course seller, but one that is all too common, especially in the past year or so with the explosion in gambling.
I was offered $40,000 by my family to go to high school my senior year. I said, no, I'm going to bet on sports instead and start my journey. About 3-4 years ago, I had moved to Florida and I had to decide, am I going to go to high school and finish off, or am I going to stop doing that and am I going to start working, becoming an entrepreneur, following what my brother was doing, betting on sports? And I decided I'm going to do what I think is best, which is to start betting on sports, start learning as much as I possibly can, and start going down the entrepreneurial route. So about 3 to 4 years ago, I made a decision, instead of going here, go straight to the lab, head to the office. I got a membership in this local office, co-work, started working every single day to find CLV-driven bets, and a couple years later now, I think I made the right decision because I could have gotten a $40,000 car by a family member for going to school, finishing off. It was a BMW 340i, but I decided I'm going to put in the work. I believe that I can do it. I believe if I put in the hard work, I can achieve much more, and that's exactly what I've done. And this is just the beginning.
I like how there's always a blueprint for this kind of course seller. They always have a fancy watch. They always have the same type of story like that where they're not going to school anymore. They're going to drop out of school, or they're going to quit their job. And then of course they show that they have a really expensive sports car or supercar to prove that they have a whole ton of money. And this particular one is just from sports betting. Now, if he was somehow so good at sports betting enough to make all of this money and show it to you guys, especially in the gambling world, those accounts get throttled. I've actually seen videos with legitimate people who are sharps. They don't show their face at all because they get banned from all of these casinos and all of these betting sites, so they have to mask their identity. And when I say sharps, and they are legitimately making money off of sports bets, they are marginal. It is a very small percentage. It's not like they're winning 80% of the time and crazy numbers like that. But these people want you to believe that because some people are so into gambling and I guess not good enough at it where they just always lose, that there are a lot of people who will just sell others their picks for sporting events. Who's going to win the over-under, any other type of betting you could do for sports? Spencer Cornelia has gone over several different people in depth about this, and it just seems like another cookie cutter one. It's not really that much of a difference. There are also videos going in depth of people buying their courses or their picks and realizing that if you actually chose every one of them that they were going to choose, you would lose more money than win. So it's just a complete loss overall. So this next one real quick, we're just going to have to talk over it because unfortunately it had copyrighted music on it, even though she was talking over it again. Like, wouldn't you not have it? Whatever, okay? This is just another woman trying to convince you. She's a mom and she homeschools all of her girls, and because of that she wants them to have freedom and be able to do whatever they want, just like everybody else does who works a 9-to-5 job that they hate. But she's already showing her girls how to make money off of the stock market from their phone, even though these girls are like 10. They're not even close to being an actual adult, and magically she's so good at teaching and knows what she's doing that these children could somehow make a whole bunch of passive income just from their phones. And then again, all of that funneling down to another course that you gotta buy. It's just the same cycle over and over again in different niches and different ways to try to convince you. We got another one of the motivational guys. Just love it.
Mention to me 5 people in your life right now that you give them a phone call and be like, yo, drop me a $250,000 wire. You need those people, right? Because your net worth isn't calculated by the money that you have. but by the access that you have to money. You could be poor, but be in a federal position where you can print $100 billion and put it into any industry where you have prior investments. It's all about position.
It's always like the same thing where it is technically true. Same argument. Your net worth is your network. That phrase over and over again in different contexts and different sentences. But I highly doubt if you somehow need $250,000 wired instantly, if you have people who would legitimately be able to do that for you, you probably wouldn't get on the phone and be like, yo, could you wire me $250,000? Highly doubt that's how you would speak to somebody. But it's always this kind of person who's even younger than me. I would say probably the 23, 24 age, when they're a little bit older than the 18-year-old college kids, and those are the type of people that they prey upon because they're just getting out into the world and they realize that they need to start making money and things are actually a lot harder than just being in high school. So he could be the older hip guy and say all of the stuff that kind of makes sense, and then again surprise them with a course ad or some sort of marketing and sales cycle. Just continues over and over again. But at least in this next clip we have somebody who finally gets called out. That's pretty nice.
Okay, yeah.
So my boy get mine on.
Do you really?
You want to see it?
Yeah. What platform you use?
MetaTrader.
You can't use MetaTrader no more.
You can. You talk about for futures. You see, she don't even know.
No, you
It's
can't
futures.
use it in the U.S. no more.
Yes, you can. I trade on it. I have a live account.
You got a
Live.
funded account? Yeah, you got a funded account. So
This is a
that's
live
not
funded
your money though.
What you mean?
The account is funded.
It is funded.
Go to your history.
I lost a band right now.
Profit negative 1,600.
We it's a bad week, but we still up. We still up. We still up. From 10K to 46. I do. You gotta take L's to learn.
I love it when it goes from being super confident and saying that you have a whole bunch of money to at the end going, you need to take L's to learn. As they actually get called out for losing money instead of being the greatest trader of all time. Of course, man. At least somebody gets called out.
I'm getting ready to hop on a training and teach women how to turn $100 into $1 million in the next year and a half. Keep watching if you want to learn how to do it too. Okay, first, you're going to utilize my specific system for growing a $100 account through day trading.
We're done. We're done with that. We're like less than a quarter of the way through the whole video, but you could just stop it right there. Co-owner of 4X for women, so preying upon women, doing the whole thing that we've seen previously before with scams where people would sell to a specific gender or race just because of the culture or the relatability between them, and it was just another way to convince people to take their money. And the same thing, turning $100 into $1 million in 18 months. I highly doubt it's actually from her day trading skills. And it is 100% a course because she just said at the very first sentence, I'm about to hop on to a training to teach these people to somehow, 1,000x their money in 18 months. It's like, doesn't this get tiring? Here we could have one that I think it has to be illegal, right? Or just it's clearly immoral, but there's got to be some sort of rule against this. It's just very dark.
Unethical ways to make money, part 99. First, you're going to go into Google and look up retirement homes for dementia patients in your area. From there, you'll be able to find communities of dementia patients. Once you find one you like, you'll apply to work at that facility as a caretaker. Once you get the job, you'll go about doing your normal things, bringing them food, putting on a movie for them. But every single day after you finish your work, you're going to do this one thing. You're going to create an AI-generated video of you and that old person doing some wholesome things together, like blowing out birthday cakes, going fishing together, and even mourning together at your grandmother's funeral. The idea of this is to get these dementia patients to think that you are their grandchild. And if you show this patient these AI-generated videos day after day after day, then one day they might add you to their will. And when they pass away, you'll inherit all of their assets. Repeat this over and over again with every single resident at this retirement home, and eventually you'll be raking in over $1 million per month. Work smarter, not harder.
I know that this is most likely satire and for entertainment, but it's just so... What am I supposed to say about this? It's... Oh, man. More and more, I'm believing that social media has been a mistake. This one's probably one of the best ones, though. When the actual Wolf of Wall Street can't get on board with what you're saying, you have probably taken it too far.
Hey, I'm coming to San Antonio, man. Will you give me 5 minutes? And this is before anybody knew who I was. No books, no kind of right. So they're like, no, don't come by. But see, that was interest. To me, that's interest. No, I'm not interested. Not interested.
So not interested to use interest.
Well, it is. It says not interested. Not is an adjective to describe interest.
Okay.
Right? So it's a level of interest.
So if someone says they're not interested,
on a scale from 0 to 10, what interest level do you have? None. That is a level.
Right.
Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You with me? A few minutes ago, he didn't know he didn't know he had no interest. At least I'm on. You see what I'm saying? You get it?
Well, I wouldn't do that. I disagree with that. But I'm not saying that. Reasonable minds could differ.
When Jordan Belfort's like, nah, I wouldn't do that. You're just in a place that is just too far. You went too far into the deep, into the void, because when you have Jordan Belfort speechless at what you're trying to say, you just gotta stop. That's gotta be the end of it, and you just move on. But I mean, it is Grant Cardone. You could probably just make video after video of his clips from various podcasts, any of his public speaking. He just says crazy stuff, man. We have another comment from one of you guys. When has rich people ever given out their source of income to help the entire world get rich too? Never. Only scammers do this, and that's the same thing for any of the day trading classes. If you are really that good at day trading or sales or marketing, any of those niches, if you really had that kind of knowledge, you could just use your own money to multiply it exponentially. You don't need hundreds of dollars per person to teach them how to do it, or thousands of dollars. You could just do it on your own. And the last clip we have here is somebody who has done just that in live time, completely destroying people's financials right before their eyes. 4, 3, 2, 1, boom! The entire rest of the video is him pacing back and forth in dead silence for like 20-30 seconds. He was clearly in a room where he was supposed to be some sort of guru or the speaker. The stock was supposed to absolutely tank, and it skyrocketed. It actually did go to the moon. It is the AMC and GME holders. He did the exact opposite thing and lost a ton of money for people. I think these videos are a great source of entertainment, or at least if you don't have too much financial knowledge, what to watch out for when you're scrolling online now. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
I can't use the printer unless I have a subscription to it. You have to have a subscription to said printer to use the printer that I already bought with money.
Oh, sorry, you don't have an HP Instant Ink subscription. You can't print. What do you mean? It's fully loaded with ink. We got 2 of them. Color, black and white. Everything you need. Right in there. Sorry, you also need a subscription.
Welcome back to Edwards Economics. My name's Kaylin, and the average American household just crossed $3,000 a year in subscriptions. And most of you watching have literally no idea you're spending that much. 20 years ago, you bought a car, you bought a song, you bought software on your computer. And once you paid for it, it was yours. You didn't have to worry about somebody coming and taking it. Some of y'all were illegally pirating stuff, but if you bought it, it was yours. But in 2026, you literally rent every single little thing. And the math that is costing every one of us is brutal. The subscription economy isn't just annoying anymore. It's a structural transfer of wealth from your bank account to a small group of corporations that figured out recurring revenue is worth way more than a one-time sale. They once told us that you will own nothing and you will be happy. And I'm afraid that their plan is starting to unfold. So what in the world is going on with all of these subscriptions in 2026? Let's find out.
I keep seeing TikToks about people being mad that they have to pay for a subscription to be able to use features of their car, like starting your car, locking, unlocking, like seeing all the things on the app. And when I first got my old car, they gave me 3 free years of that service of the Mazda app. And I was like, okay, cool, but I don't think that my dad's gonna keep paying for that service just so that I can start my car in the winter. So when we went shopping for my new car, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm gonna get another 3 years of this.
Y'all letting them get away with it. The printer was already too far for me. You mean to tell me y'all are buying cars? Y'all are buying cars and they are putting behind a paywall the ability to start the car. The car has the features, yet you can't use them unless you continuously pay for it? Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'm gonna get a new car, so it's gonna come with 3 more years of service. And when I got my car, they told me that I only have 1 year of it. Subscriptions are literally gonna end at the same time. It didn't even do me any good. And I think that's insane because not only are they charging for a feature that should be free because it came with the car, but they're also cheating you out of what they originally said that they would give. And on top of that, you're paying for a subscription for something that's like half as good as the original version. I wish that my key would start my car because sometimes I don't have service or it'll just randomly fail. I'll try to start my car and it says something went wrong. I wish that I could do it from the key. So they're just kind of cheaping out and making like a worse version and then charging for it on top of that.
Oh no, see, no, this is gonna be my favorite video ever. I'm just gonna literally kick back and just watch this because this is gonna get progressively more ridiculous. I'm not getting a new car. I'm gonna stick with my 2017 Jeep Grand Cherokee that I could just boop boop and it starts. Where some of the software features don't even work anymore because I didn't get CarPlay. Now I don't even want CarPlay. You gotta pay for CarPlay.
Since when did we live in a world where we have to have a subscription for everything? What do you mean this computer doesn't already have Microsoft and stuff on it? I was using Word just fine, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, sorry, you don't have a subscription. Subscription? Shouldn't you already be on the computer? I bought a computer to write stuff on. Why can't I write? You don't have a subscription. Okay. Gets the subscription, goes to print something. Oh, sorry, you don't have an HP Instant Ink subscription. You can't print. What do you mean?
Ink? Oh, no. No. Ink? They got you on an Ink subscription too? I was already annoyed when literally nothing works on your computer because you need one. Ink is diabolical.
It's fully loaded with ink. We got 2 of them. Color, black and white. Everything you need. Right in there. Sorry, you also need a subscription. Like, tell me why I'm just trying to write a simple document and print it out and it just cost me $25.99. My stuff that I already paid for. $25.99.
Yeah, we can't let them keep getting
I
away
haven't
with
even left my house. Costing me money.
We can't let them keep getting away with this. They are just testing the limits now. They're just trying to see how much they can get away with. Subscriptions for ink? Is it like Amazon? Like they'll deliver it to your door? Or you literally can't use the printer because the software won't let you because you haven't... Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
This is my final straw. My final straw in capitalism. So the printer that I bought with money and the paper that I supply with it that costs money, the ink that I supply it with costs money, and the house that I have to plug it into, the Wi-Fi that I use to connect it to, the phone that I use to print said things to, that all cost money. I can't use the printer unless I have a subscription to it. You have to have a subscription to said printer to use the printer that I already bought with money. I know life is just a bunch of subscriptions. At this point, we subscribe to the air that we breathe. But a printer? $5 a month. $5 a month to print
And
things.
that's not even like... I could see... Okay. I could see if there was like, okay, $5 every year to maintain the server costs to keep the printer software up to date. Like, that would even still be crazy. $60 a year to use your printer that you barely even use because literally everything is digital now.
let's just bring back cable, okay? Cable TV. The streaming services experiment is done. It's been ruined. I was just adding up the number of streaming platforms and the money that I spend on those platforms every month, and it's a ridiculous amount.
Forget the money. Because cable was expensive too. Like I remember my parents complaining about it, whatever. You know what really grinds my gears? You can't even find what you want to watch anymore. I don't even watch it anymore. Oh, the playoffs are on for the NFL, NBA, baseball. I can't even find it. Oh, did you watch the game? Where? Literally where? Oh, did you see who got voted off of Survivor? Where do you even watch it? My family and I will watch it, right? I get Paramount Plus to, see Survivor. You can't even watch it until the next day after it's already aired. What's the point in that? What's the point in that? So many things. We don't even know where to even... It's annoying. I'm done.
Every time I want to watch a new show or movie, I have to subscribe to another platform. With MGM Plus. A couple days ago, I was on Amazon Prime looking for a random 90s movie, a very specific movie. And they were like, oh, yeah, sure, we have it and you can watch it. But you have to subscribe to Shout TV. Shout TV? So then I look up Shout TV and it becomes very clear that it's just another one of these platforms that holds a bunch of random obscure TV shows and movies. And these platforms exist because of nostalgia. They know that at some point someone's gonna want to watch something from their childhood, from their past, that they used to watch with their mom, whatever, and they're gonna find it on one of these platforms and they're gonna plunk down the $2.99 and then forget about it. Right? Most of these platforms, they're not really creating a lot of quality content. They might be churning out 1 or 2 good shows a year, but we're all still paying anywhere from $2 to $19 a month to hold on to these. I mean, look at Netflix.
They don't get me, though. They don't get me. I'll give you your little funky $3.49 when you have the little deal going on, but I will cancel it immediately. So, as always, in true Edwards economics fashion, we are going to try to make the case on why all of us should be paying more money for subscriptions in order to own nothing and try to be happy. Subscription is just paying what you'd actually pay anyway, just in a tidier wrapper. So if every recurring charge on your card sits in one of those 3 buckets, then you're fine. You can just skip the rest of this video. But you're not gonna actually do that because that's a scenario that's not actually happening. So we just set it up so we can tear it down and dunk on it, because this is where the steel man starts to fall apart. Most subscriptions in 2026 aren't filling any of those 3 roles. They're filling a 4th one that I hid from you guys until I reveal it to you right now. The one that is advocating that we turn ownership into rentals for literally everything in our life. And y'all, this is the most profitable trade in modern business. Here's the actual reason every CEO is in love with this business model. A one-time sale gets valued by the market at 1 to 3 times revenue. A subscription gets valued at 4 to 7 times revenue, sometimes higher. That is a multiple expansion of 2 to 5 times for the exact same dollar of revenue, which means every CEO has a personal financial incentive to convert any product that they possibly can into a reoccurring fee. It's why your printer stops working when the ink subscription lapses. Even when there's ink already in the cartridge, the product is no longer the product. The reoccurring fee is. And there is some brutal math if you look at the 10-year comparison. The average household subscription stack at $3,000 a year compounds into $30,000 over 10 years. So we do need to be more prudent before we start giving over our credit card and debit card information. Y'all, they are running a play on us and we're acting like we don't know what to do. I'm not saying that what you should do is cancel everything. What I'm saying is you do need to understand what you're agreeing to. So I have some advice for some of you guys who still haven't done the math on all of the subscriptions that you have. Go ahead and sit your tail down this weekend. Pull up the last 90 days of bank and credit card statements and find every single recurring charge. Now, if you're more techie, you could even take a picture of it with your cell phone and then throw it into any AI and just have it do an audit of all your spending. Then go ahead and have the AI or yourself put it into 3 different filters. First, did I open or use this service in the last 30 days or not? Second, am I paying for a cheap tier or have I silently been upgraded to a more expensive one? And the third, is this filling a real role in my life or am I paying to feel like I have something that I'm not actually using? Then go ahead and tally up all the results and literally be ruthless. Cancel anything that fails the 3 filters. But I have a question. What was the most embarrassing subscription that you found when you ran your audits? Whether you did it just now or you did it recently in the past. Go ahead, drop it in the comment section below. Just be honest, we're not gonna judge you.
Charging us $600 a year to keep all of our functions on our 2025 Camry after we've owned it for a year. Let's go ahead and dive into what it is. Well, everything's a subscription nowadays, so it shouldn't be too surprising that cars are now wanting a subscription as well. And after a year, Toyota expires some of the vehicle functions. So what are those functions? Well, probably the biggest thing that expires after a year is remote start via the Toyota app. So you used to be able to, from anywhere, open the app and remote start your vehicle to get it cooled down. That's no longer a thing after a year. You also lose the digital key functionality, so you have to take your keys everywhere with you. You can no longer use your watch or your phone. Another big thing that expired is our navigation. Despite us buying the high-end XSE trim level with the big screen, when we tab to the navigation menu, guess what? It's now expired, and if I hit get started, all at once...
This is making my head hurt. Especially because he's using the word expired. That just grinds my gears beyond any level of explanation I can even do. What do you mean expired? Like the car is perishable, like it's a piece of bread. Expiration date passed, can't eat it. This ain't no food. How we got beans in the pantry that last longer than the features on these cars? What? Expired?
To do is sell me this subscription. So how much is the subscription? Well, $15 a month is the entry-level price if you want the app functionality with things like navigation, which I feel like we already paid for. Now, if you want additional things like Apple Music to be able to function inside the car natively, that's $25 a month. And then if you want Wi-Fi on top of that, that's an additional $25 a month. So yes, you can spend $50 a month on this Camry in subscriptions, $600 a year. Now, of course, we're not doing that. I don't think it's worth that, but do you think it's worth it?
No, you might as well live in it. You literally might as well live in it at that point.
Do you think your life is bad? Yahoo Email is trying to hold 15 years of my email account hostage. Yahoo Mail says your storage is full, and if you don't pay us within the next 5 days, you're not going to be able to send or receive any more emails from our cheesy email service that I kept for some reason. They want me to pay, so the free plan isn't cutting it, so they want me to pay $2 to $10 a month to keep my cheesy Temu Yahoo email. Of course, guys, I should just switch to Gmail, but I've been giving this email address out to people for the last 15 years. I can't just let it go away. Like, I can't just let it die. Yahoo is holding my email hostage and extorting me because I kept it for so long, and I don't know what to do. I don't want to pay Yahoo $24 a year, certainly not $120 a year for like the worst email service ever. Any advice?
Please check your subscriptions. Please check pending subscriptions, your trials, your free trials. I was just charged $144 for Grammarly. Oh my god! So I downloaded Grammarly during finals week because I had a lot of essays and somebody told me that Grammarly worked really good to proofread and make sure that there was no
plagiarism or anything like that. So I downloaded and made an account. There was cooler features on there, but you needed platinum for it. And I only needed it for the finals week. So I did the free trial and I forgot to cancel my subscription.
Ouch.
I was just charged $144. This was literally the last thing I needed. This was the last thing I needed.
It's great that everything's a subscription now. Everything's just a rental. It's fantastic. I love that. Didn't have to do a whole lot to convince everybody to be okay with it. They just went, instead of charging you one time for Photoshop, we're going to charge you 3/4 of the price of Photoshop every month for the rest of your life until you die. And we all went, that sounds great. Thank you so much. Printers on subscription services now, because printing was already so you may as well get an app involved. You get 15 pages of printing free until you hit a paywall, and now you gotta pay a monthly fee to use a physical object already in your house on paper that you already purchased. There are some garage door openers that are on subscription services now. Now you have to rent the ability.
That is so funny. Lock the doors, anybody leaving, pay up. They will lock you in the house and not let you out. You're not driving anywhere until you pay your car subscription and then pay the garage door opener subscription. What are we doing?
To open a door in a house that you own, or more likely in a house that you rent. You are renting the ability to open doors in the house that you rent. Even better. Did you guys know that medical software is on a subscription too? The software that doctors need to use the machines to do neurosurgery? Sometimes doctors will go into neurosurgery and go, our subscription needs to be renewed. We need to get our account manager on the phone before we can do neurosurgery. The last person I want involved in my neurosurgery is a member of the sales team, okay? We have to get a guy named Matt on a Teams call before you guys can operate? It's gone downhill. The fact that everything's on subscription now makes me really confused when people are optimistic about brain chips. They're gonna advertise it by being like, now you can see the world how dogs see the world, but...
Imagine, you get the little implant in your head, right? The little, whatever it is, the brain chip. You go to sleep, they're playing commercials in your dream. You can't wake up until you watch and zip through an ad. Oh my goodness, y'all, this is so bad. We're so cooked. We're so cooked. This is how it ends. This is the societal decline. This, peak humanity. We're going out on advertisements, y'all. Wow.
I feel like they've successfully subscriptionified our entire lives. Like, really, when you think about it, pretty much everything now is a subscription. Literally, just existing is a subscription. Oh, do you want to be alive for another month? Pay our monthly fees. All of your basic necessities in life have become a subscription. Even like your rent. It's a monthly fee that you pay that you have to renew at the end of the year. And then they're just going to increase the price with absolutely no improvements to the product. And you have no choice because you don't want to move, or it's too expensive to. Even your subscriptions have become a subscription. They're just like, oh, are you having a hard time paying your monthly subscriptions? Well, here's an app to finance your monthly subscriptions through a monthly subscription. There's no escaping it. And by the way, they're not done. They're just getting started. Everything is, they're going to have to start having like subscription babies, subscription spouses, where you just, they give you like a checkbox and you order one in the mail, and then you can have the option to renew after a year if you don't like it.
Literally shut down their website so people can't cancel. Who am I talking about? Microsoft Live. For no apparent reason other than corporate greed, because they're not saying why. They just went from $9.99 to $29.99. $30 to play live a month. Oh. So many people started canceling their Microsoft Live that they just shut down the website and said, no, you can't cancel. Corporations continue to stab themselves. Are you not thinking at all about your shareholders? What are we going to see the stock do now for Microsoft? Have you seen what's happening to the Netflix? They broke the barrier, the low, and it crashed underneath it, and it's still going down. If you would have bought puts when I told you to buy it, as a matter of fact, we should be buying puts on Microsoft now.
The crazy thing about capitalism is not only do you not own anything anymore, because everything is either rented or a subscription, but you actually pay more and more for it every single year. If you already feel like streaming is expensive right now, get ready because you're about to pay even more.
Thank you, capitalism.
According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, streaming prices are rising faster than the rest of the economy. For example, in 2024, streaming prices were up 4.3%, while overall inflation was just 3.1%. To get maximum profit out of us, their users, streaming platforms like Disney, Netflix, HBO Max have just been creating more and more random subscription tiers to the point where an ad-free experience, which should be normal, is just a luxury. Spotify Premium, which is already high at $11.99 a month, is increasing to $12.99 a month in February. And they try to justify this by pushing other forms of content like audiobooks and podcasts that subscribers didn't even ask for. This is what streamflation looks like. You don't own it, you can't opt out, and the price only goes one direction, up.
Somebody please explain this to me. I pay a monthly subscription to things like Amazon, Netflix, Disney Plus, so on and so forth. What absolutely aggravates me is how I pay a monthly subscription and there's movies that are on there, but when I click on certain movies, I have to pay extra money to watch it. Dude, the movie was available like a couple of weeks ago, but then all of a sudden, now not only do I pay a monthly subscription, but now I've got to pay an extra $4 or $5 for that particular movie on that platform.
Always something.
My absolute favorite is the holiday seasons. Them movies are available all year long, but if you want to watch a Halloween movie, not come October. You better pay up that extra $4 or $5. Christmas movie? Nah, you ain't watching that come December for free. You gotta pay extra to watch that. I mean, am I the only one here? Like, shouldn't it be if I pay a subscription, those should just be included with it? Somebody make this make sense. Somebody please explain this to me.
Why is everything a subscription now? Most importantly, why can't we own anything anymore? Hi, my name is Andrea Mizrahi, and welcome to episode 31 of It Really Is That Deep. And today, we're talking about the subscription economy. Okay, this isn't just about Netflix or Spotify, which are the two obvious examples of this phenomenon. This is about a fundamental shift in terms of how we consume, and what it even means to own something. The term subscription economy is popularized by companies like Zora, basically to describe a world where instead of selling product, companies are starting to sell ongoing access. And look around, that's exactly what's happening. We no longer get to own things forever, we only get limited access now. You pay to use it for as long as they let you. And that's why everything from entertainment to software to even meal kits has become a monthly fee.
So, it's 2026, and you made it this far, except you don't actually own anything anymore. But that's not a problem if you decided to rent. The problem is the people who didn't decide. They drifted from buying things to renting things, one auto-renew at a time. And now, every month, they pay for the privilege of using what they used to own. So run the audit, y'all. Cancel 2 or 3 subscriptions, and then reclaim the money that is rightfully yours. That's the move in 2026. But what else is the move is going to edwardseconomics.com and subscribing there, because that's where I go deeper with more unfiltered breakdowns and biblical application that I can't always get into here. If you haven't already, go ahead and like and share this video with a friend who's paying for 5 or more streaming services and literally watching none of them. And then let me know in the comments what you found in your audit. Thank you guys for watching this video once again. I pray the Lord blesses you, that he keeps you, that he turns his face towards you, that he turns his countenance towards you, that he gives you favor, and that he gives you peace.
Alright, so what is the easiest way to make $10,000 per month every single month with Forex trading? Really simple. All you need to do is get funded $200,000.
It makes more financial sense for you to own a supercar that is $100,000 and up than it does to drive a Hyundai for 25 grand.
All right, so I think it's actually pretty impressive how many different grifters I was able to find on TikTok Finance for all of us to see and honestly to really make fun of, because overall, as you'll see, it's pretty similar tactics but a lot of different avenues. And unfortunately, as we've seen with the scam videos that I've made with other bad financial TikTok advice, basically the entirety of CoffeeZilla's channel in general, many of these grifters end up scamming a ton of people online now because they're very smooth at talking or they have very good editing. They seem very convincing. They're flashing a whole bunch of wealth. You name it, they're trying to use it to sell you some sort of course or mastermind, entrepreneurship plan, mentorship, Discord group, whatever. So we have a lot of clips to go through along with some of your comments from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave it in the comments down below. But we're just going to get into it with a Forex trader.
Alright, so what is the easiest way to make $10,000 per month every single month with Forex trading? Really simple. All you need to do is get funded $200,000. So in order to do this, you're going to need some help. So this is where you can get something like our E8, which will help you do this automatic. After that, once you're funded, all you really need to do is keep hitting 5% every single month, and that would equate to $10,000 per month. Sounds easy? Because it is.
Now, right off the bat, before we get into it, this almost seems so cookie cutter that it's satire, but then I looked into this guy. He's 100% serious on this, because if this was comedy, it seems like it would be pretty funny, because there's just nothing special about it. It's so ridiculous. Somehow hitting 5% returns every month forever, I guess. There's just no red months. Forget the 8 or 10% returns on the stock market, which is the goal for most people. You'll just hit 5% every single month. And why stop there? It should be every week or every day. And then, of course, how do I get funded for $200,000? Because apparently that just comes out of thin air if you join their group. Because I bet they're going to fund just anybody over 6 figures to instantly start trading, and then, you know, $10,000 a month, boom, 6 figures, as easy as that. This is honestly a guy pretty low on the totem pole though, so he's trying to pull out all the tricks. If anything, if he does start tricking a good amount of people, I bet he'll get even smoother at talking and it won't just sound like every basic cookie cutter grifter. Only 2,000 followers, trader, follow for more trading and lifestyle content. DM me the word pass, which is just, again, every single shady TikTok page with the bot comments. He's posing in front of Bentley that he 100% doesn't own with a whopping 5 likes. The only comment to it as well is very uncomfortable type of bot. It's the whole situation is very weird. I guess this is what happens when you're in the slums and trying to grift people from the absolute bottom, because you go onto his TikTok page, a whopping 300 followers. Of course he's in Dubai so he could dodge taxes just like all the other grifters. Forex, mindset, lifestyle, let's level up. Come on, you gotta up your game to try to start tricking people, because I think a lot of people overall will just see this and laugh at it. We do still have people who believe in that dream, the day trading, the Forex trading. We have a comment from one of you guys. I knew a man who kept an extra laptop at his desk for day trading. He loved to talk and told me about the many thousands of dollars he lost and how he was trying to get it back, and he swore he was going to stop after that. That seems like a gambling addict to me. He worked for the government, and based on what he openly shared with me, I felt his finances were scary enough that he was leaning far enough into gambling addiction, exactly, that he was putting his clearance at risk. Nice man, but he was a gambler, no doubt. He made terrible, impulsive decisions with what money he did manage to earn through trades. And you see all of these random TikToks of people showing a green arrow going up on a stock or a cryptocurrency or just Forex trading, gambling in a casino online, and you get that itch of, oh, I could be that guy too. And then unfortunately you turn into that, gambling away tons of money and then just hoping that one day you'll quit when you finally break even.
These people the other day, man, they had like $150,000 in loans, and they took like 5 years and worked all this overtime to pay that off. They could have just went bankrupt. They didn't work really hard to build their wealth, but instead they worked for 5 years really hard to pay debt down to zero, which means when they paid that debt down to zero, they were still broke. They could have just went bankrupt and then worked really hard and had the 150 grand. Bankruptcy's not really scary. They're not gonna come kill you. You're gonna be bankrupt. Pretty much it's like following the Dave Ramsey method, except it's real quick. The Dave Ramsey method will just keep you bankrupt for most of your life.
Of course, man. Why would you ever have to take responsibility of your actions as an adult? You could just instantly go bankrupt when you're poor with your financial decisions. Just keep buying stuff on Amazon over and over again, maxing out those credit cards, doing maybe minimum payments at best, and then when you're finally done with it, go bankrupt. It's easier just to restart for that 5 to 7 years that you're in the hole, and you just magically know what to do with your finances after you declare bankruptcy. You were just going to start making money and be way ahead of the game instead of actually taking responsibility for your actions and paying your debt off. This is a lot of the mindset of the credit card debt videos that we talk about, and we've seen in those videos that especially when you don't take accountability and you go bankrupt, you end up doing it over and over again. There was a specific woman where it was a very odd situation. She had had an entire page almost dedicated to her debt. She was in 3 cycles of debt in her life, actually paying it off and then going right back into it. And then just recently, she declared bankruptcy. And she had a whole weird thing with a very odd kickback link on her page for her viewers to declare bankruptcy as well, getting a lawyer. It was a very shady situation, but taking this advice and having no accountability, you won't learn anything. You're going to declare bankruptcy and then you're going to start maxing out credit cards again, over and over again. Now, funny thing with these types of videos, the bad financial advice and the scam videos that I talk about, you know, what to look out for, especially online, you get some comments like this. The fact that YouTube threw in at least 2 ads during your video with people selling the solution to infinite wealth is the most perfect scam loop of all. Somehow, the algorithm doesn't know that I'm actively trying to make you avoid these types of people, so you probably have had ads in this video at some point of this same type of grifter with an Amazon dropshipping website or any of the day trading or just motivation in general. This is how you can get your Lamborghini by 2025, all of that.
The first year I did 5 flips, just maxing out my credit cards. Second year I did 20 flips, same deal, maxing out my credit cards. My credit score during that time was in the 500s. And I remember my friends were like, hey, why are you gonna keep your credit cards maxed out? Aren't you concerned that your credit's in the 500s? And I'm like, what am I gonna get with credit? What's the point of credit? To get a good interest rate? I'm already buying properties. Am I gonna go finance a car? I just bought my car cash. What do I need good credit for? And people worry about the dumbest things. Anytime somebody's concerned about their credit and they're broke, I'm like, you are literally the dumbest person alive. It makes literally no sense to be worried about credit and you're broke. You have way bigger problems than your credit score. And just the whole credit system's stupid to begin with. Hey, let's build up my credit, and the moment you use it, it's gonna drop. The whole thing is rigged, and you guys play with it. You're like, yeah, my FICO's great. Like, great, what's your net worth? Nobody's ever asked Jeff Bezos his FICO score. Nobody cares.
In one single way, I guess I understand what he's trying to say, where if you're just 100% obsessed with your credit score, it's not really going to do you good if you don't use it. But in the way of him saying that he was maxing out cards to flip real estate as if it's just that easy and anybody could do it just because he said that he did it, you know, real estate goes up. So many people have gotten so wealthy because of real estate. You could just look at the countless amounts of content on TikTok and YouTube of all of these people that have 100 different units or 1,000 different units and are millionaires, right? But now that we're not living in the la-la land where all assets just kept rising over and over again during COVID, and it's starting to get a little hit or miss. I'm not saying that real estate has tanked right now, but clearly not as easy as just buying something, waiting a couple months, and then relisting it for more money now. It really depends on what real estate you bought and what part of the country and how much money you have to actually spend on a piece of real estate. If you don't know who this is a YouTuber slash TikToker who has been around for quite a while and over 1 million followers on TikTok of the I would say Grant Cardone adjacent type of content, all the ones where he's standing in front of a crowd or on a podcast talking about all the money he made on real estate. But then when you really start looking at his content, he only gets 1,000-ish views on TikTok per video with his 1 million followers. So either there is virtually no engagement from anybody who follows him, which is still not a good thing, or a lot of these are bought. So you have a whole bunch of fake followers to look official, especially with all of these clips making it look like he knows what he's doing. He's telling everybody how he can max out cards and flip a whole bunch of houses, make a ton of money. Same thing with his YouTube account. I think it's really funny. His most popular video is called Expert Explains the Best Side Hustles No One is Talking About in 2024. And you look right under it, it was uploaded 4 years ago. How was he making a video talking about 2024 side hustles in 2020? Was he seeing the future? He knew what was going to happen in 4 years? No. This is just the same video that he probably makes. Try to get recommended to people higher up in the search for the side hustle culture. And then surprise, surprise, when you see the descriptions for a lot of his social media, 500 plus house flips, 550 rentals, join our community, coaching and events. And of course, you sign up for a class. I do love, of course, you know, they have the free trial where it's just a couple dollars, even though you still have to put in your credit card information, and then how much value he's giving you for how cheap it is. I think it's still like $100 a month because, of course, it's a subscription now. It can't be a one-time payment for anything now in 2024. Access to all Wealthy University courses, $8,000 value. Next one's $10,000 value, $5,000 value. I mean, in total, just for the $100 a month, it's a $23,000 value. I bet it is, man. The real estate ones, I think, are the most prominent because of how difficult real estate really is. I'm not telling you that I know anything about real estate. It's a very difficult subject to master and really know what you're talking about and make a lot of money, but because so many people aren't really in the know on how you could really make money off of real estate efficiently and not just go bankrupt and max out all your credit cards, these people who are smooth talkers will really convince a lot of people. They buy the course for $100 a month and then boom, he's making thousands and thousands of dollars a month just from the same basic knowledge that you could probably Google, and he made most likely back in 2020 when it was so easy to make money off of real estate. And clearly you could see that it works because we have another comment from you guys. FYI, I believe Ty Lopez, who is one of the original "I'm here in my garage with my Lamborghini," like that meme, he spent something like $10 million in ads on YouTube for that stupid course that he sold for only $68, but apparently he still made around $100 million from it. All of these other grifters probably aren't nearly as efficient as this guy because this was the first one that everybody really took notice of how weird this was, but it still convinced a lot of people to buy it. And now we have a whole bunch of copycats just doing the same thing over and over again. We have another comment from one of you guys. Please sign up for one of these classes and stream it for us. I want to see exactly what goes on in these classes. Now, I'm pretty sure people have tried to do that, but they get copyrighted if they try to put it on YouTube because I think it technically is, or they'll get sued by the grifter just to try to scare somebody. There was a video that I watched a while ago from Drew Gooden where he did a course that Ninja, the Twitch streamer, made on like how to be a gaming superstar and make a whole bunch of money like he did. And again, it was very easy, you know, get a good gaming PC, a keyboard, a webcam, and be able to interact with chat and be good at video games. It's like very, very basic stuff. He made a dedicated video off of one of those courses where it's not exactly the same as the Forex trading or the real estate, but he did really shine a light on how basic some of these courses actually are.
It makes more financial sense for you to own a supercar that is $100,000 and up than it does to drive a Hyundai for 25 grand. Sorry, Hyundai. But financially, it makes more sense to buy the supercar because they don't have a bottom. They don't go to zero. You don't start over. You understand true value. It becomes a wealth transfer. If I can buy, a personal example, the R8 that I had, so I bought that for $80,000 and I sold it for $110,000 after driving it for 2 years. So I got to drive an R8.
You got to drive an R8 and have it in your driveway.
And I got paid $30,000 to do it.
I do like that girl who had no knowledge was just like, wow, just 100% took what he said as facts. Even though, of course, this was one of the only times in history where almost all car values went up because, of course, this video was around COVID. So he got lucky and bought an R8. Again, pretty old R8 if it was only around $80,000, probably around 2018. And then during 2020, 2021, when all the values came up and people were making money, they wanted to buy their toys because they couldn't really do much else. That exact car, even with more miles, went up in value. But you've already seen, even in the past several months or so, that has completely stopped. That is not the case anymore. Very few cars on the planet go up in value now, and the majority of the reason why is because they're extremely limited. Maybe they're old cars 20-25 years ago that are clearly not being made anymore, or brand new cars that have less than 1,000 units made. Those are the only cars that are still doing well now. Everything has stagnated or started to finally go down, so me just going out and buying a supercar real quick won't just magically make me a ton of money after driving it for several years. We have some of the comments from this video. Followed this guy's advice and bought a Lamborghini, put 100,000 miles on it this year, doing Grubhub, but for some reason nobody will buy it now. That's basically what would happen if anybody actually took this advice. Everyone listening in the comments, don't do this. Failed to mention that he bought it before the inventory crisis and sold it when the shortage hit and the economy was bursting at its seams. That's exactly what I was saying. So there's a very short period of time where you were basically allowed to say this online because you made a good amount of money, but you had to be lucky enough to just have the car before any of the crisis began.
What happens when we have to go fight another war? What happens when your wife or your kid needs you? You don't have the physical or mental capability to help them. You are a liability to your families. Do you want to be a liability? Do you want to be a liability? No, then put out. Do something. Show up. Put the sledgehammer out. Life is hard. Being a husband's hard. Being a father's hard. It's fucking hard.
These ones are great. These have come up in the past couple years of the pseudo, I guess, people who didn't want to join the military, but they're actively paying for a boot camp for somebody to be a pseudo drill sergeant, and you have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and do all these weird activities to be tough and be alpha. And you could see in the comments, because a whole bunch of people started making fun of this, yeah guys, just give me $1,000 and show up at a park at 3 a.m. on a Sunday. They for real paid thousands of dollars for this. You still have somebody, wish I could afford this course, and it was hearted by this guy. Again, this is a very low tier version of the alpha boot camps. I remember there was one that was getting made fun of by every commentary channel on YouTube where it was insane. It was like an $18,000 course that these people were legitimately paying for an entire like military style boot camp to be like an alpha member of society and be super successful. It was almost everything mashed into one. It was insane. I guess people could really be convinced by anybody. It's very upsetting. We have a couple for the next few clips, which I think will be a staple on this channel. Again, that pseudo alpha male salesman type that they're trying to pitch to normal people on TikTok now.
I was calling to get some information about a vehicle I saw on the website.
Okay, which vehicle?
Oh, we got an old fart on here.
Hello?
So how many miles are on it again?
67.6.
I think I'm going to look around for one with a little bit less miles.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for calling. Let me know if I can help.
Buddy, just like that, you're going to let me go?
You keep cutting in and out.
Well, I told you that I think it had a little bit too many miles. You heard that, right? Yeah, and then you said okay, and you were going to get off the phone. Were you going to go back and sit down and have a cup of coffee?
I'm only halfway through the clip. I'm not even going to finish it because this stuff annoys me. This is like an entire series that he does where he basically just calls salesmen and makes fun of them for not being like the vicious Wolf of Wall Street, like awful type of salesman that nobody wants to deal with. But this is supposed to motivate salesmen and make them work harder so they can make more money for their family and be the alpha leader, just on and on and on, yada yada yada. We've had a previous clip where he again was talking to salesmen where he said, if I put a gun to your son's head, would you sell double the amount of cars? It's like that kind of stuff where just calm down, dude. But this is his entire grift, and I guess he's convinced enough people to do it where he just keeps making these videos, because a lot of comments that are very similar to my thoughts. So you're mad that he didn't try to sell you a car you didn't really want. Watch Wolf of Wall Street once, but as a customer, I appreciate when salespeople don't continue to try and get me to buy something I don't want. Again, who really wants to go to a dealership and be constantly followed around and like micromanaged by some salesman talking about every little feature of any car? Like, it's just annoying, but apparently that's the only way to sell in his mind. So we have a comment from the previous video talking about this guy. I'm pretty sure that that salesman also had a video saying he only needs to spend an hour a day with his kids because he could get so much more quality out of 1 hour than being with them all day. Now that sounds ridiculous, right? But then we're gonna check out a clip from his wife.
I have ladies that ask me all the time, hey, I feel guilty because I'm in business and I have my kids and I'm not spending time with them. I'm like, well, how much time are you giving them? I'm like, well, a couple hours. And I'm like, a couple hours? I mean, that's freaking a lot of time. It really is. I give my kids 20 minutes. 20 minutes. My kids don't need more than 20 minutes. But in those 20 minutes, when I'm home, I'm a different woman every day for my kids. When I see them, we play Ring Around the Rosie on the outside. You know, we play, I throw them, I'll do things they don't expect me to do. I don't sit and I don't play with my phone more than when I'm with my kids. I try to surprise them. I try to do stuff that they don't expect. That's the thing. You're not making the best out of your time. Sometimes your kids get used to you just being there and not really being there.
So I guess in both of these parents' minds, it's better to just hang out with them really hardcore for an hour and 20 minutes and go play fetch, run outside, or do whatever they're trying to do, not be on their phone, and then what, just work the rest of the time, doing these lame conferences and all of these grifts and trying to convince people to be like the alpha male. It is pretty funny because I could see that this couple is definitely a copy of Alex and Layla Hormozi, which I have mixed thoughts about them as well. I do agree with some of the stuff that he says. I think that this couple is just trying to copy the Hormozis and get all these clips in front of people in the podcast clips just to build up the following. But if you really want to take this at face value, how many stories have you seen where a kid ends up hating his parents because all they do is work and they're super successful? You know, they live in a big mansion with the nanny and all of that. There's no communication between the parents because all they do is work and make money. This is basically the same statement, but it's trying to be motivational to, really have fun with your kids for a small amount of time and then just get back to work or whatever. It's very dumb. I don't even give my kids 20 minutes. I'm too busy making cold calls. #level up. The justification and rationalization is crazy with this one. She took over the father's role, so who's taking over the mother's role? The assistant? Well, neither of them are doing it because both of them had the same statements where they don't really even take care of their kids or hang out with their kids that much. We have another comment from you guys. Whatever these TikTokers do the opposite, and I think that holds true for the next clip. Now, I do actually believe that this is pretty satire, but again, from what we've seen with social media influencers, they will just give you false financial information, and if you actually take it and run with it, you could get in trouble.
Hey there, TikTok. Day 6 living on a boat till tax season's over, taking advantage of that maritime law. You already know. Now I got beer in the cooler, Buffett on the radio, baby living like a founding father.
And this is a video kind of making fun of trying to dodge taxes. With the whole maritime law, it was very similar to the person who was trying to write off everything in their life. They would go on vacation, and because they recorded a couple videos that they were influencers, apparently the entire vacation was able to be written off, which is not true. Same thing where he said he hired a personal chef every day, and he would have business meetings with his family every night, so he was able to write that off as well, and it's just not the case. But there was another clip that just had a couple photos that I thought was pretty funny. How it started with the day 4 living on a boat until tax season, and then how it's going day 1 of tax court. So if you actually take this seriously, like a lot of these influencers and grifters that we've seen, especially with trying to dodge taxes, man, it's super unbelievably dangerous. You basically can't avoid just evading taxes. I know there are things you could do where you could legitimately bring your tax burden down, but just doing crazy things in gray areas will just end up getting audited, and you will get caught. You could clearly see upper class wealthy people still will end up getting caught for tax evasion. It's not something I'd really mess with. Here we have one that's too good to be true with something that was probably pretty successful years and years ago, but they're still trying to peddle it as if it's just that easy.
I taught my kids how to start a vending machine business. I told them a vending machine costs $2,000. It costs $200 to restock the vending machine every week. So the first thing that you need to do, you got to earn $2,000. Dad, how am I going to do that? Do all of these projects at home, and you can earn the $2,000 plus the $200 of food that you're going to stock it with. Okay, Dad, what's the next thing I do? You're going to every week put $200 of food in it, and people are going to buy that food for $400. What's your profit? There's $200 left over. I said, great. Now that's called profit.
Again, we're only halfway through it. I'm cutting it off there. I'm not going to watch the rest of it. It's just the same too good to be true type of side hustles, where I remember watching years and years ago that vending machines were actually a pretty good side hustle for people. But then as soon as it starts getting out in the public, where clearly you don't need a degree or really too much business knowledge to be able to just restock vending machines over and over again. You would just need deals to have them in specific places with high traffic and then just constantly restock them. But again, when you realize people could actually make money off of it, the competition explodes. We have some comments from this video. Step 1, have a parent that gives you $2,000 for doing a few chores around the house. Immediately just thrown right out the window. That'll never happen. But he tried to make it sound like his children were making more than the average American just from doing that. Ridiculous. Very difficult to find places to put machines. A vending machine owner here, almost no locations do $800 a month. A good location is $400 a month. Just completely BS numbers. He has no idea what he's actually talking about. Just very convincing. And he's flashing cash, and he has a nice background, so he'll seem convincing to a lot of people. And it doesn't end there. He has been doing this for quite a long time. We'll just play a very short portion of this clip.
You know, when it comes to money, most of us are not trained in high school or college or from home what we should be doing with our money, what we should be buying, what we shouldn't be buying. So I decided today that I would make a video for you.
Immediate first red flag, if he's getting out of a car, especially a BMW i8 trying to be all flashy, you know that it's a complete grift. i8s are supercars to people who aren't really into cars because they have the doors that go up. You know, they look super fancy. They look like a Lamborghini. They look like a Ferrari. But when you actually look at buying a i8, you could get one for like $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. So basically the price of an SUV. SUV now. It is not fancy at all. They are horribly depreciating cars, but again, it's always the look. It's always to try to convince people when you see the comments, just buy my $1,000 course. No surprise there. What you shouldn't be buying is an i8, probably the fastest depreciating car around. But when you go to when this video was uploaded, he's been doing this over and over again since the beginning of COVID. School has failed us. And then of course it funnels into another course, but this was at the beginning of people sitting at home watching a lot more videos, realizing that you can make money online, and he capitalized on it with one of these cookie cutter videos. We're done with all the grifters for today. I just have one more video that is just a little bit of justice. Probably, I would advise you against doing this. I thought that this was pretty crazy, but this definitely went viral on TikTok.
Congratulations, my friend.
Congratulations.
So this dealership got this guy stealing a dead person's identity just to try to be able to buy a car. He thought it was all legit until the cops finally showed up. So at least we have somebody getting caught and having to deal with their actions. So if you see anybody, let alone some sort of guru or mastermind or mentor type of person trying to sell you a course, please avoid it at all costs. It's really not going to work out for you in the end, especially when you hear people like this comment who are actually in the gambling scene legitimately. I'm a professional poker player, and the gloating and lies you see from people are ridiculous. I don't live a lavish lifestyle. I have to treat it like a business, keep on top of finances, manage risk, and a plethora of other ways to earn anything. Also, it's certainly not only up. I've lost for 5 months straight before seeing anything in return. Now, I know specifically I've talked about how much I dislike gambling, but I still know that there are people who are legitimate sharps when it comes to gambling and poker and blackjack, counting cards, being very good at reading people in poker. That one's more of a person against person game instead of just, hitting the slot button over and over again and hoping you get a jackpot. But for the very few people who legitimately do it for a living, there are countless amounts of people trying to sell you the dream of doing it for a living. And it doesn't really seem like there's any sign of stopping, so hopefully I could just keep making these videos showing more and more of these people that you should try to avoid at all costs, just to try to save some people some money. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
A worker was fired for not having their mother's death certificate soon enough to prove they needed time off.
I just found the most toxic, red flag everywhere job listing.
So I'd have to go over 2 years without any time off.
Oh man, I thought it'd be fun to go over some of the modern day job listings in this market because it was so much fun the last time I made this kind of video. But I do think it's funny researching this kind of video how quickly I was able to find all of the content for this video. It wasn't like I was searching high and low for hours on end on the internet. Just instantly video after video showing insane demands, non-stop posts from all over the internet showing how crazy some of these companies' listings actually are. So we're going to be going over some videos, we have postings, we have some experiences from you guys in the comments. So if you want to be featured in a future video, leave your comments down below, but we're just going to start off with the classic overwork and underpaid.
I just found the most toxic, red flag everywhere job listing, and I have to share it. Okay, I won't tell you what the company is, but I am reading word for word from their job listing. If you get overwhelmed easily and your life is a mess, this isn't for you. If you're looking for a cushy job with tons of time off, healthcare benefits, ping pong tables, and the ability to switch off when you leave the office, this isn't for you. Working at requires you to be a winner, not a whiner. We're looking for high performers who are so effective they can do the work of 2 people without breaking a sweat. What? You want me to do the work of 2 people? I have to work 24 hours, 7 days a week, and I may or may not even get health benefits. The salary isn't even listed. I kind of want to report it. Should I report it? I know there are workaholics out there and that might resonate with some people, but the sad part for me is that there are 68 applicants for this job already.
So I mean, they're completely open about it, and there are almost 70 people willing to work there. Now, I will give them credit. They said all of this in the job listing, and a lot of other companies will hide this behind a fast-paced work environment and being a family, and a lot of these jobs will have these similar demands, but they'll hide it. They won't actually tell you. So at least this one did, but it doesn't make it any better, especially hiding the salary. If they don't have the salary up there, you know you're going to get lowballed, and if you got to be on the clock 24/7, I better be making a good amount of money, and I don't think that's the case here. We have a comment from one of you guys. My favorite is a job listed as remote, but if you read into the details, it tells you the job is in office and is 100% on site. False advertising at its finest. And I think another similar situation is all of the jobs that became 100% remote during COVID, and also added on that they were never going back to the building. We're going to be remote forever. All you need is a laptop and you could go work at home. You don't need to do any of this stuff ever again. You know, no more commutes, no more going into the office. You could do it all on your software and on Zoom calls and you'll be completely fine. And then people will get hired for that job because it sounds pretty good, you know, a lot easier than having to actually go to work. And then when all the mask mandates were lifted and everything went back to normal, they just kind of backpedaled and said, no, actually, you do need to go on site. And if you were hired for a remote job and lived across the country, you were almost forced to go move to wherever that corporate office building was in that radius so you could start going to work a few times a week, or you would get fired. Like, there are countless stories like that all the time, and it's just, I don't understand how they're allowed to say, you know, it's 100% remote, we'll never be going back, and then within like 2 years they're like, oh, never mind, actually, you need to come back to the building or you're fired. Like, I don't understand how that's legal. Now, the irony of being a cog in the machine of a lot of these corporations, this job listing actually wants you to be a robot, so I thought that was pretty funny. Data entry, 18 to 25 an hour full-time. You are not an emotionally or bubbly person. You are considered almost cold and robotic. So especially for data entry, I guess they want some sort of AI person before AI could actually do it. So if you're too happy or too positive, I guess just too social in general, this job is not for you. I don't even know how you could have some of these listings up. I mean, same with the next one. This one seems pretty normal. I mean, like the age over 24, I guess they can't have anybody right out of college, but then the end of it is good looking. I feel like this kind of stuff you're probably not allowed to put in the job description. I don't understand how people do it. I mean, we could keep going with the seems to be probably not allowed to be put on job descriptions, but here, optimize the algorithm, willing to commit 40 to 70 hours per week. So that is pretty crazy. I mean, at least full time. Can score 150 plus on an IQ test. Are you allowed to weed out people based on their IQ on this? I mean, maybe you're allowed to weed them out because you're allowed to weed out degrees and the years of experience and whatever hoops that they want you to jump through just to be able to have the opportunity to work for them. I guess if you're not a genius and are able to score a 150 plus in front of them on an IQ test, you're not allowed to work here either. We have another comment from you guys. Fast-paced environment is code for nobody communicates, meets deadlines, or is held accountable. So we'll dump it on you 1 hour before it's due. That could also mean that they had recent people getting fired, and instead of hiring new people, they just dispersed all the work from the previous employee to everybody else. So now everybody has to have a fast-paced environment because you legitimately have to do more work than you're supposed to. And here we have a video that seems like it would be an outlier, but I've actually heard this several times with different people's experiences, comments online, Reddit posts, I mean full-blown articles, and again, just shows the insanity of the job market right now.
A worker was fired for not having their mother's death certificate soon enough to prove they needed time off. I know American work culture isn't exactly known for being kind, warm, and fuzzy, but come on. When it comes to something life-altering like the death of a parent, you'd expect them to show a little heart, right? Not for this person who had the misfortune of working for a company that offers no bereavement benefits whatsoever. But this person's boss took things to a whole new level by not only requiring that they prove their mom had just passed of cancer, but that they do so on a deadline, no pun intended, that was impossible to meet. Just 3 days to submit a death certificate or be fired fired. But actually getting a death certificate in hand can take up to 2 weeks. So the worker was left scrambling, trying to compile other documentation instead, which of course their heartless employer refused to accept. So now on top of grieving their mom, they're also reeling from being fired from their job. According to the Society for Human Resources Management, about 90% of American companies offer some kind of bereavement leave, but most of those offerings are woefully inadequate. Advocacy organizations say that 80% of companies offer 5 days or less, with the standard being 3 days for the death of an immediate family member and a single solitary day for literally everyone else, which is totally out of touch with reality. Many relationships in our lives are just as close, if not closer, than immediate family. And experts at advocacy organizations say most people require at least 3 weeks to recover from the death of someone close to them. If we're being honest, these policies are kind of barbaric. And for bosses to take things a step further and force their employees to prove they're not lying about someone having died is sadistic. Nothing that gets done in a workplace is more important than people's loved ones.
I do think it's pretty funny that these companies will work you to death, and if you do legitimately die, you're only worth maybe 1, 3, or 5 days off of work. It sounds like I'm just making this up, like I'm lying. I have heard of this experience from a lot of different people online, so this isn't a one-off crazy story that made headlines. Here we could go back to the very creepy listings. Again, almost seems like it would be on Craigslist, and that would be the one where you would end up getting kidnapped. But minimum requirements. Due to current company setup, my client is ideally looking for a female candidate under 30 for this particular role. I wonder why. It's very confused, baffling to me. If you were going to be creepy and have all of these odd requirements, wouldn't you just weed out the candidates without legitimately putting this online for everybody to see? Wouldn't you at least try to be smart with it? I guess not. This one's really funny. You've been selected for an opportunity. Your experience as an autopsy assistant at the Weinberg Center for Forensic Scientists stood out to me when I came across your profile on LinkedIn. I guess this must happen a whole ton to people on LinkedIn. We're hiring at Moe's Southwest Grill. I think you could be a great fit. This person is an autopsy assistant, and they're like, yeah, you can make food for people at our fast food chain, right? It'd probably be a good fit. Here we have another comment from one of you guys. Lost my corporate accounting job, and I haven't been able to get any in 6 months. Having to go back into the Marines just to survive. The job market is cooked. Now, I especially thought that this was pretty surprising because I have seen some articles that accounting jobs are actually exploding right now. There's a lot of demand for it. So maybe this guy's location is pretty poor, but I know that a lot of the big, like a corporate accounting firms, like the really, really big ones, you can make a lot of money on. But even something where I've seen in passing that maybe the job demand is actually pretty solid for this particular niche doesn't mean that everybody's going to get a job. This person had to go back into the Marines just because he couldn't find an accounting job. This one, we have a whole thread for how crazy this has gotten. So these are the reviews for jobs online at, whatever company and whatever position. But the first one is 5 stars, perfect, the millennial dream job, great atmosphere, professional development, blah, 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 whatever. All the buzzwords to make it seem like it's actually a good place to work. And then cons, hard to think of cons, and then non-traditional hours/schedule, which is a code word for you're not just going to be working a 9 to 5. And then we could keep going down the thread. Don't believe the PR. Talk to previous employees before accepting an offer here. Don't recommend, negative outlook, disapproves of CEO. Very high pressure to post good public reviews on social media platforms. So it is actually fake reviews like you'd see on Amazon products that are terrible, and then they're just a million of the robots saying, yes, 5 stars, perfect item. So they're doing it at this company. It appears that in order to keep overhead down, they are focusing on only hiring new college grads or people with only a couple years experience. So they're taking advantage of the terrible job market and everybody getting out of college and not being able to get a job, that they're luring them into this company to be able to pay them very low, way less than anybody with experience, but these college kids will still take it because it's better than no job, and then it's actually a nightmare. Here's another one, F, doesn't recommend. Hopefully you don't have friends or family because you can just cut them out when you start because this company will consume your life. 12-hour shifts, 5 days a week, no breaks, and 30-minute lunches. You can see a ton more benefits designed to make you work more. They hire a bunch of people just to try to make sure company maintains a great culture. So the turnover is very high. Employees are treated like machines, 7:30 to 5:30. Culture makes up for a lower salary. I think what's most important to a lot of jobs for people is how much they're getting paid.
Do not apply for this job. Unless you want to be a customer success manager that is unpaid, it's remote at least, you have to work so many other jobs I will show you in the job description. There's been 9 applicants in 46 minutes since it's been posted. Let's get into all the red flags and all of this is so crazy. Okay, this first paragraph of the job description, I'm seeing a lot of buzzwords. I'm seeing blockchain, I'm seeing AI, I'm seeing B2B. In this last sentence of the paragraph, it says, we prefer someone who desires to learn everything to master growing a successful SaaS brand quickly. That sounds like a co-founder, not a CSM. And then the second paragraph is what's in it for you. So you basically get to do everything a senior CSM does, but you will be working with top account and industry leaders, but not get paid. Let's get into requirements. So first, 0 to 3 years. You know that they're looking for 3. You should be an outstanding account manager, by the way, but work for free. And then I'm not gonna bore you with every other bullet point, but every other bullet point is like a very professional customer success job responsibility. These perks up here mean nothing, and there's a typo, but it says learning everything there is to grow a successful AI SaaS product quickly. If you need to move fast, it is a toxic environment. Well, let me tell you. Industry, just all of these. You'll be working in all of these industries. Pick one. Pick like 3. Why did you list like every buzzword? Last but not least, the job functions is the best. Job functions. 3 separate jobs: a customer success manager, a customer support member, and a social media marketing person. All unpaid. Have some questions and want to apply? Well, since this is a stealth opportunity, I will not be able to share too many details about it up front either. Sorry. I'm telling you, we are going to see the craziest stuff in the job market this year. The tech industry has seen better days. Our workforce and employment rate has seen better days. I urge you, please be careful of predatory stuff like this. Your value, your time, who you are, is worth getting paid for.
I mean, not only is it crazy to get unpaid for an actual job like that, but of course all the unpaid internships for mentors and being able to get experience. We've seen comments from people in previous videos saying they got a bachelor's degree and then they also had an internship, and then when they went to go look for a company, the internship didn't count as experience to them. They wanted legitimate people who were already working, even if you did have an internship for years. So a lot of that just doesn't even count anymore either. Preferred qualifications, a master's degree, and your salary will be $15 an hour. So you got a master's and you're able to make $30,000 a year. That seems pretty worth it. Here we have one that seems very common with the artist, illustrator, graphic designer type of jobs now. They need 1,000 designs from somebody. They'll provide ideas, screenshots of things, and you'll be expected to come up with an original design off of that idea, 1,000 of them, and they'll pay $4 per design. Would expect 4 to 5 designs a day. They'll own any rights to the design and it will be commercially free. They want an original design that costs them $4 that they can then put on anything. I mean, on clothing, maybe on websites to be able to be sold, anything to be able to make more money. But after all of this, you'll make about $4,000, and I can't even fathom how much money they'll probably be able to make off of that if anybody actually decided to do this. Here we have another one that you're supposed to work for free. We are looking for a motivated, hard-working, and outdoor-loving au pair for 3 months, 40 hours a week, and then all, with the room, everything that you'd get if you were an actual au pair. Based in Wanaka, New Zealand. Don't know where that is, but New Zealand. Outdoor adventure playground and lake and 2 ski fields. Amazing location, so that's it. That's what they're trying to sell you. You'll have a vacation. You'll be able to live in a beautiful area, even though you'll be working for them the entire time, not actually getting paid. You'll be looking after a 9-year-old, 7-year-old, 1.5, and a baby due in September. So 4 children. Workload intensity will vary depending on the week, and a Springer Spaniel, so a dog as well. And then at the very end, I think that's funny, daily hours may vary slightly. So maybe that 40-hour work week will most likely be a lot more, especially if you have to deal with 4 kids and a dog. But at least you get to live in New Zealand, right? Here we have another comment from one of you guys posting an any job on Facebook. in and of itself sounds dangerous. Sounds like you're inviting someone to rob you, because any of those nanny or au pair type of jobs that are listed on Facebook are almost always insane. I don't get why people have the balls to be able to demand so much for so little pay. I mean, we were seeing crazy stuff where it was like almost full-time level. You had to completely take care of kids, bring them to like swim practices and make meals for them, and it would be like $70 a week. It was completely embarrassing, and people will just post that up nonstop on Facebook thinking that it's just okay.
1 year ago today, I found the worst job application I've ever seen. Something so bad that I saved it to my phone, posted it on Facebook so it'd come up in my memories a year later. This management level role not only wanted to know my SAT or ACT scores, which, not to date myself, but I took my SATs in 1999. SAT's not even out of 1600 anymore, I don't think, right? Which means they knew someone too old was going to be filling this form out. But they also like to know how I am equipped to handle a fast pace and long hours at a rapidly growing, ambitious startup. Look, startup culture is my thing. I've worked at lots of startups, but you don't have to just scream out you're never going to get to stop working here. But just in case you did make it this far, you also get a chance to demonstrate your intelligence to them. Not in an interview, but just letting them to know something that demonstrates your intelligence. I thought this was clever. I mean, I just typed this in. I didn't do the application. I wasn't that desperate of a pick-me candidate yet. I got there, but not yet a year ago. What's funny is I saw this job recently posted a year later, too. Big shock, whoever you hired didn't stay long.
And then these companies will get mad for job hopping or just high turnover rates when they have ridiculous stuff like this. Oh man. We have one possible employer, we gotta read it. If you have an offer from any other company in hand, please do not waste my time by sending your CV. I'm not interested to play games like Haggle for Vegetables in a, I don't know why that was blurred out. And if you're doing this, then I hope you burn in hell, because you will not join a good man who has given you an offer and is waiting for you. Of course, it goes without saying that this is a highly unprofessional and can be called many dirty names. So this guy's losing it. Clearly English is not the first language, but I guess it's completely okay for employers to get hundreds and hundreds of applicants on one single job listing, and then they'll weed out the absolute top candidate for it and will lowball them into oblivion. But if you actually have multiple job offers for your specific skill sets, this guy wants you to go burn in hell. We believe that skills don't come in X years of experience and value individuals' potential. We care deeply on how we develop games and collaborate and improve continuously. Background skills, minimum of 2 years of professional game development experience. I was never into game development, even though I played video games, but I'm very glad that I wasn't. It seems like game development companies, especially now in the past 5 years, maybe even 10 years, have become just unbearable. You need some sort of absolute deep passion, and not even just for playing video games or video games in general, just the amount of work that you have to do, because all of these games now have set deadlines to come out before Christmas or before another competitor's games come out so we could get more sales, and it becomes increasingly more unpolished as the years go by when these games keep getting released. It doesn't escape the fact that you need to grind out 80 hours a week. And as soon as it's done, it's all put together and out to the public, you have to immediately start making another game again. It's just a cycle that is definitely not worth it to me, because it's not like all of these developers are making $250,000 a year doing it. That market to me seems completely cooked. At this point, I feel like people are posting fake job posts for memes, and I mean, I've definitely seen my fair share of memes for job listings, but I feel like we could see that in a different light with all of the ghost listings. We've already talked about it previously with either ghost listings just trying to weed out maybe people who are super overqualified, and then they could lowball them and get a really good deal on a new employee, basically, like it's almost a commodity, or it'll just be scams. It seems like every single company wants your data for something, for some reason, whether they're using it themselves or they're trying to sell it off to somebody to advertise to you better or whatever, but people will try to do that to get information from you, or as far as Social Security, I mean, completely try to steal your identity, and they're trying to take advantage of it because of how desperate people are and constantly trying to apply for Indeed jobs or anything online now. It's very, very dangerous now.
So I got a job offer rescinded today. Last week I was given a job offer for a job I was kind of interested in, I'll be honest with you. It didn't sound great, but it had promise. So before I get into that, a little bit about me. I have my benefits through another carrier on my own, so it's not like I would need their health, dental, or vision. So because of that, the offer they gave me financially was within their range, which was $20 to $25 an hour. They offered me $22, and I countered for $24 because you're not going to have to worry about paying the exorbitant amount of benefits for me as part of my benefits package. So on top of that, I noticed when they sent me what they were offering me, they were offering 1 week of vacation, 40 hours. After the 2-year mark in my 3rd year, may I use it? So I'd have to go over 2 years without any time off. And when I mean no time off, you get 6 holidays a year, 6. And I kept thinking, I can't go 2 years without a break. I'm a goddamn adult, and I need to have doctor's appointments and take care of things normal adults do. I can't devote my entire life to a job like this. That's how I got sick in the first place, a place that wouldn't even let me go to a doctor's appointment. So the work-life balance fucking sucks. So I counter, thinking it's a reasonable counter offer. I'm within the range of pay, and I'm asking for 2 weeks vacation after the first year, which honestly, I understand if people don't get vacation, and I'm really sorry, but I am more on a professional level. So when you're offering me salary, I know I'm saying hourly, but they're offering me a straight salary. It wouldn't technically be hourly, but what I was asking for was still within their range that they were willing to pay. You can't expect somebody to go 2 years without a break. It's fucking ludicrous. So let me move over, and this was the lovely email I got today, which I wouldn't have even gotten if I didn't email him and ask, hey, did you think about my counteroffer? He said he was going to get back to me yesterday. He really pretty much ghosted me. And on top of everything, this job was a newly formed position that they didn't have any real idea how they wanted this job to go, which is usually a terrible sign. They don't know what they want, so they'll just expect the person to do everything. And on top of that, they expected everyone to eat lunch together every day. No, I want my hour or half hour away from my coworkers, thanks. And the other red flag I saw was there was no office desk space for this position. The only thing available was a reception desk. So in the past, when I've seen that and that has occurred, I've also ended up being the receptionist. Okay, so right here, 2 full years of employment starts day 1 of year 3. Also, you'll notice you never accrue anymore. Most companies, most good companies, you know, you might get a year or a week after your first year. You'll get 2 after your second. You might build as you go. This is no incentive for somebody to stay. I was talking about this with someone, and they said, yeah, the reason they probably do this is nobody stays past year 3 and they don't want to pay the PTO. So, all in all, this company really showed its true colors. I'm actually thrilled they rescinded it. I do have 2 other offers I'm sifting through, so this one, it might have been the best choice, but now this just really isn't worth it. You know, they sit there and they go, oh, no one wants to work. Well, nobody wants to work for shit like this. This isn't a benefits package. For me, not taking your health, dental, vision, there really isn't much other than the actual pay because I'm working for 2 years without a break.
So I guess it's expected to be able to work with no break for 2 years at that company. And then you'll be able to get 1 week off. Solid. This one I think is funny. Just at the beginning of it, please, when you apply, make sure you are currently working in a job. We will not entertain candidates not working. All of these employers get super mad at job hoppers and say it's the worst thing ever. You know, you're not utilizing your job to the best of your abilities and finding ways to grow, even though it's a marginal pay raises at best, wasting years of your life. And it could possibly be much better to just go to a different job completely right away and be able to make way more than sitting there getting small pay raises incrementally, but this one specifically wants you to job hop. If you don't have a job right now, then they won't even consider it. All right, man, you got to make up your mind. After careful consideration, we regret to inform you your application has been unsuccessful. Due to a large volume of applications we receive, it's not possible to provide individual feedback, so they won't even give a reason why, really. The next sentence, if you could spare a few moments, we would really know we would like to hear your feedback on them. Now, this is one of them that's just an immediate red flag, and you see this all over now. You may be a candidate for this role if you love financial operations. Yes, that's everybody's passion in life is financial operations. Okay, you wake up excited to diving into details, acting as a role model for your team. Like, even the person who must have wrote this for the company, like, you wouldn't be cringing at writing this. You're excited to get out of bed every day and see what you could tackle. You're a self-starter with a creative energy and passion for leadership. You understand that being a role model means rolling up your sleeve and getting the work done. Get the thrill out of managing complex inquiries. You're competitive with yourself, always striving to be the best member of the team. You desire to be a trusted advisor for both your internal and external team. Now, this immediately is the same story as the up. You're going to be working way more than you actually think, and you're not going to be getting paid enough, but, you know, it's because you love financial operations and you're a self-starter. It's fine. It's definitely worth all the stress you're about to endure. Here we have one of your comments that I thought was very interesting. I work in hiring in the tech sector. We recently had several clients' companies come through that seem to have all the time in the world. They go through this interviewing process with multiple candidates in multiple stages, only to decide to lean on their current operations and bounce the weight across the current team. So again, like I said earlier, instead of actually hiring new people to be able to take that workload, they'll just take all the employees that are still left, make them do everything else the previous employee actually did for their job, and then they don't have to hire somebody and do another salary and all the benefits. They could just make everybody else overworked. The worst we've had so far, a client did the same process with 4 people before backing out. Initial interview, 30 minutes. Initial coding assessment, 1.5 to 2 hours. Second interview with upper management, another 30 minutes to an hour, and then second live coding assessment, 3 to 4 hours. Around 6 to 7 hours of unpaid time the candidates did just for them to cut costs on their own operation. Forgot to mention the pay is $25 an hour for 7 to 8 years of experience. So for almost a decade worth of coding experience, you can make $50,000 a year. Wow. If you have any experiences, leave it in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Is anybody else like, I'm fine, but also like not doing very well?
Tell people I'm fine, because what are they really gonna do if I'm not? Let's be real. If I actually say I'm falling apart, what happens next?
Only those of us with high-functioning anxiety really understand the silent struggle.
I tell people I'm fine, because what are they gonna do if I'm not? If someone asks me, are you doing okay? You seem a little down. What's wrong? What's going on? I just say, oh no, I'm fine. No worries. I'm good. Don't worry about it. I'm totally fine. Because there's nothing they're gonna do about it.
Nobody is out here posting this on social media, okay? There's no trending hashtag for it, no viral moment, no news segment covering this kind of stuff, okay? Because the thing that I'm about to talk about here doesn't really make noise like how it's supposed to. It doesn't show up in the unemployment numbers or the stock market reports or the press briefings about how well the economy is doing. It happens behind closed doors. Parked cars before walking into work, in bathrooms at 2 o'clock in the morning, in silence between the moment you open your bank account and the moment you figure out how to make it work one more time. Americans are quietly falling apart, guys. And because it's quiet, nobody's really talking about it until now. Let me describe something that you probably know, okay? This might be some of y'all's lives already. These people show up to work every day, on time, professional, they answer emails, they hit their deadlines, they smile when somebody just asks you how your day's going. They say good, busy, you know how it is. Because that's just what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say, like, hey, I'm doing all right, I can't complain. But at nighttime, after the kids are in bed, or after the roommates go to their rooms, or after the apartment gets real quiet, they sit with numbers that don't really add up. They will stare at the ceiling that belongs to a landlord who just raised the rent. Once again, they run through the scenarios in their head trying to find the version of the math that works out, and they can't really find it out here anymore. They're not even dramatic about this stuff. They're not really asking for help. They're just quietly carrying something that was never supposed to be this heavy. And you probably know this person. Like I said, you might be this kind of person. And here's what makes this kind of falling apart so dangerous out here. It's because it's invisible. When something breaks loudly, the world will respond, okay? When something breaks quietly, it just keeps breaking. And the people around you have no idea, because you've gotten so good at just hiding your emotions. You've gotten so good at holding it together on the outside that no one thinks to ask if you're even okay on the inside. We have built an entire culture out here in America around performing wellness, okay? We have built it around projecting strength, around never letting anyone see that you are struggling, because struggling means weakness, and weakness means that you won't get the promotion or keep the client or even maintain the relationships that your life depends on. So instead, people will just hide their emotions, they will swallow it up, pause. They push it down so far that they almost forget that it's there, okay? And until it isn't just financial stressing, until it's anxiety that won't turn off, until it's heaviness that follows them everywhere, until it's depression wearing the mask of exhaustion, wearing the mask of being a hard worker. That's what quiet falling apart looks like from the inside for many people. And I want to speak to the person that may be quietly falling apart right now, if you're watching this video, okay? I'm talking about the people that cried in their car this week before going to work or getting back from their lunch break. I'm talking about the one who hasn't told their partner how bad it actually is because they don't want to add to the stress. I'm talking about the one who is lying awake right now, running numbers that don't work out no matter how many times you run them. Like, I see you guys. I truly understand what you are feeling, because I used to be there. Not the version you show at work, not the version you perform on social media. I'm talking about the real version of you. The one who is exhausted and scared and trying so hard while still feeling like it isn't enough. You guys aren't broken, okay? You are a person who has been under enormous pressure for a very long time. With very little acknowledgement, actually, and even less relief, the fact that you are still holding it together, the fact that you are still getting up and going to work is not a small thing at all. That takes the kind of strength that no one gives you credit for because nobody knows that it's happening. I think that we have to stop rewarding the performance of being fine. We have to stop treating emotional survival as the standard we measure people against. We have to start creating space for the honest conversation out here, okay? The one where people get to say, hey, I'm not okay, and I haven't been for a while, and I don't know how much longer I can keep this going. Because that conversation is happening everywhere, in private and in silence. It's happening in parked cars at 2 a.m., bathrooms, and behind smiles that took everything they had to put on that morning. Americans are truly, quietly falling apart out here. And the least that we could do is make enough noise about it that they know that they're not alone.
Is anybody else like, I'm fine, but also like not doing very well? But like I'm okay, like you don't have to like stress about it. But also like I'm really not doing well. But like it's okay, you know, like I'll survive, I think.
Well, I'm fine, because what are they going to do if I'm not? If someone asks me, are you doing okay? You seem a little down. What's wrong? What's going on? I just say, oh no, I'm fine. No worries. I'm good. Don't worry about it. I'm totally fine. Because there's nothing they're going to do about it. Like, sure, am I lying a little bit? Yes. But at the end of the day, like, these people, they don't actually want to help. A lot of times it's like your coworkers, and they're just asking to be nice, and then you have to go through a whole story. And I don't like hearing those whole stories from my coworkers either. So like at the end of the day, it's just easier. It saves me time. It saves me energy, it saves me effort. I don't have to go through everything, tell them all the backstory, give them the lore. So I just say I'm fine. No worries. It's a lot easier. It saves everybody time, and then we don't have to go through it. So they should be thanking me because I'm not telling them why I'm sad. I'm not trauma dumping or anything like that. And honestly, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because what are they going to do? I tell them about it. They feel bad. Maybe they can relate to it a little bit. But at the end of the day, they're not going to do anything with me. They're not living with me, right? They're not my best friend. So they're not going to do anything. Maybe sometimes with your friends, your significant other, you'll tell them, you'll give them insights, obviously, but there's going to be times where you just say, I'm fine, don't worry about it. And you just got to put your head down and figure it out. Lock in, stop complaining, stop overreacting, and you'll figure it out. Because honestly, not that many people are actually going to be able to help you, and you just got to do it yourself.
Tell people I'm fine, because what are they really going to do if I'm not? Let's be real. If I actually say I'm falling apart, what happens next? Are you going to fix the economy? Are you going to pay my rent? Are you going to heal my childhood trauma between your coffee order and mine? No. You're just going to be with, man, that's crazy. And then ask if I've seen the new season of whatever you're watching on Netflix. Okay, so that's why I'm fine is the safest answer. Okay, it's not complete honesty, but it's practicality. Okay, it's me sparing both of us the awkward silence that follows if I start telling you the truth about my life. Okay, because the truth is messy. The truth is I'm tired, overwhelmed, and spiraling at 3 a.m. like it's a hobby. Okay, but you can't handle the truth right now. Okay, you got brunch plans. So, yeah, I'm fine. Okay, not because I am, but because what's the alternative? Group therapy at the checkout line, a mental breakdown at the diner, with me crying next to the avocados at the supermarket. Nah, we're all fine. It's the only socially acceptable lie left.
What does the next decade look like with the generation of young men coming up trying to work their ass off that aren't seeing anything? The amount of people that are working hard, doing everything they can to put food on the table, put a roof over their head, provide for them and their family, and just them and their wife and their husband, whoever, is now in a world where if they work harder, they're not making enough money. And when they're not making enough money, they're being told it's because they're not working hard enough. They were able to do it. Grandma was able to do it. Uncle was able to do it. Sister-in-law was able to do it. Why can't you do it? Huh? You must not be working hard enough. You must not be doing it right. You need to stop being lazy. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps. What's the mental health of this country going to look like in the next decade if this continues? We already have the highest level of mental health, lowest levels of mental health amongst the Gen Z and young millennials that I believe historically has ever been registered. I don't know how long we've been studying that, but it's not good. Since COVID, it's not good. And now we're in a world where you have to make $128,000 to live comfortably in a home in America, according to the Wall Street Journal, where you have to make over $100,000 just to get to the point, honestly, if you're in a relationship with a home to cover your bills. Not thriving, not saving, not investing, not growing, not gaining assets, not facilitating a lifestyle that you're going to be proud of in the land of opportunity with your hard-workedness? No, you'd be getting by. And I'm just going to be very real with you. As a real estate agent who's been doing this for 8 years now, I served in the military, I went overseas, I fought in Afghanistan. I did the thing for this country. I'm sick. I'm sick of what this country is doing right now. Continuing to gaslight this next generation into thinking the opportunity is still there. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, the land of opportunity is not opportune right now. If you are looking in the mirror at yourself wondering what you're doing wrong, let me look into your camera and tell you you're not. Let me tell you, there are so many millions of young, hardworking men and women in our country right now that are not reaping the benefits that the past generations reaped. You are not dumb. You are not non-special. You are not doing it wrong. You are working hard, 40, 50, 60 hours, you and your significant other, maybe hundreds of hours of work a week within your household, and you still feel like you can hardly afford to raise your child? That's not fair. And no, I'm not a socialist, Marxist, communist, blah, blah, blah. It's simply not fair. I understand we're in a free market. I understand capitalism means work hard, get money, have all this opportunity to do something with your life because you have this freedom. This freedom. We always have freedom. Oh, free market, capitalism, yay, money. 74.6% of the money is in the top 10%'s hands. 32% of it's in the top 1%'s hands. I believe it's over a quarter percent in the top 0.1%. I just don't see what the next decade looks like if this continues. If nothing systemically shifts. If nobody actually makes change. If the political system of blue and red keep us fighting. Oh my gosh, that person's right. No, that person's right. No, you're a racist. No, you're a liberalist. No, and then they give you all your sports teams, and they give you your Netflix subscription, and they give you all of these things that keep us entertained, and all these, I just find myself now I'm a huge sports fan, by the way. Every commercial, I'm seeing alcohol, sexual immorality, and gambling. Alcohol, sexual immorality, and gambling. And then I get to a game, and then in the game, they're like, hey, you should gamble more of your money. Hey, you should bet on this. Hey, you should do that. All just to get us to argue about which team is better, because my team is better than your team. And that gives us some water cooler talk to get us past our 9 to 5 and our 40-hour work week to continue to be the ants of the colony that keep everything rolling. It just seems like more and more the opportunity to escape the working class slavery that we are put into by the billionaires and trillionaires of our world is becoming inescapable. What will be the effects of what we're going through right now? I don't claim to know what that result is going to be, but I'm just going to go out and flat say I don't believe things like home prices have a chance of crashing. In fact, if you were to tell me, do you think home prices will crash or do you think home prices will double? I think home prices double much more easy than home prices crashing. And you say, why do you talk about home prices? Well, because that is the gateway drug to wealth in America. If you don't own assets, you will never get your ass in a class that you want to be a part of. You will never escape being broke. Guess what the net worth difference between homeowners and non-homeowners is in America? $396,000 average median net worth of somebody who owns a home, $10,000 average median net worth of someone who doesn't own a home. Asset ownership is the key to unlocking equity, which is unlocking wealth for you and the rest of your family. If you don't have it, you won't grow. And if you can't get into your first one, you'll never start the snowball. And if you got to make 128 grand to get into your first one with you and your friend, or you and your wife, you and your 2 kids, whoever the situation is, then I don't think that we're in a land of opportunity when the average median wage of an individual worker is about $47,000, $75,000 for a household. I'm worried.
One of my co-workers killed herself a few months ago. She was very depressed about her bills, etc. Well, first of all, my condolences to you. Losing a co-worker like that, especially in that way, is very tragic. Second of all, this is a sad reality that a lot of people are dealing with. A lot of people's mental health is strongly being affected by bills, by lack of income, by the cost of living. there are people who really don't want to live on this earth anymore, who really want to take matters into their own hands, unfortunately. That's why I hate when people say money can't buy happiness, because I get it. Money can't buy happiness. But here's the thing. I would rather be depressed with disposable income in my bank account than be depressed with no disposable income in my bank account. So my condolences to this woman's family and to everyone out there who may be thinking about taking matters into their own hands. I wouldn't recommend it, but at the same time, I do understand because times are hard. Life is difficult. So I wouldn't recommend it, but I understand. Can't talk.
Only those of us with high-functioning anxiety really understand the silent struggle. This is the part that nobody else sees. This is smiling on the outside, but overthinking every single conversation. And showing up for everybody, but also being so alone in your own head. This is also telling everybody that you're fine, you're good. But really, in a way, you're not, because you're not breathing fully, sleeping deeply, or truly resting because your mind is just so busy all the time. And this is keeping it all together on the outside, while quietly falling apart on the inside. This is high-functioning anxiety. It's invisible, it's exhausting, and most people really have no idea. I'm just here to tell you, you're not dramatic, you're not weak, nothing is wrong with you, and you're not alone. You're in the right place, so make sure you follow along for more tips.
It's hard to be positive when all you do is work, but you have nothing to show for it. Hard to have a life savings. You know, I have kids and I pay child support on my own. We don't have a court order, I just pay it because it's my kids. I don't understand how people cannot pay child support or want to pay it if they made the kid. But anyway, working every day and you have nothing, you still can't save money. How does it work, man? It's depressing. You get up, go to work, get your check, and it's gone. Things are expensive in this world today. How does a person keep moving forward when you know that's how it's gonna be? There's nothing you can do except keep going, keep paying bills, and stay broke. It shouldn't be like that. It's unfair.
So, I'm 50. And I'm more financially broke than I've been at any time in my life, which is very depressing, especially given everything that I've accomplished and been through. It seems like it's all for nothing because I'm back to square one, so to speak. So, you know, doing the workouts and the push-ups and the walks have really helped my mental state, but I noticed that when I start to face the financial reality, I default to old ways of like escaping and being moody and lack of presence and all that. I guess to avoid the feelings of inadequacy and the sadness that comes along with not being able to solve this shit fast enough. So I guess just sharing this right now helps me not let it define me, if that makes sense. I'm speaking about it, getting it out. It still sucks. I still feel like crap about it when I can walk in the house and face my family. But these little daily routines are definitely helping me stabilize my mindset and have some moments of clarity so I can figure out how to break through. That's it.
Does anyone actually have the will to live in 2026? Because it just seems like there is no incentive to continue on and to keep fighting. Like, we can work our asses off and we still can't afford rent. We can't even afford our car note at this point. I just don't understand, like, why we're putting in all this effort when the fruits of our labor are rotten by the time we go to harvest them. It's like we're doing all of this for absolutely nothing. There is no harvest. We are not reaping what we sow. We are just in the field like donkeys, hacking the ground that's completely dry, that will yield absolutely nothing. It's like the fields that were once abundant for our ancestors are now absolutely empty, and we're expected to till and manage the same fields that cannot sustain life anymore, metaphorically, obviously. I'm just wondering if there's actually anyone out there that has the will to live these days, because it literally seems like there is no incentive to continue on this existence. What do you guys think?
You know what? They keep saying that we're in the age of disclosure, and I think that they're right. But I think we also need to start disclosing something else, like on a personal level. Like, I think more people, especially Americans, need to start disclosing how much they are struggling financially. Like, I made a video yesterday talking about how this is my first job that I've been able to land since November of last year. I'm not full-time. That job is not full-time. It is $19 an hour. It is 32 hours a week. My lease renewal, I've got my third notification about my lease renewal. I cannot afford to renew this lease, and I also can't afford to move, because if you move, what do you got to do? Deposit, admin fee, application fee, paying for the moving truck, taking time off of work, all this extra stuff that you have to pay for. I cannot afford to do either one. And a lot of people are in this position right now. A lot of people cannot find a job. And it's not because there's just a natural scarcity when it comes to job. It is a manufactured scarcity. They're not hiring anyone. They're cutting 90% of their workforce and getting the remaining 10% to do the work of the other 90% while not increasing their pay. The cost of everything is going up, but everybody keeps reporting record profits. Nobody can afford to pay their workers a livable wage, but everybody has record profits. But you know who does get paid? The shareholders, who do absolutely nothing for the company. This is the state of the economy right now. Like, this is a reality. This is real. And this is where we all are. It's a lot more people that are just too embarrassed to say. You should never be embarrassed about what this system has done to you. Because I'm not.
The negative equity problem in the car market is getting worse, and the latest numbers seem to prove it.
So you're paying $2,000 for both Hondas, correct? Correct. Why did you get two cars, two Hondas, at $1,000 a month, man, plus insurance?
And this one's got 356,000 miles. I don't know if it's ever shut off. Apparently we owe $40,000 bond. If you're gonna drive that much, people, you gotta pay them down.
So today we're going to be watching hundreds of thousands of dollars disappear from people's wallets in the form of car depreciation. I think these videos are pretty important to make because, as we're going to see, there's a lot of people that don't realize that this could happen to them until it's too late. I don't want to make this intro too long because we have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with some stats before we get into the horror stories.
The negative equity problem in the car market is getting worse, and the latest numbers seem to prove it. According to Edmunds data for the fourth quarter of 2025, 29.3% of trade-ins had negative equity, the highest share since early 2021. That means a significant portion of buyers owe more on their loan than the vehicle is worth when they walk into the dealership. The average negative equity on those trade-ins reached a record $7,214, and 27% of underwater trade-ins carried at least $10,000 of negative equity, also an all-time high. Now, this trend isn't just about today's market. It reflects 2020-era pricing dynamics. During supply shortages and high demand, buyers often paid near or above MSRP with limited lease options. Now that prices have normalized and depreciation has kicked in, many are finding themselves owing much more than their vehicle's value. Stretched financing terms have also played a role. Longer loans are increasingly common for buyers carrying negative equity. The practical impacts is real for both buyers and dealers. Customers rolling negative equity into a new loan may face higher monthly payments and can find it harder to build positive equity going forward. This means that understanding true trade-in equity before structuring a deal is now more important than ever.
And hopefully more people will realize this as we watch the clips in this video. But we got a pretty crazy comment from you guys right here. I was talking about auto loans with a coworker last year. She had a 2024 Nissan Sentra that she bought brand new. Her APR was 45% on a Nissan Sentra. Now I'm a little confused with this because 45% sounds like a buy here, pay here lot. But most of the time we are talking about used vehicles, because if you bought a brand new Nissan at the dealership, they wouldn't be allowed to have an APR that high. I don't know, maybe she got a payday level loan before she went to the dealership, or just got it from a buy here, pay here lot, but that sounds like a nightmare. And not really surprising, a lot of examples of people having tons of negative equity are on very expensive luxury vehicles. The Mercedes, the BMW, the Range Rovers. But we could take a look at an absolutely horrible deal when it comes to just a couple of Hondas.
So you're paying $2,000 for both Hondas, correct?
Correct.
Why did you get two cars, two Hondas at $1,000 a month plus insurance? Hello, it's Yusuf at Op Cafe.
Hi, it's Khalil.
Hey,
I'm alright.
All right, man. So I'm doing good. Sorry about yesterday. It's been nonstop here at the dealership. So if your Honda, you're paying $1,000 a month. You got 24.9% interest. Just tell me what you got.
All right. So I have two Hondas. I have a Civic, a 2022 Honda Civic Sport, and I have a CRV 2018. For the CRV, I'm paying $999 a month. For the Civic, I'm paying $862 a month. The APRs on both cars each are 24.97, and the other one is 24.60. Now, that's killing me. I don't live here in Florida.
Where do you live?
I live in New York. However, I have the CRV here with me.
So that means he's running up the miles on the vehicles as well, let alone the almost $1,000 a month payment each. How do you accept a deal with 25% APR 2 different times? And it's not like he bought one of the top trim levels on the full-size SUVs. He just got a CRV and a Civic. Like I said, I don't know how you accept that deal in the first place, but this comment from you guys goes very well with it. I don't understand why people don't research before buying a car. And then they get into negative equity just to trade into a different car and overpay, because that's exactly what so many people have been doing over the past few years.
You have a Jeep right now with 45,000 miles on it that you're looking to trade in?
Yeah, definitely has a negative. I owe like 47 on it. I know they have the value. I bought it on 2022. It's not a lease. I wish it was. At this point, I'm ready to get out of that car. My main goal is to try to roll that negative equity into something.
You have 20 grand of negative equity, that's the problem. On a 3-year lease, that in of itself is like a $500 payment. What's your monthly budget for a lease, tops?
Right now, just to be sincere, I pay $1,053 for this car. I would love to go way below that if I could.
You cannot. You would have to get some kind of a cheaper Nissan or a Mazda just to even have a payment similar to what you have now. I don't usually say this in these scenarios, but given the alternative...
It's better to stick to it.
Yeah, because think about it. You bought the car in 2022. This is your 3-year anniversary with the vehicle. I'm going to assume you took a 6-year loan. That's just the most common. You have 3 years left. It's the equivalent of a 3-year lease. Because you're almost done and because the negative equity is so big, if you took a similar payment to drive a downgrade essentially and be at the same payment, it makes no sense.
And I understand what he's saying, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the guy is stuck in a $1,000 a month Wrangler without talking about insurance costs as well, so probably $1,200, $1,300 a month. And if you've heard any of the news with the 4xe models, they are very unreliable, have a ton of problems, so you're going to be going back and forth fixing it up. They've already discontinued the whole line, which means his car will depreciate even faster than it already is. I mean, just a terrible situation overall.
If I was in the market for a Ford Expedition Max, I would not be buying a new one. When you look at this example with all the 2023 to 2026 Platinum models in here, we can see what's happening with the outgoing model year for all these new ones that are out there. Dealers are already 12% off and they still can't sell these things. And we see the future of this and the depreciation. And sure, yes, nearly every car does depreciate, but the fact that these things have lost 50% of their value in 3 years and 35,000 miles, there isn't any way I am buying a new one and losing like half of my money in 3 years. So what I'd be doing is this. I think the sweet spot here is 2023s. When we zero these out and go just to 23 and then isolate any outliers here for list price, take a look back at the market, I think the sweet spot is right around $58,000 with 35,000 miles or less.
Still almost $60,000 for those types of vehicles. But they're so popular right now, the Yukons, the Escalades, the Suburbans, the Expeditions, and they all follow the same path of terrible depreciation. Even the 2023 is going to lose a lot of value very quickly. But this comment from you guys goes very well with those types of vehicles. Big ego and pride equals financial issues that nobody wants. But you feel good pulling up to your kid's school in one of these vehicles, and I guess for some reason that's worth $60,000, $80,000, even $200,000.
Who in the right mind is spending over $200,000 on a Cadillac Escalade?
This is the Escalade V. It's the very souped up, powerful version, and they sound great and look pretty good too. But in no universe, in no world, is this car almost $220,000. You are gonna lose a lot of money if you pay this much for this car. And there's just so many better options out there at this price point. You can literally go get a lightly used 2023 Escalade V for under $110,000. And this price makes sense for this car. It's a lot of car for this money, and it's a great it's probably the best 7-seater money can buy right now. But you're gonna go pay an extra almost $120,000 just because the front lights look a little different. This car will depreciate to where this car is now. So if you really have to have an Escalade V, go get yourself a 2023 and save yourself $120,000.
But again, that $110,000 is going to drop every single day as well. And like I always say in these videos, if you have the money to purchase these vehicles in full, be able to cover the insurance, the maintenance, all the gas completely fine, then I don't care what you do, go buy whatever you want. But as we already saw in the first clip, not many people are in that situation. But they still go out to dealerships and sign on the dotted line so they could look wealthy to everyone else around them.
These things were selling for like $160,000. Now they're selling for about $90,000. Is there anything you're gonna do to this XM? Like, what are people doing to these when they buy them?
This has gotta be my family car.
These are getting popular nowadays. Prices are good. That's why.
A nice power.
Yeah, it's good power.
And it's a lot of space.
So this is your M4?
Yeah.
Does it have cats? Honestly. Has cats?
No cats.
So it's got dogs. Are you gonna put the cats on for us?
I can.
Is it a cat back?
All the exhaust.
Valvetronic, or what is it?
It's a Chinatronic.
Chinatronic? You can put it back to stock. So we just did that deal, traded in G82. If you were to have one car in stock, would you have an M4 or a BMW XM? Obviously you'd have the M4. The XMs don't sell that well, but for the price point of like $90,000 to $95,000, it's starting to sound pretty appetizing.
I don't think it's very appetizing. It is very overpriced for what it is. And I like in the first half of the video, he said, you know, these are getting pretty popular nowadays. And then near the end, he was just happy to get rid of it off the lot because they're slow sellers. Along with him trading in a modified M4, that lowers the value of the car as well. Even with it costing $90,000, the value is going to drop pretty quickly. I'm already seeing some of them around me in the 70s. And we got a couple of interesting ones up on screen right now. Me being a DoorDash driver with my not paid off almost 190,000 mile 2008 Prius. Now, if you are doing that kind of work, this is probably one of the best vehicles you could get. However, it definitely needs to be paid off, and going over to the description, it's not much better. Honestly, the best car I ever had, but I still owe $8,000 on it. Oh man, that changes the entire situation. You think you could hurt my feelings? I still owe 15 grand on a car that's now valued at $3,500 and not expected to last that long. But going back to modifying your car, I mean, if you do anything like this, I hope you're driving it till the wheels fall off because it has basically no value anymore.
Hey, everybody keep talking trash.
We'll just go right over to the comments. That steering wheel needs to go. Why are we doing this to economy traffic cars? Bro, it sounds like COD hit markers. That one's pretty good. I just wanted to put that in. I thought it was pretty funny, but we'll go back to some terrible depreciation.
56,000. Don, I'm actually alarmed at what the trade number is that I'm seeing here. It's like 33.5. And this is basically a current model here. It's a 2025 that had an MSRP of what, 63? Never used to be like this with Wranglers. AccuTrade can still see the listing of when this car was new. A little over a month ago, 66,165 was the MSRP of it. Or that's what it was online for. Well, it makes sense. The number is 33,550. So they're going to be 23 grand upside down. They used to hold their value so well. We're going to need some monies down to do something. They're looking at a coupe. We have, I think, a demo or two left. Really up until COVID when Jeep started jacking up their prices like crazy and overproducing. 33,550. Well, think about it, dude. That car's literally got like $30,000 worth of options. You don't get all that back. That car's a base $37,000 car.
Losing that much money in a single year is just unreal, and they're already trying to trade it in. I don't know if this is a regular occurrence for whoever owns that vehicle. I feel like they'll just be underwater on their vehicles for the rest of their life, or until they show up to the dealership one day and no one will approve them.
In front of me, I have the window sticker for our most depreciating pre-owned vehicle we currently have. Let me flip it around. Here we go. 2021 Audi e-tron Sportback. Original MSRP there, $90,640. Tons of options here. Forgive the printer, it's run out of ink. Gotta get some new ink for it. With 38,000 miles, it's being sold for $26,459. I know a lot of you guys on here are a little bit iffy about EVs. to each their own, but at a price like this, does it start to make sense?
I still don't know about that one. I remember watching a clip with you guys where someone was going through how bad the quality of the interior was, especially if you bought it for $90,000. I remember there being a top trim level in the 160s. It did not seem worth it at all. But it doesn't end with the Audi EV sedans. The SUVs are taking a hit as well.
Client walks to the showroom. He says, hey, I have an electric vehicle. I want to trade it in. I've had about 2.5 years. I don't keep my cars much longer than that. And I just want to get a new electric vehicle and, reset the warranty because my warranty is about to expire on this car. Because he drives a lot of miles. The warranty on an Audi is 4 years, 50,000 miles. He had around 45,000 miles. So the car that he had, it was a 2023 e-tron S Sportback. This is a picture of what it looks like. It's a very nice car. It looks very nice. And he financed it. So the car, brand new, was $103,000. That's a really high sticker price. It's a pretty expensive car. And his payments were around $2,000 a month. So we assessed the vehicle in its current condition and miles. We appraised it at $35,000. He's only had the car 2.5 years. His payoff on it was $70,000. He had $35,000 from negative equity. That's a lot of negative equity. Usually $5,000, $10,000 is a lot, but $35,000 is an insane amount.
And I can't really be surprised that the depreciation is so bad because before this clip, I've never even heard of this vehicle. I've never seen it on the road at all, and I'm guessing that it doesn't sell well. So even if it was a six-figure vehicle when you bought it a couple years ago, the secondhand market does not seem to like this one at all. And that's how you light $33,000 on fire.
Let me peel the Band-Aid. Okay, I got a customer here right now looking at one of our G-Wagons. I hate to do this to you, but we're going to work it a little bit backwards. Why's that? Well, he's got a 2022 Range Rover full-size. Nice car, but here's the problem. He's got over 90,000 miles on it. He's still got to pay off.
How did you get it so low?
Yeah, right? So we're probably dealing with some negative equity.
How much does he have the original MSRP code?
Yeah, car's about 120 new.
Okay.
47 grand.
Yeah,
this guy's not going to be happy. He owes right around $80,000. So we're only dealing with $33,000 negative equity.
Well, I mean, he's got cash down.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's got money. I mean, I don't know how happy he's going to be with his trade value, but he's got to understand the current market, the situation.
And I'm talking, he's buying a G-Wagon. You don't come in and look at a G-Wagon without.
No, I get it.
And I understand what he's trying to say, but in the world of social media and everybody wanting to show off to everyone else, you have a lot of people faking that lifestyle. So they're going to buy the Range Rover and then try to get the G-Wagon, even though they have no business in doing so. Maybe he does have the money to pay off the Range Rover, maybe he doesn't. But either way, not a situation that I want to be in whatsoever. And we could take a look at one of the comments. $47,000 honestly seems strong with that mileage. When you're getting close to the six figures on the Range Rovers, they're just going to start having a whole host of problems. And with being a luxury brand, that's going to cost a ton of money.
There's no worse feeling as a salesman than having a customer that wants to buy a car but they can't buy a car. I just had a young lady call in looking to trade out of her current Hyundai Tucson and just into something different. Now the reason she wants to trade out her car is simply because she just doesn't like it. She told me on the phone that if she's making payments on something, she at least wants to enjoy what she's driving. And to be honest with you, her reasoning makes sense. I get it. Nevertheless, I tell her to send over her VIN number so I can see how much her car is worth, and then also send me the bank that she makes her payments to so I can pull the payoff. I end up plugging her VIN number into my system, and her car in excellent condition is worth $19,000. My manager then throws her VIN number into his portal to pull a payoff, and her payoff on the car is $36,000. This means that she's $17,000 upside down in her current car loan. Now, because she's so upside down, there's no way that I can get her into a different car at a comparable payment. So pretty much I just have to break everything down to her and explain to her that right now is not the time to trade out of that car. After the call, I was kind of wondering, why is her payoff so high on this car? Turns out the car that she bought was only like $24,000, but she bought all types of products. Warranties, tire protections, theft, all types of stuff. So that ended up driving her payoff to the moon.
So she got upsold at the dealership, took all the bait on a vehicle that she didn't even really like. Is there no research done other than showing up to the lot, looking at a car, thinking that it looks nice, taking it out for a test drive, 5-10 minutes, and then signing your name on the dotted line, being on the hook for 5 figures? I just don't understand it. And there's another person in the comment section. I don't like my Hyundai Tucson and it hasn't even been a month yet. Then why'd you buy it?
You won't believe how much this car's depreciated over the last 3 years. Here we have a 2023 Traverse Premier with about 70,000 miles on it. This is all silver. This is a Premier edition, so there's plenty of bells and whistles on it. Plenty of bells and whistles on the inside here with the cluster touchscreen wireless touchpad. And then of course you got your 3 rows of seating in the back. So there's plenty to this car. With all that being said, this car had an original sticker price of $48,000. So in this time of 3 years or 3 generations of cars, it has gone down $18,000 because we have this listed at $30,000 compared to what it was. So that's just to show how fast a new car can depreciate in that time. And the Traverse is usually a better holder of value compared to some vehicles, but even with that, that's still $18,000 over 3 years.
And I don't really know about that one. I don't think these hold value pretty well. On top of all the issues they have, but we can go over to the comments. $30,000 would have been a fair price when new. I'd rather buy a bicycle before that. It's terrible. That's why too many issues with them. 65% used up, $15,000 tops, and $30,000 is still too much. That was basically the entire rest of the comment section.
Porsche owners are having a bad time. You can now buy the most powerful Taycan for the same price as a Golf. Owners who bought Taycan Turbo S's new in 2020 paid £170,000 with options. Today, early cars can be bought for less than £50,000, a loss of £120,000 in 6 years, the same price as a highly spec'd Golf R.
Now I know these came out in the peak of the EV popularity, and along with Porsche popularity being on the rise as well. I personally think they look very nice. I still wouldn't get one for even $50,000, but if you paid $170,000, I mean, I don't really know what else to say anymore.
So we got a guy come in, looking at one of our trucks, wants to trade in his 19 F350. Typically, you're going to have somewhere between 50, maybe 100, 130,000 miles if they drive a lot. This one's got 356,000 miles. I don't know if it's ever shut off. Apparently, we owe $40,000 on it. If you're going to drive that much, people, you got to pay them down. Ones that have 100,000 less miles to 150,000 miles are selling in the market in the $24,000 to $27,000 range. So I'm thinking this is probably a $17,000 truck, maybe.
I mean, at that point, wouldn't you just drive it until it dies? That is an unreal amount of miles in only 7 years. So clearly this thing was a legitimate work truck, but we could go over to the comment section and take a look at the crazy truck market. Where are you finding a 2019 F350 with 150,000 miles for $24,000? If he bought it brand new, he bought it back in 2018. 6 years of paying, and he still owes $40,000? So to me, that sounds like the extended loan terms we're seeing, the 84, even 96 months. And it really only seems to be getting worse as time moves on. Soon enough, we'll hear about the 108-month term length. Find me a 2019 F250 or 350 with 150,000 miles on it for $24,000, and I'll bring you cash money. Every 2019 F250 or 350 I find, they're asking for $40,000 to $50,000. So I know a lot of people like to buy these trucks because they do hold their value relatively well, but if you're $40,000 in the hole when it's got over 350,000 miles, you are in a pretty bad spot.
Hello?
Hey, it's George. How you doing?
I got a 2022 M8 competition.
Yes.
I bought it on my birthday in 2022. I paid like $150. I barely drove it, bro. It's mint. It got 8,000 miles. Still got the warranty. That sapphire orange color with white interior.
How much you need for
So
it?
I'm ready to sell it. I'm constantly getting lowballed on it.
How much are people lowballing you?
85.
That's too much. Does it have buckets?
Yeah, it has the carbon core package, like the race car
It
model.
doesn't have buckets. Though. Without pictures, how do you feel about 77?
Could you do 80? I'll jump out of it today for 80.
I'll work with you between 77 and 80. Let's get some pictures of this thing, and we'll go from there. Nice car, non-smoker, no body damage?
Nah, no body damage, non-smoker, no accidents ever.
And where do you live?
California, San
Oh,
Francisco.
God damn it.
Why you say that?
I gotta be at 77. I'm not charging you shipping, all right?
Let's do 78.5 and it's a deal.
Let's do 77 one time, bro. Come on.
$150,000 down to 77, 78, and you barely drove the thing. And that's exactly what one of the comments said. 150K down to 77 for 8,000 miles is insane. I agree. He says he's getting lowballed at 85, then proceeds to take 78. I mean, I guess at least if you just want out of the car, it is a good amount of money, but just significantly less than what you paid.
I am $16,000 upside down in my vehicle. Let's talk about it. I bought a used car in 2020, traded, had great equity. I was getting rid of car payment, my husband's financial advisor, and we were trying to make really smart financial decisions. That car broke down on me 50 days later, and then it was in the shop for 111 days, and I made the dealership buy it back for me, and they only gave me $1,000 when I had like $5,000 in equity. Now I know they didn't have to buy it back for me, but they did, and that was nice. I didn't trust driving that off the lot. I had to buy a car fast, quick, and in a hurry, and I got a Toyota Highlander. Great car, should have kept it. Dumb choice to get rid of it. It was a dumb choice. I got rid of it because my teenager is 5'10", and her knees were literally in her chest when I drove because she had to sit in the back seat. Bought it in February in a really quick hurry, like I said, and then bought a minivan in August. I have now had that car for a little over 2 years. August was 2 years.
And what you find out is that the minivan she purchased was a Chrysler Pacifica, which is the worst option if you are looking for a minivan. If you got the Sienna or the Odyssey, it would have been a way better situation. They hold their value way better, they're much more reliable, and the Chrysler just straight up isn't. And that's how you get yourself into 5 figures worth of negative equity when you already had a reliable vehicle beforehand, the Highlander. I know it's not the largest SUV on the planet, but would have saved you quite a bit of money. As soon as you said Toyota Highlander, I said you should have kept it. And I agree with that as well. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
I'm just dumbfounded a little bit that for a brand new vehicle, this will be her 4th time in the shop. I've had this car less than a year, less than half a year.
This truck is dog. For $100 grand, you get this GMC Denali, and it's gonna break down.
Buy a $107,000 truck, they said. Yep, CarPlay doesn't even work.
So today we're going to be taking a look at how bad modern cars have been getting. Prices are up and quality's down, and as you've probably heard in the news recently, a child was killed because of the obsession with more and more technology in these vehicles. This is a lot more serious than me just being a grumpy old man complaining to you guys on the internet. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. Let's just jump right into it.
So, pretty bummed right now. I have a Chevy Traverse, okay? And I'm waiting on the tow truck to come pick her up because I have a leak in my transmission. And I'm just dumbfounded a little bit that for a brand new vehicle, this will be her 4th time in the shop. And I'm just over it. I'm over it. I've had this car less than a year, less than half a year, and it's already spent a month in the shop. It's been to the shop 3 or 4 times prior to today, and now this baby is getting towed.
I mean, you're getting pretty close to the lemon law territory, but with these Traverses, we've seen it a ton of times on this channel. Same thing with the GMC Acadia, they have a bunch of issues, and even with people being on social media all the time, scrolling TikTok 24/7, I guess some people still haven't seen the horror stories others have dealt with when it comes to the Chevy Traverse.
Okay, GMC. My question is, why are you designing transmissions that only last 30,000 miles? Yeah, this truck is dog. For $100 grand, you get this GMC Denali, and it's gonna break down. Just a heads up to everyone else that are buying these pieces of garbage.
Oh yeah, buy a $107,000 truck, they said. Yep, CarPlay doesn't even work.
And that's the kind of stuff you're going to have to deal with after paying 6 figures for a pickup truck. And we could keep going with this. Buys a new truck so I won't have to worry about an unreliable vehicle. And then it cuts to the truck being towed. And the description says it was fun for 8 days, I guess. Only lasted a little bit over a week. My car with 16,000 miles that needs a new engine, the Bronco Sports. She didn't know it yet, but her brand new car would have so many problems she would have to sue Chevrolet. POV last day with my lemon car, a Mazda CX-5, that initially I heard pretty good things about the brand, but recently the CX-90 plug-in hybrid has had a ton of issues as well, so it's getting harder and harder to trust any brand in today's world. But another one, come with me to give back my dream car back to the dealership. And she's talking about a BMW X6, and a lot of these clips have really sad music over it, like they just lost a family member. The term dream car is thrown around so loosely today, and I would say personally I like cars more than the average person, but at the end of the day it still is just a utility. I even think calling it a he or she is a bit too far. It's just a machine, but many people decide to buy just because they love the way it looks, not taking into account any of the reliability issues. And to add on to this, none of it is cheap either.
The US is officially in a new car affordability crisis, and the numbers are brutal. The average price of a new vehicle is now hovering around $49,500 to $50,000, while the average monthly payment has climbed into the $730 to $750 range. And with interest rates still high, buyers are paying thousands more over the life of their loan than they did just a few years ago. To survive, shoppers are stretching loans longer than ever. 7-year and even 8-year loans are becoming common, not because people want them, but because it's the only way for them to make the payments work. That's also driving a surge in negative equity, where old loan balances get rolled into new deals. Automakers, they do share some blame too. Many have moved away from affordable cars towards more high-margin trucks, SUVs, and premium trims, pushing average prices even higher. The result is that first-time buyers and middle-income families are being pushed out of the new car market altogether. Now, I do think that sooner or later, one of these automakers will go after that market segment because it is just sitting there for the taking. But until then, fewer affordable new cars today means a tighter, more expensive used car market tomorrow.
While I would hope some manufacturer would start making cheaper vehicles, we already saw the story of the Slate truck in the past 6 months. It was supposed to be a bare-bones, basic, small pickup that'll cost only $20,000. But since then, the prices have already increased, and the vehicle's not even out yet. So it just seems like nothing is affordable anymore. And we got a comment from you guys that goes well with this. The term "you get what you pay for" no longer exists in this world. And we could go over to the next clip with an Escalade V.
So here we got my brand new Escalade V Magnus Frost, one of 255 produced in the country. It's my assistant starting it up here. Check that out. Nothing like a little bit of a knock in the engine here with a whole 18 miles, a nice check engine light that's normally flashing, and never touching more than 50 or 55 on side streets on the way home from the dealer.
And we could just move right on over to the next clip on screen. My $130,000 Cadillac Escalade screen went black with 4,000 miles. And with all the modern tech in the screens, that means everything is blacked out. If you don't know anything about new Escalade Vs, they could be anywhere from about $170,000 to $200,000. And this is what you're getting. But we'll move on to what I talked about at the beginning of this video. It's a lot more serious than me just complaining about all these cars and all the screens. It is legitimately becoming deadly now.
Hyundai just put a stop sale on one of their most popular cars, and there's a very sad story behind it. The company just halted all sales of the 2026 Palisade SUV. It's following a fatal accident that occurred this month in Ohio. On March 7th, a 2-year-old child lost their life due to a malfunctioning power folding seat. The incident is still officially under investigation, but to prevent any further accidents, Hyundai issued an immediate stop sale, and a formal recall is still being prepared. Hyundai says the issue comes from how the Palisade's powered seats behave when something is in the way. The second and third row seats may not properly protect passengers if contact occurs while the seat is automatically folding or sliding forward to access the back seat. Full details are limited right now for the incident on March 7th. But it is evident that the power seats were involved. Hyundai extended their deepest sympathies and is urging anyone who owns a 2026 Palisade to refrain from using the power seats if any person or object is in the third or second row.
And I have another clip up on screen right now with somebody who already owns this SUV showing exactly what happens with the power seats. They had a 24-pack of water, and as it's folding down, it should sense that something's there, and of course retract to where it was originally, and that's not what's happening. And going over to the description, my mom drives a 2022 Palisade Calligraphy with 46,000 miles. My kids have ridden in the third row countless times, and now seeing what's come out about these vehicles, it's terrifying. It's not just affecting 2026 models. So this problem is going to get way bigger than just the brand new model year. That, by the way, cost anywhere from $50,000 to $60,000.
Are Hyundai engines still failing in 2025?
You're gonna get a lot of for saying Hyundai like that. Keep that in because it'll be fun to see. So those high one-day cars, and again, just trying to stir up the pot in the comments for you. Yeah, they're excuse me how I put it, but they're crap. We were just diagnosing a car. It was a 2023 Hyundai that had what they call the death code. It's a knock sensor code on the car here, and you plug in the code, and it says replace engine right away. Yeah, their engines are terrible, unfortunately. That's also part of the reason why they're giving longer warranties on their engines. So they're trying to combat the problem. So if you own a Hyundai and you're like, oh man, I really hate this guy bashing my car, don't sweat, right? Like Hyundai is trying. They are giving you a longer warranty. They are warranting out your engines, but are they still failing? 100%.
I don't know about you, even with the warranty, I wouldn't want my brand new vehicle having to need a new engine just a few years after I purchase. But let's take a look at some modern car repairs and how difficult it is to get to virtually anything.
Damn, dude. I spilled some on my iDrop controller. I don't think it's working no more. I wonder what I'm gonna have to do to replace that. Let's go. I got my new iDrop controller. Let's install it. First, let's remove the back seats, the back center console, the center console lid, the display, the speaker covers, and the whole entire middle shebang bang for it. Let's go, dude. Now we got access from it underneath. We can install it, man. Sweet.
Now regardless, with it being a BMW, of course the repair is going to cost a lot of money, but I bet it'll be even more for labor because he had to take apart everything in the center of the car, all to change out one single knob. But keeping on with BMW, we got another clip up on screen. Buy an M340i, you'll never have any issues. The B58 is the most reliable engine, the M340 is the best BMW ever, and then he starts going through some of the repair costs. Oil pump goes out at 45,000 miles, that costs $2,600. Motor mounts go out at 45,000 miles, another $2,200, and all control arms go out and it costs $8,800. If that's supposed to be one of the most reliable ones, I don't want to see anything else from the brand. So because of that, we could check out a whole bunch of Audi lemons.
Look at all these lemons, y'all. These are all Audi lemons. Look at that at auction. Look at this.
Y'all probably wondering what a lemon is. A lemon is a vehicle that has a manufacturer defect, so they have to fix it. If they cannot, they will just sell it as a lemon for a cheaper price.
I mean, this thing is in brand new. It's literally brand new. It's only got 23 miles on it. Look at the inside. It's still got all the original stuff on it right here. Look, 23 miles.
I mean, if we really wanted to, we could go through each manufacturer and see all of the new issues they have with new cars. But instead, we could see how this modern tech is nickel and diming you and making your car insurance go higher and higher.
A new lawsuit is raising questions about what your car and your phone might be telling your insurance company. Federal judge says a privacy lawsuit against Allstate can move forward. Drivers claim the company secretly collected cell phone data through apps, tracking location, speed, braking, and phone use behind the wheel. The lawsuit says that information helped set insurance rates and was shared with other insurers. And the judge allowed most of the claims to proceed, potentially affecting drivers in about 20 states.
I'm sorry, but if you don't think all of these manufacturers are doing it, then I don't know what to tell you. Because the name of the game over the past few years is selling your data to everybody under the sun. And of course, with the way that these companies operate, they find new ways to take money out of your wallet every single day. And we got a comment from you guys right here. Dear car makers, please stop turning our cars into computers. So now we could get into the screen portion of this video.
I'm a simple man. When I see major vehicle functions like the headlights built into the touchscreen, I call it for what it is: stupid. These new giant touchscreens are kind of spooky when it comes to ownership cost. The screen on this Lexus not only integrates all of the normal infotainment screen functions, it also integrates the 360 camera system and the climate controls. Now, some of these new screens can be as cheap as $2,000 to $3,000 for the parts, but some of them can exceed $10,000 just for the screen itself. And that doesn't include labor to install the screen. I bet we're going to see cars totaled out in a few years because the touchscreen's broken. Welcome to 2026, where steering wheels are no longer in the shape of a wheel. The entire dash of your car is a screen. And you adjust that screen with not physical buttons, but yet another screen. And no, you cannot be given a normal shifter because that would be too much.
Can you imagine what this is going to look like in 10 to 15 years? I remember in an older video, we took a look at one of the first model years for the Tesla Model S, and the giant screen in that car was just horrendous. I mean, ridiculously laggy, and that's what we're going to see with everything coming out today. Pre-owned models are basically going to be useless, or it's going to be an insane amount of money to fix everything. I do not like the way things are headed at all. And we got another comment from you guys right here. Don't text and drive, but have a giant tablet instead.
So this is what it's come to? They just did a study on the safety of touchscreens in your car, and it reveals something crazy we all probably knew already. A big point of contention in modern cars are the giant screens that every automaker seems to be obsessed with. You use them to control your climate, shift into park. reverse, everything. While they're what we've come to expect in a modern interior, many people will call them inconvenient or even straight up dangerous to operate while you're driving. So the University of Washington, along with the Toyota Research Institute, put it to the test and found some pretty concerning results. In this study, 16 participants were put in a high-fidelity driving simulator and asked to simultaneously use a touchscreen while driving around suburban neighborhoods. They were measuring how hard the brain was working and the driver's performance behind the wheel. As you'd maybe expect, as soon as they had to multitask, both their driving performance and their touchscreen accuracy declined significantly. The more involved the screen task was, maybe navigating multiple menus to find something, the more their driving performance dropped.
And there's another comment very similar to what we just went over from you guys. Texting is illegal because using screens is not safe, so let's make the whole dash out of screens. Textile buttons are the way to go. Cars don't need to be so complicated. And going back to a comment from you guys at the beginning of the video saying you get what you pay for no longer exists in this world, we could take a look at some of the problems on a brand new McLaren.
2026 McLaren 750S. Stereo console is an absolute piece of shit. I can't change the stations today. You go to favorites, it's blank today. That's something new. Nothing.
And I know there's going to be people immediately saying, well, you're not buying the car for the radio, you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on the engine. But wouldn't that mean the simple touchscreen and the radio should work no matter what? It should be way less complicated than any of the luxury vehicles we've gone over in this video, but regardless, it doesn't work in this car either. And for some reason, every company has decided to just copy the look of the Teslas, the Model 3, the Model S, when it comes to each of their interiors in today's world.
Another car is dead. I just made a video on the 2025 Mazda CX-50 and how phenomenal the car's interior was until I was directed to look at the 2026 CX-5 and I hit the floor. I was just appalled by what they've done.
I hate the Teslifications of cars. It's a turnoff. These companies have lost the plots. All screens and plastic trim. And we got another one up on screen of the 2026 Lexus ES350 interior that looks almost exactly the same as the Mazda CX-5 interior, which then also looks the same as the Tesla ones. I mean, it just seems so ridiculous to me.
Check this out. Once you open the door on this new BMW SUV, you'll notice the steering wheel spokes are actually vertical because the sides of the wheel are not connected. There's also this new 18-inch trapezoidal touchscreen with their newest software and this projected display on the windshield so information is easy to see. You can also customize it by dragging different widgets up here and it'll show up just like that.
So BMW is taking a huge risk on this new SUV. Instead of it being a rectangle touchscreen like everybody else, they have a trapezoidal one? Okay then. My first thought that comes to mind, if anything goes wrong and needs to be replaced, it's even more of a niche product that'll probably cost even more money. Along with the overall look of the vehicle, I don't really like the way the front looks at all, and some of the comments that touchscreen looks so laggy, not gonna lie. As soon as you open up this BMW, you'll get a check engine light. But regardless, we still have dealerships trying to sell you on a six-figure vehicle.
Listen, I sell these, so I'm gonna be honest. This surprised me. The space, the power, the features, it checks every box. And compared to the Yukon and the Expedition, it just gives you more. Would I buy this? Yeah, I would. Would you?
Okay, so right off the bat, him saying, I sell this, so I'm gonna be honest, is basically the exact opposite of what he's doing. Of course you're gonna put it in the best light possible so you can get your commission check, when this is probably one of the worst full-size SUVs you could get. The Wagoneers and Grand Wagoneers have had a whole host of issues, along with being anywhere from about $80,000 to $100,000. But don't worry, when we're talking about any modern vehicle, as soon as you drive it off the lot, you're going to lose a ton of cash.
This is the problem with modern cars. This thing is 40 grand. It's an EV. Absolutely all in the interior. Is the most basic design I've ever seen, and it's going to be worth like 20 grand in 2 years. And you want me to come in here and spend $40,000, which is a year's pay for most people on this. And then Chevy going to sit there and go, oh, nobody's buying cars anymore.
It's going to be worth $20,000 the second it drives off the lot, and no CarPlay or Google Auto. You have to subscribe to use a replacement for all of those features for life. You have to subscribe to use your own vehicle's Smart Dash features, and that's what we're going to deal with in the future. We got another comment from you guys here, short and sweet. Planned obsolescence. That's how companies make more money. Why would they build vehicles that last 300,000 miles when we could have one die at 100,000 and you come crawling back to the dealership and buy another?
I got a loaner, and I just want to say I don't know what's happening to cars. Like where's the Prindle? Where are the AC controls? Where are the buttons? Why does everything have to be a screen? Why is there a rope here? Why? Who's done this? Why? Why have you done this?
You're driving a cell phone, comes with a dinner plate, but no Prindle. I mean, that screen looked horrible. And we got another clip up on screen right now. POV, you work in the automotive industry, where everybody just keeps changing where the start-stop button is. I don't know why it has to be this difficult. You guys are all copying the same interiors anyway. What's the point of changing of where one of the few buttons in the entire car is now? At this point, I'm just at a loss of words.
Here's Consumer Reports 2026 most reliable vehicle brands. We already know who's on the top. Let's check out who's at the bottom. In dead last is Rivian. They've had a rough few years and it's just getting rougher. The Stellantis brands are coming in next. That's unfortunate because I own these. At least it's not new ones. Genesis, Lincoln, Mercedes, what are you doing here?
So funny enough, a lot of the luxury brands, along with Stellantis, being the least reliable things you could get. But we'll finish off this video with a comment from you guys. Pretty soon the junkyards will be filled with new cars instead of old ones. And I really wouldn't doubt it. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like. And I'll talk to you guys later.
On today's episode of Automakers Pointlessly Reinventing Things, drive modes.
You know all those videos of people that get brand new cars and then a couple weeks later they have to get them towed away? Well, that's my life right now.
Okay, so today we have another classic one for the channel. We're going to be taking a look at some modern vehicles and how much of a dumpster fire this has become. New models need to come out every single year with more tech, more electronics, and a higher price tag. Even though the quality's in the toilet from every manufacturer, it does not matter. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with a manufacturer that I thought was on the come up, but has been having a ton of problems with a particular model lately.
My 2025 Mazda CX-90 has been in the service department for the past 2 weeks, and when I called to get an update today, they told me it could be there for the next 5 months. So let's just hop into it really quick. 5 months ago, I bought a Mazda CX-90 with everything included, and it was a hybrid plug-in model. 2 days into having the car, I had to bring it back to them because it was not charging. 4 months in, I had to bring it back because it was leaking fluid. And most recently, I had to bring it in at 5 months and it's needing a new transmission. They're telling me that my transmission is on back order until the end of April, which would definitely classify this car as a lemon. They gave me a non-comparable vehicle as a loaner. And anytime that I reach out to anyone from corporate or certain parts of the dealership, I am ignored or given no answers.
So we'll head right over to the comment section because the Mazda PR team was trying to put out this fire as fast as possible. Hey Alyssa, we're so sorry you're dealing with this. Please know we're following up with our team about your situation and have shared this video with them. But the situation didn't get much better because she replied, thanks, because they called me yesterday and were not helpful at all again. But we'll go through some more comments of the junkyard near my house. So many CX-9 and CX-90s. Another comment that I thought was odd, almost sounded like PR. I understand your frustration. This is an issue Mazda is working to fix. Unfortunately, the parts are hard to find. I recommend trading in with a different dealership. Is this guy getting paid to comment this? It just sounds like very odd corporate talk. But the creator replies again, how could I trade in a vehicle that's sitting in a service department, unable to drive? Very good point. Mazda needs to buy this vehicle back. It's their responsibility. It's a brand new car, 2025. I knew as soon as she said hybrid. Yeah, the Mazda plugins suck. The gas models are just fine, but the plugins are not good at all. Because I've talked about people liking the Mazda CX-5 at being pretty well priced, at least in comparison to CR-Vs or RAV4s, and they're pretty reliable, but the plug-in hybrids are a different story. There's a lot of examples like this on social media, people talking about their CX-90 plugins just having a whole host of issues, but we could go over and check out some more examples.
You know all those videos of people that get brand new cars and then a couple weeks later they have to get them towed away? Well, that's my life right now.
New girl died on me last night. We're waiting for the tow truck to come pick her up. At least I still have my trusty old girl over here, Silver Fox. She's always done good to me.
Tell me a car manufacturer has an engine problem without telling me that a car manufacturer has an engine problem. I'll go first. These are all engines in these crates. But wait, there's more. We're coming around to it. Oh, here's some more. Stack 3 high. Let's go, but is that it? Nope, not even close. Look at all these. Look at all these. These are all engines that are bad, that have been replaced, waiting to go back. But can you guess what manufacturer it is?
So somebody screenshotted one of the boxes in the video, and it seems to be a Hyundai problem, but just a sea of new engines. Oh man, gotta be Kia or Hyundai. Nobody's seeing this thinking anything other than Hyundai or Kia. But the clip before that was a Nissan Rogue, motor blown, with a little over 20,000 miles on it. That's it. Hope they cover it on warranty. Nissan are bad cars. And then going back to the first one with the Chevy, if we're calling Jeep our trusty vehicle, I think we need to do some research on our transportation better. Chevy's being so unreliable. That's why I went to a Toyota Grand Highlander after lots of research. Keep that in mind. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But like we've seen before on this channel, there are so many different examples of this. Here's an Escalade going up on a truck, getting towed away. Not surprising with these types of vehicles, the Escalade, the Suburban, the Yukon, all have the same engine and then the same problems. It doesn't matter if you spent upwards of almost $180,000 for one of these Escalades. That's what we've seen before. A very interesting comment from this clip as well. 2025 Infiniti QX80 is the way to go for real. I don't know about that one. It still is a Nissan product. Same thing happened to me, traded it right after, never buying it again. It happened with my 2021 Tahoe and then 2024 Escalade. It took 2 separate times for you to realize that you maybe shouldn't buy these again, but it doesn't really matter in the eyes of the manufacturer. If you're still buying, they're still going to advance, putting even more tech and needlessly solving problems that didn't exist in the first place, just making everything needlessly complicated for no reason other than the illusion of progress.
On today's episode of Automakers Pointlessly Reinventing Things, drive modes. In this new BMW, they don't call it drive modes, they call it my modes. And if that wasn't enough, some of the names are kind of silly, efficient, expressive, relax, digital art, silent. And yes, what you're seeing is correct. You have to press a button and then press the infotainment system to change the drive mode. You have to do that every single time you want to change the drive mode. This is just idiotic. We should go back to keep it simple, stupid.
But what I've started to realize is that I think these manufacturers are doing it on purpose. They're putting in needlessly complicated tech and electronics, then also giving you bad advice for the longevity of the vehicle. You don't have to do oil changes every 3,000 to 5,000 miles. Do 7,500, 10,000, 15,000. But they're saying this so their vehicles break down sooner, and then you go and buy from them again, lining their pockets with even more profit compared to having one vehicle for 10, 15 years. We're seeing a lot of these cars break down within 5.
If you bought a new car these days, I'm telling you it's insane. The manufacturers are recommending 7,500 to 10,000 miles on an oil change. Why are they doing it? Because they don't care if that vehicle lasts you 300,000 miles. You could do an oil change every 7,500 to 10,000 miles all you want, but don't expect your car to be in great shape down the road. I see so many people take a vehicle that's paid off because they don't maintain it well, and once it's paid off, then they start having repairs, and then they're like, oh, I don't want this, so they go buy another vehicle, and they just cost themselves so much money.
And you could see by some of these comments how they've changed the thought process of some of these customers. Just getting in and out of new vehicles constantly, rolling in the negative equity, or just having a car payment for the rest of your life. Very few people will keep their car for 300,000 miles. So by replacing the oil more often than recommended, all you're doing is spending money for the next guy. I replace my vehicles at about 80,000 miles and treat it like a rental. And then these would be the same people complaining that they'd never get ahead. They're living paycheck to paycheck. The cost of living in life is so difficult, but you're openly commenting saying that you don't maintain your car well, and you just trade it in every few years to get the shiny new model. Have fun with an $800 to $1,000+ monthly payment for the rest of your life. I have a Kia Soul every 35 miles, full synthetic, and it still eats oil. Probably because it's a Kia Soul though, every 5,000 miles for us, 5,000 miles or before, full synthetic. I don't care what an engineer says or my owner's manual. 3 months or 3,000 miles. Don't care if somebody says it's wasting oil or money, because I bet that's what a lot of the arguments are. Oil changes can be expensive. Let's just say it's $100 a pop now. You'll still spend way less money compared to getting a brand new car. But we have a comment from one of you guys. They're not selling cars. They're selling you loans, insurance, subscriptions, and all sorts of financial products. They legitimately don't want to see examples like this anymore because they won't make as much money.
This truck right here, you guys, never ceases to amaze me. This is 5.7 V8 2010 Tundra. Underneath, I'm doing an oil change. That's all this thing ever comes in for is maintenance. I think I put a water pump on it in this radiator like 3.5 years ago at 315,000 miles. It's got 353,000 miles on it. Virtually no oil leaks. Cam towers are starting to leak a little bit if you know anything about these 5.7s. But you go underneath, everything's dry, nothing's loose. What is Toyota doing? You know where the state of their Tundras is right now, and it's like, why did you get rid of this engine? Why? 353,000 miles.
Why? Because people don't replace what isn't broken. Sales went down. They started making bad products and people replaced those products more frequently. Sales went up. And to add on to it with the comment from you guys before, the subscription model.
Toyota is now charging monthly for stuff that used to come with the car, like navigation, remote start, voice assist, all the connected services. You get a free trial, then boom! 15 to 25 a month if you still want your dash back smart. Skip it, your 60K SUV suddenly forgets how to find Texas Roadhouse. It's basically leasing your own car's brain.
And again, I know I'm going to say this over and over again, but that's happening with every manufacturer now. They're all realizing they could squeeze a little bit more money out of each customer. So the remote start is now a subscription. Heated seats, massaging seats, all features that were advertised with higher trim models, you now have to pay monthly just to be able to use them. And when it comes to Toyota, even though they are still more reliable than most, that does not mean that they're still not having issues with their new vehicles. So this is one of the brand new Tacomas with a new engine, and it looks like it's shot. We've already talked about the Tundras as well. They've had full engine recalls, a lot of issues, and that was the same situation. They changed the engine that was working for so long. The Tundras had a V8, the Tacomas had a V6, and now we're seeing examples like this pop up all the time. Toyota is starting to look like every other brand out there. It's sad. Nissan is better than Toyota. I still would not say that. Don't buy a Toyota. The quality is no longer available for this truck, and that's part of the reason why the previous gen Tacoma and 4Runners are keeping their value incredibly well. Both had the tried and true V6 engine that was very reliable, and the newer models have 4 cylinders that are having problems like this. But going back to an earlier comment of somebody getting one of these Grand Highlanders, we have an example right here.
My 2024 Toyota Grand Highlander Platinum is 11 and Toyota is ghosty. We countered and now radio silence. After being at the dealer for over a month, Toyota couldn't figure out what was wrong with my car and replaced the entire engine at 27,000 miles. We submitted a claim to Toyota and they offered to buy it back, but that offer was a lowball. It would have put us in the hole $10,000. We came back with a counter and since then, radio silence.
Toyota is not as reliable as they used to be. Ford wouldn't return my phone calls. Getting a lawyer was the best thing I did. 2024 was the first year the Grand Highlander came out. Never buy the brand new build type. They don't have the kinks worked out. Wait a year or two. And I feel like that's exactly what's happening with everybody who bought the brand new 4Runners. They're kind of the guinea pigs. I knew we time shifted when you couldn't trust Toyotas anymore. a few years ago. Another one talking about the engines Toyota lost. The V6 was awesome. Never gonna buy a 4-cylinder. You may need to get a lawyer. Toyota's very difficult when you're pursuing lemon law with them. There was a ton of different examples online talking about the Tundras failing. For Toyota to finally take a look at it and then issue a recall, it is just such a pain now. But let's go over to the brand new luxury vehicles, the future of tech, and what we're eventually going to see in every car.
Completely new Porsche interior with the new Cayenne here with a so-called flow screen, a curved screen. You can see it right here when I scroll around in the map here, for example. It's also visible when I, for example, go to a Spotify playlist. Then you can check it out here, or how it flows from the bottom to the top. Very interesting. Tell me in the comments what you think about this solution.
Why exactly do we need a curved screen? You don't. New screens and no buttons again. Then there were a ton of comments like this. This is peak Porsche interior. I'm so sick of every car incorporating mass screens. This is perfect for me, just showing the older interiors. People wanted physical buttons, so Porsche introduced a curved screen. You really can't make this kind of stuff up. My face the whole time was somebody just annoyed, and then a comment that I do see pretty often talking about the luxury market. Everyone's complaining as if any of us are going to buy the 2026 Porsche Cayenne. However, even with this being a luxury brand, you know, very expensive Cayenne, these sort of features start trickling into every other manufacturer. Toyota, Ford, GM, Stellantis are all going to start copying these to make their interior look nice and fancy like the luxury brands Porsche, Mercedes, Audi, BMW, to try to entice more people to buy. So you're going to see these ugly curved screens on the new RAV4 for no reason. But some people do get angry critiquing these brands, just calling you poor.
You look stupid when you tell people that their car is not reliable. You can't afford to fix this. It does not mean it's unreliable. That means that you cannot afford to fix it when it breaks. If you're looking for a supercar that's reliable, none of them are reliable. They all are expensive to fix. It just makes you look ignorant. Stop it.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just poor. You can't afford it. Reliability has nothing to do with cost of repairs. McLarens are one of the least reliable supercar makers. Another one with an image that just says no correlation, and then he's replying to almost every one of these comments. Have you ever owned one? What supercar do you have? So I guess if you didn't make the poor financial choice like he did buying a McLaren, you're not allowed to talk about the terrible reliability. I'm trying to think of a car channel that I watched a while ago that was just a huge saga with how terrible specifically McLarens are made. That's what it was. JM on Cars. He talked about his own experiences with the vehicle along with some of his friends, how terrible the craftsmanship was and the reliability was awful. But I guess you are screaming into the void with some of these examples like the last guy. Their whole identity is materialism and having items that other people don't have. But we'll move on, still talking about the luxury market and some of the costs for maintenance and repair.
$3,500. That's how much I just spent on tires for my car. $3,500. Are you kidding me? I found out a few months ago I need new tires because I had like no tread left on my tires, and I was like, I just got this car in November. How do I need new tires? Like, well, it's like a really heavy car. A really heavy car that needs tires every 6 months? Are you kidding me?
But we can head over to the comments so we get some more context. You have a BMW XM and you complain about $3,500 tires. I feel like that should have been researched before you bought this. It is a very heavy SUV, very expensive as well. It's BMW's flagship model, supposed to compete with the G-Wagon. Not really doing that great of a job, honestly, but this is the cost of ownership driving around in one of these fancy new cars. Another clip on screen just talking about BMWs, my seemingly perfect BMW X3 that cost me $22,500 to repair in under 2 years. This is no joke. But we'll go over and take a look at a $70,000 Audi interior.
The most frustrating thing about this Audi Q6 is over here. They have this little panel of capacitive buttons to do everything. But what kills me the most is not this panel, as dumb as I think it is. It is this door handle piece, because there is a blank switch here, which on the passenger side is a lock-unlock button. But because on the driver's side, the lock-unlock is down here, you get a blank panel. How? This is everything that's wrong with car design. You get this thing that nobody wanted, and as a result of that, every single one of these has this blank switch. There's no option that fills this in. They couldn't have bothered to just make a different piece to go here so that you wouldn't have to look at this. But every single one of these cars, they're like 70 grand, and you get this blank, scratchy piece of plastic.
It looks so ridiculously cheap. Capacitive buttons should be banned. No way this is a German car. Total crap. But you can't really win on the other side of the argument. You know, I'm not going to get a luxury car wildly overpriced. I'm going to get something bare bones, an economy vehicle. Still, the prices are wild.
What in the actual Ford? I sell these things for a living. This is a 2025 F-150. It's an XL two-wheel drive, like work truck. Basic work truck. It doesn't get any more basic than this one. Look at this. $39,345. How the f am I supposed to sell these things for? 40 grand for a base model two-wheel drive truck? Like, you're making it hard on me.
So that is the absolute bottom line when it comes to full-size work trucks now. Two-wheel drive, single cab, nothing special, and it's still $40,000. But it gets way...
7 things the middle class will not be able to afford in the next 5 years, and I think it's a lot sooner than that. Number 1, housing. Unless you inherited property, struck gold, or plan to live with family,
it's going to be impossible.
Yeah.
Cars, new ones, not realistic.
Vacations. Travel savings is quietly becoming survival money.
Healthcare, insured or not, you're paying premiums, co-pays, deductibles, and that's going to eat up a lot of your money.
And medications. 5, child care. $2,000 per child per month. It's not child care, it's a second mortgage.
Yes, it is. And it's slowly been getting so much more expensive for people
everywhere.
Retirement. Most people aren't planning retirement. They're planning how to get through next week and the week after that and so forth. It's just impossible.
Savings, just not happening. So tell us, how are you getting through each day? We would like to know.
Let us know.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. So a top official at the New York Federal Reserve, John Williams, just warned that America is facing a growing affordability crisis. He says that the lower and middle income families are being crushed by rising housing costs and everyday living expenses, even as the Fed insists that inflation is coming down. It's another reminder that while the headlines are claiming that things are getting better, millions of Americans are falling further and further behind.
So $130,000 a year is now becoming the new poor. Right now, the average household income is $83,000. That's the median household income. But then if you do the math about the taxes they take out of your paycheck, the cost of housing, the cost of transport, the health insurance premiums, and child care, like if you look at this graph, you're going to see that $83,000 on the average cost will leave you $10,000 in the red, right? And to be comfortable, based off of the old 1960 standard of poverty rate, it was based off of how much it would take a family of 3 to eat back then. So she would take that number and multiply it by 3, and that number would be like the golden number. They'll spend a third of their money on food, and everything else would comfortably fit within the other 2/3 of that number. But back then, food was the most expensive thing. Housing was cheap, transportation was cheap, and everything. But by the modern standard, if you take that same metric she used back then and shift it to now, you'd have to be making $130,000 to be comfortable the way people were under the same metric, the same mathematics back in the 1960s. And it's incredible to hear that number, $130,000, 6 figures, is the new poor. But it makes sense when you consider everything is considered luxury. All the prices have gone up. Even my cat's angry about it. I hear her screaming over there. She knows it's ridiculous that everything is a luxury, because not everything is a luxury, but everything is getting that premium price tag because they're slapping luxury on every good we consume. And if you want to eat real food even, that's considered a luxury. So they're putting extra money on that as well. So even though I feel like it's really crazy to consider that number is actually correct. $130,000 does seem to be the new poverty line for a family of four. It's hard times out there, and I know a lot of people are like, I don't make that type of money, but it is hard times out there because of unrealistic expectations from the millionaires. And as you can hear, my cats are very outraged by these prices as well. So y'all have a good day.
Feed them bread and entertain them with the circus to keep them occupied so they're not paying attention to the people in power and what they're doing behind the scenes. What happens if the middle class is gone, right? Because essentially the middle class is the bread and circus, right? The objective, if I'm like an elite and I want to keep my population, you know, in order and civilized, I make them middle class, right? So what happens if the 1% and all the corporations have all the money? What happens is society collapses, right? Because like every human relationship costs money, right? Like literally if there's no middle class in America and the 1% has all the money, America doesn't work, right? So what does that lead to? I don't know. I think we're about to find out. I think America is going to break. And then what happens after that, I don't know.
Isn't it insane that wanting a normal life now is considered a luxury? Like, we're not asking for yachts, we're not asking for mansions. We're literally just asking for a life that doesn't feel like drowning. A place to live that doesn't take our entire paycheck. A car that doesn't require a loan longer than the relationship that got us into it. And groceries that don't feel like a punishment for trying to eat. We're not chasing some billionaire fantasy. We just want a fair shot. We want time with our families. We want energy after work instead of collapsing on the couch, praying that the weekend feels longer than 6 minutes. We were told, work hard, be loyal, show up. We did. But while we're doing everything right, they kept moving the finish line. The rent went up, the food went up, the bills went up, but the paychecks haven't done shit. And the people at the top still had the nerve to tell us it's not that bad. Brother, it is bad. If being able to afford a dentist appointment means going into debt, if missing one day of work means falling behind, if a cart of basic groceries gives you anxiety, that's not a personal problem. That's a broken system. So if we sound angry, it's because we are. We're tired of being lectured by the people who've never struggled, while we're trying to survive in a system designed to keep us desperate. We don't want luxury. We just want our lives back. And the fact that even that feels like asking too damn much tells you everything.
I never wanted to come on here and like complain about money because it's embarrassing for me to do so, because I have a lot of friends and family that follow me on this account. But I guess that's what I'm gonna do today. My husband and I make more than we ever have. We make a combined, I want to say over $100,000 a year pre-tax. And still, at the end of every month, we're overdrawn. Like, we're in the red $1,600 every single month. I have canceled every subscription possible that I can cancel. I've canceled our streaming services. I've canceled like any gym memberships. Literally anything that I can cancel, I have. My husband is trying to pick up freelance work like in his industry. I'm trying to pick up a second job, and it's just nothing is ever enough. Nothing is ever enough. We don't eat out. We budget every single penny that we have. We shop at Walmart or Aldi for groceries. We only buy what we need for that week. We don't buy any extra snacks for ourselves. We always buy extra for our son, obviously, but never for like us. And with all of that budgeting and everything, we are still in the hole. Still in the hole. Like today is Tuesday. I'm overdrawn $300 in my account, and I don't get paid until Friday. And on Friday, when I do get paid, I'm gonna have to call my bank and beg for them to reverse the overdraft charges, and just beg that they will. They probably won't. I don't know what else to do. Like, we are doing everything right and still coming up short. And I don't understand how people are supposed to live like this. I don't understand how this is sustainable much longer. It feels like I'm on a really shitty treadmill and I'm running in place, and I am running at a speed that is too fast for me, too fast for us, and I don't know when I'm gonna fall off, and I'm just trying so hard to stay on, but I keep feeling like I'm slipping. I'm happy to know that I'm not alone in this struggle, but it's just very hard.
I just logged in to our health insurance provider, and I can't even. In July of 2025, our health insurance premium went from $59 a month to $798 a month. And since it is now open enrollment, I just logged in to our health insurance to see what, if we stay on the same plan, what our premium is going to be for 2026. $1,208.91 a month. Our family deductible has gone from $0 to $11,900. Our primary care copays have doubled. Our urgent care copay went from $10 to $60. Our generic prescription copay has doubled. And this is coming off of the fact that my husband just had to have a prescription filled that is supposed to be covered by insurance. And you want to know what the copay was on that after insurance? $1,200 for a prescription. On top of the $798 health insurance premium that we just paid. And this doesn't have to do, this is separate from everyone else's rising costs in health insurance, but we are self-employed. We are real estate agents. And this is just in addition to the next time somebody wants to devalue or question how much their real estate agent is getting paid and wants them to take a reduction in their commission, just remember that your real estate agent is going through the same things as you, paying this out of pocket if they even have health insurance, withholding their own taxes, if they can even afford to do so.
This economy is some bullshit. And I know it's some bullshit because I remember when I was in high school, I took a personal finance class. And one of our assignments was we had to find a career we wanted, right? We had to go on Indeed or a job website and find like a wage, a salary, whatever for that job, right? Then with that salary, we had to find a house that we could afford and a car that we could afford, right? I don't remember what career, whatever that I picked, but I know it was around making like $80-some thousand a year. I was able to have that career, have a nice car, and a nice house and still be chilling. I don't think people understand how out of hand the cost of living is. For a long time, a brand new car was gonna run you between 20 to 25 stacks. Them luxury BMWs, Mercedes, whatever, that'll run you about 30. You know what I'm saying? Them nice Altimas, Camrys, and all this and all that. Brand new, them things used to be about 15 or 18 stacks. Nice ass apartments. They gonna run you about $800 or $900. A regular, schmegular apartment, maybe about $600-700. You living in the hood, it was probably about $400 a month. You know, everything made sense. Now, especially with the apartments, it's either I want to get taxed for some bullshit or I want to live in the hood. There's like no in between anymore. The housing market is crazy. used cars, the price that people be trying to sell these used cars for is, if you want a decent price for a used car, it's gonna have over 100,000 miles on it.
I am somewhere between we can't afford that and we need to save money, and I will cash out my 401k for a dirty martini.
So I was just out on a walk right now, and check out these homes next to this path that I'm on. I was looking these homes up on Zillow, and you're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $615, $625, $650 in some cases for these really tiny houses. I mean, they're not very big. You can see the properties they're sitting on are tiny, and yet people want $650,000 for these homes at what, 6.25% interest rates? No wonder nobody can afford anything.
So, let me tell you why getting out of debt is not practical. It's not a realistic goal if you're, a millennial or younger. So I did the Dave Ramsey's course for a few years. And if you don't know what it is, a quick rundown, basically, it's the snowball pay off your debt thing. You've probably heard of this. You just cut all your extra spending, you cancel your Netflix, take that extra $15 a month, every little dime that you can, and pay it towards your smallest amount of debt, like your credit card or whatever. And then once that's paid off, you take all that money that you were paying towards your credit card and pay it towards, the next thing, your car payment or whatever. You get that paid off, and you take all that money combined, pay it towards your student loans, your house, get your house paid off early, max out your retirement, and retire a millionaire. I just told you Dave Ramsey's entire, book, which is a great idea. And I know, my parents, they did it and stuff, and had success with it. Here's the issue. So I cut out, I literally didn't eat, because I'm like, we have to figure out a way to come up with extra money. And I work 10, 15, 20 hours overtime a week, and I'm like, we don't have any extra, I can't. I'm not paying for Netflix already. I can't just cancel it and have an extra money. And so I just stopped eating. I stopped eating at lunch, and because that's $50 a week or whatever in lunch that you're spending. So I quit eating lunch. That's where I got my extra money. And I worked as much as I could. And I went completely broke every week. I spent every dime out of my bank account. Other than, whatever, $20 to keep it from going negative or whatever. And I paid everything on our credit cards because, we had a couple $1,000s in credit card debt. We just bought our first house in 2020, which is a terrible time to buy a house. And I got that paid off. Got the credit card paid off. Finally, let's start paying extra on my truck to get rid of my, vehicle. Well, that was extremely hard to do because if you remember anything about 2020, 2021, 2022, gas prices were, highest on record, $6 a gallon. It was costing me $100, $120 a week just to drive to work in gas. Grocery prices doubled, my electric bill doubled, all this stuff, right? So I really didn't have any extra money to pay on my vehicles. But, I did. I paid a couple extra, payments on it, and I got it paid off maybe 6 months early. And then I was like, hey, I'm going to have $450 a month to pay towards, I was going to pay towards my wife's car and get it paid off, twice as fast, basically double the payments on that, and then take our tax refund every year and pay it on and all this stuff, and get it paid off, and then we can pay off our student loans, and then we can finally have some money, 10 years from now, if we stay on track and do absolutely nothing except pay off debt, no vacations, no extra anything. Maybe in 10 years we'd be able to finally save money, be financially stable, buy another house, all this stuff. Joke's on you. I paid my truck off, and within a few months, it was everything. My house payment, the bank mismanaged my escrow, and 1 month my house payment was just $200 more. And I called them, and they're like, oh yeah, sorry. The electric bill started going up. I went from getting $200, $300, electric bills to $400, $500. It was insane. Which the electric company actually got sued because they were, screwing people over. But then they kind of went down after that. But the craziest thing was, like, my wife and son, because I had just had my son, he was about a year old, and he got dropped off Medicaid, okay? And he had to have tubes put in his ears, all at the same time, right? And so I have no insurance, and you would think, like, getting tubes put in your ears would be like $1,000. No, it's like $11,000. And so a cash price on that, I paid all of my savings out, like $3,000 in cash that I had to pay him up front for them to do the surgery, which, by the way, we had to wait like 8 months to get him in for this operation, which takes 4 seconds to do, but whatever. And yeah, so they dropped him off Medicaid, so I had to pay for that. I still have medical debt from that I haven't paid. It's in collections because screw them. And then I had to turn around and get insurance on my wife and son. I didn't even have insurance because, you know, who cares if I get sick and die as long as my wife and kid are taken care of, because that's all I can afford to do. That's $600 a month for, like, not real insurance. Like, it doesn't cover anything until you spend, you know, whatever, $7,500 deductible before they cover a single dime of anything. That's the kind of insurance you get for $600 a month. And so not only, like, I went from, I was going to have an extra $450 a month to now I need an additional, like, $200, $300, $400 a month on top of the $400 that I was already supposed to, you know, save and roll into paying off more debt. And every month the bills go higher, everything just goes up, and I can't work any more hours than I do. Like, there's only so much time in a day. So it's impossible to find any extra money. And you just can't keep up with the price of inflation. You can't keep up with the cost of living. You can't keep up with the housing market. You can't keep up with the, you know, fuel prices doubling because we bomb Iran or whatever. We went from spending, you know, like $150 a week on groceries to like $300 a week in groceries. Like, that's just dinner. That's just if we buy like all the frozen crap that we eat for dinner. That's nothing else. So the only option that you have is to figure out how to make a crap ton more money. Because honestly, since the year 2020, when I bought my first house, you know, to now, I need an additional $1,500 a month is how much my bills have went up. And I haven't, like, I've paid stuff off. I haven't gotten more debt. I haven't gotten more stuff. I've paid stuff off. But just the basic stuff, like the house payment, the electric bill, the insurance, all this stuff just keeps going up and up and up. And you can't keep up with it. So unless your employer is going to give you like a 20-30% raise every year just to keep up with, like, you know, the cost of inflation and crap, then you're not going to get out of debt.
The health insurance industry is an absolute sham. I don't know how I'm paying $1,500 a month for health insurance, but every single person in my policy has a $6,000 copay, which means I've been going to the doctor all year. I thought my copays went towards our premiums and the amount that we had to pay to get coverage. However, it doesn't. You know, my wife just had a serious event. She had to go to the hospital. She had to have life-saving surgery. And we got a bill in the mail from the hospital for over $3,000 for this procedure. And I'm thinking back, like, I'm paying $1,500 a month for this health insurance. I've personally paid thousands of dollars over the course of this year in copays for myself and stuff that I had to go to the doctors for. So I'm sitting here thinking, like, I'm going to spend $1,500 a month for the next 12 months. What is that, like 18 grand? And then I have to spend $6,000 a person just to get them to cover things. So you're looking at, we have 5 people in our family. If all of us have to go to the hospital, that's $30,000 in copays that we have to pay on top of the $18,000 in monthly charges to actually get coverage. As a father of 3, I'm strongly considering canceling our health insurance policy, which feels very irresponsible and wrong, but I can't remember the last time I spent over $48,000 in a year in health costs between copays and health insurance and all of this stuff. If I just pay cash, I'm never going to pay anywhere near that amount. For instance, the surgery my wife just had, if we paid cash on that surgery and we didn't have insurance, it would have ran us about $1,200. But because we had insurance and the insurance wasn't going to cover it, we have to pay what the insurance was going to pay, which is over $3,000. Are other families seeing the same thing? Maybe I'm just being unreasonable and crashing out here, but it just doesn't make sense to me.
How is it possible that every single city in the world right now, it seems, is going through a housing crisis? You hear the same stories all the time. There's not enough jobs, The jobs that do exist don't pay enough, and nobody can afford rent. And it seems like this is a global issue, not just here in the States. And I'm wondering, how can this continue? I mean, is it going to be the same 5 years from now? It just seems like we are on this trend, like we're going off the cliff of affordability, and nobody can make it work. And if every city becomes unaffordable and everybody's leaving the cities, what's going to happen to the cities? Are they just going to be ghost towns? Is everyone going to move out to the country? It's really fascinating to think about. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where we go from here. You know, I say a lot, it feels like we're in the end game of capitalism. Of course, right as we're all, getting out of college and getting out into the world is when everything becomes unaffordable. It's like we're in an everything bubble. It feels like we're right around the corner of something happening, and nobody quite knows what. And it's kind of scary. But it's also kind of like we're all in this together. You know what I mean? We're all in this boat of nobody can afford anything together. I don't know.
So as always, I share these videos to show what lower and middle income families are going through right now here in the U.S. And it's always different than what the headlines are showing. Let me know what your thoughts are on all of this. Do you feel that inflation is getting better? Do you think that things are going to get better sooner rather than later with the economy? Or do you feel that we're continuously going downhill and that more and more families are going to struggle? What are you struggling with right now as well? For us, I would have to say that the utility bills are really an issue just because it's something that even though we are cutting back on our usage, they just continue to increase the energy costs. And it's just really sad that we're having to pay that. We're having to swallow up these additional costs basically across the country when we're not even using more energy. There's companies that are, putting in data centers and doing all kinds of things, and there's a lot of extra costs that are being pushed on to the consumers. And honestly, these companies, with the amount of money that they make, they should be swallowing up these costs themselves. But let me know your thoughts. Thank you for watching as always, and I hope to catch you in the next video. Take care.
Well, there it is, one of the worst jobs reports that we have seen for the U.S. economy in a very, very, very long time.
I just got fired without warning.
It only took me 874 applications to find a new job across 9 months. The job market's fantastic.
So, with the recent jobs report coming out being absolutely abysmal, I thought we should take a look at the current job market. People getting fired, not getting hired, and all the other problems that come with this situation. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, and I don't want to waste any more time on the intro. Let's just jump into the jobs report.
The jobs report was released this morning for the month of July, and the results were bad. I mean, it was worse than bad. It was terrible. Not only did the results come in below expectations, but the report says that they overcalculated the amount of jobs that were created in May and June by 258,000 jobs. Okay, so in the month of May, the U.S. government reported that the labor market added 144,000 jobs, but in fact, it was only 19,000. They reported that in June, the labor market added 147,000 jobs, but in fact, it was only 14,000. Okay, now let's cover the jobs report for the month of July. So for the month of July, the U.S. labor market added a net 73,000 jobs. And this came in well below expectations. It was ranging from 110,000 jobs to be added all the way up to 140,000. And I just want you to keep this in mind, that I expect, and probably so many other people, that this July figure, with the 73,000 jobs added, probably going to be revised downward and heavily. It could even be negative.
Because how many times have we heard this again and again? Jobs report comes in really strong. Oh, the economy's doing really well. And then, a couple months later, it gets revised down hundreds of thousands of jobs. And I guess we're all just supposed to ignore that and just see the initial statistic and believe that everything's okay. I mean, I've been hearing the same story since I basically started making videos on this channel. And now, when the initial report comes out that there's only 73,000 jobs, whenever they do revise it down, it's probably going to look non-existent. So there are barely any jobs being created currently, all while tons of people are also getting fired.
Good morning. Well, verdict's in. I no longer have a job. I got a text message after 15 years of working for somebody loyally. Text message. No meeting, no phone call, just a cowardly text message telling me I don't work there anymore. What a guy. Sounds like a guy I should have quit on a long time ago, right?
Imagine working somewhere 15 years and all you get is a text message saying, "Up, we don't need your services anymore. I'll see you later." And I agree with the top comment from this clip. Everyone's replaceable. No such thing as loyalty anymore. Welcome to the club. Lost mine last week. Go to work tomorrow. When he says he sent a text to you, tell him you never got it and let him fire you in person. Because it definitely seems like they wanted absolutely no conflict. I mean, this is an even lower level compared to the Zoom call firings. And we have a comment from one of you guys as well. "I'm a software developer with 25 plus years of experience. I've worked at NASA, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo, just to name a few. Haven't been able to find an IT job in 2.5 years." The amount of different examples that pop up every single day on social media, the comment sections from you guys is just unbelievable. Here's another. "When I quit my job for a new role, the new company eliminated it a week and a half before my start date and apologized for the inconvenience and poor timing of me being unemployed." This goes hand in hand with other examples of people moving across the country, their entire family as well, having to sell their house or get a new apartment, and within a few weeks of the new job, they downsize or cut the position, and you're just left stranded. But some of the comments from this situation: "A friend sued a very big company for this precise thing and won. You can sue if they already gave you the offer via email. This happened to me with my dream job. Finished my 2 weeks, background check done, references, physical, sign a letter, done. Called HR the weekend before, and they no longer had the budget." It really honestly never ends.
90 days ago, I took a job. I left a $120,000 salary job, super secure. I left to join another company that I thought was a really good culture fit. 90 days ago, they gave me a higher salary, they allowed me to work remote, and I was leading a team again, doing all the things that I wanted to do. I was like really excited. And then the last 90 days, I've been pushing and doing all of this stuff to get everyone involved and kind of create a movement and just reinvigorate the whole team, right? And then today they told me we're eliminating the position because of the bottom line. 90 days after I took the role. So this is just a reminder to myself and literally everyone out there that might see this video to think twice before you just leave a secure job to take something else that seems more fitting. Just think twice, because they might f you over. I don't know. Bye.
So for this example, I could understand a little bit more. I know her previous job was very secure, making $10,000 a month, $120,000 a year is pretty nice right now. But she moved on to something that she really wanted to do, including a pay raise. She was getting paid even more, but I guess in the end did not have the same kind of stability, even though it really doesn't look like too many jobs have loyalty or stability at the moment. Either way, she's out of a job and has to go back into this awful job market. We can look at some of the comments. "No job is secure. Every company exists for a reason. Money. No one cares about anything else. You could stay loyal at a job for 25 plus years, nearing retirement, and they could fire you before you're ready, at an age that makes it hard for you to find a replacement due to ageism." Happened to several people I know. We've also seen many examples of that. I made a dedicated video on the same topic. The example earlier in the video, maybe the guy wasn't nearing retirement, but 15 years of loyalty and got fired over a text. Oh man. We have another comment from one of you guys. "I love how the news says unemployment is at 4% when so many people are out of work with numerous layoffs all over the place." And that's a good transition right into the next clip.
A quarter of employees in the U.S. are functionally unemployed right now. 25%. Now, you may look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics and say, nope, unemployment is at 4.2%. But how is that even possible? Like, their number stays steady for months, even though thousands of government workers have been laid off, even though tens of thousands of employees have been laid off across the country, and we're still only at 4.2% of unemployment. Really, the real number is actually 24.3%. And here's why. The Ludwig Institute for Shared Economic Prosperity measures the true rate of unemployment. This accounts for those without a full-time job currently, but they want one. This graph shows the true rate of unemployment versus the headline rate. You can see how big the gap is. So while it appears that unemployment is low, I'm sounding the alarm bells that this chart says a lot, not just about unemployment, but underemployment, those who are working in jobs they are overqualified for, and inflation, and unrealistic job demands, like we are not in a good place right now. So if you are struggling with unemployment and you think that you are just the meager 4.2%, just know that a quarter of your peers are in the same boat.
So to explain this a little bit more, if you're working part-time at all, or some sort of side gig, DoorDash, Uber Eats, you are considered completely employed, at least in the eyes of these statistics. The same as somebody working full-time, making $10,000 a month plus benefits. But no one's making enough money to survive with that part-time job, but what other choice do you have? If you can't find full-time employment, working as a cashier at McDonald's is still better than $0 an hour, but that means you don't go into the stats as unemployed. And that's why it's really so much higher than the 4% we hear constantly. And every year that there's a new round of graduates, these stats are going to rise because of how hard it is to find a full-time job with a livable wage.
Who has a job right now? I'm currently a college senior at MIT, and I'm going to be graduating this upcoming year. And literally, I've applied to over 300 jobs, and I've either been rejected or haven't heard back. It just really sucks because applying to that many jobs and so frequently, and to not hear anything, it kind of makes you think that you're the problem, even though it might just be the job market. School is so expensive, and I'm currently paying for it all myself. So it's really hard when nobody's hiring for me to be able to make that money to send myself through school.
So I don't know if that means she's racking up the student loan debt just to be able to go to school, or she's actually paying it herself, because the tuition for MIT right now is a little bit over $60,000 a year. So I really don't know how that would be funded. But anyway, at least when I was in high school, I was told that if you went to those very prestigious Ivy League type schools, that there would be companies lined up for you as soon as you graduate, just waiting to give you your $250,000 a year job. And so far, I've seen a very similar clip from a Harvard student, a Princeton, and now MIT student. It honestly looks like it really doesn't matter where you go to school anymore. The job market is absolutely destroying everyone right now.
So I just came out of the City of Burbank job fair and media expo where there were no jobs available. It was about 2,000 people, including me, holding resumes, and a bunch of tents of people, I guess, promoting their businesses, I guess, and no one was hiring at all, including the company that just laid me off. There were about 100 people in line to talk to them, and then there was just like a lady from there being like, if you're trying to drop off a resume, just go online, it's all online. I talked to a lady from the Burbank Library. She's like, we're here to answer questions about the library. And I was like, okay, are you guys hiring? And she was like, I don't know, go online. Anyway, it was awful and demoralizing, but I did it. I gave it a try. I can say I tried. Do better, City of Burbank. There are a lot of people out there looking for jobs right now, and I think I was not the only one who expected there to be some people hiring at the job fair. Thank you.
So what's the point of setting up shop at a job fair if you're not actually hiring? And the other statement of, oh, just apply online, we'll talk about in a second. Am I just not understanding? Is it some sort of business write-off that I'm not getting? Or I guess advertising, even though everybody who would be at the job fair is kind of there for one singular reason. But there's another clip up on screen of a news story. There were 5,000 jobs that opened up and 54,000 people applied for them. So whenever we see a job opening on Indeed, it's been a couple hours since it was posted and there's already hundreds and hundreds of applicants. It's basically happening everywhere now. And to make things worse, if you're applying for a large company, most of the time they're just using AI and keywords to sift through all the resumes, so it's almost impossible for you to even get noticed in the first place. But we have an example of a smaller company and all the resumes that they get.
We got 700 applicants on a LinkedIn job posting that I posted a day and a half ago. 700 plus another 50 in our email inbox. And one thing that nobody talks about when you're a company this size is that guess who's going to try to go through all of those 700 applications? And Molly. We're gonna split it. We're dividing and conquering.
So within a day and a half, 750, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that there'd be over 1,000 applications maybe a day later. So even if she's splitting it between another employee, do you really think your resume is going to be seen? What is that, a 0.1% chance of you getting hired? I know this is pretty depressing, but it honestly sounds hopeless. And this is supposed to be a better situation, at least a human being's looking at these resumes now, because that's probably going to be a thing of the past very soon.
Our management team has decided to replace our jobs within billing and give it to what they call a global team, which is essentially people that are in like India. Fine, whatever. So I'll do something else in the company. But they just asked us to join this group chat with all these people that are in India so that we could train them. No, like, you're giving them my job and then you want me to train them on top of it? No, hire someone, figure it out. That's your problem, not mine. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. Like, that's ridiculous. It would be different if I was quitting and I was training my replacement, but I'm not. You chose to take my job away and give it to people in India who will work for a lot less. So train them yourself.
And she's in a better situation than most people would be. She said that she would just move to a different department in the company, but a lot of people would just end up getting canned because of it. And not only that, before you get fired, you have to now train the person on the other side of the world to do your job a lot cheaper. I mean, the nerve of some companies, it is just unbelievable. We have another comment from one of you guys. My sister's company tried to fire her. They thought they'd save more money by getting rid of the biggest paycheck. They forgot that her contract clearly states the clients are hers. She quit and took her clients with her. So at least that's one positive story in this video, honestly, because I could have made an hour-long video of examples like this.
So I just got laid off from Microsoft.
So I was fired today.
I've been laid off. As a civil engineer, I was always told it's almost impossible to be laid off as a civil engineer. Well, unfortunately, within 2 years of graduating school, I've become a statistic.
Some of the comments from these clips, who's watching videos of people getting fired because they just got fired? Got fired on Monday, my wedding is November 3rd, and I'm in the middle of buying a house. I've never felt this level of panic. And going back to the first clip with the Microsoft layoffs, and they just filed for 2,300 H-1B visa workers. Very similar situation to the previous clip as well. Another comment from you guys, this is a great case study on why a 6-month emergency fund is a necessity. Because it really looks like you don't know when your time is up now. Doesn't matter how long you've been there, they don't need to give you notice. A text message or a Zoom call could be all it takes, and you have to start searching on LinkedIn and Indeed again. Just a nightmare.
Well, it's official. The 2025 job market is frozen. I've been saying this for the past few years, but now the data is lining up, and this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Over the past 3 months, the job market has only added 35,000 new jobs. That is the slowest rate since the global pandemic. And you'll remember during the pandemic, more and more companies were putting people on furloughs, and nobody was hiring because of that magic word, uncertainty. And right now I'm hearing the word uncertainty a lot from executives. Uncertainty about global wars, uncertainty about tariffs, just uncertainty about the future. We're also continuing to see companies become extremely profitable, like Meta, Microsoft, and those same companies are shedding large percentages of their people in mass layoffs. It means that companies are laying people off even if they're profitable to get more profitable. And now they can do that by augmenting the work that's been done by some humans with AI and automation. All of this means that the 2025 job market is absolutely brutal, cooked, frozen, whatever you want to call it. So if you have a job, I would start getting your resume ready, start networking, and really prepare for the worst. Because in the short term, it's not getting better. We're hitting what I would consider rock bottom.
So I don't have to tell you that this is a huge part of social media right now. A ton of content creators have all of their videos centered around the job market. I mean, there's basically an unlimited amount of content that you could look up, but there are definitely some crazy stories sprinkled in, people not telling the truth as well. So you really do need to be a bit more careful on who you're watching or what pops up on your For You page.
Here I am at 10:10 a.m. pulling into my corporate job, happy as a lamb. Do you know what my favorite part about working in corporate America is they were like, oh my gosh, especially my company, they're like, we love work balance. We get it. We feel you. We are you. We love your family just as much as you do. And then they're like, ah, you idiot, you fell for that.
So that video by itself isn't too crazy. Probably not the best thing to upload in the first place if we're talking about the job market right now and companies watching your social media, until you go over to the channel that says work from home mom of 2. So it kind of looks like the job is a lot more flexible than most people's. I bet a lot of people would want to be in her shoes, being able to work from home and occasionally get called into the office. I mean, I don't have to tell you, the return to office initiative has kind of axed a ton of stay-at-home jobs. I forgot to talk about this the first time I recorded, but let's look at some of the comments from this clip. My favorite part would be pulling into work at 10:10 and making a TikTok. You're free to find other employment. You arrive to work at 10:10 and complain they're not flexible. That's what I was thinking. Be careful, companies hate social media, and the creator responded saying true, and still has this video up to this day. Probably not something I would want HR to see. Be glad that you have a job. That's all there is to it. Be glad. Hope you never lose it. Corporate hours in the office is 7:15 to 4:45 in my world. You're lucky. So I just thought that that was an interesting case. I've made dedicated videos on my second channel as well, going over how you should probably not talk about your jobs when it comes to social media, and I think this is a perfect example right here.
I just quit my job in the parking lot of my job because Five Below you.
What a beautiful personality. I'm sure they'll be lost without you. Wait till you get your next job interview and they pull this up. I'll make sure it's private before. There are so many examples of people thinking that social media and real life is just two completely different worlds, and that's just not the case now in 2025. Saying things online, whether you record yourself in videos or even comment sections, can be found, and honestly will be looked for if you're trying to find a job in corporate America. So I probably wouldn't doubt that Five Below isn't the best place to work, but at the same time, you're kind of just shooting yourself in the foot for a 5-second TikTok. Now, this next one's a little bit unrelated to the overall topic of this video, but it was just too crazy to not put in.
In August 2020, I was fired from my job after I self-reported a mistake. I had accidentally used the company's Amazon account for personal purchases. Over time, it added up to around $9,000. I didn't lie, I didn't hide it, I turned myself in and offered to pay it back. What I didn't expect was for the FBI to show up at my front door. I had worked there for 17 years, and just like that, my whole life changed.
You didn't expect to have consequences for you spending $9,000 on the company card? I don't know. There's a whole lot more to the story. I feel like this is almost bait because of how ridiculous this situation is. Maybe she thought she would get sympathy for posting it online? My initial thought is good luck trying to find employment with any other company after putting this up publicly. Maybe some things shouldn't be shared 24/7 on social media.
So no one tells you how embarrassing it is to literally go through college all 4 years, get your degree, 3.9 GPA, into a field that's really growing, and there's a lot of opportunity out there for it. And then 2 years later, you still can't even get hired in that field. So it doesn't matter that I had 2 internships throughout college, that I literally worked a job that was geared towards my field my senior year. It doesn't matter. Can't get a job in that. And now I am in the complete opposite field of what I went to school for. And no one really prepares you for the embarrassment that comes with it, because you just can't get anywhere. And it feels like you're going to be stuck forever. No one prepares you for that. So I am here to prepare you to be embarrassed for a while. Unless you're just lucky. Unless you are lucky, you graduate and you somehow get a job like immediately or really, really soon. Oh my, like literally no one told me that it was going to be embarrassing.
Okay, so right off the bat, this would be relatable to a lot of people, right? Until we head over to the comment section. What's your degree? Strategic communication. And then came the replies. Communication? Now girl, good luck. What is strategic communications? Emails? There are a ton of people talking about communication degrees being very similar to just liberal arts. Something that you can get your diploma and graduate, but finding a solid job, especially in this market, is incredibly difficult. I've gone over that in a separate video as well. Many people's degrees basically being worthless while also racking up 5 to 6 figures worth of debt, and then being thrown into today's market where it's just an absolute mess for everyone.
I have been searching for a job for only 3 weeks, okay? And this laptop, this right here, this thing is about to go over the balcony and smashed on the ground. This close to smashing this thing, I'm gonna crash out.
So comparing it to the next clip I'm about to show you, she's going to be doing this for quite a bit longer. So her looking for employment for a few weeks is really nothing compared to a lot of people today.
It only took me 874 applications to find a new job across 9 months. The job market's fantastic.
And to finish off this video, because of how bad it is right now, the rise in scams when it comes to getting a job is only increasing, so you now have to be more careful than ever.
Here's a story about a woman out of Georgia that was looking for part-time work, and she just wanted to work a few days a week. Then one day, she received a text message offering her a remote work job. And I actually receive these scam text messages all the time. And that should have been the red flag right there that already tells you, like, wait a minute, how is somebody texting me? How do they know I'm looking for this remote job? But she probably thought, hey, maybe it's a place I applied to, right? And they even promised that they were going to pay her for the initial training of the job. Sounds pretty good, right? So the scam that this woman ended up becoming a victim of is called a task scam. You're getting an unsolicited text message like she got, offering you a remote work job in areas like app optimization or product boosting. And then what the scammers do is they lure you in with small payments in order to gain your trust, and then they request you to make large investments to the company in order to continue earning. Like, that should be a red flag right there. Like, what kind of job ever requires you to pay them, right?
So there's even more to the story. This woman ended up spending $30,000 to be able to work. I know that this seems like it has to be made up, but it really shows how desperate people are for work right now, and I truly don't know when it's going to get better. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Today I found out that my company is having layoffs.
There are more layoffs announced in October than in any October since 2003.
We just learned that the U.S. erased nearly 1 million jobs from its books in the biggest negative revision ever.
So today we're going to be going over more layoffs and the job market as a whole, because honestly, it's not looking too good right now. The sheer volume of videos that get uploaded onto social media every single day of people sharing their experiences getting laid off is unbelievable. All the stats that come out only seem to be getting worse, whether it's increasing layoff numbers or more downward revisions of jobs created, and I don't know when this is going to stop. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with some of the recent news in the market.
So the CEO of Amazon telling the company's employees that some of their jobs will be replaced by AI, and that Amazon's workforce is expected to shrink in the coming years as AI's role expands.
General Motors is slashing more than 200 jobs, mostly engineers in Detroit, as part of its ongoing effort to streamline operations and increase profits.
Now for your morning money report, AI has reportedly cut 4,000 jobs at one of San Francisco's largest private employers. On a recent podcast, Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff spoke about the shift. He says Salesforce has halved its customer support roles from 9,000 to 4,000.
Well, the Verizon news is a good reminder to folks that, once again, it is easier to find your first customer than it is your next job. Verizon just announced they're laying off 15,000. Again, I'm guessing this is just a start as they look to restructure or whatever they're trying to do, but that's on top of the 1 million folks that have already been laid off this year.
And that's just a few examples. We have more on screen. UPS 48,000, Amazon up to 30, Intel, Nestle, Accenture, Ford, Novo Nordisk, Microsoft, PwC, there's the Salesforce, Paramount, Target, Kroger, Applied Materials, Meta, and there's much more. And we have even more figures to go over, but we have a comment from one of you guys. My father got a layoff notice after working 19 years at a company in the 80s, after the company had cashed out the company pensions to enrich themselves. It was around this time that being loyal to a company was dead, and more people are realizing that every day.
232,000 unemployment claims, new unemployment claims in October 2025. Over 153,000 jobs were cut in October, the highest in over 20 years. Over 100 companies are expecting to lay off in November 2025, according to warnnotice.com. If you did not know, the federal government, which is the largest employer in the United States, has laid off over 300,000 people.
And that's one of the comments that I saw pretty regularly when I first started making videos on this channel. Go get a government job. It's much more stable than anything that we've seen in the tech sector or something similar, but that doesn't really seem to be the case anymore either. But let's expand on those numbers, not just October, the entire year so far.
There are more layoffs announced in October than in any October since 2003. And we've also hit 1 million layoffs all year. Do you know the last time we had more than 1 million layoffs in a year? 2020. How about before that, Nick? 2008 and 2009. How about before that? 2001. What do all of these things have in common? We are in a deep, deep recession. And the only thing holding any water right now is a bunch of tech companies swapping money repeatedly. Well, most of it's debt, but if you're like me and you're an accountant and you like to look at balance sheets sometimes, you'll regret it immediately. Because a monkey could look at these balance sheets and see that these companies are full of... Tim Altman was asked how a company with only a couple $1 billion in revenue can live up to over $1 trillion in commitments, and he had literally no answer. He was like, okay, sell your share. Most insane I've ever heard.
So this is another one of the arguments that I've seen, that the economy is doing fine right now. The stock market is near all-time highs. Just keeps going up and up every few months. But if you've seen any of the news with the AI bubble and all of these companies basically buying and selling from each other, inflating their numbers, it really does not look good, and eventually the bubble is going to burst. And because so much of the stock market gains rely on these tech companies, everything will come crashing down, which turns into even more layoffs for these companies. They want to tighten their budget even more. They start using AI instead of people, and the entirety of the job market gets even worse, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Another comment from you guys here: I swear, since I've been working on my emergency fund, it's really my get laid off fund. Get a job, build fund, get canned, fund is gone. I've done this like 5 or 6 times since 2009, and I hate it. I mean, I'm trying to find the silver lining. At least you have something to fall back on. Many people are living paycheck to paycheck, so no emergency fund or savings whatsoever. So if they do get laid off, all of their expenses get put on a credit card, and that starts the cycle and snowballs into a way worse situation.
We just learned that the U.S. erased nearly 1 million jobs from its books in the biggest negative revision ever. The Bureau of Labor Statistics said it overstated 911,000 jobs from April 24 to March 25. That is the biggest preliminary downgrade in history, and worse than what happened after the 2008 financial crisis. But this is not just some one-off mistake. It's the 3rd year in a row of an unusually large downward revision. Over 2 million jobs have now been wiped out after the fact. This means the labor market, which we already knew was slowing down, is even weaker than anyone thought.
So I know a lot of people want the most recent jobs report to be shown to the public because the government shutdown happened for so long, stopping all of that. I don't really know what people expect. They're going to come out with numbers that probably don't look too great, and then magically, months down the road, they eventually get heavily revised down like they almost always do.
Today I found out that my company is having layoffs. And luckily I didn't get laid off, but a lot of the people that I really cared about did. And the person I work under did. It also just makes me concerned for my own position because they're laying off people because of the economy and everything going on.
It's definitely not a good sign when you see your boss get fired, so I understand her being worried about her own job, but we have a comment that goes well with this. The other side of this going unnoticed is the people who still have their jobs being relentlessly squeezed for everything they have to make up for the lack of staff. Anyone who's currently left, like that woman in the last clip, is now going to have to be doing the job of 2 or 3 employees, until yet again there's another round of layoffs for restructuring or whatever excuse they come up with, and then you have to deal with this absolutely terrible job market.
What was the hardest thing about getting laid off? It wasn't just the loss of salary. It just destroys your self-worth, your self-esteem, your confidence. And you think there's something wrong with you, or you're broken, but there's nothing wrong with you, right? It's like it took 3 weeks for it to sink in that I was laid off, because I'd never been laid off before. It was surreal. It's like when if you ever witness a bad car crash, like, holy, that just happened. It's like that. I took a week and did all, and if I could share some advice I learned with you, just, if you're going through something like that, take a week, a few days, whatever you can, and just do whatever you want to do, right? Sometimes we need that. And then get back into your routine. And the other thing I did that really helped is physical fitness. being physically active, because the better your physical health, the stronger your mental health. And that'll help you weather some of the shit life throws at us.
And I agree, there is a mental toll if you've been laid off, especially if you've been working most of your life. So many people have the same lifestyle etched into their minds. They do well in school, they go off to college, get a degree, work for some sort of corporation 30, 40 years. You have some sort of pension, 401k, your own investments, something like that. And then you'd be able to retire and live the rest of your life. But out of nowhere, you get cut from the company when this has been your routine for so long. Many people have difficulty coping with that, and I understand. Especially if in your downtime you go on social media and see articles like this.
Breaking hiring in the U.S. is the worst that it's been since the financial crisis in 2008 and 2009. That time period was also known as the Great R Word with 9 letters. You know what the word is: recession. So if you or someone you know has been struggling to find a job, it's not you. It is the economy. We are dealing with some hiring that is historically slow. It's taking millions of people more than a year just to find a job, and a lot of people have given up on looking for a job entirely. But that's because there are more people looking for a job than there are job openings.
I want to quit my job so bad, but I know if I leave, I'll spend years clawing for a minimum wage cashier position. I've made dedicated videos talking about that. Many people regretting quitting their previous job because their new job wasn't what they thought it would be, or maybe the entire company collapsed. Others saying their previous job was mentally draining, so they ended up getting another one with less pay. However, with today's cost of living, that brings a ton of stress onto your life as well. Another comment here: as a 17-year-old, I'm glad that I found your channel and have the knowledge about debt and investing before I'm $80,000 in credit card debt and car loans, which I am very glad to hear. I think having this type of financial and economic knowledge as young as possible could put you way farther ahead in life, but to be honest, that does not mean that the job market is going to look too good when you get out of college.
If you're in the class of 2026, companies have a warning for you. This spring is expected to be the worst job market for college grads in 5 years. More than half of the 183 employers surveyed by the National Association of Colleges and Employers rate the job market for the class of 2026 as poor or fair. That's the most pessimistic outlook since the first year of the pandemic. There are a couple reasons for this. First, there's a cooling job market. In recent months, employers have revealed plans to cut thousands of jobs. Second, companies say that the uncertain economic outlook has pushed them to be more careful with hiring, and many are prioritizing recruits with some experience over new college grads. So if you're a college senior, this means that you're also competing with junior workers who have recently been laid off.
You guys have been saying this every year, but it kind of seems like it's been getting worse every year. So if I'm graduating by 2027, does that mean there will be no job market? The job market is terrible for May 25 graduates. My daughter still hasn't landed a position. Entry-level jobs want 5 to 10 years of experience. As ridiculous as that sounds, we have seen so many different examples of exactly that. But I do want to transition into a type of video that I've been seeing more often, especially because of the layoffs and the poor job market. It's kind of relatable, I guess, guerrilla marketing, where many of these clips make it seem like they're just a normal everyday person having a tough time in the economy like you, but magically they found this app or program that helps them and saves them so much time, just giving me yet another reason to say that people are trying to sell you something 24/7.
1.2 million? 1.2 million. Job market is so cooked, bro. I just read that there's 1.2 million candidates applying to 17,000 available entry-level jobs. I don't even know what to say because I'm so flabbergasted. How is anyone supposed to find a job, especially if they're new grads straight out of college? And not to mention, half of those job postings are probably just ghost jobs designed to just steal your data from you whenever you fill out the application. And bro, can someone do something about this? Yeah, bro. I think at this point, the best way to get a job is just to apply to every single job that you see. And that's literally what I've been doing on this app. All I had to do was just upload my resume, and whenever I get matched with jobs, I just swipe and it'll auto-apply for me on the company website.
So that's the kind of formula I've been seeing pretty often. It just looks like a plain TikTok. Even the stat he talked about was accurate. It was, however, a UK figure. The 1.2 million jobs for new grads for only 17,000 entry-level positions looks very bad. So yeah, the job market is cooked. Just apply for everything you possibly can. And look, I have this app that's basically like Tinder. You could swipe back and forth, and it'll just send the resumes instantly. A couple things about this: I could almost guarantee that this is not a free service, probably subscription-based, so you're going to have to pay for this as well. And it adds into the problem that one job will be posted on Indeed, and out of nowhere there'll be hundreds or thousands of applications, basically meaning you have such a small chance of your resume even being looked at. I mean, we have a perfect example of that right here.
Over the last year, I have applied to 1,769,347 jobs. So let's see how it went. So out of all of these jobs I applied to, I got ghosted from 1.6 million of them and rejected from 92,000 of them. So that's what that looks like. Looks pretty crazy from a visual standpoint, but as you can see right here, I got replies from 3,400 of them, so that's great, right? Out of all those replies, I replied to a couple of them too late. They already hired people, and I ended up only getting 9 interviews from 3,000, so that's kind of crazy. From there, I rejected 2 of them because the pay wasn't what I was looking for. I got rejected by 2 companies. For one of these companies, I didn't have to do any tasks, and then for 4 of the other ones, I had to do some work and then hear back from them. I ended up with 5 final interviews, and I got 2 offers. And as you can see, I accepted one and rejected the other. So that is what my graph looks like from 2025, trying to find a job.
That would be 4,800 and almost 48 applications per day. Assuming it takes about 5 minutes per application, that's 404 hours per day. So I'm either calling total BS on this or saying you've automated it through AI or something like the previous clip with the sales pitch, in which case the rejections make sense. If this one guy sent out almost 1.8 million applications, what if you have hundreds or thousands of people using this same software? I think overall that this contributes to making the job market even worse, but we have another clip here of somebody being relatable in a different tactic to funnel you into courses you have to buy.
25 years. I worked for the company for 25 years, and they let me go at the age of 60. 60, nobody wants to hire anybody when they're 60, even if they have experience, and especially if they're making some money, some decent money. They're not going to pay you what you're worth. So I got laid off at 60. We don't quite have enough to retire. My partner and I want to retire. We want to move down to South Carolina to a 55 and over community, and we want to travel. And we don't have enough saved. I got caught in between that pension period and the 401k period. So my pension's very little because they stopped it. And then the 401k is not as much as it should be because it started a little later. So we didn't have enough time to save for it. So I'm a little short money. So I needed to find a way to make money. And right now, guys, my partner's going through cancer. So he is actually in treatment right now while I'm making this video. But so I decided to look for something online, something that can help me make some money in the interim and also to help pay for the doctor's bills.
And if you're a regular watcher of my channel, you know exactly what this turns into. I help people make money to live their dream retirement with 2 different programs. This is just another version of the digital marketing gurus, the AI drop shipping. Make a whole ton of money online just working an hour a day. Affiliate links here, course selling there. But now they kind of changed their strategy to be more relatable to a lot of the issues people are facing right now, because I've also made videos solely talking about this. Older workers having a very difficult time in the market because not many companies want to hire somebody who's 50 and 60 with all of the experience behind them, because that also comes with a higher salary. They want to hire a 21-year-old who just needs a job right now because they're 5 or 6 figures in debt with student loans. But let me show you how I started making money online, and there's the sales pitch. Adding on top of it the sympathy with the cancer treatment. I don't even know if it's true or not. I think these types of videos are more malicious than somebody just straight up trying to sell you their dropshipping course. But we're done with that tangent. We could go right back to the primary focus of this video.
One thing I wish I'd known is that apparently over the age of 50 you become unemployable. I've been looking for over a year on Indeed and LinkedIn, and I have 30 years experience in corporate and sales and marketing, and nothing. It's just crickets.
Remove the dates from your resume, downplay your experience. Instead of 30 years, say 20. Make sure your resume looks like you're 10 to 15 years younger. They'll never know, and they're not allowed to ask. Indeed and LinkedIn did not help me at all. Doesn't help many people, to be honest. Stop using Indeed and LinkedIn. Those are garbage listings. If anything, apply directly to the company. Maybe that works sometimes, but I feel like they would get inundated by those software apps like we saw earlier in the video, so it does make it harder. Overqualified, too many earned skills, recruiters are choosing cheaper applicants. That's what I was talking about before. So with all of these types of videos, it's not surprising that there is no loyalty at all anymore.
Yeah, I think corporate America is breaking just because I think so many people, like we have so much information at our fingertips, where these corporate companies, we know all kind of their back alley tricks with like silent firings and all these quiet layoffs and things like that. These corporations literally do not give a damn about you. You might tell them about your family and your friends and all the things that you do. They don't give a damn, y'all. This is about you getting your bread, getting your paycheck, and that's the unfortunate reality that a lot of people in corporate America are living in, is I'm just here for a paycheck, which doesn't help the company, but that's the essence of the culture. When you try to suck the life out of people and you don't give anything back, they truly do not give a shit about it. And it creates that mutual society where, no, we don't care. Yeah, we don't care either. And everybody's just playing house with a bunch of money.
But to be honest, I kind of understand that people wouldn't really care about the work that they do for some of these giant corporations. I don't think too many people have a passion for working in a cubicle for 30 or 40 years. They're just showing up there doing their job to get a paycheck that hopefully they'd be able to use for their passions, something that they genuinely like. But when you see people getting cut left and right, no matter how long they've been there, the morale of the workers hit an all-time low. Another comment right here, 2015, learn to code, 2025, you're fired. I don't think I really have to explain how much of a mess the tech sector is. Tons of people were told to go get a CS degree. Computers are the future, which might be the case, but now with the rise of AI, a lot of people's jobs are in jeopardy, along with a vast amount of oversaturation in these niches.
You guys need to stop falling for the cybersecurity IT pipeline that thinks you're going to get a remote job at $70K, entry level, no experience, and a security plus. You are being scammed. These TikTok bros, they're lying to you. Maybe 2 years ago, their path was doable. It's not really doable. You have a 2% chance of getting an entry-level cyber job or IT job. Keep in mind that cyber entry-level doesn't really exist in the first place. That's a misnomer. I got laid off in March, and I have 20 years of experience across IT and security. I have my Net Plus, A Plus, Sec Plus, AWS Solution Architect Associate. I've worked at NIH, NRO, private sector, public sector, remote, on-site, hybrid. 10 applications a day since March when I was laid off. The rest of my USA team was laid off as well. Those jobs were actually reopened, and they were only open to applicants in India. We are oversaturated with entry-level people. Nobody wants a certification and no experience. Nobody wants that. You have a 2% chance of being hired. Just a PSA.
I can't even get a help desk job with a comp science degree. The market is just cooked. So my cybersecurity degree is essentially an arts degree now. Sweet, I'm glad that I wasted my time. Another example that I'm starting to see more often is recruiters getting fired. So if your entire job is to headhunt or hire people for these corporations and you end up getting canned, that definitely means that it's not looking good out there.
So I'm a technical recruiter and I have lost my job 3 times over the last year and a half. I've essentially been unemployed for the better part of a year and a half now. And I'm getting to the point where I'm just really struggling to keep on applying to jobs and not hearing back from 90% of them, and then making it through interviews just to get rejected. And I keep thinking I need to change my career path. I need to figure something else out. And I just don't know what to do because I want to make enough money to comfortably live my life in San Diego, but I just don't know what I want to do. What are people doing? How are people getting jobs in this job market?
So to add another layer to the situation, she lives in San Diego. Of course, the Orange County, the LA area is very expensive, and I've heard that a lot of people really like San Diego. It's very nice, but that comes at a cost. So to not be able to find a consistent job living in that area would be pretty tough. And keeping on the subject of California, we could talk about the Silicon Valley tech bros. A lot more of these types of ads have been popping up all over the country. Stop hiring humans. Hire Ava, the AI BDR. Won't come in hungover, never burnt out, works holidays. I guess Artisan is the company trying to do this? Every damn billboard in San Francisco is an AI ad, and it's so annoying. Now this clip did have audio over it, and one of the comments using an AI song for this is crazy work. The creator responds saying, I didn't know. That is a whole nother issue that AI has been taking over the music industry lately. I know that there was some headline that there was record deals by AI artists. Just a whole mess of a situation there, but that's another topic for a different video. We could just move on.
You're not going to be able to work for a big, huge corporation because they're not going to pay you. You're an expense that makes no sense to them. reliability that makes no sense. They can rely on the AI agent, and they already are in that mindset because we stopped everybody from having to go to the office. And they're like, oh wow, we can actually work remotely now, and I don't have to have a 100,000 square foot office. We just saved a couple $1,000,000. They're already like thinking that way big time. So what are we all going to do with ourselves? I actually think that we are going to end up returning to the type of economy and world that we had a long time ago, where it's really small business focused, and the majority of people are entrepreneurial all over again.
I don't know how much I agree with that. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be better overall, but how difficult would it be to have a grocery store competing with all the giants? Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Kroger's, Publix, Harris Teeter, I could go on and on. And that's just a single example that popped up in my head immediately. People are trying to save as much money as humanly possible right now. So everybody starting their own small businesses would have higher overhead costs, higher wholesale prices. I personally think it would be very difficult to go back to. Again, I'm not saying that it would be bad overall. There'd be less monopolies like there is today with these massive companies. I truly just don't have an answer for what's to come in the future. Another comment here: after being laid off almost 3 years ago, it took me 7 to 8 months to find work and live off of savings. I now work 2 jobs. I'm so scared to work one. I have another one as a backup and rebuilding the savings I lost during the layoff. It was a scary time. Do not leave your job. Because I still see clips like this pop up on my For You page. There will be a job in your early 20s. It's very important that you quit that job. I think this reply sums it up very nicely. I'm trying, but nobody else is hiring me. You get a lot of those videos with the influencer types or wannabe influencers saying that they're quitting their corporate job and they have no plan. They're gonna film everything and you get to see their experiences. You go over to the comments section, a whole bunch of other people are inspired to do the same thing. And in a vast majority of times, that does not work out, especially in this climate.
The job market in 2025 has gotten so bad that I tried to sign up as a DoorDash driver yesterday and they said no. They said, sorry, we have too many people in your area. And I said, it's Los Angeles. It is a big area. And they said, no. Too many. Okay, I guess I'll just go back to looking for Waymos to run me over.
So even the side hustle gigs are getting so oversaturated with people just trying to make some money. Oh man.
I applied for a job that I was overqualified for, and during the first interview, the recruiter said, hey, we actually have a senior level position that you would be a good fit for. Would you like to interview for that one instead? And I said, sure, that would be great, but could I interview for both of them just to be safe? And she said, sure, what we'll do is get you through the interview process for the senior position, and if for some reason that doesn't work out, we will revisit the original one that you applied for. So several weeks later, and several rounds of interviews later, I did not get selected for the senior position, which is fine. But then when I followed up and asked to interview for the original position that I applied for, the one that I was overqualified for, they said, oh, sorry, we actually gave an offer to somebody else. We're not going to interview you for that role. That role that I originally applied for, y'all saw that I was overqualified for it, so you asked me to apply for the senior role and then said that I could still interview for the original one. And during this whole time, y'all just interviewed somebody else and gave them a job?
I don't even know what to say. There is no winning in these situations anymore. And this is not a one-off clip. I could have made an entire video with very similar situations over and over again. And to finish off this video, of course, I'm in the US and a majority of people who watch these videos are as well, but this does not mean that the job markets in many other areas around the country are getting pretty bad as well. So much so that I'm seeing videos like this of people moving away from Italy.
If you guys don't know this, Italy is a bit of a dying country, because the educated and the people who are really wanting to work hard and make a life for themselves, they can't do it in Italy, so they are leaving. Wages in Italy are very low.
I also did business for a very long time in Italy. Did business now in the United States for a very long time. I can tell you that it doesn't compare. Also the bureaucracy. In Italy, it's almost like every single government entity is against you. They don't want you to succeed.
That's like how it seems.
It's how it seems for the entrepreneurs in Italy. Like you are basically a hero if you are an entrepreneur in Italy. Like it's very, 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 very hard.
Like they said, many people are moving away from the country to build a life somewhere else. Even places like the US that has all the problems that we went over in this video. I've seen similar situations in Germany, the UK, Canada. So this is not just a United States problem. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
In case you missed it, Walmart is changing all of their price tags to be digital, and this is definitely a recession indicator. I used to work in pricing, and I feel like most people don't realize there is an entire job around changing the price tags in stores, and it is brutal. It is something I would never apply for. What people don't understand is the technology behind doing digital price tags has been around forever, but companies never see the value in investing and doing this whole change, this software implementation, and doing it in every store. So if Walmart thinks it's definitely worth their time and money to change the entire infrastructure around pricing, that means prices are definitely going up.
I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, Walmart said that they would never, ever, this is exactly what they said. They would never raise prices. They don't do that. Oh, man, listen, guys. If you guys haven't been following the news, I don't know if you saw this, but Walmart is changing from regular paper tag prices to digital prices. But listen, Walmart said, we're making this change, but we're not trying to do dynamic pricing. We're not going to do that. We can do that with a push of a button, but why would we do such a thing? Guess what, guys? Guess what? I don't know if you guys heard, but Walmart is one of the corporations that doesn't like money.
Really? Wow.
But with all seriousness, this isn't a surprise that Walmart is going to a digital price, and even though that they're lying to you guys and telling you guys, oh no, we would never do that, they're going to do it. Matter of fact, they're doing it today. Matter of fact, all you have to do is look. Listen, we're gonna talk about it though. You need to watch this video because I'm going to prove to you they're changing the prices on you. I'm going to prove to you again that these corporations are loyal. So watch the whole video. You need to see this. You need to see it. This is your grocery bill. Anyway, guys, my name is Orlando. Welcome to the channel, guys. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. It really does help out the channel. Also, we're trying to get to 200,000 subs, and we have a lot of unsubscribed viewers. So please hit that subscribe button if I give you value. Also, too, you know what I'm about to say. I have a newsletter, and it's completely free. Guys, how can you be free? You can't. Also, if you need any type of financing that deals with investment properties or commercial properties, I've been a lender for almost 20 years, and I can assist you with that. That information is in the pinned comment and the description, guys. Listen, let's jump straight into it. It says here, Walmart digital price labels are coming to every store shelf in the U.S. by the end of 2026. Now, this is what Walmart is telling everybody. Get ready, we're changing things. But don't worry, even though we're changing things, everything will stay the same, including prices. That's what they're saying, including prices.
Sure.
Walmart is rolling out digital shelf labels and expects technology to be in all U.S. stores by the end of the year. Kroger also has begun experimenting with this technology. Well, I mean, I guess you are who you hang around. Listen, guys, listen, I'm not trying to say that Kroger's and Walmart are doing the same thing. I'm not trying to say that. I do want to call out Kroger. I've done videos on Kroger before, and I showed you guys videos on Kroger's, and you know, Kroger's, they did price gouging. They did price gouging guaranteed. But let me just show you. I just want to show you just a little bit. It says here, Kroger stores overcharging shoppers on sale items. See our price check finds. Consumers say Kroger's has a price tag problem and resulting in overcharges for many grocery items. We sent shoppers to stores to check. Now, if you look at this was done, when was this done? Oh, this was May 14, 2025. It's getting close to a year. And Kroger's is still price gouging? Okay, let's go to another one. A Kroger's exec reportedly testified that the supermarket giant raised prices of milk and eggs beyond inflation costs.
Hey, what's up, America? I'm here at a Walmart, and I want to show you the electronic pricing tags that can change prices based on surge pricing. So as you know, a lot of places are starting to replace actual paper tags with digital tags. Here at the Walmart by me, they're doing that now. So let me show you what these look like, and let me show you the difference. So here's a digital tag. These prices can change
You know it's hot.
at a moment's notice. And they do throughout the day. Every single one has been changed to a digital tag. So these prices will go up 3 or 5 cents depending on what time of day it is. And they'll go up when more people are here shopping, and they'll go down when fewer people are here. So let me show you the difference. Here's an actual tag, and then here's the digital tag. See, they look identical, but this one is a digital tag. You can even scan it and change it, or it'll change depending on if they program it. And this is the paper tag, and this is on every single one almost. And you can see here behind the glass. So this is happening at every Walmart across the country, and this will be happening at every grocery store across the country at some point. They can literally take these prices and change them up and down a couple of cents throughout the day and make millions. And then they'll incrementally raise them so it'll always be higher. See, look at these prices. These prices are indicating that they've raised them and lowered them slightly throughout the day, and they have. There's videos online showing these prices changing. And they're also planning on using your phone data to change the prices as you're perusing the products. That's not happening now, but that's coming in the future. So a price just for you for profit personally.
Oh, wow. Listen, isn't that great? I mean, everybody loves to get taken advantage of. You know, on a hot day when it's 100 degrees outside and I want to take my daughter to get some ice cream, you can always go to Walmart and get charged $10 for some ice cream.
It's an evil world we live in.
You can always get some Ben & Jerry's. They'll charge you only $15 for a pint. You know, because we know that you want this. It's hot outside. And we just changed the price because we know that the demand is there. And we have to do that. Because listen, if there's one thing that we all know, if there's one thing that we all know, is that these corporations want their money. Get money. You think they're going to sit there and watch Kroger's or anyone else do the digital tags and make money off of price gouging and them not do it themselves? But listen, I know, I can hear you in the back saying, Orlando, don't you remember Walmart said, listen to me, Orlando, Walmart said they will not price gouge. Now, I remember that. But let's just go ahead and take a look at this. For the viewers here, let's just go over this. It says Walmart denies it will use dynamic pricing. Experts weigh in. Do we need an expert? Do we need an expert? But I'll bite. Let's just play this game. It says, when Walmart unrevealed its digital shelves, it also denied plans to use the technology for dynamic pricing. This is what Walmart said. Prices are the same for all customers in any given store and are consistent regardless of demand. Are you sure? Time of day or who's shopping, according to Walmart's statement.
The deception. The betrayal, man.
Now, do you believe? do you believe that? Oh, okay, you believe it. Well, class, look, this is the reason why we go to Orlando University. This is the reason why I say, make sure you do your research. Just go a little bit farther than a headline, and you will be born into a new world. And you'll be born into a new world. So let's take a look at the details, right? Let's go ahead and do that. Class, this is just a lecture. I need you to just absorb what I'm about to say. I think it's wise to find out who makes the digital price tag. So I just took a look and saw, oh, Walmart is partnering with someone who already has this together, and they're buying the items from them. And if you go onto Walmart's website, you will see right here it says digital shelves developed by Fusion Group. I go to Fusion's website, right, where they talk and they praise and they say, look, we've got this new product. Everybody loves it, especially Walmart. It says here, when you go to their website, it says right here, what are the benefits of their digital tag? It says here, price automation, automatically updates price in real time, eliminating pricing errors and the need for employees to manually manage label changes, and reducing time spent on tag updates by 80%. Oh man, say it ain't so, Walmart. Are you telling me that the people that you're buying the tags from actually say this is what the tag is meant for? But it goes further than that. It goes further than that. So then when you look further onto it, you see that the company is partnering with AI software. But what is this AI software? Let's just take a look. Eversight and SES, the digital tag, partner to optimize pricing in stores? Are you see what I'm talking about? Now we have Walmart saying we don't do that, guys. But the digital tag you're buying from someone, they say that's what they do. This is what the product that we built is meant to do. And then they partner with an AI software company that does dynamic pricing. Walmart said, you know what, listen, we need to develop our own AI system with these tags so that we don't have to worry about paying someone licensing fees and everything else. We'll just build our own Walmart dynamic pricing system. Oh, you don't believe me? It says here, Walmart secures patent for AI-powered price changes. Walmart was recently awarded patents from the U.S. Patent and Trade Office for AI tools that help set pricing across its e-commerce platform. Are you telling me that Walmart lied? See what I'm talking about, guys?
It was all a lie. Guys, it was all a lie. She lied.
You know why Walmart is switching to those digital price tags on all the stores? It's to squeeze every last dime out of your wallet. And that little electronic tool is going to help them do it. The digital tag allows Walmart to change the price in real time by store using an algorithm from a centralized database. Hell, an employee might not even know the price change. Let's say there's a spike in demand for a certain medicine in Philadelphia because of a flu. Walmart can raise the prices in Boston before anyone realizes there's a shortage. And because there's a digital price tag, no one even saw the increase happen. Walmart's supply chain intelligence gives them countrywide insight. When inventories of baby formulas dip nationwide, they'll be able to jack up the price. Who knows, 20%? This is an opportunity to have price manipulation on a nationwide scale. And the public in America has never experienced anything like this because Walmart isn't just content with value. They want margins. So the next time you see that digital tag, know because of it, you're going to be a little bit poor.
And to be honest with you, he is correct. Like, Walmart is no longer happy with, oh, we've got, 70% of the country shopping here, which it may be even more, right? Or maybe a little less, but we know majority of people go to Walmart. It's the biggest retailer in the nation, right? And here's the thing. You've been seeing it happen over and over and over again. Walmart's not happy with just, how about we go from 70 to 80 to 90? They know there's a cap on that. And so what is the next thing that they're going to do? They need to strengthen their margins. It's not okay in Walmart's eyes to make, 5% margin on milk. It's our 5% margin on eggs. No, they want to make 20, 30. But wait, there's more. Now, I know Walmart would talk against this and would be like, oh no, we would never do such a thing. But contrary to what they're saying, their actions are mighty different. Their actions are mighty different. You can go online and look yourself to see all the videos of price changing. I've done videos on buying bags of potato chips that are $7 filled with 60% air. And I'm telling people, prices will go up and you will get less. Not only are these guys giving you less food, and charging you more. Everyone gets paid off of this, except you. No, not you. You're not gonna get paid. Oh, no, come on now. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the corporations. Every level is making money off of you.
Do you believe me?
Walmart's dynamic pricing has me so f***ed up, and other stores better not follow suit. Today, I went to Target, and I seen a tennis racket. I'll put it here, it's like $18. And then I go to Walmart right after, and the exact same tennis racket was $24. And that's when I had noticed that my Walmart had, like, the digitized, like, price things. So I was like, okay, that's weird, whatever, cool, I'll just get the tennis racket from Target because it's cheaper. And then I was also purchasing curtains. And so I go over to the curtains, and it was, like, different lengths for different prices. So, like, the 63-inch one was, like, I think 18, and then the 65-inch one was like 19, and I ended up getting the 93-inch, but that one didn't have a price in front of it. So I was like, oh, it'll probably be like $21, $22 based on like the price increments. And then I go to the cash register to check out. It says, y'all see my card info? Hold on. Okay. So then it rang up as just merchandise. It didn't say curtain or anything. It rang up just as merchandise for $14.97. So it was cheaper than both the other ones on the shelves by the time I had made it to checkout. I was like, this is just too much. And it's irritating me. And I hope that other stores don't do this too, because I'm not about to be sitting here paying made up prices for like, I'm just not doing it.
Well, who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna let her know that you ain't gonna stop this train? Yeah, Walmart said, listen, we don't care how much people disagree with this. This is our company, and we're going to do what we want to do. And that means we're going to gouge you. See, this is the reason why, guys. This is the reason why I say budget. You know, so you know how much you're spending. The point of this is no one wants to get charged more on groceries than they have to, right? Everybody wants to have safe, healthy food that they can eat that's affordable, right? We all want that. Everybody wants that. But I'm here to tell you, if you believe that Walmart, Kroger's, or any grocery store will do that inherently for you without you writing down, are you keeping track how much you're spending? You're nuts. Because this goes back to what I've been saying from the very beginning. Make sure you research. Make sure that you budget. Now, does budgeting mean you go, oh, I'm not going to keep track of how much I'm spending, but I should only spend $500. That's not budgeting. You need to look at your receipt. Ragu sauce, $15. I got that on the steal. Oh, ground beef, $15. Oh, chicken, okay, $14. Okay, I'm getting close to my number. See how that works? You don't go into a grocery store just pulling things off the shelf and hoping that they will get to your $300, $400, $500 budget. Whatever your budget is, you won't magically get there by just throwing things in the cart and not looking at the prices, or just saying, you know what, they got me. You know, Walmart food is cheap. That's what I hear all the time. Is it? Is it cheap? Anyway, guys, I can talk about this all day, as you know. If you love videos like this, please, please, please join the Patreon. We do exclusive videos over there. You will love it. As always, you won't get all of your information from this one video. I need you to watch this video right here. Yes, this one right here. It will give you information on the housing market, financial news, and get you to your first rental property. I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks.
So I randomly just got laid off, like out of nowhere. I was killing it and they told me that. I just signed a lease to move closer to work the day before. This company made you care so much. I was so emotionally invested that like it feels like a heartbreak. The most similar feeling I felt like this before is like getting cheated on, because it's so out of nowhere and it's so abrupt. It just fucking hurts. My whole life was that job, my entire life. It was just taken from me. I know that your job shouldn't be your life, and that's a big lesson I'm learning, but like, how do I like get over this feeling of like betrayal and heartbreak?
Listen, guys. I just want you guys to listen to what the lady said in the beginning. She said something that is very interesting. She said, it feels like cheating. What is the opposite of cheating? Being loyal. Oh, this is what she's talking about. Listen, I don't know if you guys have been looking at the news lately, but these corporations, they're not loyal. And I've been preaching this for years, been letting people know they're gonna choose money over you. Fact. And people continually fight me on it. I don't know why, guys. I don't know why. But they continue to fight me and say, Orlando, my employer would never do something like that. We're family. And this video is here to show you how it's going to go, showing you how it is, and showing you what is the solution. My name is Orlando. Welcome to the channel, guys. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. It really does help out the channel. We are trying to get to 200,000 subs, and I need your help to get there. We have a lot of viewers that are unsubscribed, so if I give you value, please hit that subscribe button. Also, too, you know what I'm about to say. You know what I'm about to say. I have a newsletter. It is completely free. Why haven't you signed up for it? It's completely free. How can you beat it? You can't. Then on top of that, guys, if you have any type of financing that deals with commercial properties or investment properties, I'm your guy. I've been in lender for almost 20 years, and I can assist you with that. That information is in the pinned comment in the description, guys. Let's jump straight to it. For anyone who was listening, I've been yelling and screaming from the rooftops that these companies aren't loyal and that these companies care more about their money than they care about their employees. And people were on top of me saying, Orlando, you know, that's not gonna happen. People, they want remote work. Everything's gonna be great. The economy's gonna be doing wonderful. But we're here today. Today we're seeing companies shed 30, 40, 50,000 employees. It's nothing nowadays. Get money. And one of the questions that I get all the time from individuals is like, Orlando, I hear what you're saying, but there's really not that many people out there that think. There's not that many people out there that are so loyal to their company. And I scratch my head and go, I've shown you proof. I've shown you proof. There are plenty of people out there that are extremely loyal to their companies.
You're loyal. You're grateful. I appreciate that.
When I say extremely, I mean they wouldn't say a bad word about them, even if they had been done wrong in plain sight.
Awkward. So awkward.
All they care about is the company to their detriment. They don't look out for themselves. They don't look out for their families. They look out for the company first. And a lot of people say, Orlando, that's so crazy. Yeah, you show me. You show me the evidence, but I just can't see it. But what if I told you we are so far into this that people are getting laid off for the second and third time? Yeah, and here's the thing. They still are loyal. Well, listen, I can't make it up, guys. Listen, let's just watch.
It happened again. On Friday at 9 a.m., I had a random meeting added to my calendar, so I quickly logged on, joined the meeting, and of course, we know what that meeting meant. I was laid off. It was due to business need. I was just completely blindsided by the situation because I've been covering for 2 roles during the past few months, covering for my boss while she's out, and I've been told like nothing but positive feedback on my work. I rated strongest of my peer level set of my review. Like everything was amazing. I was breaking records for my role. It's just like so blindsiding to be laid off. Of course, they said to me that it had no correlation with performance. It was strictly business need, whatever that is. And it is just humiliating. This is now the 3rd time in my life, like my career, that I've been laid off. It's just truly frustrating because I had such big plans. I was planning on finally moving back to the city in September because I'm in debt from the past times I was laid off. I have 0 savings and I'm not where I want to be in my life for someone who's 30 years old because of these layoffs. Like they've really held me back in my life. And here we go again. But I know that this is just like redirection. I'm gonna find something better for me. This is gonna put me on a better path. I understand all that, but just give me the time to say that this sucks.
See what I'm talking about, guys? Listen. It was her who said it. She said, I was blindsided. I didn't listen. Yeah, it happened again, guys. But I was blindsided. See, this is the things when people use words like blindsided. It's humiliating. All those words show me. And did you guys hear what she said? She said, yeah, I couldn't believe it because I was covering for 2 positions. My bosses. They were having you doing triple the work and still laid you off. Does that sound like family to you? Does that sound like someone who cares?
Oh, hell no!
Hey, man, can you take some of my work while I go on vacation? And then we're gonna lay you off while you're doing our work. Thanks, we appreciate you. Did they pay you while you were doing their work? Did you get overtime or double pay or? No, you did it. You got regular pay.
Oh, that's a horse of a different color.
So I hear a lot of you are saying, Orlando, okay, I get it. We're gonna get laid off, but how do I make sure that I put myself in the best position that I possibly can? That if something like this happens, that at least I can make it a couple of months. Let's say it all together, everyone. Let's say it all together. Save. In emergency, savings account. And budget. Let's say it together. Save and budget. Why? Because that would give you some leeway, right? Let me ask you this, and be honest with yourself. If you got laid off, would you rather have 6 months worth of an emergency savings account or not? Let's just answer the question fair. Now, if you say I would not, well, hey, man. Hey, I don't want to hear no complaining. But most people would say yes. Yes. So you know what to do. But see, listen, I understand. You don't believe that corporations will do you dirty like that. Let's just hear some other stories.
A few years ago, I got laid off right before Thanksgiving, and during the meeting, the man asked me what my name was. I was like, well, are you sure I'm on the list then? Because if you don't know my name, maybe we shouldn't be having a meeting. And he was like, no, you're definitely on the list. Oh, okay. Also, the meeting was scheduled after hours. Yeah, so I stayed late to get fired. Yeah. And he sent all the unemployment information and any documents related to me being laid off to the wrong email. LOL.
Oh, see? See, guys, listen. Isn't that love? Oh, man, listen. You guys were right. The company does love you. Man, only if. And listen, guys, the reason why that happens is because they don't know you. And I explain this every single time. They don't know you. You're going to come in and they're going to pull up the computer. Jeremy, Janice, Jordan. Just give me the last 4 of your social, and I'll just type it up, and your name will come up.
The disrespect is real around here.
Remember when I did that story on Amazon getting paid bounties? Their executives getting paid bounties for the amount of people that they laid off? Remember that? Yeah, I know. It was a crazy story, right? So you still believe it? Okay.
Come on, man.
Okay, I get it. Just like Naruto believe, right? Just like it. Okay, let's continue.
Oh, enough. Believe what just happened to me. So we had a meeting today, and moral of the story is we're being let go. Just got on the project and it's ending, and if I don't find another project by the end of July, then I'll be out of work. So I have 4 months to find something, and if I don't, then I just don't have a job, so I don't even care to learn it. So all motivation is out the window. I don't care. So if anybody's hiring, let me know. 10-year plus experience. I've been working from home for 7 years. I probably won't post this because I'm getting teary-eyed and I'm not gonna her on this app, but I'm so irritated. I don't know what to say. I barely started this job 5 seconds ago, and I'm already getting let go. I hope your day was better than mine. I'm just gonna keep positive thoughts. I'm gonna revamp my resume and start applying. So, because I'm not gonna wait till the last minute.
7 years. She was working 7 years on the job. And listen, some of you guys have been working at a place for 1 year, 2 years, and you go, huh, they not gonna get me. They say that I'm so great at this job that they would never lay me off. That I'm one of the best employees that they've seen in a decade.
You crazy?
They're laying off individuals who have been working there for 7 years, 20 years, 30 years. And they do not care. Ask Oracle. Remember Oracle? I just did a video on them where they just laid off 30,000 people by sending out an email. In the morning, 6 a.m., before you even got up to use the bathroom. Now, I think this is a great time for Orlando University. Class, listen, what if I told you that even if you make your company billions and billions and billions of dollars, you and your team single-handedly do this, would you say that a corporation would lay you off if you generated that much money for them? Now, class, listen, don't all answer at once. Let me ask you one more time. Do you believe if you generated billions of dollars for your company, would the company still lay you and your team off? I'll wait. Now, if you said no, what did we learn? What did we learn, huh? You still have loyalty in these companies? The right answer is yes. They will get rid of you. They will get rid of you. Now, I know, listen, class, listen, they don't know. They're new here. They're new here. They don't know that I always give receipts.
The future of Marvel is cooked because they just fired hella workers due to Disney's budget cuts. Deadline just posted that Marvel laid off 8% of its workforce in departments like film and TV production, comics, and visual development. And if you don't know who the visual development team are, they're some of the ones who kickstart the entire movie. They draw up all the concept art, all the initial character designs, all the cinematic shots, and set up the entire visual tone of the movie. They're the ones who give the directors the vision to execute their project. With Marvel cutting almost the entire visual development team in itself, the MCU might not recover for a while. They even said moving forward, they're going to hire artists on a project-to-project basis, only hiring outside workers. The last time Marvel had a major layoff was when they fired 15 workers in 2024. They just fired 1,000. So keep in mind, any crossover movie moving forward, i.e. Secret Wars, will have different visual concept artists working on it based on who Marvel just decides to hire. And any sequel like Black Panther 3 or Wonder Man Season 2 will most likely not have the same visual tone that made those projects so special. This was by far the dumbest shit I read all week, because it's either no project in the MCU will ever look the same, or we're going back to the all-leather X-Men era of superheroes.
You see that, guys? Listen, class, listen. These guys have made Disney billions of dollars. And if you hadn't read the news, a couple days ago, Disney announced that it was going to lay off 1,000 people. And within that 1,000 individuals that are going to get laid off is the whole Marvel MCU. Now, if these guys... if these guys are loyal and they believed in my job is secure and they got let go after making the company billions of dollars, what chance do you have?
Do you believe me?
And we're not done yet, because I get it. Sometimes you hear it from me and you're like, oh, that's just Orlando. Oh man, he says it all the time. But maybe if you heard it from someone else, maybe if you heard it from another individual, you would be like, he's onto something.
I'm genuinely concerned for people who still think about layoffs like this. People think, if my company's doing really well, then I'm safe. No. What about all of these companies that are announcing layoffs that have record profits and are slashing 30,000 people? Then you have people that are thinking, oh, if I'm a high performer, I'll be fine. No. High performers, most likely, you make more money than other people. Your salary stands out more on a spreadsheet. Then you have people thinking, oh, well, I'm really tight with my boss, or I'm really tight with the senior executive. I'll be fine. No. When it comes down to layoffs, you are a number. It sucks, but it's true. Before you're put on a list, make sure you know your finances, make sure you're reaching out to your network, and that you know your options.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
At the end of the day, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. You just have to make sure that you follow the rules of budgeting, saving, getting your credit together, making sure that you actively put effort towards those things. I don't want you to try to budget and not try really hard at doing it. You need to put energy into doing this. We don't want to do things half, right? We want to do things fully, right? And for you to do that fully, I need you to really put your attention on what your income is, what are your expenses. Again, Netflix, all these subscriptions and all that other stuff, going out to eat, the Usher and Chris Brown concerts, you don't need to go.
Y'all take a chill.
Anyway, guys, I could talk about this all day, but if you love content like this, please join the Patreon. We do exclusive videos over there. You will love it. Also, too, you won't get all of your information from this one video. I need you to watch this video right here. Yes, this one right here. It will give you information on the housing market, financial news, and get you into your first rental property. I will see you in the next one. Thanks.
I'm on my 15-minute break from Amazon. Decided to say I would not be clocking back in. Bro.
Well, listen here, guys. If you guys haven't been living underneath the rock, the economy is going bad. And now we have Amazon workers. You guys remember? You know, they had thousands and thousands of layoffs, and then their boss said, we want to replace you guys with AI. Yeah, those guys, right? Come to find out, workers are saying, we don't have any help. Help me! Help me! They want us to deliver twice as many packages. They want us to work overtime. They want us to do more work than we did last year. No resting! Now, listen, I don't want to be the guy that said, I told you this was going to happen. We really need to analyze this to understand why people would think, that if you take away a bunch of people, you lay off a bunch of people, you fire a bunch of people, why you think they're going to hire more people to make your job easier.
You crazy?
My name is Orlando. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. It really does help out the channel, guys. Also, too, guys, I have a newsletter. Yes, I have a newsletter, and it's completely free. How can you beat free? You can. Also, too, guys, if you need any type of commercial or investment property financing, I've been a lender for almost 20 years, and I can assist you with that. That information is in the pinned comment and the description. When I say that these companies aren't loyal, I'm not joking, guys. I really mean it. You guys have seen it over and over and over again. A lot of times people think to themselves, Orlando, you know what? These companies are going to come around. They're going to see that we are unhappy as the employees, and they're going to make changes. Yeah, last year they did it this way. But this year, it's going to be different.
Another one.
I've been telling individuals, yeah, you know how like UPS did the exact same thing that Amazon is doing? Yeah, they're all gonna do the same thing. Yeah, I know you think that they're hiring seasonally, but they're gonna fire you in January, February.
Wait, what?
I know that they're telling you that you're gonna have a permanent job, and that's the reason why you said to yourself, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a try because they are promising me that I'm gonna have a permanent position. You're gonna have a permanent position. They told you that. They said, you know what, there's a chance. There is a chance that if you do a really good job, if you deliver all 1,000 of these packages and you do it in 8 hours, you're a superstar. If you keep doing this, we will possibly hire you. That's what you guys are hanging on to. And I hear you. And I hear you because it is a rough job market. I get it. But I'm here to tell you something. These guys will overwork you. These guys will tell you, we're going to give you the best employee package that you've ever had. And they still will lay you off in January, February.
Bro, come on!
I know. Listen, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I don't. But let me go ahead and show you how much they're going to overwork you. Because I told you guys, and the reason why I'm saying I told you is to let you know that I know what I'm talking about. But you guys don't believe me. You don't believe that these guys will pull away all of your support. Pull away everything. Pull away everything. And still trying to replace you with AI.
It was just a matter of time.
Make you work quadruple the amount of hours. 12 hours, 6 days out of 7. You get no sleep. but listen. You don't have to take my word.
So today, after almost 1 year at Amazon, I'm done. I fucking quit. I'm quitting with a Ford truck and shit. When I tell you, I mean this respectfully, Amazon, y'all are out your mind to think that people are going to be running anywhere from 190 to 200 and something stops. This is not packages. It can be anywhere from 300 to 400 packages a day for $20, $25 an hour. And to get my check, I'm working 4 days a week, 10-hour shifts. It needs to be $1,100. Y'all keep all of this. I will go back to doing her full time before I let y'all play with me. Get on the road, and I'm gonna cost y'all just as much money as y'all costing me. Cause $1,100
is crazy. That's what she was gonna say. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that you shouldn't try to get a second job. I'm not saying that you shouldn't try to make things work financially. I'm saying you should know what you're getting yourself into. Again, guys, this is what I always preach. Research. Fact. Let's think about going into 2026 planning. I know someone's gonna come to the channel. They're gonna come in the comment section and they're gonna say, Orlando, you know, you're telling people to plan. Shame on you. What type of person would tell people to plan and do research? You guys need to get rid of this cloud. And it always baffles me when I see those comments. People really believe that you should just go forth in life and not researching anything, making bad decisions, and then blaming them on you didn't know when you had the chance to know.
Come on, man!
You see all of the sides. You see videos like this, but you go, I'm still not gonna play it. Those people are lost. What can I do for those individuals? Nothing. I can't listen because you have to make the steps first. Listen, I'm not asking you to give someone money. I'm not asking you to say, oh, Orlando, he's telling me to spend more money or get credit. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying save your money.
Do you understand words coming out of my mouth?
You do realize it's your money. You get to keep it. You know where it's going. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying don't trust a company that is going to lay you off anyway. I'm saying you should put you and your family first. Not second, not third, not fourth, fifth, sixth. First. How is that controversial? Because I'm not trying to be funny here. You just saw the same thing happen to UPS drivers. They got a raise. Yeah, man, we're making $100,000. 6 figures. Woo! But what did UPS do? They said, well, I mean, sir, you're gonna have to do some extra stuff for that 100. You thought you were gonna work the same amount of hours? Yeah. You thought Amazon wasn't UPS. You thought these corporations are different. But listen, I get it. You're telling me, Orlando, it's just that one person, or the person before that you showed in the clip. They only feel, these are the only people that feel this way. They can't be pushing the delivery drivers to do so much work where they're quitting in this economy.
Sure. Hey, TikTok, bro, I ain't gonna lie. This might be my last day at Amazon gang for peak season. Look, bro, I'm gonna just show y'all this. I'm gonna turn the camera, right? Y'all see all this? I can't even move back here, bro. Yeah. Like, real talk. I'm finna call off. I'm finna leave, bro. Like, I ain't finna be doing this, gang, because look, I can't even walk back here. You see this? This ain't even the most, bro. I got stuff lined up right here. All this. Bro, I ain't got no type of order. I had stuff in the front on the windows, bro, but I delivered all them packages. It's just, I'm done, bro. It's cold out here. The heat in my van don't work, bro. The heat and the hazard button don't work. Look at this. This is the hazard button in the EV. If y'all know, this is the hazard button. Ain't no hazard button on there, bro. The heat don't work. It's been one, bro. I'm not gonna do this. It's over with.
The heat don't work? You know, all they would say is, reach out to Jeremy. Jeremy got you. Reach out to Jeremy. He's gonna tell you, listen, man. I know you've got 1,000 packages to deliver. I know this, but just remember this. If you do a good job here, there may be a bonus. I don't know if I told you, but there is a position coming up, management position, you know. A management position coming up, and it's yours if you handle this the right way.
Sensational.
If you handle it, listen, I got another driver that never turns on the heat. He's looking pretty good for the position. You gotta work harder. But listen, when Jeremy fires you in January, February, March, he's gonna say, it wasn't my call. It was you know how these guys are. These suits, these executives, you know how they are. They not like us. They're gonna let go of the hard workers first. All they care about is money. But guess who gets to keep their job? If you said Jeremy, you hit it right on the head. And then people say to me, Orlando, I get it. The corporations aren't loyal. They can let me go at any given point. What are you really telling me to do? I'm telling you to take care of yourself.
Write it down and keep it for future reference.
I'm telling you, let's save some money. Let's budget, because it's going to get worse. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking to yourself, Orlando, man, you've already told me that. But why aren't you budgeting then? Orlando has already told you that, but I just saw you order DoorDash. Yeah, you ordered DoorDash. And you did it on a credit card that you know you can't pay off. So why did you do that?
Man, I'm dead.
This is what I'm talking about. People will tell you all day long, I got the information. I know what's gonna happen. But they never apply it. They never apply it. They say, Orlando, we get it. We got it. Well, do it. But listen, I get it. You think it's just a small subset versus big, right? You think that only a couple people feel this way, so there's no way people were bamboozled by Amazon and forgot just 2 weeks ago, a month ago, these guys laid off thousands of people. So what did you think they were gonna do to you? As a seasonal worker.
So today, guys, I quit Amazon. Sometimes your mental health isn't worth the job. Honestly, the workload was insane. Nearly 400 parcels I have to deliver. How is that humanly possible? I don't know. But to be honest, it wasn't actually the workload. You know, you take the rough and the smooth. But when it's the same people day in, day out who are having tiny roots, And then it's the same people day in, day out, absolutely getting shafted. I couldn't take it any longer, do you know what I mean?
See, I think this is a great time for Orlando University. So let's just look at the logistics of it, right? Let's just look at it all laid out. So Amazon lays off thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Engineers, management, loaders, staffers, whoever, they lay off thousands and thousands and thousands of people. They tell you guys, you know what? We're trying to save money on AI. We're trying to get rid of more people. They bring people on, hiring individuals through the season, which I said. Let me ask you this question. Do you believe that if Amazon laid off thousands of people, they are going to make your job easier as a seasonal worker or harder? If you said easier, I'm gonna need you to, you gotta take Orlando University 101 and understand these companies. While I know you came into this class and you thought, you said, Orlando, I have loyalty to Google. I have loyalty to Amazon. You need to get rid of that. Because the answer is harder. It's going to be harder. It's cheaper for them to make you work overtime than to hire and train someone else. That's how the money works. And see, guys, I want to show you this next clip. And this is where planning comes in. You need to know what job you're applying for, how much they're going to pay you. You need to know how this is going to affect your body. Do you have to use your car? Is it going to make wear and tear? If you use your car, do you need extra insurance because you may be liable? You have to do the research and understand the job you're getting into. You need to understand what are the responsibilities of that job. And I'm not saying that you should stay at a job that you know is not for you, that you're going to quit anyway. I'm not saying that. I'm saying instead of wasting your time, how about we do some research first?
Oh my God, y'all. I don't know who told me, I don't know what in my mind thought I was going to be able to be a motherfucking Amazon delivery driver. Bitch, I just had a whole mental breakdown. Girl, didn't even make one trip. Girl, and I literally just quit on the spot. I drove that big ass truck back around and told them, like, yeah, baby, I'm sorry, but I quit. This is just not for me. Jeff Bezos, all I gotta say is you got people fucked all the way up. You got people all the way fucked up. You only paying people $18.75 to drive a big ass truck with 1,000 packages on there in 100-degree heat, and it's like, oh, okay, you get 3 hours overtime pay. You are crazy. Baby, for all the girlies that's on here, that's Amazon delivery drivers, y'all are some strong and I salute y'all, but I can't do it.
Like I said, guys, listen, I could do videos like this all day long. But the purpose of it is to let you guys know 2026 is gonna be rough. In 2025, you can still, if you haven't already made the mistake of overspending on Christmas, putting it on credit cards, not having an emergency savings account. Let me explain this, and I know this may be controversial, but you should have an emergency savings account before you buy Christmas presents. Huh? I know, listen, I know, you're listening to me, you're like, Orlando, this is nuts. This is crazy work. How dare you tell someone that they need to have an emergency savings account first before they buy Christmas presents? But I am. We're here. You can either do one of two things, in my opinion. You could not save and just rough it out, paycheck to paycheck, see how that works for you. You know, who cares about credit? Oh, who cares? Don't care about credit. Just living paycheck to paycheck, living your best life, hoping nothing happens. Keep on ordering that DoorDash. Yeah, man, who cares?
Who cares? Who cares, man?
You can keep racking up $10,000 of McDonald's fast food debt on your credit card. You can keep doing that, right? Or could save money. You can get your credit together. You can say, you know what? I was spending 5 times as much on fast food than I was the month before. I need to pull in my expenses. But you see how that works when you have discipline on controlling your budget, when you have discipline saving. Matter of fact, when you don't eat that much fast food, your health improves too. But listen, this makes all too much sense. And I understand that some people are gonna say, Orlando, I hear what you're saying, but I just can't get on board. I'm just gonna try my luck. I'm gonna try my luck on doing it the way that I've always done it. And for those individuals, I say, hey, if you like it, I love it. But if you love content like this, guys, please join the Patreon. We do exclusive videos over there. You will love it. Also, too, you won't get all of your information from this one video. I need you to watch this video right here. Yes, this one right here. It will give you information on the housing market, financial news, and get you to your first rental property. I will see you guys in the next one. Thanks.
This is the truth about having a Bronco, so I'm going to de-influence you.
Mazda has started charging a $10 a month subscription service for remote starting your car.
What's the highest car payment you've ever seen?
$2,500 and you can be next.
Alright, we have another car video today, and this one's going to be a fun one. I found a lot of really good clips, and even with the market finally starting to have a downturn, if you could really call it that, we still have a lot of people paying way too much money for their cars. So we have some clips to go over, some stats, and then comments from you guys from the previous video. So if you want to be featured on a future episode, leave it in the comments down below. But of course, you know, we have to start off with the high car payments from these salesmen. I do also want to say that this video is made at the end of September, so less than a month ago when I'm recording this. So it's not like I'm pulling these videos out from 2021 at the peak of the market. This is still happening to this day.
Leslie, what do you drive?
Mazda C3, 2019.
What do you pay a month?
700.
What do you drive?
I drive a 2024 Ram TRX.
How much do you pay a month?
$753 a month.
What do you drive?
2021 Charger SXT.
How much do you pay a month?
1100. Ram 1500.
How much do you pay a month?
800.
I drive a 2019 Silverado High Country.
How much do you pay a month?
Right at that.
What do you drive?
A Ram.
How much do you pay a month?
648.
Demetrius. Yes, sir. What do you drive? I drive a 2021 Hellcat Charger. How much do you pay a month? 907.
I do think it's very interesting that Stellantis as a whole are one of the conglomerate manufacturers that are doing the absolute worst right now, but their diehard customer base just does not care that they will pay ridiculous prices for a vehicle that is now sitting on lots longer than ever. But we'll just get into that a little bit later. We have a comment from one of you guys. My brother works at a dealership as a detailer and say some people walk out there with $120,000 finance and $2,000 plus monthly payments. I can't imagine that type of money going into a depreciating item, let alone a vehicle. And I think that is a very good transition to the second part of this video from this same dealership.
Grace, what's the highest payment you've ever seen?
$1,784.
Demetrius, what's the highest payment you've ever seen?
Oh, $2,100.
Sheesh. Roy, what's the highest car payment you've ever seen?
It was $1,958.
Jesus. Leslie, what's the highest payment you've seen?
1,400.
Hey guys, what's the highest payment y'all have ever seen? Arch?
3,200.
Jesus. What's the highest payment you've seen?
Highest payment I've seen, probably like $1,900.
Bro, what's the highest car payment you've ever seen?
2,500 and you can be next.
Okay, first, right off the bat, the $3,200 is a mortgage payment on a pretty nice house, but somebody really wanted to get a vehicle, and I mean, I'm hoping, honestly, that it was a very short loan term. It has to be, right? But I don't know. I'd rather pay $3,000 a month for an entire house instead of some random Stellantis car. And then the other thing at the very end, you know, the haha, you could be next. This is exactly what these kinds of videos are made to be for people scrolling on TikTok. You see all of the unbelievable car payments, right? $2,000 plus, $3,000 plus. So when you have the $500, $600, $700 car payment like all of these salesmen do, it's not nearly as bad, right? Even though it's still a ton of money every single month coming right out of your paycheck on a depreciating vehicle. Another comment from you guys, remember, that's the car payment only. Once you factor in gas, maintenance, insurance, the total monthly costs are just ridiculous. We've talked about car insurance going absolutely through the roof for any vehicle across the board now. It's just even worse on brand new vehicles that are getting even more expensive. Between 2020 and 2024, motor vehicle insurance rates rose about 54% in 4 years. But just in June 2023 and 24, the price of personal motor vehicle insurance rose by almost 20%. Additionally, motor vehicle insurers may be raising the cost of insurance due to rising repair costs and lower returns from insurers' bonds. So of course passing that all right off to the customer. But I do think there is something with the rising repair costs. Now we talked about it in previous videos with mechanics making YouTube videos talking about it. But when you go and fix your vehicle now, most of the time now any repair is just a complete replacement of any issue in the car because of the rising technology in all the cars and how many sensors and cameras and electronics are in the vehicle. It becomes way more expensive to just fix something that could have been a minor issue because there is so much wiring and so much more that goes into it now, along with ordering it from a manufacturer that don't supply as many repair parts now because they're really trying to push people to have leases and get new cars over and over again. Really start trying to get people in and out of cars constantly and just be on payments for the rest of their lives. Now, as we have seen in the past couple months, this is finally starting to really slow down on a lot of car lots. People are done paying over sticker for cars that aren't reliable, not really the best quality, especially in the past few years when they just started pumping them out. Especially with the chip shortage, people were buying cars left and right. As long as it had a nice high trim level or looked like a nice new vehicle, people were just taking in all of these crazy car payments. But it's finally starting to slow down now because money is tight.
More and more cars are piling up at dealerships because dealers refuse to lower prices even though cars are not selling. The price of cars has barely budged. At about $44,000 on average, new cars are only about 3% cheaper than they were at this time last year. Keep in mind that before the lockdown at the end of 2019, it cost around $34,000 to buy a new car. So the price of a new car has jumped by more than 30% in the time in between. But even though the Fed cut interest rates recently, that has not yet translated to cheaper car payments for people buying a new car yet. In fact, last month, the average new car payment got slightly more expensive, costing $734 a month. One more thing to add is that when people are going to the dealership, increasingly they are leasing instead of buying. Leases actually accounted for 25% of all car sales in the third quarter of this year. The bottom line is that the market is unaffordable still, and cars are not going to get moving until prices start moving downwards.
So I mean, I get why people are leasing vehicles. The only problem with that is, as we'll see a little bit later, it just becomes another monthly subscription, and you give it back. It's just a rental, basically. Just getting pushed even more into an entire society where it's just nothing but rentals and subscription models and monthly payments to be able to own the car, or not really own it, basically just use it, and then eventually you have to give it back. So we have another comment from one of you guys. My wife is a doctor and she drives a $10,000 Mazda 3. I'm a truck driver, make $100,000 a year, and drive a $7,000 Jeep Cherokee. We have no payments, and we said we would never borrow money for a car. And I think this is a good transition into, I love putting these clips in because people get so butthurt. We have another Dave Ramsey clip talking about cars, and I don't think he's 100% on the money. I mean, I do understand what he's saying, but people lose their minds in the comments, and I just think it is really entertaining.
You can't live without a car payment. Everybody's going to have a car payment set. Everyone who wanted to stay middle class was born and raised middle class and will always be middle class. average car payment in America today is approaching $700. 10 months of that is $7,000, which will buy a fine vehicle to drive for a few months until you could save up another $7,000 10 months later and buy a $14,000. Y'all with me here?
So if you really paid attention to that clip, the math isn't really the greatest on there, but I do understand what he's trying to say. Now, we could go over to the comment section, and the first one is, I'll take my new truck and middle class life, because what a lot of the car manufacturers have done really, really well, especially to men, is that they've ingrained the vehicle that you drive with your personality, and that's basically who you are. So you get people in these big giant pickup trucks that maybe, you know, they were construction workers or whatever 20 years ago, when it's not like trucks were super cheap, but then you start seeing all of the modern day pickup trucks, and they have to get even bigger and longer wheelbases, and now the interior has to look all super nice, so it's supposed to be some sort of luxurious pickup truck that now costs $70,000, $80,000, but they had that marketing in people's heads for so long that that's who they are. They have to own this truck even though the car payments are pushing $1,000 a month now, and people still believing that is the middle class life, as we've clearly seen cost of living. The middle class has started to become the lower class. So just digging your hole even deeper on a really expensive new truck. And we have another one who got angry, which I've seen is a pretty common argument for just being okay with paying crazy amounts per month for a vehicle. And then you too could be old with money right before you die, and then you never enjoyed the things the world has to offer. Apparently, one of the secret joys in life is paying almost $1,000 a month for a vehicle. The justification for owning a new vehicle, especially when it's primarily just to keep up with the Joneses, is crazy with people, because as I've said time and time again, I'm not talking to any of the people who could legitimately afford these crazy car payments. Super expensive six-figure cars, right? Doesn't matter if it's a pickup truck, SUV, luxury, supercar, whatever. If you could afford it, this video is not for you. Go buy a $400,000 Rolls Royce. I don't care. But the people who are in the comments constantly trying to justify paying $50,000+ for a vehicle that is way more than $50,000 overall when we start talking about interest, again, something a little bit later in the video, are the same people who will go to my cost of living videos and say, life isn't fair. It's so hard for me to get by. I'm barely scraping by paycheck to paycheck, when a good portion of their monthly pay is just going into a vehicle that they're most likely not utilizing. How many people have you seen get out of a giant Yukon or Escalade or Expedition, and they have maybe one child and all they do is go back and forth and get groceries and maybe take them to school? Probably didn't need that giant, very expensive vehicle. But again, that top tier marketing has really gotten a lot of people in debt because of it. Now, we do have a comment from this video. 7K won't get you a good used vehicle in 2024, Dave. Now, I do actually agree with this. Maybe if we were talking pre-COVID, $7,000 would get you enough, but as we've started to see with the markets, if you start looking vehicles up online, the prices are starting to go down, but that $7,000 has really turned into around $10,000. But we could take a look at some vehicles on sale right now. 2012 Honda Fit, only $7,000 with 90,000 miles. I mean, you have an easy 100,000 miles on this vehicle again, so that $7,000 mark actually does hit with this vehicle. Again, 6,700, 8,500, 9,500. Around this mark, you could still get pretty reliable vehicles. I would say even more reliable than any of the modern stuff now. But people don't really like that this is a 2010 model. This is a 2009 model, another 2010. They want a brand new 2024 so they could be seen driving around in a new vehicle. You look like you're making more money than you are, and then when everybody's doing it, it's just keeping up with the Joneses, even though a majority of those people are drowning in the payments. And I mean, I get it. It's not like the whole world could drive around in Civic. Probably going to be putting in regularly in a lot of different topics I talk about, and that is de-influencing. So we're going to be talking about a few vehicles, especially this next clip that's really popular recently, and people are finally realizing that, especially if you paid over sticker for any of this stuff during COVID, it definitely wasn't worth it for the vehicles that are costing $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 now.
This is the truth about having a Bronco, so I'm going to de-influence you. First, I waited 2 years for this car. Okay, 2 years. I've also only had it for a year. I actually made a quick list of everything I don't like about it. Yeah, when we first got it, they said you could not lease it, you had to buy it. Like I said, the payment, my rear defroster popped off. I don't even know how that's possible. Random things are always popping off. My window sometimes will not go up all the way. I roll it up and it goes back down. Don't even talk about the gas.
I spend $100 on gas maybe once every, I don't know, 6 days, probably less. Oh, the screen freezes. Sometimes it's just black. Like, it's just black, you can't use it. The screen also always disconnects my phone, whether it's in the middle of a call, on CarPlay, when I'm playing music, and then when it disconnects from playing music, I can't play music anymore. Sometimes my music straight up just doesn't play. When the back seats are down and you're driving, it like, squeak, 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 it's so annoying. They also don't come with weather mats big enough. I had to buy them off Amazon. You would think in an off-roading vehicle they would provide, but no. You physically cannot hear anything when you're driving this. Whether that's just down the street, the worst is on the freeway. Nothing is audible. Nothing. I have to physically take my calls off Bluetooth and put them on speaker. And then just driving in general is just very loud. Again, that's just my experience, but I'm actually trying to get rid of this car.
So along with the lack of reliability from the Broncos that have come out, even though it's been wildly popular, I think the new trend has become off-road vehicles, and I get it, they're cool. I'd get a 4Runner, even though the gas is horrible, at least the 4Runner is reliable, but all the people buying the Broncos or the Wranglers or a lot of the Jeep vehicles in general have made those prices go up and up and up because there's just more and more trim levels coming out. The manufacturers were getting better margins for just higher trim vehicles, even though it still is an economy car. It's a Ford vehicle, it's a Chevy, it's a Jeep. But in people's minds, when they're starting to pay luxury prices, you know, BMW, Mercedes, Audi prices for these cars, they think it's going to be the same quality as getting an E-Class or a 7 Series or a 5 Series. When it's just not the case, and you're realizing that you paid too much money for an off-roader vehicle that also is not going to be super quiet and dampening. They're going to have big tires that are loud on the road. They're supposed to legitimately be for off-roading, but 99% of people don't actually use it for off-roading. So they want a Bronco with the same luxuries as an S-Class because they're paying so much more than you should be for these types of vehicles. And now people are finally starting to realize that, hey, maybe this wasn't really a good deal for all of these expensive off-roaders. And I know that this clip is from a Hyundai, but you could see that the vast majority of manufacturers, this is what the interior looks like. Look, they got the new little iPad screen, so it looks nice and new and futuristic, and it's touchscreen, yada, 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 but still, a majority of it is just a whole bunch of plastic. That sounds terrible, especially if you're driving at high speeds. Maybe it's creaking and squeaking all the time, and you're paying more for those vehicles now compared to any time in the past. We have another comment from one of you guys. My Toyota has 309,000 miles. Wow. It's always the ugliest in the parking lot, and I take that as a badge of honor. Decent cars can still be bought for around 5 to 8K. Save your money because winter is always coming. Another one of the downsides for having a brand new vehicle right now is this comment. It's so depressing to see DLC start to take root in things outside of video games. We know it was going to happen eventually, but it still just sucks. So we could take a look at what he's talking about.
Mazda has started charging a $10 a month subscription service for remote starting your car, which was a feature that was up until very recently free as part of their software package. However, they ended the connected services trial and now charge $10 a month for you to use any of those features. But that's after they killed an open source option. So they killed the free option, rolled out a paid one, and then customers who had already purchased and owned these vehicles, and the right to repair advocates say that car owners should have full ownership of the technology embedded in their vehicles. So they came up with an open source solution for remote starting their car for free, and Mazda sued them to shut it down, which is absolutely wild. Mazda was successful in this too, so I cannot, boy, all of these car companies that do so many of these stories, they're all trying to get long-term revenue from you because just selling an expensive car apparently isn't enough.
So not only are you paying record high amounts for these brand new vehicles, insurance that's going through the roof, and now the features that were initially free with the car, even a few years old, now are getting software updates like it's an iPhone and putting features behind paywalls. Now we saw this with BMW, we saw it with a lot of the luxury car companies, and you know, it's okay, you're spending $100,000 on a brand new Mercedes. This is for the customers that they have that sneeze and wipe their nose with $100 bills. The $10, $15 a month subscription for the heated seats or the high beams or whatever doesn't really hurt their bottom line, but this is Mazda. We're seeing this in Hyundai. We're seeing this in Ford. These are all the normal economy cars now. Jumping on board, doing the exact same thing. Really, a $10 a month just to be able to start your car, which is a feature that's been around for a while now. These manufacturers can't really do that with cars that are 10 plus years old. It just doesn't have the technology to be able to do a firmware update over Wi-Fi and literally start taking features away and making you have to pay a subscription for it. Now here we have another comment. We could start talking about interest rates. I used to work at American First Finance. 200% plus interest. Now we're getting into the payday loan and loan shark level interest. We've seen this in some of the credit card debt videos. I remember this guy got some stuff that's $2,000 and they wanted him to pay back $19,000, almost $20,000 back. He paid 11 or 12K through settlement, which is still nuts for $2,000. I never had a job that I hated so much. So that is clearly the extreme. If you saw 200% on cars, I don't even know what would happen. There'd be like anarchy or something. But in older videos, we've seen 20 and 30% interest on vehicles, when anything over 10 is just ludicrous, honestly. And I think a lot of those people don't realize how much 30% really is.
So since I made that video talking about how we're trying to normalize $600 car payments, I've noticed in the comments that a lot of people truly do not understand the concept of interest. And I said this in a comment video that I stitched, but I truly think it's because y'all were never taught and y'all had nobody to guide you on the purchase journey.
So I actually do really think that this is true. I think what a lot of people believe is, say you buy a $20,000 car and you have 10% interest. We'll just do very clean numbers. I think a lot of people believe that their monthly car payments, when they're all said and done, with however long the payments were, that they would be paying back $22,000. You know, 10% interest on $20,000. And that is not how it works. So we could use this vehicle as an example. This is a 2024 Gladiator. I'm just using it mainly because it's around the $50,000 mark, even though the MSRP is almost $60,000. That's how bad Stellantis is doing right now. A brand new Gladiator. They're taking off thousands and thousands of dollars and it's still not selling. But we could go down to the customize your payments tab. Now, initially here, your credit score, excellent. So we'll just say that everybody who's going to be doing these payments have almost perfect credit, which is not the case, but we'll leave it for that right now. We're at $1,000 a month, no down payment for 72 months. So $50,000 car, let's say we put $5,000 down. That 72 months is still just about $900. And I mean, anything less than that, you can see how much this grows. 3 years, $1,600 a month for a $50,000 car. Let's even put $10,000, 20% down on this car. Again, around $15,000. If you drop it all the way to 72 months, still $800 a month. Again, excellent credit. You get any worse than it's $840. The average credit jumps to $1,000 a month. We could go nuts, $1,600 a month. So if you just want to do rough math with exactly what this is, with $10,000 down, you don't really have the best credit, which is what we've seen a lot. People will not really have the best financial responsibility, but they'll still end up getting a very expensive vehicle because it's a muscle car or it's a nice off-roader like the Jeeps or an SUV, whatever, right? Well, if it's about $1,000 a month for 72 months, you end up paying $72,000 for a $53,000 vehicle. But when you go right under the monthly payment, so based on estimated car price of $53,000 at a 14.5% rate. Again, 14 is still pretty bad, but we'll just say 14.5% of $53,622 is a little bit over $7,700. So in total, you think you'll be paying around $60,000 in total, but you'll actually be paying $72,000. You lose an extra $12,000 right off the top because people don't really know how interest actually works. Now we have a comment from this video. The way you beat interest is pay extra every month paid towards the principal. Now, I do understand that, but if you start looking up TikTok information on how to pay off your vehicles quickly, you could get into this gray area, especially with this video that went viral, got a ton of views.
If you have a car payment or you're planning to have a car payment soon, please listen to this. I bought my first car, like had to take out a loan and everything, recently. And when I was there, the car salesman actually taught me a fucking hack. He told me to pay half every 2 weeks instead of paying in full once a month. I cannot, this is the most basic fucking hack ever, but I cannot fucking explain the difference it has made. My first initial payment when I first bought my car, like that first, like sum you pay, you know, I pay that in full. I didn't pay obviously every 2 weeks because it was my first payment. 80% of it went to interest and 20% went to my principal. And now that I've been paying every 2 fucking weeks because it knocks off the interest like crazy, 80% of my money goes towards the principal amount of my car payment. Do you fucking understand how much money I am saving?
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, I have zero knowledge with this. I just ended up paying off the car, not doing any of the half payments or whatever, but when you start going into the comment section, it is very 50-50 on what the experiences of other people are. You do have the people saying that it works. I love making my car payment every 2 weeks. I do this and it's $440 payment a month. I split it twice, $220. Okay, so from those comments, it seems like it works, and then you see other people. I tried paying like this with my previous car and it got repoed. They claimed they never received full payments. They put them in all as half payments instead of combining them to be full. Yeah, my bank doesn't allow this. This person has to pay more than the monthly note just to put it more towards the principal. So I'm not telling you guys what to do. I have no knowledge on this situation with the half payments trying to pay down the interest faster. Maybe it works for some people, but I don't want you to get repoed like this lady. So maybe dig into it a little bit more instead of just taking a TikTok at 100% face value, especially when it comes to car payments. Don't want you to get stranded and repoed. Now we have a comment from one of you guys. American car culture is insane. Suburbs are death zones for walkability, and most cities have terrible public transit. Paying $700 plus a month for any car payment is diabolical. Now, I do understand what they're saying with the suburbs and rural and city areas. I get it. A good portion of the people in cities don't have cars, partially because it's so expensive to actually own one. Because on top of the crazy apartment prices, you have to pay for a spot to park your vehicle, and that could be very expensive, along with the terrible roads that they normally have. They will destroy your car. All of these stop and go traffic really deteriorates the engine even more, so they don't last nearly as long. But overall, the transit in a lot of cities is also very poor, so it's very difficult. A lot of people end up walking around. That's why you see New York being so packed all the time. At least for my personality, I am not a city person. I am in between the suburbs / rural area. I don't want a million houses packed next to me and there's tons of people in all their single family homes, but at the same time, I don't want to be out in the middle of nowhere, because it does start to freak me out if you could just see the horizon. It's nothing but hills and grass and there's no other people. So I'm in that happy medium there, but for both rural and suburban living, there is no walking then. The only option is buying vehicles. So at some point, whether it's a used or new vehicle, you're going to have to shell out a lot of money to be able to move around really anywhere. And I mean, it's just a problem that's not going away anytime soon. So I'm just going to end this video off with this clip.
This is my first video on date influencing and telling you that you don't need a nice car. I drive a 2007 Jetta. It's not perfect, but it gets me around and I love it. Paid $4,000 for it in 2018. It still feels like my baby. It was the first big purchase I've ever made, and I cherish it. I keep it as nice as I can. I clean it out. I take care of it because it's mine. You don't need the brand new car just because you're older or just because you make more money. I love this baby and I'm running it into the ground. Also, no one cares what car you drive or is gonna look down on you if you have a less nice car than them. If they do, it's probably someone you don't want to be around anyway.
So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
You get eyes when you like for driving at the ears, to be honest, but it's definitely not worth it.
What's the balance on this thing?
On my new car?
Yeah.
$64,000.
Right now, it's just the RST that's available, and that starts at over $94,000.
So today we're going to be doing a deep dive on cars. We got a lot of topics to go over. We're going to be talking about car payments, the price of cars, the car market in general, same thing with EVs. It seems to me a lot of people enjoy the car videos that I put up, so we got a lot of videos to go over, and some of your comments on my previous video as well. So if you want to be featured in the next video, leave your comments below, along with any other topics you want me to talk about in future videos. Again, leave that in the comments. But we're going to start off with the classic ridiculous car payments.
What's your car payment?
$744.
Hey Chuck, what's your car payment?
$726.
What's your car payment?
$600 a month.
How much is your car payment?
Like $1,000.
Jose, what's your car payment?
Like $935.
How much is your car payment?
$700.
How much is your car payment?
$700.
How much is your car payment?
$400.
How much is your car payment?
$415.
What's your car payment?
Well, I got an electric Blazer for $469 a month.
How much is your car payment?
$1,080.
How much is your car payment?
And it's $593 a month.
So the more I've seen these videos being posted, the more people I've seen are kind of looking through the matrix now. They're understanding why these are being made, because if you look at almost all of these videos posted on TikTok, these are all car dealerships making these videos. This is Champion Chevrolet, wherever that is in the country, but I'm pretty sure every one of the clips that I've shown in my previous videos have also been from dealerships. And then you start looking in the comments and people are finally starting to realize what's going on, because this is a recent video, by the way. This is not like a video uploaded 2 years ago and I'm just using it now. This video was uploaded a month ago. The top comment is, are they trying to normalize these types of monthly car payments? And I think that's exactly what they're doing. With high interest rates right now and high prices on new cars in general, gone are the days that you could have a car payment of like $300, $350 that isn't a lease on an already pretty cheap car. Everything is like $500 plus now. So when all of these car dealership people that are supposed to be the smart ones and getting the best deals on cars, because I mean they work in the car market, and you know, oh, if all of these people that are normal everyday people are paying $700 a month, maybe I can too. And that's kind of the psychological thing that they're doing now. But then the rest of the comments are just not buying it. Anything over $500 is crazy. $1,000 a month is so crazy to me. I would never pay over $300 a month for a damn car. I mean, I'm also in that same boat. And we have one more of these videos that adds another layer to the car dealership type of videos with the car payments. I thought was pretty interesting.
What car do you drive and how much do you pay a month?
So I drive a Mercedes,
okay.
GLA 250, and I pay $715 a month.
Okay. What do you drive and how much do you pay a month?
I drive a Ford Fusion and I pay $500 a month.
What's your monthly payment?
2017 Mercedes-Benz, I pay $525 a month.
Bet. Hey, Alium, what car do you drive and how much do you pay a month?
I drive a Volvo S60 and I pay $512 a month.
So what car do you drive and how much do you pay a month?
I got a Toyota Camry, I pay about $550.
Okay.
What's up, Martina?
What car do you drive and how much do you pay a month?
So I drive the best car in the world, a 2018 Jeep Compass, and I pay $450 a month.
Okay.
Okay, real quick, we just got to go over. $700 a month for a GLA 250 is the same argument that I've had with the CLA 250. It's just such a little compact SUV, I guess, but they're so small that you should just get a car. I don't get the benefit of having that small of an SUV. And I've been in the back of a GLA 250, and I'm not a big person. I'm only 5'9", but I'm all scrunched up in the back seats. It's just not the car for me, and especially not for $700. The other woman paying $500 a month for a Ford Fusion, they don't even make them anymore, so it has to be used, right? But still, $500 a month for just a normal sedan, a Ford Fusion? That can't be a good deal. We have a guy paying $550 a month for a Camry now. I know that at least it's reliable, it's a Toyota, but still, that's $500 plus a month for a Camry. And then the guy who definitely knew it was a joke, but a 2018 Jeep Compass for $450 a month. All of these prices are just way too much for me. But then the top comment on this video hit the nail right on the head. So no Nissan. Because if you look at all their shirts, they're at a Nissan dealership. So none of these people actually drive a Nissan, which definitely says something about the Nissan brand in general. I know they have been going down for quite a while, but when you have Nissan salesmen and just workers at the Nissan dealership and nobody drives one, wouldn't they get the best deal too, also working for the dealership, but still not worth it for any of the employees to actually drive a Nissan? So that's where that company's headed pretty soon. But again, all of these normal everyday people with really high car payments trying to make it seem like it's okay for you to go do it because these people at the dealership are. Then we have a comment from one of my car payment videos that is just exactly the problem that I did explain in that video, but I mean, we could just go over it right now. If you're a young kid, then live it up. Unless you're a Chad and you could get laid driving a beater, people forget what the main drive in young men's mind is, and if you take that away, then the world will crumble. Seems a little dramatic. Young men don't work to impress boomers with their frugal savings. I don't know what deep-rooted issue this guy has, but apparently in his mind, if you're not walking around at 6'4", 240 looking like an absolute god among men, you're not going to get laid at all, unless you have some sort of nice car. That's the only way. So does that make me a Chad? Because the best car that I've had in my entire life is my current car, which is a 9-year-old base Honda Civic, and I have a girlfriend. So I guess in this guy's mind, everybody who watches this video that isn't driving around in a supercar and has a girlfriend at the same time, you're definitely doing really well for yourself, because apparently the only way you can get girls is if you have a nice car or you're just unbelievably attractive. I know I'm joking around with this comment, but this is a pretty deep-seated issue with a lot of younger guys, especially in the age of social media. You get a whole bunch of these 18-year-old multi-millionaires from either just being trust fund babies or just making a ton of money making TikToks or being YouTubers or whatever. And they have all these supercars, and then normal everyday people think that they also have to do that just to attract women, because that's what these guys on the internet do. And it's just not the case at all. And if you fall into this kind of trap where you think you could only get girls if you got a nice car, like, you better start making a massive amount of money, or you're just going to start putting most of your income right into a car that just depreciates in value every single year. All for what? To possibly get laid? Which isn't even really true. If you pull up to an event or anything in a really nice car, most likely other men are going to ask you what you do for a living, you know, the specs on the car, stuff like that, more than women. And if a woman is interested in you just because of your car, she's definitely just going to be a gold digger, and if you miss any of your payments, you get repoed, or can't buy a nice new car when your current car starts to get ratty, she's just going to move on to the next guy. It's just a lose-lose situation. In this clip, we have a guy who fell in that exact same situation. He bought a nice fancy car because other people told him to, and this is his experience.
It took me $18,000 to realize no car payment and a cheap car is the way to go. Here's what I'm driving currently, my beautiful 2003 Toyota Corolla with 165,000 miles. And this is the car that cost me about $18,000 over the course of 3 years. I don't know why it's tweaking like this, but it's a 2020 Kia Stinger. I paid $354 a month for 3 years. I was working in insurance as a 19-year-old, and they told me, hey man, you're gonna want a car that you can love to drive if you're gonna be driving long distance to your appointments, blah, blah, blah. Basically, they kind of sold me on the concept of wanting a cool car to pull up to my clients' houses with. And that was the last thing I needed as a 19-year-old, to have an excuse to get a fancy car because I was making a little bit more money than people who were my age. Having the fancy car was cool for about 6 months to a year until I realized I'm paying so much money just to drive this thing, and it doesn't make my life any different. Yeah, girls might be like, dang, you got a nice car, but if you don't have game, you don't have game, whether you got a car or not. The homies loved it, but they also loved the simple cheap car. So it doesn't really matter if you got real homies, they don't care what you're whipping in.
And honestly, his story isn't even that bad. Now, of course, you got all the car guys, which we'll talk about later in the video, saying that he's driving a Kia. It's not a muscle car, it's not a sports car or whatever, even with it being the Kia Stinger. His monthly payment wasn't that bad. Like $350 a month is not nearly as bad as what we saw in any of those people at the car dealership, but that was still pretty expensive for him. So imagine all of these people paying $700 a month, $1,000, $1,200, $1,500 a month for the same thing, and in a couple months, the new nice fancy car is not really as cool to you anymore because that's just become your normal daily life. But you still have to pay 4 figures a month to use it. Here's another comment from one of my previous videos. Tons of dudes buying these ridiculously expensive trucks, because in that video we were talking about like $1,500 a month truck payments for like nice F-150s, Dodge Rams, stuff like that. But I see just as many moms driving around SUVs that cost more than the houses used to. And I know exactly what he's talking about. In my area, it is actually like the funny stereotype where you see a giant Escalade or a Yukon or a Tahoe, you know, Ford Expedition, you know what I'm talking about, like the giant trucks that are basically just small buses. Huge things on the road. And you see them parked somewhere to get out, and it is like a 5'1", like 90-pound woman who gets out of this absolute behemoth of a truck. And I'm not even like trying to argue that, oh yeah, like these big trucks are just supposed to be for like giant people. All of these like giant SUVs on top of it are at least like 70, 80, over $100,000 in some cases, just to be able to drop off like your 2 kids to like soccer practice in school and then head back. Seems like a little overkill for me, especially when you can't handle the car payments. Then you have some of those same people getting into the same situations that we're going to show on this clip. Hopefully not as bad, because this one's just pretty ridiculous, but at least with like the interest rate and the price of the vehicles.
What is this car? It's a 2021 Ford Mach-E GT. It's an electric SUV.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
It's actually my second one.
Dude, you're 20.
I had a fully paid off one before, but it just wasn't meeting what I needed to do, especially with the range and the amount of driving that I was doing, so I sold it. And I bought the current car that I have paid off, and then I bought another car.
What's the balance on this thing?
On my new car?
Yeah.
$64,000.
See, $64,000 a car debt, bringing in $3,000 a month. A third of that being from using your car to bring in more income. Does not sound like wise finances, but what is the interest rate?
12%.
See, that's why. What is your minimum monthly payment?
$12,045.
Not $12,000, but
$1,245, yeah.
Dude, that's stupid. That's stupid. 12%. What is the term?
72 months.
Dude! It's basically as bad as it gets. Now people are going longer than that somehow, but that's basically as bad as it gets. 72 months.
So not only did this guy buy a Ford electric vehicle, the Mustang Mach-E. I mean, you could buy whatever car you like, but I think people who are super big on like EV know that a lot of these like manufacturers that have just got into the electric game just because of how much of a cash cow it was a couple years ago, know that these cars are even less reliable than say like a Tesla or something in the realm of those electric vehicles. But then you have all the Ford people who don't like the Mustang Mach-E because they basically just put the Mustang logo on a normal Ford electric SUV. So I don't know who would buy them, but this kid bought 2 of them. Because another one of the problems with EVs, at least right now, in my opinion, is the range. When they were cool in 2019 and 2020, a lot of the ranges weren't that great, and within like a year or 2, the ranges increased. So everybody who bought those EVs literally like a year or 2 before the new one came out are just screwed on like even less range. And I'm not saying that they're super great right now. I think most of them sit around the 300 to 350. So I mean, it's on par of a gas car, but you still have to sit there and charge the vehicle for a while comparing to just the gas stuff. We'll just get into that in a little bit later. But he bought one, paid it off, and then got the new one just to get a little bit more mileage and put himself another 60 grand in debt. 64K for an electric Mustang is wild. I make $4,000 a month and wouldn't spend more than 20K on a car. So many people actually live like this, and I made a whole dedicated video just to a lot of Caleb's guests that he had on the show, because some of the stuff that he goes over with people's finances is just absolutely insane. But we have another comment from one of my previous videos. I just don't get why people want these huge payments. No vehicle remains exciting past a few months, and I 100% understand that and will probably feel the same way whenever I do buy that E63 that I've talked about in previous videos. I really want a W212 Mercedes E63. I've wanted one for years now, and with some of the car market finally going down, they are starting to get cheaper, so it makes me try to do the mental gymnastics that it's okay for me to spend like $35,000 on a car that you do kind of get the best of both worlds. It is a full-size sedan with like 570 horsepower, so You definitely do get the power with it, but before even like actually pulling the trigger and buying this car, I know that within like a few months of having it, it just won't be as cool anymore. I bet the first time putting the pedal to the floor, that amount of power, you know, I'd have the biggest smile on my face, but the 10th time you do it, the 100th time you do it, it's basically just diminishing returns, and then it turns into a very expensive car that kind of lost all of its like glitz and glamour. I don't know. And I mean, you have a couple of videos of people saying the exact same thing.
What should you be wary of when buying expensive cars? It's not worth it. I have the car I have is the GT3 RS, which by many people's opinions is like the pinnacle of analog sports cars. And I recently took a Hyundai Elantra Uber, and I barely noticed the difference. And that's a real fact. So if you're thinking about buying a G-Wagon, you should just make sure that it's like not even 5% of your net worth. Like I wouldn't. My recommendation is if you can summon the strength to rid yourself of mental illness, then just do that instead of buying a car, a dope car. Just get a Hyundai Elantra. You'll be richer. You'll have to explain less to your friends. Get a beater. Get a Hyundai Elantra. The other thing is they're more fun too. The Porsche, it's not even that, by supercar standards, it's not fast. It's 400 horsepower, but you can't use any of it on public roads. It's just, you can't.
And that's for a vast majority of any sort of high-end performance cars nowadays, whether it be super brand new models or stuff that's made in the past 5 years, so they have a decent amount of depreciation, so you could get them for somewhat of a good deal. Most of these cars are so powerful that you couldn't use these on normal public roads at all without like immediately breaking the law. And a majority of these people who do have these cars that are wildly powerful, making massive car payments every month just to be able to drive it, will never have a track day in their life. So I mean, buying these cars and never actually using its full potential, while also just living paycheck to paycheck, is probably not the best move. And I've already said this before, but I'm not talking about anybody who's super rich and wants to buy a car and have a $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month. I don't care. Have a $10,000 a month car payment. If you can afford it, then this video is not for you. I'm talking about the people who will spend a vast amount of their money on a car payment every single month and then complain that they're living paycheck to paycheck, or they can't put a down payment on a house, they have to rent forever. Food prices are getting out of control and they can't afford food. It's like, well, you probably don't need a $500 a month car payment then.
So I got a Lamborghini Urus a couple of days ago, right? There's one thing I really noticed is that all cars are the same. All the flash you see here, bro, is all for show, to be honest. It's nothing the same as if I were to get a Honda or something like that. It's crazy to say that because, like, growing up and seeing, like, different cars on the road, it's like, yo, I want that car, maybe it's, like, their dream car or whatever. You finally get it. It doesn't feel the same anymore. You get to realize that every single car, no matter the price that you buy, all it's meant to do is take you to point A to point B. Like, any car can do that. If you do drive an exotic car and you're watching this, you kind of know what I'm talking about as well. It's definitely a networking machine. Like, you get eyes on you, like, for driving like a Urus, to be honest, but it's definitely not worth it.
But we are starting to get into the price range that's just so far out of reach for so many people, talking about the Lamborghinis, the Porsches. We could try to go back to normal trucks, but even that is starting to get absolutely ridiculous.
Over here at Dodge Ram Chrysler headquarters, we see trucks just keep piling up. We still have 23s, 4s, as well as 25s rolling in, and Jeeps aren't getting any less. The Grand Cherokees, which aren't necessarily an affordable vehicle anymore. Here's a Grand Cherokee Altitude 4x4 right here. By the time you throw a few features and options on here, you're at $67,000 for a Jeep Grand Cherokee. Here we have a 24 Jeep. Of course, this is a Compass, in fact, and we have the Compass North 4x4. Oh, all the sticky. I can feel all the little sticky from the birds and the saplings from the tree above, dropping all the snot on here, and the birds taking care of their business on here. The birds don't like this vehicle that much either. And neither would you with a Compass North 4x4, and its stickers at $47,000. There's no way this can possibly make sense. They've lost 17% on the sales of the Rubicons in Q2 here on the Wranglers. These are not selling. But why is that? Well, we have a Wrangler Rubicon X 4xe, and it's a 24 model year, as you see right here. $73,270 as base, and it's an 8-speed torque flight automatic transmission. And this sticker is at $85,155. And we have a Durango RT all-wheel drive. Base stickers at $71,920. Few features: you get the 5.7 Hemi. It's not the SRT, but hey, $75,810 means that this vehicle is not necessarily all that cheap. So let's take a look at this little unit. Here's a Grand Cherokee, and we're talking about a Grand Cherokee L Summit Reserve 4x4. And this one is a sticker or base price of $82 grand. Get a whole pile of great features on here. But how much is the price of this? $97,645. $100,000. 100 grand, folks. Out the door price, $105,000, $110,000. Then throw luxury tax on that because we're Canadians and we like to take it, and that's what's happening.
So you finally are starting to see all of these normal everyday dealership companies, Fords, Dodges, Chevys, all of that, starting to finally pile up on all these vehicles because people don't want to pay inflated prices with high interest rates on these cars. So now they're starting to just sit at lots. I mean, you saw all those prices. They were anywhere from like 60, 70, 80, 100,000. And I mean, this guy is Canadian, so it is cheaper in US because the US dollar is stronger than the Canadian dollar. But that means if you live anywhere in the world where your currency is less valuable than the USD, then good luck trying to buy any of these cars or trucks, because it's going to be even worse for you when even people in America using USD can't afford them anymore. So like, how on earth are you going to do it on the other side of the world? Right here you have a chart of all of these different car companies showing how long these new vehicles sit on lots now. So I mean, you could see a lot of the Toyota, Lexus, Honda really flying off the shelf now, because if you're going to pay this much money for a brand new car, at least those are going to be the reliable ones. Anything in like mid-pack or below, I mean at the bottom, Chrysler, Lincoln, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, all of those type of car companies are just hemorrhaging money now because you saw how expensive they were on the last clip, and they're not even reliable. So why would anybody want to get them? And I mean, you still have car companies right now that are already losing a massive amount of money on their gas vehicles, still releasing brand new electric vehicles in a market that's already on the downturn.
The Chevy Silverado EV is finally here, and you're not going to believe how much they're asking you to pay for a Chevy. On paper, the Silverado EV is really attractive. It has over 400 miles of range, it looks good, and it has a ton of features. But it has a fatal flaw, and that being the price. Right now, it's just the RST that's available, and that starts at over $94,000. But that's not the crazy part. That you can get over. But leasing deals just came out, and they are, to put it lightly, atrocious. According to a dealership website, the RST model of the Silverado EV is leasing for $1,450 a month with $5,600 down for 39 months. Do you know why that's so insane? Well, you can lease the more expensive Hummer EV from the same company for just $1,000 a month with no money down. And you can lease two Rivian R1Ts spec'd pretty nicely for less than one Silverado EV. And this is a better truck in my opinion. Apparently you can negotiate a little bit and get a 24-month lease, but that requires you to put $15,000 down, and that brings the monthly payment up to $2,000 a month. So unless you want to just burn money, do not lease a Silverado EV. At least not until better incentives come out.
So basically, after the craze of EV cars, SUVs, trucks have already died down, Chevy comes out with an unbelievably expensive lease for their Silverado EV. I'm guessing in Chevy's mind, they think that the truck is going to depreciate so quickly that they need to get unbelievable lease payments from anybody who actually wants to buy the truck, just so they can make a little bit of money. Because if you've looked at any of the stuff with the F-150 Lightning, they've had a ton of problems with it, because magically when car makers who have always made gas cars have to just compete with Tesla and make their trucks and their cars electric, they're not going to be that reliable. So the Lightning has taken a solid hit in the past few years. Nobody really buys them now. So my guess is that Chevy thinks the same thing's going to happen with the Silverado, so any suckers who could actually buy the truck right now, or not even buy, lease the truck are going to pay a massive amount of money for the opportunity to have that truck. You got some comments right here. That's worth $45,000. Come on, Chevy. They promised a $35K base model and never delivered. I mean, it's $194,000. It's a $100,000 truck. No CarPlay or decent UI either. If they don't have CarPlay in that, I don't know. I hope that guy is wrong. No CarPlay on a truck that's like a 2024, 2025 is wild. These prices are becoming crazy. It won't sell. I mean, can't really say much more than that. But then we could get into the entirety of the EV market right now, and they're just, they're taking a beating.
Used EV prices are crashing as buyers shift back towards hybrid vehicles and some back to regular gas cars. Not only are used EV prices decreasing, but the overall demand for EVs is going down significantly as well. Recently, only 18% of consumers said that they were likely to buy an EV in the future, which is a multi-year low. And if you want to look at the prices of used cars, the EV is the graph in red, and the blue graph is the price of regular cars. They both went down. Then the price of regular gas cars went up a little bit, and EVs continued to plummet. According to this article, most customers are considering electric powertrains to be a detractor. They're also not the biggest fan of technological limitations of EVs, such as limited charging stations, limited repair, replacing the battery, stuff like that, have erased the premium buyers that used to be willing to pay for one of these vehicles. The average price of an electric vehicle fell 30% over the last year, which is insane. The average price of a combustion engine went down 6%, which gives you a lot of perspective on that. And as we mentioned before, only 18% of consumers indicate that they would like to purchase an EV, which is a multi-year low.
So, I mean, you guys probably already saw that coming. 2020 EVs were the hot new thing, and everybody was making a ton of money in the stock markets, real estate prices, whatever. And then they want to be the cool new person on the block with an EV. And then when they finally realize that, hey, maybe the range isn't that great, the reliability isn't that great, it starts falling like a rock. And now you could honestly get a lot of these cars for decently cheap price, but still, if you have to replace one of the batteries or whatever, good luck. But that's kind of where EVs are right now. But that's all I got for this video. YouTube thinks that you'll like this video that pops up on screen right now, so if you want to check that out. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
I have $60,000 worth of car debt, with about $30,000 of that being in negative equity.
What kind of car do you drive, and what's your payment?
It's a Ram 3500 dually, and it's $1,300 a month.
We bought a $40,000 car that we absolutely could not afford and had to trade it in 9 months later.
Okay, so today I'm bringing you guys another car payment video because now I'm hearing news that completely contradicts each other when we're talking about the car market. With the recent news of the auto workers getting laid off, more people pulling back because they're worried about the economy, they don't want to spend $70,000 on a pickup truck. Right after that, I see news about car sales exploding in the month of April. I start looking stuff up myself, and I still see tons of videos of people paying insane prices for their vehicles, then realizing it was a mistake at the end of the day. But we have a lot of different examples to go over today, along with some of your comments from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave it in the comments down below. But you know what we have to start off with, the classic for this series.
What kind of car do you drive, and what's your payment?
Ram 3500 dually, and it's $1,300 a month.
Wrangler 1148 a month. We got that 570S. Drive a Hellcat.
What car do you drive, and what's your payment?
I drive a 2024 RS e-tron GT. That one is $1,400 a month. I have a 2024 RS3. That one is $1,300 a month. And a 2025 SQ6. That one is $740 a month. And a 2024 Q5. And that one's $699 a month.
Oh my god. What car do you drive, and what's your payment?
I drive a 2024 Audi S5. My payment is $680.
Ooh. Hey Pedro, what car do you drive, and what's your payment?
I drive a Q7, man. The payment's $970.
Prestige luxury.
Prestige, babe.
And my name is Tristan. I drive a 24 SQ8 e-tron, and my payment is $910.
So right off the bat, you could take this as face value and clearly a terrible financial decision, or it's just bait. But these people still know exactly what they're doing, throwing out absolutely ridiculous numbers. Probably don't need a 3,500 dually if you're just sitting in an office chair. I mean, somebody said they had a McLaren. I barely believe that. The other guy with over $4,000 a month in payments with a whole bunch of different Audis, even if it was for his entire family. But clearly these get attention and views, and after you see it for a long period of time, you think that $500 or $600, $700 car payment isn't nearly as bad because it's not $1,400 a month. And especially from what a lot of people are feeling with the economy, not spending as much money, you'd probably think that I'm getting these clips from years ago. This isn't happening anymore, Zach. But the second half of that clip with the Audi dealership, I found that video 19 hours after it was uploaded. This is definitely still happening to this day.
$929.99 a month. $660 a month. $1,450 a month plus $350 a month for the roof. It's an all-metal roof. Not bad.
He is doubling his mortgage payment for 2 depreciating assets. I think a lot of people would be pretty psyched with $1,400 to $1,800 a month for their mortgage payment now. If you saw any of my previous videos, people are paying $3,000, $4,000 and still doubling your monthly payments because of those couple vehicles. And it's not surprising we see a whole bunch of videos like this. People not being able to afford it anymore.
We bought a $40,000 car that we absolutely could not afford and had to trade it in 9 months later. In 2021, we walked into a car dealership in Kansas City and we walked off the lot with a 2021 Toyota Highlander that we absolutely could not afford. We had zero business buying that car, but yet somehow they still let us walk off the lot with it. We were making decent money and getting by at that time. I had a 1-year-old and I was pregnant with my second daughter and needed a mom car. No, I didn't, newsflash. About 6 months after that, we moved to Montana and pretty much started over our entire lives. So we couldn't afford that payment anymore. We were paying $750 a month for this car. And to put that in perspective, our mortgage in Kansas City was $850. Everything was much more expensive up here and we weren't making the same income we were making in Kansas City at first. So we decided to just go ahead and trade it in. We took the hit and learned the lesson. Honestly, I don't regret getting out of that situation.
So we have a couple of things right off the bat. The payment for a Toyota Highlander, nothing super extravagant and fancy, was still double their mortgage payment again. The other thing with the dealerships letting them walk off the lot, of course they're going to do that. Their job is to try to extract as much money out of you for their vehicle as they possibly can. They're going to get more commission, their sales are going to go up, they're going to look a lot better. So even if they were teetering on the edge of affording it or not, you're still going to get approved. Looking at some of the comments from this video is a little iffy as well. I don't know if anyone doesn't know about this, but don't ever buy a car from a dealership. Buy from Carvana or Ruby Car, which I've never heard of before. I guess it's just another one of those companies. Then there's a lot of replies to that. I've heard horror stories about Ruby Car. Did you get your registration and permanent plates before temps expired? I've also heard a whole ton of stories about Carvana, along with them possibly going bankrupt. Very weird financials they have as well. I'm bored and nosy. I want to know what mom car you drive. Same thing as the last clip. She has a 2018 Ford Explorer paying $515 a month. Right off the bat, a crazy one, 2024 RS Traverse for $1,100 a month. 2021 Wrangler that is paid off, did 0% for 36 months, but then became $860, literally about killed me. Creeping on almost $1,000 for a Wrangler. 2024 Toyota Grand Highlander paying another $1,100 a month. Best friggin' investment? And then the reply to that, is this a joke? I mean, I know Toyotas are more reliable than most other brands right now, but still $1,100 a month for still a depreciating asset doesn't seem like the best investment to me. Here's one that's pretty common right now. I wish mine was a flex, but I want to cry. The $1,378 payment on our 2023 Ram 2500 and another $500 for a 2021 Kia K5. We can't get rid of either because they're both upside down. down. Just completely screwed with negative equity, which is just a nicer way of saying in debt. 2021 BMW 228i is still $622 a month with 21% interest. That's getting into the territory of the CLA 250s. They're such small vehicles that you're just paying for the badge on the front and back of the car. At the end of the day, there's nothing really special about them. Even this one, a 2025 Honda Pilot Sport, is $864 a month for a Honda. This stuff's beginning to be too much for me, but we have a comment from one of you guys who finances for 84 months. Holy crap, keeping up with the Joneses, I guess. And that is becoming increasingly more common in today's world.
Bro, when did the car market get cooked? People are getting $1,800 a month car payments for 84 months, and that's normal? Like, this person is financing $102,000 and then paying $54,000 in interest over the lifetime of this car note. And again, it's 12.74% for 84 freaking months. Now, we just got the latest data on auto loan delinquencies, and you can see right here that over the past decade, auto loan delinquencies are up about double what they were 10 years ago.
60-day delinquencies, and what we're showing you here is average transaction prices, which, by the way, at more than $48,000, that's what you and I are paying at a dealership on average, almost at a record high. According to Experian, 60-day auto loan delinquencies at an all-time high of 0.99% of all open loans that they were checking. 30-day auto delinquencies also close to a record high, highest since the recession in 2008 and 2009 at 3.17%.
It's not really surprising seeing all-time highs when it comes to delinquencies in the car repo videos that I've made, because these monthly payments are absolutely insane, and everything that we've seen in this video has not included insurance. That has basically only gone up for the past several years, and with all the new tech in each one of these cars and making it more and more difficult to repair, it makes it easier for the insurance companies to just keep upping the price, because if you get into an accident and need something repaired, it's going to be more expensive now compared to any time in the past.
How is a Ford Maverick $43,000? Like, how did Ford manage to do that, right? Look at that, $43,000. I really want to know, who's buying a Tremor Maverick, right? Because you're not good in the good MPG, right? Look at that, 23 combined? 23 MPG for this tiny, tiny little thing. This thing's tiny. Is that even, like, what is that, 4 feet? But 43 grand and it gets 23 MPG. When the hybrid ones get almost 38 MPG. So literally, who's going to buy the Tremor one when you want this one? But then Ford also messed up because who's buying this one when it's almost $30,000 and they promised there was going to be a $20,000 truck when it came out?
Here's what's really crazy. If you were to buy that Bronco for $41,000 and a second Bronco for $41,000 and let's say a C5 Corvette, then if you were to take all of that together, you could actually, for the same price, purchase this Ford Bronco Raptor. Is it worth 2 Bronco bases in a C5 Corvette for the same vehicle?
The trim levels coming out now are just absolutely absurd. The crazy uptick in price for the exact same vehicle compared to the base model that still isn't cheap to begin with. Take for example the Ford Maverick that was supposed to be a $20,000 pickup truck, but it ends up being $30,000 or possibly $40,000 for the higher end version. So I'm not holding my breath with the new Slate truck that is promised again to be around $20,000, because it seems like every time an affordable vehicle is supposed to be coming out, at the end of the day when it hits the lot, it is way more expensive.
Every day I go back and forth with myself about getting a new car. I want a new car so bad, but I have been car payment free for 3 years now.
Don't buy that new car. Don't do it. Don't do it. I know it's cooler than your current car, and it has like all the bells and whistles, and it has the colored interior, and it just looks cooler, and you want to feel cooler, and you want to feel like you're it, but don't do it.
We have another clip here. Social media convinced you that your car wasn't good enough, so you got a car payment, and that's just one more nail in the coffin for your marriage and family being taken down by money stress to impress people who don't care. But I think one of the comments from this video nails it right on the head. Nobody listened to her. In parentheses, I am a car salesman. They do not care at all. They're going to make you try to feel a certain way, make you feel like you need the luxury luxury version of whatever model you're looking at. You deserve it. You've earned it. Blah, blah, blah. They'll say anything. And I make these kinds of videos to hopefully scare some people away when they see the four-figure marks for these cars. But still, some people get sold either way from clips like this.
Honestly, this is my favorite car in our lineup, the 25 Genesis V80. I just love how it looks. Honestly, I prefer our 4 cylinders over our 6 cylinders. It feels faster, to be honest with you. 300 horsepower. This Capri Blue is gorgeous. This camel interior just looks like me. You know what I mean? It's just so nice. Full 27-inch screen. It's just so comfortable. I would 100% take this over any Mercedes E-Class. Just 100%.
Sure you would, man. Just lying and saying anything for the sale at the end of the day. And one of the comments I thought was pretty funny, go see the resale value and you're not going to like it much after that. The Genesis brand as a whole's resale value is absolutely through the floor, and it's because they end up having a lot of problems. At the end of the day, it is a company owned by Hyundai, and we have a comment from one of you guys with your experience. I worked as a tech at a Genesis dealership. The GV60s were getting a new recall nearly once every month, and when you test drove any of the cars, warnings would happen all of the time, even if not needed. I was driving down the road for a test drive and I got a warning from a car in another lane driving 30 feet behind me. But it doesn't matter. They want you to pay top dollar pricing, and as soon as you drive it off the lot, there goes thousands of dollars. We have another clip from this trend. Tell me your wildest car dealership stories. Not they sold the car before I got there, I mean the really wild stuff. And the first one, during COVID, my credit score was over 750, a homeowner with 2.9% interest rate, no credit debt, and the dealer was trying to sell me a car with 18% interest rate. They wouldn't give me my license or key back unless I bought their car, so I had to call the cops, and then they tried to ruin my credit. I wanted a Nissan Juke and was already pre-approved from the bank to cover it. Went to the dealership and this guy was training a new kid and was full of himself, told the new kid in front of me that I needed a Rogue because I was too big for the Juke. The Rogue is more suited for you. The dealership took my friend's car they were trading in for a test drive, hit a deer, and totaled it. Then they didn't want to give him the money anyway. That ended with a lawsuit. These are crazy. At my old job, they hired a new finance manager, and when customers were in his office, he was making them put more down without putting it in the deal, and was pocketing it and scammed almost $80,000 in 2 weeks. Here's another one, very similar story. They refused to give me my keys after I said I wasn't interested in the Kia and went to go look at Subarus. I told them I'd call the cops if they didn't give it back to me, and the cops got called. I guess they really will do anything for the sale. But if you do end up buying one of these new vehicles, especially any of the luxury stuff, this is probably what's going to happen to you at the end of the day.
So I'm calling about the Maserati that you were trying to get rid of. Break it down for me if you don't.
It is $20K upside down. I have great credit, so it's like $750. I do have money down, but obviously based on the situation I talked to you about, I would like to not put so much down if I don't have to, just because I don't know what the future looks like right now.
So you owe around $41,000. Wholesale on that car is between, like I said, that range is going to be between $20,000 to maybe $23,000 on the top end. So you are $20,000 upside down. Here's the problem, right? You got great credit, you got good income. I know you're trying to move. The problem is unless you put a significant amount of money down, your negative equity is going to transfer over to a different car. So then if you're buying a newer car, it's going to depreciate. That will put you in an even worse situation because typically you'll have more negative equity. So it's just like eating this consistent. It's just a sick. If you ever, any lesson you take from this, never buy a Maserati. Always lease it.
I've learned that.
Never buy a Maserati.
It's horrible. I had a Ghibli and I had this one, but the Ghibli had crashed. I got in an accident on my way back from Texas, and it was considered totaled because it was so expensive to fix minor little issues. Right. It was just scratched, but it cost more than what it was worth.
So you decided to go do it all over again? She lost $100,000 off of that tiny SUV. Some of the comments, $130,000 for a Jeep Grand Cherokee with leather, because it is a Stellantis vehicle, even though it's supposed to be special Italian luxury design, blah, blah, blah. Unless you're a millionaire, you should never buy a Maserati. They aren't reliable, maintenance is extremely expensive, and they don't hold their value at all. The cost of fake flexing, I mean, she also said that she could barely afford it too. I mean, what am I supposed to say? Because then you go to the opposite end, what is supposed to be more of a smart decision, getting a more reliable economy car like a Honda or a Toyota. We saw the 2025 Pilot was apparently $860 a month, and then we go look at the new 4Runners.
The brand new 4Runner has a massive sales issue, and I want you guys to notice what I've been noticing on my For You page when it comes to this vehicle. All these videos came on my For You page in almost consecutive scrolls, which tells me that if there are this many salespeople and this many dealerships posting videos about them trying to sell these things, that there is an issue. No one wants them. And the problem is very simple. They're priced too high for what they are. $72,000 for a Toyota 4Runner. $66,000 for a 4Runner. You are getting above BMWs and Mercedes in the exact same general mid-size SUV category. And the other thing not helping the sales out is the engine in this thing. It's the first year that Toyota is using the 2.4 liter 4-cylinder to power this thing. So you've got a brand new engine that no one's ever seen before, plus increasing the prices on these things and making them not competitive when it comes to other vehicles in the same segment.
So you have all the luxury cars with astronomical prices, and then you're underwater virtually immediately. So you try to go to the other side and buy an economy car that's supposed to be more reliable because the American stuff is pretty iffy right now. And then it's $60,000 or $70,000 for a 4Runner, and then the Honda Pilot is basically the same thing. It's Honda's version of the 4Runner. So really nobody could afford these new vehicles, and that's why you see clips like this.
When I say everybody, I mean everybody is leasing cars now. I can't even remember when was the last time I did an actual finance deal on a new car. Now, the reason why leasing has grown in popularity is because you can put little to no money down and still have a manageable car payment. If you think about it, a lot of the cars that people want, they're $30,000 to $40,000. Financing a $30,000 to $40,000 car with $2,000 to $3,000 down, your payment's still crazy. When you lease a car, you're only paying for a portion of the vehicle, which means that you can be in a more expensive car at a lesser payment. Usually to get to a low payment, you have to put a crazy amount of money down, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 down on that new car. Also, cost of living is going up, and it's just easier to maintain a lower monthly payment, and then also to be able to have a low monthly payment and swap out your car every 3 years is like a win-win. Yes, when you lease a car, it's like renting a car, but a lot of people don't actually care to pay a car off. They're used to having a monthly car payment every single month. Now, I don't actually think there's anything wrong with that. If you don't have a long-term plan to keep a car, leasing is probably your absolute best bet.
So I will say he's saying this because this is another car salesman, so it'll be a much better deal for him if you come into the dealership every couple of years to renew a lease and get another car payment and basically give them money for the rest of your life. But I think one of the other issues that he touched upon is that your payments will be lower with a lease, so you could get into a more expensive car, because initially he was talking about $30,000 or $40,000, which we're getting into the $40,000 to $50,000 now. But as soon as somebody sees that, oh, maybe they could do $60,000, $70,000 or $80,000 on the lease, there are a lot of people teetering on the edge just renting that vehicle now because they get to be in a Mercedes SUV. And as I've said in every one of these videos, if you truly do have that kind of money and you want to get a car every couple of years and you don't actually want to own any of these things, that's completely fine. Go get a G-Wagon and then a Cullinan and then whatever other Lamborghini something, right? But a vast majority of the people doing this in any of the clips watching my video aren't that unbelievably wealthy. So this is a very easy way to just be in the rat race for the rest of your life. I was going to say losing a couple $100s a month, but probably at least $500 to $600, $700, including insurance on the vehicle. You're going to be doing that for 50, 60, 70 years of your life. Do you know how much money that'll be? It really is truly unbelievable to me. And I mean, we can look at some of the comments here. You'll own nothing and be happy. The same issue where everything becomes a subscription now. We don't actually ever own anything. You're going to rent your car forever and get a brand new one and feel good every few years. While the prices are still going to just keep going up. The next one is what I said, lease only if you're a millionaire. Leasing keeps you poor, buy a cheap car. But nobody wants to drive around in a 15-year-old Civic. You look like a poor person compared to everybody else. But then in turn, you actually stay poor, especially if you're trying to switch out cars constantly. But no matter how many times I try to beat this into people's heads, we have another comment. By the time I pay it off, I don't want it anymore. So the classic American consumerism is just keeping these dealerships alive. I mean, look at this lease.
So this actually is the real deal on a 7 Series, 740i X Drive, $1299 due at signing, so just your first month's payment, $1299 a month. This includes BMW loyalty and Indiana taxes and fees, but if you're in a different state or different area, we can go ahead and
adjust that to account for your state tax and fees.
$1,300 a month to rent that BMW. I know it's a 7 Series, it's one of the top of the line sedans for the company. It's not the top trim though, 740 is actually on the lower end, so you get even more expensive, but you're paying $1,300 a month because if you've ever looked at any of these cars that are just a few years old, the depreciation is unbelievable with the 7 Series. So again, if you're a millionaire and you like it, this is completely fine for you, but I don't think too many people who could genuinely afford this is watching a video advertising it on TikTok. Here we have a comment, $12.99 for 3 years is $46,764. And then you mentioned the limit is only 7,500 miles a year, which is almost 23,000 miles at the end. That's a massive ripoff, spending nearly $50,000 to be able to drive only 22,000 miles. I guess that's the price for keeping up with the Joneses for some people, because you still have others thinking that this is one of the ways to show off, especially if you want to find a girlfriend or a wife. I don't know, I thought we were getting past that, but clearly that's not the case for some people.
So I'm 27, single. I live in Austin, Texas. The home prices out here are astronomical. I'm in baby step 3B. I've saved up about $50,000 for that down payment, and I have about $10,000 in an emergency fund. And my good buddy Roy has been saying for a long time, Kevin, ain't no one is going to want to date you when you're driving that old Honda Accord. You need to get you a sports car.
What?
Your good buddy Roy is an idiot.
Oh, man.
I love Roy. I really do.
I do too, but Roy don't know how to pick a woman. If a woman is going to come to you because of the car you drive, you're not get much of a woman.
So, man,
That's
yeah,
a word.
I pretty much agree with you. Wisdom in a multitude of counsels. I'm going around.
Dude, I was on my
this is
third
the
date
question,
with my
though.
wife in a 1974 Monte Carlo, and we went. I was telling her that I had $2 to my name, and I was telling her someday I'm going to be a millionaire, and we went across the railroad tracks, and the muffler fell off my car.
But this kind of stuff is exactly what the manufacturers want you to think, especially if you're a guy, because a lot of the car stuff is mainly a guy thing. Whether it's a sports car, muscle car, big pickup truck, whatever, they're all insane prices now, and you're not going to be able to get a girlfriend. You're going to be single forever if you don't go buy a brand new Mustang. I bet there are tons of people watching this video that know somebody in their life where their vehicle becomes their entire personality. I mean, so much so that I found a user whose entire profile is to sell you replica items, fake designer stuff, whether it's the try-ons through all of her links, whatever, with hundreds of thousands of followers, making a video saying she's got a fake bag, a replica bag, but look, she's in a Porsche. It's insane what consumerism does on the brain. The top comment only makes this worse. Only smart people make smart financial decisions. As you're in either a Porsche Macan or a Cayenne, the depreciation on both of those vehicles is just as bad as we see in like the 7 Series. Maybe you can make the argument with 911s and vehicles like that, but clearly not a smart financial decision. Now we can get to the point of the video where I've seen polar opposite takes when we're talking about what's happening in the market.
The car market is quietly bankrupting Americans. The average new car payment is now over $700 a month, and that's just the payment. That's not insurance, not gas, not repairs, just the car payment. And it's not because people are buying luxury cars per se, it's because everything is just more expensive. A base model Honda Civic can easily cost over 30 grand, and a Toyota RAV4 can cost over 40 grand. And used cars aren't helping either. Supply is still really low because for a few years no one was buying new cars, so now there aren't enough older cars to go around. And then there's the interest rates, where some people are getting hit with 10% or more on financing, so they end up paying $45,000 for a $30,000 car over 6 or 7 years even. And this isn't just about bad choices like many people like to say. Most people just need a car to get to work or to buy groceries or to just live their daily lives, and a lot of people can't afford to just buy a car outright. So the system is now set up to where it takes a massive amount of debt in order to actually own a vehicle, especially if you want it to be any type of reliable. So all in all, the car market is just absolutely bankrupting people. At what point do you think it's going to get to where people just stop buying cars altogether and figure out a different means of doing so?
So that's exactly what we've started to see over the past couple of months. Just tons of videos of dealerships just piled rows and rows of new vehicles, especially when we're talking about manufacturers like Jeeps. There's Grand Wagoneers that are brand new, sitting from 2023 because of everything we heard in this video. Until you see the brand new stats and news coming out for just last month.
Am I the only one that didn't buy a new car last month? Because April sales skyrocketed.
According to CNBC, General Motors saw a 20% increase in sales for April of this year compared to April of last year. And they weren't alone. Ford, who marketed their employee pricing program pretty heavily, they saw a 16% year-over-year increase. Hyundai, they saw a 19% increase. Kia was
cars. Hopefully that means the car market is turning and we won't see crazy high payments like we did today. But that's all I got for you guys. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like and I'll talk to you guys later. We locked unless the woman took out her phone and opened up an app on her phone and then it fixed the center console. A payment would be. He was happy to push.
This is my friendly reminder for y'all.